Supreme Pupillary Master, Peerless Eldest Miss Chapter 2851 to Chapter 3031. What did it mean to not encounter a bottleneck? Luo Qingtong could be considered a lucky example. From the beginning of her cultivation until now, she had relied on her blood pupil to obtain a lot of opportunities. However, when she was promoted to the Venerable Realm, she was still stuck for a period of time. If she hadn't met Xianxia in the abandoned continent and experienced several battles with the weak against the strong, she might not have been able to smoothly break through the bottleneck and promote to the Venerable Realm. However, Jifeiyu's innate dantian was perfect, so he would almost never encounter a problem like Luo Qingtong's. More importantly, this bastard was a monstrous genius who was knowledgeable and multi-talented. What was an erudite and multi-talented genius? Luo Qingtong saw with her own eyes that Suiyu and the others came to consult Jifeiyu with questions about cultivation that they didn't understand. As a result, this fellow, damn it. He clearly couldn't cultivate, but he was able to completely understand the cultivation problems that Suiyu and the others had raised. He could easily solve the cultivation problems that troubled Suiyu and the others, so that their strength could be further improved. Luo Qingtong only knew now that Suiyu and the others, as Jifeiyu's personal maidservants, were stronger than most of the experts around him. They even dared to go against Xianxia and take him down a notch. It turned out that it was because they had Jifeiyu, such a super genius, as their backing. No wonder their strength was so equal, and almost the same. When Luo Qingtong saw it before, she was a little surprised. She felt that with such a lineup around Jifeiyu, his life in the family should be very good. Otherwise, how could there be so many maidservants with good aptitude by his side? It turned out that this was not because Suiyu and the others' aptitude was too good, but because Jifeiyu's ability as their master was too strong. Luo Qingtong noticed that Jifeiyu's answers to Suiyu and the others' questions were entirely based on his experiences and insights from the ancient books. That was to say, although this guy couldn't cultivate, he could understand all the cultivation problems and key points only by reading some cultivation classics. He could even give Suiyu and the others some guidance. If this wasn't a ghost, then what was? If he was allowed to cultivate, who knew how much his strength would increase? After all, the strengths of Suiyu and the others were around the Violet Exalt realm. In other words, Jifeiyu couldn't even draw energy into his body, but he was able to guide Purple Venerable Realm experts in their cultivation. Luo Qingtong had been lying by his side for the past few days. She had also been able to hear a lot of his experiences. She had really benefited a lot. Many parts of his body felt enlightened. His comprehension and application of strength and power had been greatly improved. One had to know that the reason why she suppressed her strength and didn't slowly recover was entirely because her strength had increased too quickly on the abandoned continent. Her understanding of the strength of the Violet Exalt realm wasn't stable enough. She was afraid that it would affect her future advancement. But now that she heard Jifeiyu's explanation, she understood a lot. It wouldn't be long before she didn't need to suppress her strength and slowly recovered it. Damn, I really owe him a big favor. However, she still had no clue about Jifeiyu's problem of not being able to cultivate. Luo Qingtong thought so and immediately scratched the ground with her claws in annoyance. One had to know that she came to help others, but in the end, she was the one being helped. Luo Qingtong was thinking about this when Jifeiyu, who was beside her, saw her actions and immediately laughed. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? He looked at the little white cat in front of him and was in a very good mood. He didn't know why. But he was very happy when he saw this little white cat. The other party's eyes seemed to be able to speak. Sometimes, Jifeiyu even felt like he wasn't talking to a cat, but to a person. Most importantly, the little fellow looked very obedient. When she was by his side, she never made a fuss or jumped around. Every time she did something unexpected, it was also very cute. For example, she liked to play with her hand. Jifeiyu always indulged her in playing around. Anyway, she wouldn't reach out her claws to hurt him. She would just step on his hand and play with it seriously. That look was very funny. Speaking of which, if it weren't for her appearance being too funny, Jifeiyu would have thought that she was checking his pulse. Thinking of how she tried to spread her 2 toes and put them on his wrist, Jifeiyu wanted to laugh. Now that he saw her lying on the ground and scratching her claws unhappily, he thought for a moment and immediately put his other hand in front of her. Shoo! Looking at the little white cat looking up at him in surprise, Jifeiyu smiled. As if he was talking to someone, he directly raised a finger and placed it on his lips. He shushed her softly, indicating for her not to scream. Come, play with me. But you can't scratch with your claws. You have to be gentle. Otherwise, you'll be discovered by Suiyu and the others. At that time, they'll definitely nag me. Also, you won't be able to play next time. As he spoke, he lovingly moved his other injured hand in front of Luo Qingtong and pulled open the sleeve on his wrist. He exposed his wound in front of the little white cat. Jifeiyu wondered if this little white cat had gotten tired of playing with his other hand, so she was unhappy. Since that was the case, he would let her play with his hand as well. Anyway, although the wound on his hand had not completely healed, it was no longer bleeding. As long as the little guy paid attention and didn't step on it too hard, it shouldn't be a problem. As he thought of this, he dotingly patted Luo Qingtong's head, saying, Come, let's play. When he said that, Luo Qingtong was speechless. What was this guy doing? Did he think that she took his pulse every day because she was playing with him? Furthermore, she wanted to play with his wound just because she was unhappy and didn't have anything to play with. Was she too careless or too stupid? I'm a cat now. I'll give your wound a scratch and a bite, and you'll know how to cry. Luo Qingtong was speechless for a while. She raised her claws to push his hand away. However, just as her claws touched Jifeiyu's hand, because the latter moved forward, Luo Qingtong's claws touched Jifeiyu's wound in an instant. The latter groaned in pain, but Luo Qingtong suddenly straightened her body. Meow. Luo Qingtong's eyes were filled with surprise. She stared at the wound on Jifeiyu's hand with her round eyes. The flesh on the latter's wound was rolling, and the scene on it was very bloody. Wang. In Luo Qingtong's mind, the consciousness of the heavenly spirit would begin to beat. Just as Luo Qingtong's claws touched Jifeiyu's wound, the consciousness of the heavenly spirit would in her mind began to beat. It had to be known that ever since the heavenly spirit would blocked the black fog formed by the resentment of the powerhouses in the fallen immortal land, it had been silent without any movement. Luo Qingtong originally wanted to wait until she returned to the True Spill continent before leaving. At that time, she would go to the other star domains and see if she could restore the heavenly spirit wood. She didn't expect that the seed of the heavenly spirit would suddenly tremble because she touched Jifeiyu's wound. It had to be known that the heavenly spirit would fed on souls, especially the power of resentment between heaven and earth, the power of Yin's souls, and the source of its power. Could it be that Jifeiyu's problem of not being able to cultivate had something to do with his soul? As Luo Qingtong thought this, she suddenly opened her blood-red eyes and looked at Jifeiyu's wound. When she had probed Jifeiyu's body before, she had intentionally or unintentionally avoided his wound. The main reason was that when she was squatting on Jifeiyu's shoulder, Suiyu and the others had told her not to touch Jifeiyu's wound. Luo Qingtong had unconsciously ignored Jifeiyu's wound. When she had probed Jifeiyu's body, she hadn't found anything wrong with his body. It was reasonable to say that there shouldn't be any problems with his wound, so Luo Qingtong had ignored it. Now that the heavenly spirit wood's consciousness had trembled, Luo Qingtong had reacted. She was afraid that she had overlooked something. Jifeiyu's body didn't have any problems, but that didn't mean that he really didn't have any problems. This matter was most likely related to his soul. And the only way for her to probe his soul would be through this wound of his. With that thought in mind, Luo Qingtong immediately pounced on Jifeiyu's wound. She carefully examined the wound on Jifeiyu's hand. Then, she thought for a moment and jumped out of the room. After a while, she jumped back in with a bottle of medicine in her mouth. Behind her was a group of maidservants who were chasing after her. Hey, kitten, give me back my medicine. You can't play with that. Suiyu and the others chased after Luo Qingtong's figure and rushed to Jifeiyu's room. However, they saw Luo Qingtong pouring the medicinal liquid in her mouth onto Jifeiyu's wound. They were immediately surprised. So you brought the medicine here to treat young master's injuries? She's really obedient. Jifeiyu was originally groaning in pain because Luo Qingtong's claws poked at his wound. His forehead was full of sweat. His body was very strange. He couldn't be injured at all. If he was injured, he would be in great pain. Not only that, his wound couldn't be healed by medicine. It could only be healed slowly by itself. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw Luo Qingtong holding the medicinal liquid in her mouth to treat his wound, he immediately smiled. "Thank you, but this medicinal liquid is useless to me." "Thank you for your concern." Ji Feiyu's smile was weak, but he still managed to support his body and stroked Luo Qingtong. However, Luo Qingtong ignored him. Her eyes were fixed on Ji Feiyu's wound. The moment the medicinal power was attached to Ji Feiyu's wound, Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes clearly revealed the unknown scene. Wisps of grayish-black aura rose from Ji Feiyu's flesh and blood, entangling and corroding the medicinal power. The wisps of medicinal power were devoured by the grayish-black marks. Slowly, the medicinal power was exhausted. When the grayish-black marks rose, Luo Qingtong also saw them clearly. The grayish-black aura completely intertwined into a net, wrapping Ji Feiyu's entire body in it. The aura permeated his limbs, bones, and flesh, and couldn't be separated at all. It was as if his entire body had become one. The grayish-black marks finally intertwined and sank into the top of Ji Feiyu's head. As expected, his illness came from his soul. When the grayish-black aura appeared, Luo Qingtong's consciousness of the heavenly spiritual tree in her mind trembled even more violently. It released a strong message to Luo Qingtong. If not for the fact that Luo Qingtong's soul was attached to Xiao Tuanzi's body and the heavenly spiritual tree's physical body wasn't by her side, the heavenly spiritual tree's seed would have already pounced on Ji Feiyu. It coveted the grayish-black aura very much. If it could absorb the grayish-black aura, it would be able to germinate from its seed state and obtain a new life. When the heavenly spiritual tree's consciousness trembled, Luo Qingtong also clearly saw that the grayish-black marks sank into Ji Feiyu's head, and an extremely thick blood-red line connected to the void behind him. Obviously, the grayish-black marks weren't the only problem on Ji Feiyu's body. There was something behind them that was controlling and connecting them. Simply removing the grayish-black marks wouldn't be of any use. Just as she was thinking about this, Little Pig's voice rang out in her mind. "Huh? Blood curse? Damn, there are still people who use such a sinister method to harm their own descendants." Little Pig was guarding Luo Qingtong's body in the tavern. When he felt the heavenly spiritual tree's consciousness tremble, he separated a part of his consciousness to take a look. He didn't expect to discover such a shocking matter. Blood curse. It was a method of using the bloodline connection to steal the lifespan and soul power of one's bloodline to provide for oneself. This was a type of evil magic. Who in the family Ji was so vicious that they actually planted this blood curse on Ji Feiyu's body? Moreover, it was the most vicious soul blood curse. The victim's soul would weaken, and in the end, they would completely dissipate and die. His soul power and lifespan would be completely absorbed by the person who had planted the blood curse on him. That person would possess all his talents and abilities. This kind of blood curse was extremely insidious. At the same time, because the conditions for casting the curse were extremely harsh, it was not easy to succeed. Once it was successful, it succeeded. The curse was found. The curses was killed. She didn't expect Ji Feiyu to be afflicted with such a blood curse. No wonder his body was healthy, but his Xiantian Dantian was perfect, yet he was trash. His soul power was constantly being absorbed, and he couldn't withstand the pressure of cultivation. After listening to Little Pig's explanation, Luo Qingtong immediately understood what was going on. So that's how it is. She finally understood what was going on. No wonder Ji Feiyu's body was weak and full of vitality, even though she felt that his body was very healthy and full of vitality. It turned out that the soul power in his body was constantly being robbed by someone through the aura of the blood curse. Due to the slow process and the concealment of the bloodline's aura, the blood curse had completely merged with Ji Feiyu's body. Therefore, Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes couldn't see the blood curse before it was fully revealed. This was because the blood curse was a part of Ji Feiyu's body and was only being controlled by someone through the bloodline connection. However, once Luo Qingtong discovered the existence of the blood curse, it would be troublesome for her to remove it. This was because even if she could remove the power of the blood curse from Ji Feiyu's body, as long as the person who cast the curse wanted to, it could still continue to curse Ji Feiyu. Therefore, the solution to the blood curse would ultimately depend on the person who cast the curse. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong wouldn't be able to do anything even if she removed the blood curse. On the contrary, it would only alert the other party and alert them. When Ji Feiyu returned to the Ji family, he was afraid that what awaited him would be the fate of death. This was because the person who cast the blood curse definitely wouldn't leave any variables behind. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtong immediately knelt on the ground with a frown. It seemed that if she wanted to completely free Ji Feiyu from the blood curse, she would have to return to the family Ji with him. Fortunately, the power of the blood curse in his body seemed to be a rare tonic for the heavenly spiritual wood. This way, returning to the family Ji with him wasn't a loss. She could even return the favor while she was at it. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtong no longer felt conflicted. However, even if she couldn't remove the power of the blood curse for the time being, Luo Qingtong couldn't let it continue to absorb Ji Feiyu's soul power. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong didn't know how long Ji Feiyu could last. If he was killed by the person who cast the blood curse, then it would be troublesome. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtong immediately straightened her body with a meow. At this time, Sui Yu and the others had already left. Previously, they were afraid that Luo Qingtong had picked up the medicine bottle and drank it by mistake. Now that they saw that she had picked it up for their young master, they did not pursue the matter. They only greeted Ji Feiyu and left directly. After they left, Luo Qingtong jumped onto Ji Feiyu's body. Meow, the latter was looking at her with a smile. He wasn't annoyed when she ran onto his back. But when he saw her constantly scratching his clothes, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Hey, little guy, what are you doing? Be careful not to fall." As he spoke, he raised his hand to take Luo Qingtong off his back. However, the latter glared at him and used her claws to scratch his hand away. Seeing Luo Qingtong persevering in using her claws to scratch his clothes, Ji Feiyu finally compromised. Okay. I'll let you play, okay?" Ji Feiyu looked helpless and took off his clothes. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong would have dug a big hole in his clothes. Ji Feiyu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it was someone else, they would definitely drive the little white cat away. But Ji Feiyu's temperament was generous and gentle, and he liked this little white cat very much. He felt that his mood was much better with it accompanying him. Therefore, he didn't get angry at her, but he had no choice but to take off his inner clothes. Of course, this was also because the person in front of him was a cat. Otherwise, he would never do such a thing. Even his personal maidservants, other than bandaging him when he was injured, Ji Feiyu usually wouldn't let them serve him close to help him change clothes or bathe. His personality was shy and simple, and at the same time, he regarded Sui Yu and the others as his younger sisters. He definitely wouldn't instruct them to do such a thing. What's more, he didn't want to be a cripple in terms of cultivation, and also a cripple in terms of life. Therefore, he had always taken care of the matters in his life by himself. And when Ji Feiyu took off his inner clothes, Luo Qingtong also raised her claws and gathered a force. With her soul power as the foundation, she drew a dragon snake inscription on his back. This was naturally a life-saving inscription pattern drawn on his body that could resist the suction force of the blood curse. This inscription pattern was drawn by Luo Qingtong's soul power. Almost as soon as it immersed into Ji Feiyu's body, it walked through his limbs and bones, isolating the blood curse power that had fused and wrapped Ji Feiyu's body. Ji Feiyu felt that the intense pain from his wounds had lessened by a lot. This was completely because when he was injured, it was equivalent to drawing a knife on the blood curse power in his body, destroying the blood curse power's absorption and traces of the blood curse power. Under such circumstances, the blood curse power's backlash naturally doubled the absorption of the soul power in his body, causing his body to become even weaker, and the pain from his wounds became even more unbearable. Therefore, it was abnormally painful and torturous. At this time, Luo Qingtong isolated the absorption of the blood curse power in his body. The pain tolerance of his wounds returned to normal, and naturally it wasn't so painful. At the same time, his soul power no longer disappeared, and his body was not so weak. Naturally, the feeling of pain was not so obvious. And when Ji Feiyu was surprised by the changes in his wounds, Luo Qingtong jumped down from his body again, and then her figure disappeared in front of him. After a while, she appeared in front of him with a bottle of pills in her mouth. Meow. Luo Qingtong put the pill bottle in her mouth on the ground and pushed it towards Ji Feiyu. This medicinal pill was naturally obtained from Sui Yu and the others. And Luo Qingtong. And Qingtong to Qingtong to Qingtong. To ching tong, ching tong. To ching tong. To ching tong. To ching tong, to ching tong, to ching tong. T king king tong, to ching tong. Her to ching tong. These guys, I'm trying to save your young master, you're making it seem like I'm playing around. In fact, in the eyes of Sui Yu and the others, Luo Qingtong was playing around, but they were also willing to indulge Luo Qingtong. Anyway, she was using their pills, and she was using them on their young master. What was wrong with that? Even if they knew that these pills were useless for their young master's injuries, there was no harm in it, right? It was enough to make their young master happy for a while. Since this little white cat came to their side, their young master's face was smiling more than before. After getting the bottle of elixir, Luo Qingtong immediately ran to a remote corner with the bottle of elixir in her mouth. She carefully poured out the elixir in the bottle with her cat claws. Then she engraved a medicinal inscription on it. She needed some of the efficacy of this elixir, but she couldn't use Tuanzi's body to extract the efficacy of this elixir. Fortunately, there were medicinal inscriptions in the inscription technique, which could strengthen and purify the efficacy of the elixir. Luo Qingtong opened her bloody eyes, removed the efficacy that she didn't want, and purified it. Very soon, it finished needing a new pill and was successful. With this bottle of elixir, she quickly returned to Ji Feiyu. The latter didn't know about this at all. At this moment, he looked at the elixir that the little fellow had poured out of the bottle. It was so badly needed that it didn't look like an elixir, but a lump of mud. His face was full of helplessness and indulgence. This elixir had been played with by this little fellow and looked very bad, but Ji Feiyu didn't show any disdain on his face. Is this for me? For me to eat? He pinched the elixir that looked like a mud ball and looked at Luo Qingtong. Meow. Luo Qingtong nodded and pushed the empty bottle in front of her forward. Then she raised her claws and scratched his hand that was holding the pill, urging him to eat it quickly. Otherwise, the efficacy that was specially gathered and purified by the medicinal inscription technique would dissipate into the elixir again. At that time, she would lose the efficacy of the elixir that she wanted to make for Ji Feiyu. She also knew that the elixir she made now didn't look very good. But she didn't have hands and feet, and it wasn't her original body, so she couldn't refine the elixir at all. She could only let Ji Feiyu eat this elixir. If he didn't want to eat it, then he didn't have this blessing. Anyway, the power of the blood curse that she wanted to make for him had been isolated. The power of this elixir was only to provide him with the soul power to recover. At the same time, it was also to let the power of the blood curse have something to absorb, so that the person who put the curse on the family Ji wouldn't find anything wrong and forcibly strengthen the power of the blood curse. At that time, the unlucky one would still be Ji Feiyu. For her, there was no loss. Looking at the little white cat's actions, Ji Feiyu's heart felt warm. This elixir looked so bad. If it was someone else, they would definitely not eat it. However, Ji Feiyu didn't mind it at all and directly swallowed the pill. This was the first time he received concern from a cat. The little fellow's protection of him. Wasn't it just a dirty elixir? What was it? In fact, when Ji Feiyu saw the pill bottle, he knew that Luo Qingtong must have gotten this pill from Sui Yu and the others. Thinking of the scene where it picked up the medicinal liquid for him and poured it on his wound, Ji Feiyu smiled. Seeing him eat the elixir, Luo Qingtong was very satisfied. Fortunately, the other party didn't waste her painstaking efforts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered with him. With her cat-like body, it would be very difficult for her to make such an elixir for him. If he didn't eat it, it would save her a lot of trouble. After Ji Feiyu ate this elixir, he immediately noticed an obvious change. He felt that the weakness in his body seemed to have lessened. The feeling of being very weak all the time in the past, as if he could faint at any time after taking 2 steps, seemed to be gone. He felt indescribably relaxed and clear-minded, as if he had lived a new life. Ji Feiyu looked at Luo Qingtong in surprise. If it was a coincidence that Luo Qingtong patted his back for a while, causing the pain of his wound to lessen, then what was going on with this medicinal pill now? Could it be that this medicinal pill wasn't taken from Sui Yu and the others? Thinking of this, he suddenly said to Luo Qingtong, "Little guy, this was made by you? What did you give me to eat?" Knowing that Luo Qingtong wouldn't answer him, Ji Feiyu couldn't help but ask. All of this was really too strange. Could it be that this little white cat had cured his innate weakness? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but do what he did every time in the past. He directly closed his eyes and began to circulate the mental cultivation method and began to draw qi into his body. Jifeiyu used to do this every time, but every time he did it, he would only be disappointed. Therefore, slowly, he stopped doing it. Only occasionally, in the dead of night, he still couldn't help but draw qi into his body. Because every time he drew qi into his body, he felt it. However, after the spiritual energy entered his body, it disappeared without a trace. Jifeiyu never wanted to believe that he was a cripple. But he really couldn't leave behind the spiritual energy that he drew qi into his body. For this reason, he didn't know how many alchemists he had seen, but all of them said that there was no problem with his body. Slowly, Jifeiyu gave up and believed that he was a cripple. But in his heart, he couldn't completely accept it. But now, under his drawing qi into his body, all the power was left behind. It was really left behind. He could cultivate. Jifeiyu looked at the power flowing in his body with surprise and shock. In a short moment, he rose to the level of martial master, and his strength directly crossed the martial disciple and martial warrior realm. This was only the first time he drew qi into his body. At this time, others could barely comprehend the existence of spiritual energy. However, Jifeiyu's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The speed of his advancement was comparable to when Luo Qingtong had suppressed her strength to recover. However, Luo Qingtong had already reached this level of strength and had regained her strength. This was Jifeiyu's first time cultivating. He had never come into contact with power or cultivated before, yet he had broken through to the martial master realm so quickly. If others didn't know, they would probably think that he was the one who had regained his strength after losing it. Luo Qingtong was speechless. Could it be said that he was indeed a genius? This cultivation breakthrough speed was simply too fast. While Luo Qingtong was speechless, Jifeiyu laughed. He picked up Luo Qingtong and spun her around. Thank you. Thank you, little guy. Thank you for helping me, for curing my illness. Jifeiyu's laughter attracted all of Suiyu and the others to rush over. Originally, when they saw him spinning around with the little white cat in his arms, they quickly rushed over and exclaimed, "Young master, be careful." However, when they discovered the aura of power emitted from Jifeiyu's body, their faces instantly froze. Then, they stopped in their tracks. Young master? Everyone's faces were filled with tears and laughter. They looked at Jifeiyu, who looked incomparably healthy, and couldn't believe their eyes. Haha. Suiyu, look, I'm fine. From now on, I'm no longer a trash. Jifeiyu looked at Suiyu and the others with bright eyes. The latter and the others also cried tears of joy. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Xianxia stood outside the courtyard with a cold expression. He could vaguely hear the sounds of crying and laughing coming from Jifeiyu's room, but he didn't care at all. He didn't know what was going on in Jifeiyu's room, but ever since Jifeiyu injured himself last time, the sound of Suiyu and the others crying could be heard from time to time. It was probably the same this time. Thus, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to investigate. As long as he safely protected Jifeiyu until the marriage proposal was successful and sent him back to the family Ji, everything would be fine. Otherwise, this trash would use his safety to threaten him again and suffer an unexpected calamity. Thinking of how Jifeiyu had used self-harm to threaten him in order to protect that strange girl called Luo Xiaoqi, Xianxia felt depressed and disdainful. This was probably the only way this piece of trash could threaten him. Thinking of this, Xianxia unwillingly lowered his head and reported. When Jifeiyu and the others heard his voice, the room suddenly fell silent. Not for anything else, but the fact that Jifeiyu could cultivate couldn't be known to others. Especially if Xianxia and the others knew. Otherwise, who knew what they would do? Jifeiyu was originally the son of the first wife of the family Jifeiyu. He was naturally a candidate for the position of young master. It was only because he was born with a weak body that he couldn't cultivate that he couldn't become the young master. Now that his illness was cured, who knew how many people in the family Ji would be shocked and depressed? This was definitely something that would turn the family Ji upside down. Before returning to a safe place, this matter couldn't be known to others. Everyone looked at each other and immediately reached a consensus. Young master understands. Commander Qin, you can leave. Suiyu and the others raised their voices. Then, they looked at Ji Feiyu. Young master, we will be very happy to know that you can cultivate. But we can't reveal this matter yet. Qin Xiong and the others have been neglectful and disdainful of you. If he knew that young master could cultivate, he would definitely be terrified. He might even kill young master at all costs. So, young master, you can't let them know that you can cultivate. Everything can wait until we return to the family Ji, okay? Yes. Ji Feiyu listened to Suiyu and the others and nodded. His mind was exquisite. Just by relying on some of the explanations and experiences in the ancient books, he could solve the cultivation problems of Suiyu and the others. His mind was sharp and agile, so he naturally knew what was best for him. I know. Everything still depends on Kitten. Little guy, thank you so much. He looked at Luo Qingtong, who had struggled out of his arms and was squatting on his shoulder. The latter's expression was indifferent, and he did not say anything as he listened to his words. Speaking of this matter, it was all thanks to Ji Feiyu's good character. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong might not have helped him. As the saying goes, there must be an effect for every cause. If Ji Feiyu hadn't helped Luo Qingtong time and time again, she wouldn't have helped him. Ji Feiyu wasn't angry that the little white cat didn't respond to him. He looked at Luo Qingtong and was already sure that it was definitely not an ordinary little white cat. He didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was. It was actually so understanding and could even help him solve his weak body. Could it be some kind of spirit beast? There were many types of beasts in this world, but spirit beasts were extremely hard to find. Their species and grades weren't necessarily rare, but because they were infused with the laws of heaven and earth, they could cultivate independently like humans and constantly transform. To be honest, a powerful spirit beast might not be inferior to a divine beast. Could this little white cat be a spirit beast? However, although Ji Feiyu thought so, his attitude towards Luo Qingtong didn't change much. Because in his opinion, regardless of whether Luo Qingtong was a spirit beast or not, she was still that cute little white cat. His original intention of bringing her back wasn't because she could help him. Changing his attitude towards her purely because she might be a spirit beast was an insult to this little white cat. At the same time, it was also a kind of disrespect to her. Therefore, Ji Feiyu didn't change his attitude towards her and still treated her the same as before. He gently patted Luo Qingtong's head, then changed his clothes and took her, Suiyu, and the others to meet the people from the Star Alliance. Before they left, Suiyu and the others had already brought over some medicine to cover their breath and had Ji Feiyu take it. When the group arrived at the main hall, the people from the Star Alliance were already waiting there. These people were all sent by the leader of the Star Alliance. The leader had received Mo Zhiling's words and sent people here to tell Ji Feiyu and the others that he attached great importance to this marriage proposal. Therefore, he was going to hold a banquet in the main square to announce this matter to the world. He wanted everyone to know that the Star Alliance and the family Ji had become in-laws and that Ji Feiyu wanted to marry Mo Zhiling. He asked Ji Feiyu to propose to Mo Zhiling in public on that day to show how much he valued Mo Zhiling and the Star Alliance. Ji Feiyu couldn't refuse the leader of the Star Alliance's request. Now that he was able to cultivate, he naturally did not intend to break off the engagement. Thinking about how Mo Zhiling was going to marry a trash like him, even though his problem of not being able to cultivate had been cured, he still needed more time to observe. Not only that, but because of some matters with the Ji family, he couldn't announce this to the public. This really made Mo Zhiling feel wronged. Therefore, Ji Feiyu, who felt guilty, nodded and agreed even though he didn't like this kind of high-profile and ostentatious occasion. On the other hand, Qin Xiong and the others were extremely proud and complacent. In their eyes, this was the time for them to shine. The Alliance Master of the Star Alliance knew how to conduct himself very well. He had actually made such a big deal out of their marriage proposal. He was really very smart. Everyone was very satisfied. Only Luo Qingtong squatted on Ji Feiyu's shoulder, meowed softly and waved her tail. If she hadn't guessed wrong, there was something fishy about this banquet. She had originally thought that these people who came with Ji Feiyu to meet the Star Alliance would find out about Mo Zhiling's tragic situation. These people were most likely here to break off the engagement. After all, what Mo Zhuling had done to Su Xiaoxiao and the others in the mirror array had already been exposed. How could the Star Alliance not deal with her and allow her to arrogantly hold a marriage proposal banquet and marry Ji Feiyu? Just thinking about it made it seem impossible. However, this had happened. How could Luo Qingtong not think too much about it? Other than the black fog, Mo Zhuling might have some other trump card that forced the people of the Star Alliance to compromise in fear. This banquet was held for Ji Feiyu and the others. This was also good. She didn't want to disgust herself by putting Ji Feiyu, a beautiful flower, on top of Mo Zhuling's pile of cow dung. As Luo Qingtong thought about this, she suddenly smiled with great interest. While Ji Feiyu and the others were sending off the members of the Star Alliance, somewhere else in Star City. In a luxurious courtyard. A very handsome man picked up a white letter and looked at the contents. He suddenly smiled. Mo Zhuling sent me a letter. She wants me to propose marriage to her at the marriage proposal banquet in 2 days. As he spoke, he casually tore up the letter in his hand. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s said in a low voice, Mo Zhuling probably thinks that young master is deeply in love with her and that you only want her. His expression was one of disdain. A woman like Mo Zhuling, if not for the fact that she had shown her abilities and the quality of the pills she had taken out were extremely high, she would have been a member of the Star Alliance. Furthermore, her identity as the eldest daughter of the Star Alliance would be of great help to them in their investigation. They might not have bothered with her for so long. Now, she actually wanted young master to propose marriage to her in front of everyone. Did she really think that she was a heavenly daughter who was insufferably arrogant? When he said that, the handsome but slightly cold man snorted and sneered. If she wants me to propose marriage to her, then I'll do it. In any case, whether I marry her or not is up to me. Lu Yu didn't take this matter to heart at all. In his opinion, if he could propose marriage to Mo Zhuling, he could naturally break off the engagement as well. With his family background and power, did he really need to explain anything to Mo Zhuling and the others? What a joke. Moreover, given Mo Zhuling's behavior of seducing him even though she already had a fiancé, it was already an honor to call her *TCH. He could play with this kind of person if he wanted to. If he didn't want to play with her or if she was no longer useful, he could just throw her away. What was the big deal? Therefore, he didn't care at all. The members of the Lu family at the 7-star field also thought the same. Yes, young master, you're the one who understands. Your subordinates are not as good as you. The middle-aged man flattered Lu Yu and said, then I'll send her a message immediately and tell her that young master will definitely be there. Yes. Lu Yu responded in a low voice. Then, he said, let her be happy for a while. It'll be easier to get information out of her. By the way, you've been investigating for so long. Have you found out where her abilities come from? The quality of the pills Mo Zhuling took out were extremely high. Even Lu Yu and the others would drool at the sight of them. However, there seemed to be a mysterious power behind her, so they didn't dare to casually investigate her. Otherwise, with Mo Zhuling's status, they would have caught her long ago after she revealed such an ability in front of him. They would have skinned her and broken her bones to get to the bottom of her secrets and the source of her pills. It was because of that mysterious power that Lu Yu and the others didn't dare to act rashly. They pretended to be attracted to Mo Zhuling and couldn't extricate themselves. In reality, he was just feigning civility with her. No. The middle-aged man said respectfully. Speaking of which, this matter was really strange. Mo Zhuling's abilities came from a strange place. Those high-grade pills also came from a strange place. After all, they had investigated and found out that Mo Zhuling wasn't an alchemist. Those pills didn't belong to her. However, they couldn't find any clues. Yes, let's put this matter aside for now. Don't alarm the person behind her. Lu Yu coldly snorted and then asked, then what about the True Spill continent? It's still the same. As the middle-aged man said this, he was a bit depressed. Not only were they unable to find the source of Mo Zhuling's matter, but there was also something strange about the True Spill continent. It was clearly a low-level continent, but the people of the Star Alliance were so secretive about it. All information about it had been erased from the market. They had investigated it in many ways, but besides knowing that it was a low-level continent that had suddenly risen up and was under the protection of the Star Alliance, they knew nothing else. The more it's like this, the more it proves that the information left behind by my family is correct. As Lu Yu said this, his eyes flashed with excitement and fanaticism. He thought back to what his family had said about the Truespill continent. It was highly likely that there were sector beasts in the Truespill continent, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Sector beast, in the legends, that was an existence even more fierce than a god beast. If one could obtain it, even if one was an extreme piece of trash, they could still become an invincible overlord. If a sector beast was raised, its might would be indescribable. Originally, he had been very suspicious about the information left behind by his family. After all, how could such an existence exist on a low-level continent? He had only come to the Star Wilderness with the intention of giving it a try, but he didn't expect to hear all sorts of things about the Truespill continent. He couldn't help but conclude that there was indeed such a thing. Otherwise, why would the Star Alliance place so much importance on the tiny Truespill continent? The more secretive they were, the more it meant that there was a secret on the Truespill continent. They completely regarded the Star Alliance's protection of the Truespill continent as the protection of a secret. Lu Yu and the others had accidentally connected the matter of the sector beast with the Truespill continent. However, he wasn't completely sure about the situation on the Truespill continent, so he wasn't in a hurry to act. He wanted to inquire more about the sector beast from Mo Zhuling. He wanted to see how much the Star Alliance knew about the existence of the sector beast. Had they obtained it, if they had obtained it, or were about to obtain it, then. Lu Yu's eyes revealed a trace of cold-killing intent. At this time, in the headquarters of the Star Alliance, Mo Zhuling received a reply from Lu Yu and smiled. She knew that young patriarch Lu Yu would not reject her. On the day of the marriage proposal banquet, she would be the center of attention, so what if the people of Truespill continent had the support of that man? The other party wasn't here. Moreover, as long as she didn't harm anyone from the Truespill continent, even if the other members of the Star Alliance wanted to cause trouble for her, it would be useless. However, young Master Lu Yu beside her was different. With him around, who would dare to lay a hand on her? And as long as she casually instigated a few words, young Master Lu Yu's people would attack the people of Truespill continent. Who could blame it on her? Mo Zhuling had thought it through very clearly. Now that his trump card had been exposed, he could only go all out. They wanted to use Lu Yu's people to deal with the people of Truespill continent. She didn't believe that even if Luo Qingtong could hide, would she not care about the people of Truespill continent? Humph. As Mo Zhuling thought this, he suddenly smiled with great satisfaction. However, the moment he touched her face, her expression turned ferocious. It wasn't because of anything else, but because of the injuries she had received in the mirror array. Damn it, that little white cat, what exactly was it? Mo Zhuling investigated clearly after this. That was not the restriction of the mirror array at all. He didn't know how the little white cat had entered the mirror array. And why it was targeting him. Mo Zhuling gritted his teeth in hatred. Luo Qingtong was beside Ji Feiyu at this time, continuing to torment the medicinal power in the medicinal pill for him. Every time she took away from Suiyu and the others, it was not the same medicinal pill. She only used the medicinal inscription technique to purify and remove it. The medicinal pills that were pinched by her claws still did not look good. But Ji Feiyu knew that it was for his own good, so naturally, he ate all of it. After Suiyu and the others knew that all of this was done by Luo Qingtong, they treated her even better. The most obvious manifestation was they made a lot of small dried fish for Luo Qingtong. The latter was about to cry from being fed by them. She was not a real cat. Are these guys done yet? Even if it was a real cat, it would be sick of eating too much small dried fish. These scary women. Luo Qingtong tearfully looked at the big white rice that she used to have for every meal was all replaced with small dried fish. She was simply cursing in her heart, but she could not say it out loud. She could only use her claws to knock over her bowl to protest. After a few times, Suiyu and the others finally knew that she did not like to eat small dried fish. AI, Little White is really a different cat. Yes. It actually doesn't like to eat small dried fish and likes to eat white rice. So amazing. Right, no wonder it can cure our young master. At first, Luo Qingtong did not have any problems listening to them. She just minded her own business and ate her own food. but when she heard the end, she almost spat out a mouthful of rice. Damn, what did this have to do with her not eating small dried fish? Also, who is Little White? You are the Little White, you bunch of scary women are the real noobs. On the other hand, Ji Feiyu was watching their interaction with a smile. From time to time, he would give Luo Qingtong some of the food on his table and then take some for himself. All these years, because he was born weak, his body and appetite were not very good. Therefore, he usually ate very little. But in the past few days, because of the little white cat's company, his appetite had become a little better. Especially now that his body's problems had been resolved, his appetite was improving day by day, and his body was becoming healthier day by day. This was all thanks to the little white cat. Therefore, he also fell in love with feeding the little white cat. Especially when Luo Qingtong was surrounded by dried fish, she would look at him as if he was the savior of the world, which made him laugh out loud. His mood became more and more cheerful day by day. And Luo Qingtong was saved by him, so she ate even more desperately. She was afraid that Suiyu's group of terrifying women would think of some way to torment her again. This group of fanatical women with the body of a tomboy and the heart of a young girl was really too scary, and Ji Feiyu's strength was steadily increasing, and he soon broke through to the martial emperor realm. Almost in a few days, he caught up with others for a few years, or even more than 10 years. The day of the marriage proposal banquet arrived. The entire Star Alliance was full of gongs and drums, and firecrackers were set off all over the place. On the streets and alleys, everyone was discussing the upcoming marriage proposal banquet, which diluted what had happened in the mirror array. In fact, the leader of the Star Alliance also took action to suppress this matter. At this moment, no one in Star City dared to mention that matter anymore. Luo Qingtong squatted beside Ji Feiyu. She looked at the man's white hair and red clothes. His stunning appearance made her feel that Mo Zhuling was a pile of cow dung. Fortunately, Mo Zhuling was a pile of cow dung. Otherwise, she would have wasted such a handsome man. While Luo Qingtong was thinking about this, everyone had already taken their seats at the banquet. Su Xiaoxiao and the others had also been invited by the Star Alliance. It was said that the leader of the Star Alliance had requested them to give them an explanation at the banquet. No one knew what Mo Zhuling and the leader of the Star Alliance were up to. However, they naturally had to get back the justice that they deserved. Previously, the leader of the Star Alliance had angrily left in front of the mirror array, saying that he would make Mo Zhuling give them an explanation. However, he had never returned. Not only had Su Xiaoxiao and the others not received an explanation, but Elder Feng and the others had also not received one. This time, the leader of the Star Alliance had wantonly held a marriage proposal banquet. Elder Feng and the others had originally planned to stop it. However, for some unknown reason, the leader of the Star Alliance had solemnly declared that he would settle everything at the marriage proposal banquet. At that time, he would naturally give them an explanation. If they still insisted on punishing Mo Zhuling at that time, he would definitely not stop them. As soon as he said that, everyone knew that his trump card should be at the marriage proposal banquet. However, although the family Ji was a top family in the 8-star region, everyone knew that the leader of the Star Alliance had insisted on this marriage proposal. It was still uncertain whether the leader of the Star Alliance would support them or not. After all, it was said that the disciple sent to marry Mo Zhuling was the legitimate son of the family Ji, but in reality, he was useless and abandoned. Under such circumstances, did he still expect to use the power and status of the family Ji to shut them up? If Elder Feng and the others cared, they wouldn't have forced him to abdicate. However, no matter what they said, the leader of the Star Alliance remained calm. He had been operating in the Star Alliance for many years. Even though Mo Zhuling's actions in the mirror array had hurt his reputation, there were still many forces supporting him. After all, they were all in the same boat. Those who relied on the leader of the Star Alliance could be dissatisfied with him. However, it was impossible for her to watch him suffer. Moreover, this time, the leader of the Star Alliance had made a solemn vow. Naturally, everyone wanted to believe him one more time and support him. As a result, the voices of Elder Feng and the others were suppressed. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao and the others were sitting at the banquet and watching the show. Yuan who snorted coldly as he ate the fruit in his hand. I wonder what Mo Zhuling is up to. Don't tell me she wants that so-called family Ji to help her deal with us? Yuan, who thought about it over and over again. He didn't know how Mo Zhuling was going to deal with them. Anyway, that woman definitely didn't have good intentions. He just didn't know whether the family G would help her or not. Tisk, speaking of which, that family G is really unlucky to marry such a vicious and restless woman. I don't know how miserably he will be tormented in the future. Sooner or later, his family will be ruined by her. Yuan, who mumbled as he held the fruit in his hand. I heard that the son of the family G is a rare handsome man. This is really a case of a fresh flower being stuck in cow dung. Before Yuanhu could finish his sentence, he felt a lump in his throat and nearly choked himself to death. Little white cat. It's that little white cat. His voice rang out. Su Xiaoxiao and the others all looked outside and saw Luo Qingtong hopping towards them from outside the square. After entering the square, Luo Qingtong saw them and immediately rushed towards them. Because today's occasion was special, Luo Qingtong didn't want to appear in front of Mo Zhuling, lest he used her as an excuse to deal with Ji Feiyu and the others. If that happened, Luo Qingtong would inexplicably become a scapegoat. How unhappy would that be? Therefore, after Ji Feiyu and the others arrived at the square, she jumped down from the carriage and rushed straight to the banquet. When she saw Su Xiaoxiao and the others, she immediately ran over. Originally, she was planning to find them after leaving the mirror array. However, because of Ji Feiyu's matter, she was delayed. Now, she could take the opportunity to see how they were doing. Su Xiaoxiao and the others were also very surprised to see Luo Qingtong. This little white cat was actually not the restriction in the mirror array. Everyone, like Mo Zhuling, thought that Luo Qingtong was the restriction in the mirror array. After it was triggered, it went to deal with Mo Zhuling. They were very grateful to the little white cat. They didn't expect that it wasn't the restriction in the mirror array. Not only that, but it also appeared in front of them alive. Everyone was surprised. Yuan, who forcibly swallowed the piece of fruit stuck in his throat. Then, he hurriedly waved at Luo Qingtong and said, "Little white cat, come here quickly." He finally knew to lower his voice. Fortunately, during the banquet, the attendants and people from various families and forces were walking around and taking their seats. It was very noisy, so no one heard the shout just now. Luo Qingtong glanced at this silly guy and jumped onto the stool near them. She wagged her tail and looked at them. "Little white cat, is it really you? You are, the little white cat in the mirror array?" After she jumped up, Yuan Hu and the others immediately scattered and surrounded Luo Qingtong. The group of people surrounded her so that she would not be seen by others. After all, this little white cat had ruined Mo Zhuling's plan to deal with them. If that woman saw it, wouldn't she fly into a rage? At that time, this little white cat might be in danger. After all, they were outside the mirror array and in the territory of the Star Alliance. Who knew if this little white cat could deal with Mo Zhuling and the others? Therefore, Yuan Hu and the others all surrounded Luo Qingtong, leaving no gap. In the eyes of others, they had suddenly changed places and were sitting close to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. This kind of behavior would definitely be unacceptable if it was done by others. After all, at such a banquet, there were rules about who could sit where. It was impossible to sit casually. But Su Xiaoxiao and the others were different. Everyone knew that the higher-ups of the Star Alliance valued them very much. Ordinary powerhouses from high-level continents might not even have a status as high as theirs. As long as they didn't sit in the same seats as the higher-ups of the Star Alliance, no one would care about them. After they surrounded her, Luo Qingtong meowed softly and nodded, indicating that she was the little white cat in the mirror array. Su Xiaoxiao and the others had already known that it was unusual. They were afraid that it was not an ordinary little white cat, so they were not surprised to see it nodding. They just smiled and said to it, "I didn't expect it to be you. Thank you so much for what you did in the mirror array." The little white cat that Luo Qingtong transformed into was different from other little white cats. One could see that she was different at a glance. Especially her eyes, they were unusually smart, sharp, and domineering. Su Xiaoxiao and the others could recognize her at a glance. Seeing her nod, they all laughed. Ling Yu directly called a waiter to bring a plate of dried fish and then brought it in front of Luo Qingtong. "Come, little guy, eat." "Thank you." Luo Qingtong looked at the plate of dried fish and her forehead was full of black lines. Why did these people express their gratitude in the same way as Sui Yu and the others? She really didn't like to eat dried fish. Meow, Luo Qingtong coldly snorted and pushed away the plate of dried fish. Then, she looked up at Su Xiaoxiao and the others. The latter and the others had grown faster than she had imagined. After she left the True Spill continent, their strength had increased to the point where they were about to break through to the Venerable Realm. It had to be known that even in the 7 or 8-star domains, it was very common to see people at their age reach this level. Even in a 6-star region, only the direct descendants of mid-tier clans could reach this level. However, Su Xiaoxiao and the others had reached this step by relying on their fearless spirit and tenacity. During this time, when Luo Qingtong was by Ji Feiyu's side, she would often sneak out to inquire about Su Xiaoxiao and the others. She knew a lot about them and knew that their strength was hard to come by. They were all very good. Luo Qingtong felt a burst of warmth in her heart when she thought that they were all so desperate and fearless because of her. She tilted her head and looked at Su Xiaoxiao and the others. Su Xiaoxiao and the others also felt very strange. They didn't know why, but when they looked at the little white cat, they felt that she was very cute and very happy. However, when they saw it sizing them up, they did not know why, but a sense of pride involuntarily rose in their hearts. It was as if what was looking at them was not a cat, but their boss. It was really strange. Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong strangely. Ling Yuer, who had wanted to touch Luo Qingtong, lowered her hand awkwardly when she saw Luo Qingtong's gaze. It was strange. It was just the gaze of a little white cat. They felt as if they were facing their boss, which made them feel both proud and strange at the same time. Just as everyone was feeling strange in their hearts, a voice from outside immediately attracted their attention. Suddenly, a voice came from the outside. Young Master Ji of the 8-star Dongting region's family Ji has arrived. Everyone knew that the Dongting family Ji was the family Ji who had a marriage alliance with Mo Zhuling. And this young Master Ji should be Mo Zhuling's fiancé, the main character of this marriage proposal banquet. Therefore, when they heard this voice, everyone turned to look outside the banquet hall. At this moment, Ji Feiyu, Sui Yu, and the others stepped into the plaza where the banquet was held. This was where the main plaza's platform was located. It was where the Star Alliance's people announced important events and held grand events. The main plaza's platform was about 1,000 feet tall. It stood in the center of the plaza and was surrounded by white jade railings. The ground was also paved with magic cloud stones that could not be bought with money. When people walked on the magic cloud stones, regardless of whether they knew how to cultivate or whether they had strength, they would feel like they had stepped through the clouds. It was very popular among the forces in the Star region. If you were not a powerful force, you would not be able to afford the magic cloud stones to pave the entire platform. At this moment, Ji Feiyu, who was dressed in red and had white hair that was slightly tilted to one side of his shoulders, walked over. It was as if everyone present was a fake immortal disguised as a mortal. He was the only one who had stepped through the clouds. His clothes fluttered in the wind as if he was a real immortal. His eyes were especially clear and clean. His temperament was generous and gentle. When he walked slowly, it was as if there was light around him. Even Qin Xiong, Sui Yu, and the others who were walking behind him could not hide his elegance even if their auras were monstrous and they exuded a powerful strength that no one else could reach. Damn. This is Mo Zhuling's fiancé, the son of that family Ji? Yuan who looked at Ji Feiyu, who was walking slowly like a cloud and wind, with a shocked expression. He could not believe his eyes. Oh my god. What a waste. What a waste. Such a godlike person is actually the fiancé of that vicious woman, Mo Zhuling? This is more than a flower stuck in cow dung. Compared to him, Mo Zhuling is not even a piece of cow dung, okay? God is really unfair these days. That vicious woman, Mo Zhuling, actually has such a godlike fiancé? And this fiancé is from an 8-star Star region family. That woman, Mo Zhuling, is too lucky? Yuan who beat his chest to express his dissatisfaction. Damn, how could that woman be worthy of such a godlike person? Furthermore, this young Master Ji looked very gentle and easy to talk to. If he married Mo Zhuling in the future, who knew how he would be tormented by that vicious woman? That was too tragic. It was simply a tragedy, Yuan Hu thought. He did not even have the mood to eat. Damn, no wonder Mo Zhuling had said that he would give them an explanation at this banquet. It turned out that he had already seen through this young Master Ji's character. The other party looked so gentle and kind. How could he be a match for that vicious woman? He would probably be used as a gun. At that time, she could use the Ji family to cause trouble for them. He fears as use a b, Yuan Hu's a's. Su Xiaoxiao and the others frowned as they watched Ji Feiyu slowly walk over. If the family Ji really helped Mo Zhuling, Elder Feng and the others might not be able to stop them. That woman, Mo Zhuling, was really too hateful. It seemed that she was determined to use the family Ji. Luo Qingtong, on the other hand, was carefully observing Mo Zhuling. She looked at Ji Feiyu with a trace of amazement in her eyes. However, that trace of amazement quickly disappeared from her eyes. He was just a good-for-nothing. What was there to pretend to be? To Mo Zhuling, no matter how good-looking Ji Feiyu was, he would still be frustrated if he wasn't strong enough. If she, Mo Zhuling, was going to marry someone strong. Not only was he strong, but he also had to have a high status. As for Ji Feiyu, he only had a face and no strength. She wouldn't even want him to be her dog, let alone marry him. With that thought in mind, she immediately shifted her gaze away with a look of disdain. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes when she saw this. It seemed that Mo Zhuling had other plans for this proposal banquet. He wasn't really going to marry Ji Feiyu. Since that was the case, she was relieved. Otherwise, it would be like what Yuan Hu had said, a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Although Mo Zhuling was worse than cow dung in her eyes, there was no better way to describe it. She would just have to put up with it. It was a good thing that Mo Zhuling didn't like Ji Feiyu. When Ji Feiyu became strong enough, she wouldn't be able to cry. She was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to cry. She had inexplicably given up on such a monstrous genius with great potential. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she sat down leisurely on the stool where Yuan Hu and the others were sitting. She slowly ate the fruits they had prepared for her. Everyone was conflicted for a while, but they didn't think too much about it. In short, they had to deal with whatever came their way. If they couldn't control the development of the situation, it was useless to worry. It was better to conserve energy and wait for Mo Zhuling to make a move. That way, they would be able to deal with him. As everyone thought of this, they stopped paying attention to Ji Feiyu. The latter and the others were led to their seats by the people from the Star Alliance. They were arranged to sit in the front row, near the chairman. Mo Zhuling was sitting opposite them. Suiyu and the others frowned when they saw that Mo Zhuling didn't even look at them. Sister Suiyu, don't you think the attitude of the Star Alliance's eldest daughter is a bit strange? The group of maidservants looked at Suiyu and whispered. The latter frowned and said, maybe the Star Alliance's miss is in a bad mood. Suiyu's voice was very uncertain. Along the way, they vaguely heard some things about the young lady of the Star Alliance, but it wasn't very clear. Suiyu also didn't dare to casually tell Ji Feiyu. Their future young master's wife was probably not an easy person to get along with. If what they heard was true, then Mo Zhuling's mind was extremely vicious. Not only that, he was also extremely sinister. Otherwise, he wouldn't have harmed people in the mirror array. However, Suiyu and the others did not know whether this matter was true or false, so it was not easy to judge. They could only hope that what they had heard was false. While everyone was worried, Ji Feiyu absent-mindedly thought about Luo Qingtong, who suddenly left. As soon as the white cat left the carriage, it ran away without a trace. Ji Feiyu somewhat regretted bringing it to this banquet. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left, right? However, just as Ji Feiyu thought of this, he smiled bitterly. He had forgotten that they were the ones who had picked up the little fellow along the way. Even if he didn't bring it to this banquet, it would still leave when its master came looking for it, or if it discovered its master's traces. As Ji Feiyu thought of this, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. At this time, in the banquet, everyone arrived one after another. The banquet was full of people. Thank you, everyone, for coming to my daughter's marriage proposal banquet. This banquet is specially held for my daughter. I want everyone to share my joy. As he spoke, he glanced in the direction of Ji Feiyu and the others. The latter and the others immediately became the focus of the entire scene. Even though they knew that Ji Feiyu couldn't cultivate, the crowd still envied Mo Zhuling for being able to marry such a person. Firstly, Ji Feiyu's face was as clear as the wind and clear as the moon. He was a handsome man that was hard to come by. Secondly, Ji Feiyu was backed by the Dongting family Ji. Regardless of whether he could cultivate or not, his status as a member of the family Ji represented everything. Furthermore, he was the son of the first wife and was highly valued by his parents. Although he didn't have a high status in the family Ji, he was at least someone who couldn't be ignored or humiliated. Such a status was completely unattainable for the families of the Nine-Star region. To put it bluntly, if he could cultivate, Mo Zhuling wouldn't have gotten the chance to get engaged to him. Under everyone's gaze, Ji Feiyu stood up and bowed to the leader of the Star Alliance. Then, he solemnly proposed, "Family Ji Feiyu is proposing marriage to the leader of the Star Alliance. I sincerely hope that the leader of the Star Alliance will marry his beloved daughter, Mo Zhuling, to me. In the future, my glory will be her glory, and her humiliation will be my humiliation. We will never leave each other, and we will live together." This was the biggest promise that Ji Feiyu could make to the leader of the Star Alliance. He didn't know if he would like Mo Zhuling in the future. Perhaps he wouldn't like her in this lifetime. But even so, as long as she was his wife, Ji Feiyu would protect her well. He would keep her away from pain and humiliation. He couldn't tell her that he could cultivate yet. But even if his strength increased in the future, he wouldn't treat her any differently. He would give her happiness and good health. He would let her enjoy the same glory as him. He would let her stand proudly by his side. No matter what kind of strength or identity he had in the future, he would never leave her. However, Ji Feiyu's serious proposal was met with a cold sneer. Mo Zhuling sat across from him and sneered at him. "I've been thinking about how thick-skinned you must be to make you say something like that." As she said this, she looked at Ji Feiyu's stunned face with malice. "Your glory is my glory? I really can't believe that you can actually say something like that. What glory can a trash like you have, the honor of letting me be ridiculed and humiliated in the family Ji?" Ji Feiyu was stunned when he heard Mo Zhuling's words. He looked at the malicious and arrogant face across from him and clenched his sleeves. "I won't let you suffer this," he said with difficulty. He was indeed a good-for-nothing, but he was now able to cultivate. But he couldn't tell her yet. Even if he couldn't cultivate, he wouldn't let her suffer such humiliation. Just like how he dealt with Xianxia. As long as he wanted to, he had countless ways to protect her. Not to mention, he had even considered breaking off the engagement in order not to implicate her. How could he let her suffer such humiliation? However, Mo Zhuling couldn't be bothered to listen to him. Mo Zhuling sneered at him and said coldly, "Do you know how laughable you are in my eyes? You're just like a maggot." She wantonly humiliated Ji Feiyu. Mo Zhuling had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She wanted to return all the ridicule, contempt, and condescension that the Ji family had placed on her back to them. And Ji Feiyu, who couldn't cultivate, was her biggest breakthrough. Who told him to be a member of the family Ji's people and to be so arrogant as to ask for her hand in marriage? What a joke! Even if she, Mo Zhuling, wanted to marry someone, she definitely wouldn't marry a good-for-nothing like him, a good-for-nothing who only had a pretty face. Alright, when Mo Zhuling's voice sounded, Suiyu and the others finally regained their senses. They looked at Mo Zhuling, who had spoken viciously and whose words were like knives cutting at their young master. They couldn't help but shout angrily, "Bitch, what did you say? What right do you have to slander our young master like this?" Everyone was shocked and furious. They looked at Ji Feiyu, whose face was pale and body on the verge of collapse, and felt an indescribable pain in their hearts. No one knew how good their young master was. In this world, everyone could accuse their young master of being shameless and overestimating himself, but Mo Zhuling couldn't, because their young master had even planned to break off the engagement, which was disadvantageous to him, for her sake. If he hadn't suddenly been able to cultivate, he probably would have broken off the engagement and set Mo Zhuling free. And if it had been any other young master from an aristocratic family, who would be willing to do such a thing, not to mention that after their young master could cultivate, he didn't despise her at all, what right did she have to despise their young master, and to humiliate and embarrass him in front of everyone? When everyone arrived, they finally believed that what Xianxia had heard about Mo Zhuling was true. This woman was indeed sinister and vicious, just like a snake or a scorpion. Suiyu and the others' eyes were bloodshot as they looked at Mo Zhuling angrily. Qin Xiong and the others' eyes were also abnormally angry. Bang! They raised their hands and overturned the banquet in front of them. They looked coldly at the Star Alliance's leader and the others and said, "You people from the Star Alliance better give us an explanation. Otherwise, we'll wash this place with blood today." Qin Xiong's eyes were malicious. He came here to be in the limelight, not to be played like a monkey. He also didn't come here to be humiliated. If the Star Alliance's people, he would immediately wash this place with blood. When Qin Xiong and the others spoke, everyone in the Star Alliance, who had been stunned by the development of the matter, also regained their senses. They looked at the leisurely Mo Zhuling and the Alliance Master of the Star Alliance and said angrily, "Alliance Master, are you going to let Mo Zhuling do whatever she wants? Are you trying to get us all killed?" Elder Feng and the others were furious. They originally thought that Mo Zhuling and the others wanted the family Ji's people to deal with them. But now, Mo Zhuling had offended the family Ji's people. Mo Zhuling had turned a proper proposal banquet into a feud banquet. Did the father and daughter think that it was impossible for the family Ji's people to help them, so they decided to provoke the family Ji's people so that they could perish together with them? Were they crazy? Mo Zhuling sneered as Elder Feng and the others questioned him harshly. "So what if I'm acting recklessly? Ji Feiyu is a good-for-nothing. You don't even let me talk about it? Moreover, 7-star Field's Lu family from Jincheng region has arrived." The voice was a little distorted by the end of the sentence. The person who passed the message was simply too shocked. The Lu family from the 7-star field, they were from the 7-star field. Oh my god, it was already an honor for these Star Alliance members to be able to meet someone from the 8-star field in their lifetime. The people from the 7-star region, they had never thought about it before. As for the people from the higher star fields, they had probably only seen them in their dreams. Now, a group of people from the 7-star field had appeared in front of him. How could they not be shocked? When the messenger's voice sounded, Mo Zhuling raised his head and puffed out his chest even more proudly and proudly. The Lu family was naturally here to propose marriage to her. Did these people from the family Ji think they were so great just because they were from the 8-star field? She had the young master of the Lu family from the 7-star field as her backer. What did the people from the family Ji amount to? Mo Zhuling was overjoyed as he went forward to welcome them. Everyone at the banquet was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why were the people from the 7-star field here? And judging from Mo Zhuling's appearance, it seemed like he was here for her. While Elder Feng and the others were shocked and uneasy, Qin Xiong and the others stood rooted to the ground. The Lu family from the 7-star field, their expressions changed unpredictably. They could not quite believe what they had heard. At this moment, the people from the Lu family from the 7-star field strode into the banquet. "On the orders of our young master, we are here to propose marriage to Mo Zhuling and Miss Mo on his behalf. These are the betrothal gifts from our young master." The middle-aged man who was striding over waved his hand. Powerful guards walked out from behind him and placed the betrothal gifts they had brought in the center of the banquet. Everyone was shocked and amazed as they looked at the dazzling jewels. Every single one of them was a rare and precious betrothal gift. The way they looked at Mo Zhuling could no longer be described as envy and jealousy. No wonder Mo Zhuling had been so dismissive of the family Ji. It was because the Lu family was backing them up. As for the young master of the 7-star field clan, no matter how one looked at it, he was much more powerful than the disciples of the 8-star field. Not to mention that the person in the 8-star family Ji was a loser. With that thought in mind, everyone looked at Ji Feiyu and the others with pity. She knew that she would definitely be humiliated by the family Ji. The Lu family was much more powerful than them. Furthermore, the person who had proposed marriage to Mo Zhuling was their young master. Even if Ji Feiyu wasn't a loser, he wouldn't be a match for the family Ji Feiyu, let alone a loser like him. While everyone was thinking this, Qin Xiong and the others' expressions stiffened. The moment the Lu family arrived, their talk of massacring the Star Alliance became a joke. Their expressions changed drastically, turning green and white. Then, all of a sudden, they turned around and ran. He looked like he was fleeing for his life. As for Ji Feiyu, he was left behind. He stood in front of his own banquet, only feeling desolation in his heart. He looked at Mo Zhuling, who was looking at him with disdain. He didn't know how things had turned out this way. The other party had asked him to propose marriage today just to embarrass him, right? However, she had only needed to tell him that she liked someone else and he would have agreed. Ji Feiyu clutched his sleeves tightly. He looked at Mo Zhuling with a pale face and asked, "Why?" "Because I'm happy, of course." Mo Zhuling sneered and looked at him with satisfaction. "Who told a useless toad like you to want to eat swan meat? Your family G isn't a good person either. You're forcing me to marry a useless person like you. Aren't you just bullying me because my status is too low? Now that young Master Lu Yu is deeply in love with me, do you still want me to marry a useless person like you?" Mo Zhuling sneered and said viciously in his ear, "Do you know that I feel disgusted when I see you? With your strength, you're not even fit to carry my shoes. If it weren't for your family G's strong power, why would I maintain our engagement for more than 10 years? I didn't want to marry you from the start. But you, a useless and sickly person, just had to block my way. Why don't you go and die? If you had died, I wouldn't have had an engagement with you, so, today's humiliation is entirely because you brought it upon yourself." With every sentence Mo Zhuling said, Ji Feiyu tightened his grip on his sleeves. He didn't want to block her way. As long as she said so, he would move aside. He had protected her from disaster for more than 10 years. If it weren't for him, how many good days would she have had with this engagement? The family G was never lacking in ruthlessness. He only wanted to move aside at the most appropriate time. He never wanted to occupy her. If it weren't for the fact that he could suddenly cultivate, he also wouldn't have come to propose. Who would have thought that his momentary lapse in judgment would actually bring him such a great humiliation? Ji Feiyu looked at Mo Zhuling with a pale face. In the end, he didn't say anything and turned to leave. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Lu family spoke up. "Hold on. Just now, you said who wanted to massacre here?" Beside him stood Mo Zhuling's trusted servant girl. It went without saying who told him this. The middle-aged man didn't think much of it. He was just someone from an 8-star region. What's more, he was a piece of trash who could be easily dealt with. It was good to make Mo Zhuling happy. Young Master had instructed them to keep a high profile so that Mo Zhuling wouldn't have the chance to pester him about his absence. After all, for a woman like Mo Zhuling, why would their young master need to personally come and ask for her hand in marriage? She should take a look at herself and see if she had the guts to do so. However, since the young master wasn't here, he had to maintain his reputation, so as not to embarrass him. When his voice rang out, the faces of Sui Yu and the others abruptly stiffened. Ji Feiyu slowly turned around and said, "I said it." Then, he said to the middle-aged man from the Lu clan, "Let them go. I'll do whatever you want to me." "Young master." When Sui Yu and the others heard this, their eyes turned red. How could they bear to see Ji Feiyu being tortured for their sake? They hated that Qin Xiong and the others ran away too quickly. If they were here, they could definitely send the young master away with their help. That way, it wouldn't matter even if they died here. As they thought about it, they suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. At this moment, a meow sounded in Ji Feiyu's mind. Then, a pure white figure rushed into his arms. "I really can't take it anymore. You bastard, they're already F***king pissing and shitting on your head. You really let them sh**t?" Luo Qingtong's voice sounded and she was about to explode. She didn't want to make a move at first. She had pretended to be a little white cat for so long. How could she fail at this point? But damn it, that woman Mo Zhuling was too much of a bully. If she wanted to break off the engagement, so be it. Why did she have to force him to his death? The one who had let her down wasn't Ji Feiyu, but the family Ji. Did she have the ability to make her lover, the young master of the Lu family, beat the family Ji up? If she didn't have the ability, then she should F***king hold it in. What was the point of bullying an honest person? She hated this kind of B***tch who wanted to set up a monument to her chastity. What did Ji Feiyu do to you? Why did you have to humiliate him to death? Just because he was a good-for-nothing, you were lying on the bed like a pile of mud. Ji Feiyu hadn't broken off the engagement. Now that he could cultivate, he didn't even think about breaking off the engagement. Previously, he wanted to break off the engagement because he was thinking about you. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have isolated Ji Feiyu from the blood curse. She would have let him break off the engagement with you with a good-for-nothing body so that he wouldn't be humiliated by you. What the F***? Luo Qingtong was furious. When her voice sounded, Ji Feiyu's expression froze. Little 7? His expression was one of surprise, joy, and disbelief. Ji Feiyu was completely stunned. He looked at the little white cat in his arms and thought about the voice in his mind. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. The little white cat was little 7, the little white cat was little 7? Ji Feiyu was stunned. Luo Qingtong meowed impatiently. Then, she used her claws to pull at his sleeve, urging him to hurry up and make a move. Don't King dawdle, didn't you see that Mo Zhuling was about to recognize it? In fact, that was the case. Mo Zhuling looked at the little white cat in Ji Feiyu's arms. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked, but he wasn't sure. Ji Feiyu, where did you get this white cat from? She demanded. Ji Feiyu ignored her completely. He didn't have any feelings for Mo Zhuling to begin with. His consideration and care for her in the beginning was entirely due to his responsibility as her fiancé. Since Mo Zhuling didn't need it, there was no need for him to force himself to continue. At this moment, he was looking down at the little white cat in his arms. Then, he said in his mind, what should I do? He was not strong enough. Even if he could cultivate, he would not be able to refute Mo Zhuling, let alone deal with the people of the Lu family. I already said that I'll help you. Just trust me. You said that to them. Luo Qingtong instructed him carefully. Ji Feiyu listened carefully and nodded without hesitation. How could he not trust little 7? She was the one who cured him of his problem of not being able to cultivate. This time, she stood up for him again. Even if Luo Qingtong wanted him and Mo Zhuling to die together for her own grievances, or even if both sides suffered great losses, he didn't care. Okay. Ji Feiyu nodded. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man from the Lu family and said, I was the one who said that I wanted to wash this place with blood, Mo Zhuling slandered me and called me trash. Also, she was the one who hooked up with the Lu family first and then betrayed our family Ji's engagement. Our family Ji wants to seek justice. Can't we do that, or is it that the Lu family is so fictitious? You have to know that the engagement between her and I was already set 10 years ago. Could it be that the Lu family has been with her longer than me? He looked at Ji Feiyu and said coldly, you've always been a piece of trash. What's wrong with Miss Mo not wanting to marry a piece of trash like you? Your Ji family lied to us in the first place, so our young master naturally has to save Miss Mo. Don't tell me you dare to blame our young master for interfering and stealing your fiancé? He sneered. Even if this was the truth, he couldn't say it out loud, he couldn't let others say it out loud, otherwise, where would the Lu family's face go? Ji Feiyu's face was as cold as the snow in the mountains, ethereal and immortal. He said coldly, I said, I'm not a piece of trash. Your Lu family and Mo Zhuling are just twisting the truth to cover up your disgusting actions. If you don't believe me, you can fight with me. You can send anyone you want. But if I win, you have to admit that you've been secretly colluding with each other. Mo Zhuling is a fickle man. Our family Ji doesn't want him. At that time, I'll naturally break off the engagement in front of everyone and announce it publicly. Your Lu family can't stop me. You can't take revenge because of this. If your Lu family wins, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. I'll admit that I'm a piece of trash and crawl out of the main square. I'll tell everyone that I'm a piece of trash and that I've let down Mo Zhuling. She should be with your young master. Ji Feiyu's words shocked Suiyu and the others. Young master. The price of this competition was too high, young master couldn't cultivate at all. Although this problem had been solved, his strength couldn't be compared to those people from the Lu family, these people were all guards. Their strength was above theirs and they were all at the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm. The middle-aged man in the lead was infinitely close to the human martial arts realm. With such strength, even if the young master could cultivate, his strength couldn't be compared to the other party at all. Suiyu and the others wanted to rush up to stop them, but they were stopped by Ji Feiyu. He had the same solemn and resolute expression as when he dealt with Qin Xiong and the others. This concerns the century-old reputation of my family Ji and my own reputation. Lu family, do you dare to accept my challenge? If I were trash, then I wouldn't have a single word of complaint even if you were to humiliate and slander me. However, if I'm not a good-for-nothing, then your Lu clan will bully my Ji clan and steal my fiancé. Mo Zhuling is a fickle woman who despises the poor and loves the rich. Apologize for me and the Ji family. Although the Ji family is an 8-star region's family and is not as powerful as your Lu family, this matter concerns our reputation and prestige. We don't dare not fight with you. Us Feiyus of Yi. At this point, the Lu family and Mo Zhuling had no way to back down. Of him. Mo Zhuling gritted his teeth. She wanted to use the Lu family's power and prestige to give Ji Feiyu a hard blow. She wanted to let this piece of trash know that he couldn't touch someone like her. Who did he think he was to want to marry her? But she didn't expect that this piece of trash, Ji Feiyu, who obviously couldn't cultivate, didn't run away after being humiliated by her. Instead, he wanted to use the fact that she was with Lu Yu even though she hadn't broken off the engagement with him to compete with the Lu family. Once they competed in martial arts, regardless of whether Ji Feiyu won or lost, she would definitely be labeled as a slut who was unwilling to be married to her husband and had no self-respect. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted out in a moment of anger. As Mo Zhuling thought of this, she gritted her teeth so hard that they creaked. She had not expected Ji Feiyu to do this. This piece of trash was already so useless. Not to mention the Lu family, even if he were to compete with anyone from the Star Alliance, he would definitely die. Under such circumstances, he still dared to propose a competition to the Lu family. He was clearly prepared to use his worthless life to make her pay the price. He was really ruthless. While Mo Zhuling was feeling angry and resentful, the people from the Lu family also thought of this. They looked at Ji Feiyu with disdain and mockery instead of hesitation and doubt. So he wants to win some face for the family Ji and make Mo Zhuling pay a price at the same time. The middle-aged man from the Lu family thought that he had seen through Ji Feiyu's plan. He was full of disdain. Since Ji Feiyu was determined to die, why not fulfill his wish? No matter what, the Lu family's reputation could not be tarnished. The young master's reputation could not be tarnished either. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little dissatisfied with Mo Zhuling's insistence that they come today to propose marriage to her. This woman was really vain and extremely vicious. It was not enough for her to publicly reject the family Ji's marriage proposal and trample Ji Feiyu into the mud. She still wanted them to come and add to her glory. If not for this, they would not have fallen into such a troublesome situation and suffered for no reason. It was also because the young master wanted to keep her that she was still useful. Otherwise, who would care about her? It was so disgusting. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's face suddenly revealed an extremely disgusted expression. At the same time, he said to Ji Feiyu in a cold and arrogant voice, "Fine, since you don't know what's good for you and insist on slandering our young master. Then for the sake of our young master's reputation, we have no choice but to compete with you. I hope that in the future, you will not confuse right and wrong in public," he said so matter-of-factly. These words immediately made Sui Yu and the others, who knew the truth of the matter, vomit in their hearts. They looked in the direction of Mo Zhuling and the Lu family with angry and bloodshot eyes. If anything happened to young master today, they would not let them off. Even if he had to die for a righteous cause, he would make Mo Zhuling and the others pay the price. They glared angrily at Mo Zhuling and the others, but the latter did not take them seriously at all. Humph. Mo Zhuling sneered. Just these people from the Ji family wanted to touch her. She had people from the Lu family by her side. So what if Ji Feiyu used his life to announce what she had done to the world? So what if she deliberately seduced the young master of the Lu family because she despised the poor and loved the rich? Lu Yu was deeply in love with her. Not only that, she had the ability to control the black fog. Why would she be afraid that Lu Yu would not want her? Ji Feiyu wanted her reputation to be tarnished and her dream of marrying into the Lu family would be shattered. This was simply impossible. Thinking of this, her expression suddenly became arrogant and vicious again. She would watch how Ji Feiyu died. A piece of trash like him dared to play tricks with her. While her expression was arrogant and vicious, on the other side of the banquet, Yuanhu and the others were stunned when they saw the little white cat jump into Ji Feiyu's arms. Yuanhu's voice was so loud that he almost shouted out loud, but Ling Yuer and Su Xiaoxiao covered his mouth together. "Shut up. Why are you so loud?" Are you trying to kill that little white cat? Su Xiaoxiao and the others stared at him. Then, they looked at the little white cat lying on Ji Feiyu's body and frowned. It should be. The day we competed with Zhu Yujie and the others seemed to be the day the family Ji's people came to Star City. Su Xiaoxiao said. Her voice rang out. In an instant, everyone's brows furrowed even tighter. If this little white cat was really Ji Feiyu's pet, then they owed him a big favor. It seemed that this little white cat had wandered around after arriving at Star City and accidentally entered the mirror array and saved them. If that was the case, then they owed Ji Feiyu their lives. They could not stand by and do nothing. Let's go and find Elder Feng and the others. No matter what, we can't let anything happen to Ji Feiyu during the competition. With that thought, they immediately rushed to find Elder Feng and the others. When Elder Feng and the others heard the purpose of their visit, they immediately looked troubled. Young friends. To be honest, we can't do anything about this. The Lu family is not someone we can deal with. Elder Feng and the others looked helpless. It was not that they did not want to help Ji Feiyu and the others, but the current situation was that Ji Feiyu was up against the Lu family. They did not expect that Mo Zhuling would be able to get in touch with the young master of the Seven-Star Field's aristocratic family and make him come to propose marriage. Although that young master Lu Yu himself didn't come, those people he sent, which one of them wasn't one of his trusted guards, otherwise, how could he have such strength and lineup? In a situation where they couldn't expose Yi Qianren's identity and token, they couldn't fight against the Lu family. Moreover, even if they exposed it, the other party might not believe them. What kind of existence was the young emperor of Tiandu? Back then, the Tianxian guards had all come out to respectfully invite Yi Qianxian back to the palace. That scene was something that Elder Qiong Feng and the others would never be able to imagine or forget in their entire lives. Just one of those heavenly profound guards was enough to massacre their star field. How could the Lu family of the Seven-Star Field compare to them? Perhaps the people of the Lu family had never heard of his name and existence. Under such circumstances, even if they had the token of the young emperor of Tiandu, it would be useless. Everyone frowned as they thought about it. When Su Xiaoxiao and the others heard this, they couldn't hide their disappointment. But soon, they pulled themselves together. It's fine. The Lu family doesn't know how powerful the Lord is, but Mo Zhuling and the leader of the Star Alliance can't ignore this, right? When the time comes, we'll directly save Ji Feiyu. I don't believe that the leader of the Star Alliance and the others will watch the Lu family kill us. Even if they really want to do that and kill with a borrowed knife, his subordinates won't dare. When the time comes, we'll force them to let go. Su Xiaoxiao and the others said. They thought it through. If they couldn't deal with the Lu family, then they would force Mo Zhuling and the leader of the Star Alliance to let go. Didn't young master Lu Yu like Mo Zhuling? Then his subordinates should listen to Mo Zhuling and the leader of the Star Alliance. With this thought in mind, everyone immediately returned to where they were. At this moment, the people of Star City who originally wanted to see Mo Zhuling's marriage proposal banquet on the high platform had gathered around. After all, not everyone was qualified to enter the high platform and participate in Mo Zhuling's marriage proposal banquet. However, the people of Star City didn't want to miss such a grand event, so they all gathered around the plaza to watch. Earlier, when the Lu family's people entered the plaza, they caused a huge commotion. This group of people was simply too powerful. It was impossible for the people living in the Star City to not have such eyesight. They easily discovered that the people from the Lu family who came were all top-notch experts. Their strength was almost comparable to the higher-ups of the Star Alliance. This kind of lineup was obviously from a higher-level star domain. However, the family Ji's people had already entered the plaza. Many people had even seen Ji Feiyu's graceful bearing and sighed in their hearts that Mo Zhuling was really lucky to be able to marry such a godlike person. However, now that another group of people had suddenly arrived, and from the looks of it, they were even stronger than the family Ji's people. How could the people not be curious? Immediately, all the people gathered here. Even those who didn't plan on coming to see this scene were attracted by the rumors and discussions of the crowd. Just as the people in the plaza were guessing who the Lu family's people were, Ji Feiyu and the Lu family's people came down and confronted each other in the arena. Only then did the crowd understand what was going on. So these people are actually from the Seven-Star Field. Yeah. I heard that they're here to steal the bride. No, that's not right. According to the family G's people, when they were proposing marriage to Emo Zhuling, they were humiliated by the eldest Mississippi. After that, the Liu family's people came to propose marriage to the eldest Miss and support her. Oh my god, doesn't this mean that the eldest Miss was clearly engaged to the family G's people, but because she knew the young master of the 7-star field's aristocratic family, she despised the family G's people? That's not very nice. Yeah. Wasn't this too fickle and vicious? She even deliberately humiliated the young master of the family G. But I heard that she said that the son of the family G is a good-for-nothing. I don't know if it's true. Even if it's true, you can't break off the engagement, right? Moreover, he was humiliating others so brazenly. I think that the family G didn't dislike eldest Miss before, and the engagement has existed for so many years. It means that eldest Miss herself agreed to it. In the end, after getting to know the young master of an aristocratic family in the 7-star field, he hastily cast aside his family G and wantonly humiliated him. Isn't that too much? Yes, yes. Emo Zhuling clenched his teeth as the people below discussed animatedly. After this incident, her reputation could be said to have been completely ruined. But it didn't matter. As long as the Liu clan won this competition in a high-profile manner, the Liu clan would be able to win. She would be able to use the Liu family's prestige and power to shut everyone up, so what if she despised the good-for-nothing Ji Feiyu? She just felt that the family Ji was of no use to her, so he could get lost. What could the others do to her if she did that? In this world, power was the truth. There was no exception. Emo Zhuling's expression was arrogant and vicious. Beside him, the leader of the Star Alliance also looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't take this matter to heart. After all, most of these discussions were directed at Emo Zhuling and didn't affect him. The leader of the Star Alliance believed that these people would shut their mouths soon after the Liu family revealed their true strength. He and Emo Zhuling had the same thoughts on this point. They didn't think that these people's discussions would affect them in any way. After all, in this world, only true strength could be relied on. While the leader of the Star Alliance and Emo Zhuling were feeling proud and complacent, Ji Feiyu stood on their side in the arena. He looked in the direction of the Liu family and asked softly in his mind, "Okay, little 7, what do I need to do next?" "You don't need to do anything. Just wait for the arena to start. When the time comes, open up all your defenses and mind. As long as you trust me, I won't let you lose," Luo Qingtong said in his arms. She was still nestled in Ji Feiyu's arms, taking the opportunity to block Emo Zhuling's gaze. She couldn't let that woman Emo Zhuling recognize her. Otherwise, it would cause trouble. Okay. Ji Feiyu smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything else. How could he not trust Luo Qingtong? If he didn't trust her, he wouldn't be standing here. Using his life to bet on a person's words, in the eyes of others, this might be a very inconceivable thing. But in Ji Feiyu's heart, he was willing to bet. He trusted Luo Qingtong unconditionally. She clearly didn't need to stand up for him, but she stood up for him. If he didn't trust her, who else could he trust? Thus, one man and one cat stood quietly on one side of the arena. Suiyu and the others stood behind Ji Feiyu, outside the arena. They didn't move their eyes away from his back. They wouldn't stop their young master's decision. But if something happened to their young master, they would sacrifice themselves for him. Even if they had to risk their lives, they would make Emo Zhuling pay the price. Even if that kind of price was so insignificant compared to their lives. They wouldn't regret it. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Liu clan stepped forward. "You're just a junior in the Dongting family Ji. Although we want to seek justice and reputation for our young master, we can't use our strength to suppress you. How about this? We'll send out one of our young master's personal manservants, the one who just came to read the list of gifts, to compete with you. As long as you can beat him, we'll consider it your win." As he spoke, he gestured for a man dressed like a manservant to come forward. This man's body was thin and weak. It seemed like his strength had just passed the exalted realm. He was at the initial stage of the exalted realm. However, only the middle-aged man from the Liu clan knew that the manservant was Liu Yu's trump card. Moreover, if he were to unleash his true strength, he would be even stronger than him. This was because the manservant had cultivated an extremely sinister and terrifying secret technique. It burned one's lifespan to obtain strength. Normally, they looked similar to ordinary warriors. However, in battle, they could burn their own lifespan to increase the power of their attacks. The more lifespan they burned, the stronger the strength they could unleash. This secret technique was extremely harsh to cultivate, but it was effective and concealed. It was perfect for a personal bodyguard. Firstly, it would help Liu gain a good reputation. Secondly, it would put Ji Feiyu to death. As Mo Zhiling's fiancé, he had a grudge against Mo Zhiling for breaking off the engagement. In the future, he might spread unfavorable remarks about the Liu family. It was better to eliminate him, lest the Liu family and the young master's reputation be tarnished. However, they had to eliminate him beautifully. They couldn't let others have a hold on them. Therefore, it was just right to use this personal servant as a trump card. Because their attacks were powerful, other than the people who were fighting with them, no one else knew. They would think that he was a real venerable state expert, so as not to let others have a hold on him. When the middle-aged man's voice sounded, the surrounding people were surprised. They didn't expect the Liu family to be so magnanimous. No wonder he's from the 7-star field family. That's right. This method is really very magnanimous. Could it be that the family Ji is framing the Liu family? I don't think the Liu family is the kind of person who would take advantage of someone else's engagement to seduce someone else's fiancé, and deliberately humiliate and trample on someone else when the other party proposes. Yes. Could it be that the family Ji saw that they couldn't win against the Liu family, so they deliberately spread the word to slander the Liu family's reputation? No way? If that's the case, isn't this family Ji's son too vicious? If he can't win against others, then so be it. He actually set up such a lie to frame the Liu family. As the crowd said this, they secretly glanced at Ji Feiyu. Many people showed disdain on their faces because of this. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Suiyu and the others changed. They looked at the people below who didn't know the truth at all. Seeing that they actually put such vicious and humiliating conjectures on their young master, they immediately felt heartache and anger for their young master. His mistake back then should have resulted in good karma. But now, he received evil retribution that ordinary people couldn't imagine. If they had known this would happen, they would rather their young master not be so kind and generous. He should have trampled and humiliated Mo Zhiling with all his might back then. She should have resolutely refused to get engaged with Mo Zhiling. She should have immediately called off her engagement with Mo Zhiling as soon as she was able to cultivate. She should have called him a wretch who was delusional. This way, his young master would not suffer such slander and persecution. He was clearly such a gentle and kind person. Suiyu and the others were so distressed that tears fell from their eyes. Luo Qingtong looked at the personal servant sent by the Liu family and snorted. These people from the Liu family really know what it means to be *tch while maintaining a monument to her chastity. No wonder they were able to mix with Mo Zhiling. None of them are good people. Each and every one of them was trash, despicable, and disgusting. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Serves them right for being together. Don't go and harm others. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Ji Feiyu immediately coughed softly. He originally wanted to tell Luo Qingtong that it wasn't good for a girl to say such things. Moreover, there was no need to dirty her mouth for people like Mo Zhiling and the Liu family. But when the words came to his mouth, he felt that she had scolded them well. As he spoke, he furrowed his brows and secretly recalled the familiar feeling that the other party's aura gave him. Ji Feiyu was a cultivation genius. He had read most of the cultivation manuals in the world. The more one couldn't cultivate, the more one wanted to find a way to cultivate. Therefore, Ji Feiyu had read many treasured manuals. Some were from his family Ji, and some were from other families and forces. He was a genius. Even if someone gave him a copy that couldn't be cultivated, he would still be able to restore the original cultivation version from those ancient books. He could even improve it. Now that he saw the aura of this manservant, he instantly sensed that something was wrong. This was a keen perception that came from his own cultivation. Ji Feiyu was a genius born for cultivation. After hearing his words, Luo Qingtong was surprised. Yes, his aura isn't right. It's clearly the strength and aura of someone who just entered the venerable realm. But when the time comes, the real strength that he can emit will be more than that. It's very likely that he will be stronger than those guards of the Lu family, or even that middle-aged man. What, you can also see that something is wrong with him? Luo Qingtong was surprised. She could only see it with her blood eyes. Other people, even those who were far stronger than the manservant, might not be able to see through it. But Ji Feiyu could see through it? Yes. Ji Feiyu nodded. I've seen this cultivation method in an ancient manual. The aura he exhales and the local details, as well as some subtle reactions that can only be seen after cultivating that method, are exactly the same as that cultivation method. At the end, he added, I know how to break this cultivation method. Pfft. Hearing this, Luo Qingtong immediately laughed and couldn't help but roll around in Ji Feiyu's arms. Haha. Mo Zhuling, that idiot. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. Luo Qingtong was overjoyed. Ji Feiyu was such a genius, and his personal servant's cultivation method was so powerful. If it wasn't for her special blood pupil, she wouldn't have been able to see through it. Ji Feiyu, on the other hand, was able to find it based on the characteristics of the other party's cultivation. Not only that, he was also able to break it. Where could he find such a cultivation prodigy? As time passed, Ji Feiyu's strength grew to a level that few could match. Not to mention the help it could bring to others, it was like the 100 treasures pouch of the cultivation world. Mo Zhuling had found the young master of an aristocratic family from the 7-star field and had even banished Ji Feiyu to the mud for him. Even if she were to find a young master of a family from a 1-star domain, their future growth in cultivation and strength might not be able to compare to Ji Feiyu. Mo Zhuling, that idiot, was simply throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. He still thought that he had gotten a bargain. Haha. Luo Qingtong laughed happily, but Ji Feiyu looked helpless and confused. Did he say something wrong? Why was little Seven laughing so happily? Just as he was about to ask, the Lu family's personal servant had already stepped onto the stage. Young Master Ji, please. The personal servant's expression was arrogant as he looked at Ji Feiyu. He didn't take Ji Feiyu seriously at all. With his strength, if he burned all of his life force, he could reach the human martial arts realm at most. He wasn't afraid of any tricks from the other party. It didn't matter if the other party was really a good-for-nothing or if he was deliberately hiding something. He would not be able to escape death today. Ji Feiyu stopped his conversation with Luo Qingtong in his mind and focused on the servant in front of him. Please. His voice was cold and his expression was as calm as usual. If one were to judge from his expression, no one would believe that he had no strength at all. What he did have was that he had just advanced to the martial royal realm after cultivating for the past few days. His current strength was nothing in front of an expert who had just entered the venerable realm. Even if he were to face a random cultivator from a low-level continent, he would not be able to do much. However, Ji Feiyu indeed only had this level of strength. He trusted Luo Qingtong in his heart and was not flustered or anxious. When he spoke, Luo Qingtong's voice also sounded in his mind. Release your mind and defense. As soon as Luo Qingtong spoke, Ji Feiyu released all his defenses, including the mind in his mind. Boom. Luo Qingtong's mind power instantly invaded his mind like a sharp sword. For a cultivator, this kind of invasion was very uncomfortable. In particular, Luo Qingtong's mind power penetrated deep into his soul. Supreme technique, contract. Strength, copy. Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes instantly used one of her Supreme technique skills and copied her strength onto Ji Feiyu's body. She had used this ability on Songqing before. At that time, Songqing, who was a complete waste of inscriptions, was able to use inscription techniques in the inscription tower through her ability. At this moment, her ability was being used on Ji Feiyu again. This was also the reason why Luo Qingtong wanted Ji Feiyu to trust her. This was because only with complete trust could her technique replicate her own strength onto him. As long as Ji Feiyu rejected the skill would not succeed. The outcome of failing was obvious. Ji Feiyu would die in this competition. Therefore, Luo Qingtong was helping Ji Feiyu. Actually, he was helping himself. If he couldn't trust Luo Qingtong, then everything would be in vain. As for the humiliation he had suffered, it was time for him to take it back with his own hands. That would be perfect and carefree. Boom, the moment Luo Qingtong activated her eye technique, the Lu family's personal manservant also launched his attack. His figure instantly appeared in front of Ji Feiyu. It seemed that his attack was only at the level of a beginner venerable. However, only Ji Feiyu and Luo Qingtong, who were directly facing this storm, knew that the strength displayed by the other party in this club was completely the strength of the Amethyst Elder Stage 9. These people from the Lu family were really vicious and merciless. They used a killing move the moment they attacked. They didn't want to give Ji Feiyu any chance to make a comeback. They just wanted to torture him to death. When his attack sounded, Ji Feiyu's body suddenly exploded with a violent aura. This aura naturally came from Luo Qingtong's Supreme Eye technique. Similarly, the strength of the Amethyst Elder Stage 9 erupted from Ji Feiyu's body. However, this kind of copy could only be maintained for 3 breaths of time. This was also under the condition that Luo Qingtong used her eye technique with all her strength. After this use, she wouldn't be able to use her eye technique for at least a month. However, it didn't matter. Her willingness couldn't be bought with money. I'm afraid that the previous lesson from the mirror array was not enough to teach Mo Zhuling a lesson. This time, I'll borrow Ji Feiyu's hand to teach him a lesson again. Luo Qingtong thought. She immediately jumped down from Ji Feiyu's body and left the arena with a few leaps. Her voice resounded in Ji Feiyu's mind. Ji Feiyu, I'll lend you my power for 3 breaths of time. In other words, you only have 3 chances to attack. Do what you want to do. Attack the person from the Lu clan. Although I'm lending you this power, your power in the future will not be inferior to this. I'm just letting you experience this feeling in advance. At the same time, I'll also let you have a chance to avenge your previous humiliation. The rest is up to you. Meow. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She squatted on one side of the arena and watched the battle between Ji Feiyu and the personal servant from the Lu clan. When Ji Feiyu heard her words in his mind, he immediately understood. I understand. He would remember this kindness. Ji Feiyu did not know how Luo Qingtong did it. She was actually able to lend her power to him. However, after today, he would keep this matter to himself and would not tell anyone. He would also not harm Luo Qingtong because of this secret. If he swore this oath, he would be struck by lightning and be punished by both gods and demons. After making such a solemn vow in his heart, his figure abruptly turned, and in an instant, he faced the attack of the personal servant who was rushing over. His opponent's strength was extremely strong. However, Ji Feiyu felt that the power in his body was even stronger than the power that his opponent obtained by burning his lifespan. They were both at the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm. Ji Feiyu felt that he could easily crush his opponent. However, Ji Feiyu did not want to do so. He knew his opponent's weak point and also knew the way to break this vicious cultivation method. Under such circumstances, he did not need to use Luo Qingtong's full strength to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for her. Although his opponent might not care. But he cared. What's more, he wanted to use his own method to win a fair and square match on this battle stage. He was not a good-for-nothing. Even if he could not cultivate before, he was not a good-for-nothing who overestimated his own abilities and wanted to eat swan meat like Mo Zhuling said. He Luo Qingtong's previous humiliation, he would return it all, in his own way. Boom. Ji Feiyu's move. He suppressed the power of his attack to the level of a venerable one and aimed it at the servant's weak point. Ji Feiyu had read the ancient records of this cultivation method. Naturally, he knew the various aspects of this cultivation method. If it was someone else, they might not be able to find out anything from a copy that could not be cultivated. However, he was different. He was very clear about all the weaknesses and loopholes of this cultivation method. Boom. Ji Feiyu's move dodged the terrifying attack of the personal servant and hit him directly. Boom. That manservant fiercely took a step back and stared at him in shock. His eyes were wide open, as if he wanted to say something. However, he was unable to say anything. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground, and in an instant, he stopped breathing. How is this possible? She stared at the scene in front of her in shock. Mo Zhuling still had a proud smile on his face. But now, because of the sudden change in her expression and the twisted shock on her face, she looked like a ghost. Mo Zhuling could not believe what was happening in front of her eyes. How was this possible? How did things turn out like this? How could Ji Feiyu not be a good-for-nothing? This was impossible. If he was not a good-for-nothing, if he could cultivate and was so powerful, why would he propose to her? Moreover, he was proposing marriage to her in such a grand manner today, intending to marry her. Mo Zhuling did not want to believe what was happening. Because it would make her look stupid. Because she had given up on a man who loved her very much and had been engaged to her for more than 10 years. He had never been dissatisfied with her or tried to break off the engagement. How could she admit that she had made such a mistake? It had to be known that Ji Feiyu was obviously better than her in terms of experience. Because he knew that her strength and status were not high, but he still wanted to marry her. But Lu Yu had fallen in love with her because she had the ability to control the black fog. Mo Zhuling's body trembled. She did not know if it was because of regret or frustration. Her regret and annoyance reached its peak after Ji Feiyu's next words. I am not a good-for-nothing. Mo Zhuling, I did not get engaged to you because I was a toad lusting after a swan. I was indeed unable to cultivate before, but that was not the reason why I got engaged to you. Ji Feiyu's expression was calm as he said what he had always wanted to say. I met with an opportunity on the way here. I was suddenly able to cultivate. I originally wanted to tell you after we got married. But it is obvious that you can't wait. As he spoke, he looked in the direction of the Lu family and said in a low voice, I am not a good-for-nothing. If your young master wants to be with her, I will fulfill his wish. Why do you have to be so scheming? The personal servant you just sent out is the death warrior of your young master, right? The great art of soul ignition is indeed very powerful. After launching an attack, one's strength can suddenly explode to the 9th level of the Amethyst Elder, or even the human martial realm. Unfortunately, I've seen the solution to this in an ancient book. You're really disappointed that you couldn't kill me. As soon as Ji Feiyu's voice came out, the surrounding people were in an uproar. What? This personal servant is actually not at the initial stage of the honorable realm? Everyone was shocked. They looked at the dead manservant on the ground. It was hard to imagine that his strength was not at the initial stage of the Venerate realm. Instead, they were able to use special methods to increase their strength and power to the 9th level of the Amethyst Elder, or even to the human martial realm. If that was the case, then the Lu family was truly too sinister. Yes. I originally thought that they were magnanimous enough to send a warrior who had just entered the Venerate realm to compete with the young master of the family Ji. No one can compare to them. I didn't expect them to be so sinister and cunning. On the surface, they are trying to make a name for themselves, but in reality, they want to kill young Master Ji. That's right. When the people around him heard this, their faces were filled with shame and anger. We must have been blind. If the Lu family really did that, then it's no wonder that they stole young Master Ji's fiancé and humiliated him. That's right. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. That great soul ignition technique sounds very sinister and vicious. These people from the Lu family are really shameless. The eldest young mistress, who can mix with them, is really too unladylike. She's probably jackals of the same lair as them. That's right. The crowd's voices were heard. Before Mo Zhuling could do anything, the middle-aged man from the Lu family was already furious. Family Ji's son, don't you dare slander us. You've won, so be it. The Lu family can admit defeat, but what right do you have to slander our people? His face was filled with anger, but his heart was filled with shock. The Lu family's method of training their men of sacrifice had been passed down through countless generations of Lu family experts and brilliant geniuses. They had comprehended it from an ancient secret manual. He did not expect Ji Feiyu to be so lucky to have seen the solution in an ancient secret manual. No wonder this man of sacrifice was defeated so quickly. The middle-aged man's face was filled with anger, and his heart was filled with resentment. If he had known this would happen, he would not have cared about his reputation and directly sent his elite guards to kill Ji Feiyu. He did not expect that his original plan to use this man of sacrifice to gain a good reputation for the young master would be exploited by Ji Feiyu, and this Ji Feiyu was not a good-for-nothing. He had deliberately concealed his strength. The strength that Ji Feiyu had just displayed was that of an honorable realm cultivator. Compared to the average young genius, he was already very strong. After all, the young master's strength was only slightly stronger than Ji Feiyu's. Damn it, the middle-aged man scolded angrily while secretly rejoicing that his young master was not here. Otherwise, he would definitely lose face this time. Of course, they would definitely lose face this time, but the young master was not present, so at least it was better. As he thought of this, he glared fiercely at Mo Zhuling. It was all this woman's fault. At this moment, Ji Feiyu's eyes turned cold when he heard his words. He pointed at one of the guards beside him and said in a deep voice, "Why don't you send someone from the Lu family to try? Let's see if I'm slandering you, or if your Lu family is vicious and shameless." When he spoke, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. This guard had also cultivated the soul ignition technique and was one of Lu Yu's men of sacrifice. Moreover, it was of a higher level. At this moment, he was mixed in with the group of guards just to cover his tracks. She didn't expect Ji Feiyu to be able to tell at a glance. It seemed like the other party was really familiar with this kind of cultivation method and wasn't just spouting nonsense. While the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, Ji Feiyu's expression was indescribably calm. He looked at the people from the Lu family and then made a please gesture. "People from the Lu family, please." As soon as the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man could no longer maintain his composure. "Humph. The Lu family disdains to bully the weak." As he spoke, he left in a hurry. That back view was indescribably miserable. Before this, the ones who ran away were obviously Qin Xiong and the rest. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had developed so quickly. No one knew that Ji Feiyu's palms were sweating at this moment. The strength that he borrowed from Luo Qingtong was long gone. If that middle-aged man from the Lu family had agreed to the competition, then the person who would have died would have been him. However, it was obvious that he had made the right bet. That middle-aged man would not have sent someone to compete with him when he had obviously seen through the great soul ignition technique and knew the solution. Because this would only make them lose even more miserably and lose even more face. They did not know that Ji Feiyu's strength was borrowed from Luo Qingtong. Otherwise, their intestines would have turned green with regret. Because they had missed the only chance to turn the tables, seeing the people from the Lu family leave in a hurry, how could the surrounding people not know that the Lu family had indeed cheated? Otherwise, that middle-aged man would not have lost the courage to send a guard to compete with Ji Feiyu. After all, that guard had the strength of a level 9 amethyst elder. Compared to the strength that Ji Feiyu had shown in this club, he was much stronger. If they did not dare to compete, then didn't it mean that they had indeed cultivated the great soul ignition technique, which could increase their strength in an instant, but at the same time, there was an extremely terrifying hidden danger, and this hidden danger was controlled by Ji Feiyu, so they did not dare to compete with Ji Feiyu. Bah! They are really shameless. Yes. What great family of the 7-star field. Damn, they snatched someone's fiancé and still did it so openly to kill him. They are really disgusting to the extreme. Eldest Miss did not want the young master of the family Ji and wanted such a person. I think she is not a good person either. That's right. They say that a talented man matches a beautiful woman, and a wolf matches a tiger and a leopard. I originally thought that Eldest Miss and young Master Lu Yu were the one in front, but it turned out to be the one in the back. Both of them are equally shameless. That's right. The crowd discussed animatedly, while the Star Alliance Master and the people under him had awkward expressions on their faces. Especially when the Lu family came to propose marriage to Mo Zhuling and congratulated the leader of the Star Alliance joyfully. It was hard to explain on the surface. Who would have thought that the young master of the family Ji was not a good-for-nothing? What was even more commendable was that he wasn't a good-for-nothing and was even willing to marry Mo Zhuling. She had even solemnly proposed to Mo Zhuling in such a public setting, saying that they were bound together for good or ill. Such an affectionate and responsible man was truly rare in the world. Not to mention, his strength and knowledge were not inferior to the young master of the Lu clan. If they were to really compare, it was hard to say who would have greater achievements in the future. As for the young master of the Lu clan, he was only relying on his family background to be slightly better. Just based on how much he cared about Mo Zhuling, it was obvious that he was not even 1% of Ji Feiyu's. Not to mention other things, he actually didn't even show up for the proposal this time. He only sent his subordinates. Although this show of extravagance was big enough to give Mo Zhuling face. Compared to Ji Feiyu, it was completely incomparable. As the crowd thought this, they immediately stole glances at the leader of the Star Alliance. The leader of the Star Alliance could not stay here any longer. He had held this marriage proposal banquet to let everyone know that he was the son-in-law of the young master of the seven-star field. But now, what son-in-law, the Liu family had left in anger, and he did not know if this marriage was still valid. Not only that, he had become the laughingstock of the entire star field. In less than a month, he and Mo Zhuling's reputation of being blind, treacherous, and vain would spread throughout the entire star field, but this matter was caused by him and Mo Zhuling, so they could not blame anyone. Thus, when he thought of this, how could he still have the face to stay here? When he saw Mo Zhuling, he wanted to beat her to death. If she had not insisted on breaking off the engagement in such a high-profile manner, nothing would have happened. He had personally gone to the family G's place to break off the engagement. He believed that the family G's people would not say anything. After all, he was the one who had forced the engagement. But now, it was all ruined by this stupid woman. The leader of the Star Alliance was furious, and he left with a flick of his sleeves. Mo Zhuling was still immersed in Ji Feiyu's not trash, but a genius thoughts, and could not extricate herself. She could not believe that she had been so stupid. Ji Feiyu's words were very obvious. He was indeed trash before and could not cultivate. But when he came to propose marriage, he had already obtained an opportunity and cured his problem of not being able to cultivate. In other words, when he came to propose marriage to her, he was already able to cultivate. But he still proposed to her, not because of her low status, but because she was a burden that the family had forced on him. Not only that, his strength had just entered the supreme realm. What kind of concept was this? This meant that his talent and potential were extremely frightening. After being trash for so long, once he recovered his cultivation, he immediately surpassed most of the young talents. She had originally thought that she had thrown away an insignificant piece of trash. Only now did she realize that the person she had thrown away and humiliated was not an insignificant piece of trash. It was a treasure that was hard to find even in 1,000 years. In terms of talent and potential, Liu Yu was definitely no match for Ji Feiyu, not to mention the effort he put in for her. At this moment, Mo Zhuling was filled with regret. She was extremely vain and ambitious. Otherwise, she would not have been dissatisfied with her marriage to the family Ji. But now, it was revealed that what she had always despised was what she deserved the most. The regret and distortion in her heart were simply indescribable. At this moment, Ji Feiyu's cold voice rang out. The eldest daughter of the Mo family. Please fulfill your promise. As soon as he said this, Mo Zhuling was suddenly jolted awake. She looked at Ji Feiyu, not knowing what he was talking about. What promise did she make? While she was thinking, Ji Feiyu and the others, who had surrounded their young master, suddenly stopped crying. They gritted their teeth and looked at her. That's right, the eldest daughter of the Mo family, the eldest daughter of the Star Alliance. Please fulfill your promise to our young master. If our young master proves that he is not trash, you must apologize for your slander and humiliation. Our young master traveled thousands of miles to come here. He does not mind your low status and is willing to marry you for 100 years. Now that the truth is out, please uphold justice for our young master. Let everyone know that breaking off the engagement wasn't our family G's fault, but your Mo family's greed for glory and treachery. Please explain this to everyone. That's right, explain it to everyone. Sui Yu and the others were worried. Although they didn't know how their young master suddenly became so powerful, when they thought of the little white cat that had jumped out of Ji Feiyu's arms, they knew what was going on. In their hearts, they were happy that their young master was fine and had washed away the humiliation and slander. They had regained their reputation in front of everyone. At the same time, they hated Mo Zhuling, who had almost killed their young master, to the bone. They wanted nothing more than to destroy her reputation. They stood up now because they wanted Mo Zhuling to apologize to everyone according to the agreement before the competition. After they spoke, Mo Zhuling remembered that before Ji Feiyu and the Liu family proposed the competition, they had said, if he proved that he wasn't a good-for-nothing, Mo Zhuling and the Liu family had to apologize to him in front of everyone. They had to admit to everyone that they were the ones who had secretly colluded with him and had let Ji Feiyu down. When he thought of this, Mo Zhuling felt dizzy and almost fainted. Ji Feiyu had won this competition. Her reputation was so bad that it was almost unbearable. If she apologized in front of everyone and said that she was a loose woman who didn't abide by the virtues of a married woman, how would she be despised by everyone? It had to be known that no matter how much people disdained and despised them in their hearts, for the sake of the Lu family, no one dared to openly express their dislike and disdain for them. But once she admitted it, things would be different. That would go against the government and the rules. At that time, even if the streets were filled with people who were cursing and insulting her, she couldn't do anything to him. Because she had admitted it herself, not someone who was cursing and insulting her, Mo Zhuling almost fainted. She didn't have time to regret missing out on such a good man like Ji Feiyu. She was on the verge of collapsing. She didn't know what to do when she saw that Sui Yu and the others weren't going to let the matter rest. She gritted her teeth and looked in Ji Feiyu's direction, wanting to beg him to let her go. After all, he had proposed to her even after he had cultivated for her sake. He should have some feelings for her, right? However, when she looked over, she only saw Ji Feiyu looking down at the little white cat at his feet with a gentle expression. When she saw the little white cat, Mo Zhuling's eyes widened. She looked at the little white cat in shock. Blood and madness had already gathered in her eyes. Damn it, this little white cat was clearly the one she met in the mirror array. Could it be that it was behind all of this? Ji Feiyu wasn't a good-for-nothing who had turned into a genius. It was just that he had used some unknown method to win the competition against the Lu family? At this thought, Mo Zhuling was about to go crazy. Damn it! You bastard! She suddenly pounced towards Luo Qingtong, but people mistakenly thought that she was going to attack Ji Feiyu in a fit of anger. Therefore, Sui Yu and the others immediately rushed forward and slapped her away. Impudent! Sui Yu's voice was harsh. Mo Zhuling, you're the one who didn't abide by the virtues of a woman. You seduced the young master of the Lu family even though you're engaged. Now that you've been exposed, you're insulting my family's young master in anger. Who are you calling a beast? You Star Alliance people dare to bully our family, Ji? As her words came out, the remaining Star Alliance people were so scared that their faces turned white. Mo Zhuling had the protection of the Lu family. The family Ji's people might not dare to do anything to her. But this wasn't necessarily the case for them. As for Elder Fang and the others, they had Yi Qianxian's token and were on good terms with the people of Truespill Continent. Because Su Xiaoxiao and the others had come to ask them to help save Ji Feiyu, they thought that Su Xiaoxiao and Ji Feiyu were on very good terms. Thus, they weren't worried when they saw this scene. But the other people under the Star Alliance's Alliance Master were different. Now that the Star Alliance's Alliance Master had flung his sleeves and left, no one cared about them. Mo Zhuling had offended the family Ji's people. They were afraid that they would be punished by the family Ji's people to make an example out of them or to vent their anger. Thus, they ignored Mo Zhuling's struggles and directly said, "Forgive us, young Mississippi." Then, they pressed her to the ground and forced her to apologize to Ji Feiyu. Young miss, don't blame us for not treating you well. In the end, you were the one who caused this disaster. You and the Alliance Master have the Lu family's people to protect you. The family Ji's people might not do anything to you. But we'll be miserable. That's right. For the sake of our entire Star Alliance, young miss, please endure this humiliation and bow your head to the family Ji's people. Everyone's faces were dark. They weren't afraid of offending Mo Zhuling. But who asked Mo Zhuling to call Ji Feiyu a beast? The Lu clan wasn't here either. Were they supposed to pay for Mo Zhuling's willfulness with their lives? On what basis? Moreover, if it wasn't for Mo Zhuling, they would have been in a good position. However, it was ruined by Mo Zhuling's vanity. Everyone was filled with anger and hatred. They wanted to use the family Ji's outburst as an excuse to teach Mo Zhuling a lesson. At that time, they would not be afraid that Mo Zhuling would punish them. If he punished them, Mo Zhuling and his daughter would have no one to rely on in the Star Alliance. Therefore, the group of people did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Mo Zhuling was forced to kneel heavily on the arena. He knelt down one by one in front of Ji Feiyu and the others. When she saw the disgusted and disdainful expressions of the people around her, she fainted in an instant. Before she fainted, she spat out a mouthful of blood. All of her dignity and pride had been crushed and trampled under everyone's feet at this moment. This was something she hadn't expected when she had planned to humiliate Ji Feiyu at the marriage proposal banquet. After she fainted, Ji Feiyu's eyes were cold. He didn't say anything and just turned to leave. After he left, this matter instantly spread throughout the entire Star City and even spread to the center of the entire star field. Everyone said that Mo Zhuling deserved it. She was so shameless and vain. She even tried every possible way to kill Ji Feiyu. She was the epitome of a vicious woman. On the other hand, Liu was said to have no foresight and was a vicious person. Not only did he steal someone else's fiancée, but he also conspired with Mo Zhuling to deal with Ji Feiyu. They were a perfect match for each other. At this time, 2 sentences were also mysteriously spread among the people of the Fengxing Star region. Everyone who heard them thought that it was wonderful. A scumbag and a dog will last forever. A snake and a scorpion with a beggar will always be true love. Luo Qingtong quietly wrote these 2 sentences in a few secluded corners of the main square with her claws instead of her hands. Then, she immediately returned to the mansion with Ji Feiyu and the others. In the mansion, after Qin Xiong and the others escaped, they hurriedly left. When Suiyu and the others saw the messy luggage, they were instantly furious. Damn it, these bastards, how dare they leave the young master behind and run for their lives. Not only that, but they also took all our things away. The group of maidservants gritted their teeth. What did Qin Xiong and the others' actions mean? It meant that they didn't think that they and the young master could come back safely. They only thought that they would die at the banquet. Under such circumstances, they still dared to leave the young master behind and run away. They were clearly trying to kill the young master. Suiyu and the others gritted their teeth. Ji Feiyu's expression was indifferent, but he didn't say anything. When he was abandoned by Qin Xiong and the others, he knew that this would be the result. If it weren't for the family rules, Qin Xiong and the others wouldn't have listened to his orders. Even so, they still obeyed him on the surface but disobeyed him on the inside. Ever since he threatened them with him, they were even more unconvinced and indignant. It was normal for them to leave him behind. Well, there's no need to be angry over people who don't deserve it. What's more, the fact that we came back alive is already the biggest punishment for them. Ji Feiyu's words rang out. In an instant, Suiyu and the others were encouraged again. Because they thought that the young master was fine and could even cultivate. When they returned to the family Ji in the future, Qin Xiong and the others would regret it. At that time, they would definitely pay the price. When they thought of this, they immediately felt relieved. Then, they all left to tidy up the mansion and the courtyard. After all, even if they wanted to leave here, it wouldn't be at this time. The people of the Lu family and Mo Zhuling had just suffered such a setback. Who knew if they would attack the young master when they left? At that time, they really wouldn't be able to do anything even if they cried for help. On the contrary, if they stayed in the Star Alliance, under everyone's eyes, it would not be so easy for the Lu family and Mo Zhuling to touch them. With this thought in mind, everyone hurriedly went to work. After they left, Ji Feiyu looked at Luo Qingtong and called out to her carefully. "Little Seven?" Ji Feiyu's voice was filled with uncertainty. He was still confused and in disbelief. The little white cat that had been following him all this time turned out to be Luo Shaoqi, who had stayed in their convoy for a while. This matter was so miraculous that it was hard to believe. When Luo Qingtong heard his voice, she immediately raised her head. "Meow?" She tilted her head and looked at Ji Feiyu, thinking that he had something to ask her. She had used up all of her mental strength and didn't even have the mental strength to send him a voice transmission. Therefore, she could only use her actions to express her thoughts. She squatted down and wagged her tail, indicating that he could ask her anything. When Ji Feiyu saw her like this, he was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Little Seven, what's wrong? Can't you speak?" Ji Feiyu was worried. Luo Qingtong could talk to him in his mind before. Why didn't she say anything now? And under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a human to turn into a cat. Ji Feiyu guessed that Luo Qingtong might have encountered something bad, so she became like this. And now, because she helped him, she couldn't speak anymore. Just when he was anxious, Luo Qingtong waved her paws and shook her head to indicate that she was fine. Right now, she had only exhausted her mental strength. She would be fine once she recovered. She couldn't speak in Tuanzi's body. Seeing her shake her head, Ji Feiyu was finally relieved after confirming that she was fine. He breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Luo Qingtong, and said gently, "Thank you, little seven. If you hadn't helped me, I don't know what kind of humiliation and slander I would have endured. And Suiyu and the others probably wouldn't have been able to come back safely." Ji Feiyu's face was full of mockery as he spoke. As her fiancé, he had planned for Imo Zhuling to the extreme, but he didn't expect that she would repay him in this way in the end. Ji Feiyu didn't dare to imagine what kind of pain and torture he and Suiyu would have suffered if he hadn't met Luo Qingtong by chance and brought back Luo Qingtong, who had turned into a little white cat. How could a person's heart be so cruel and vicious? Ji Feiyu couldn't figure it out. He didn't want to think about it anymore. From now on, he and Imo Zhuling had nothing to do with each other anymore. As for how the family Ji would deal with this broken engagement, it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he wasn't the one who broke off the engagement. When Ji Feiyu said that, Luo Qingtong raised her paws and waved casually. She looked as if she was saying, "It's nothing. You don't have to thank me." Ji Feiyu looked at her and immediately laughed. His mood was much better because of this. "Not only this. I also want to thank you for curing my problem of not being able to cultivate." When Ji Feiyu said this, he suddenly recalled that Luo Qingtong had stripped him of his outer robe when she treated him. He didn't know that the little white cat was Luo Qingtong, so he didn't feel anything. Now that he knew that it was her, his face flushed red. But very quickly, he covered it up. Luo Qingtong remembered the blood curse because of his words. So. And she. After a while, she came in with a bowl of water and a bowl of sand. At first, Ji Fei was stunned when he saw her carrying a bowl of water in her mouth. Then, he quickly got up to receive it. When the second bowl of sand came in, he was even more stunned. After Luo Qingtong brought the two things in, she immediately knocked the sand to the ground. Then, she wet the sand with her paws and started to write on the sand. Ji Feiyu saw this and realized what she was going to do. He looked around vigilantly. Then, he closed all the doors and stared at the words Luo Qingtong wrote with her paws. Luo Qingtong had many ways to tell him something, but she chose this way. This meant that what she was going to say was very important and couldn't let ordinary people know about it. Therefore, he did what he did. Luo Qingtong looked at his actions and was very impressed. To be honest, there was nothing wrong with Ji Feiyu other than his overly gentle and kind personality. However, if he wasn't such a good person, she wouldn't have helped him. Luo Qingtong wasn't such a benevolent person. It wasn't as if she had a screw loose and wanted to intervene whenever she saw injustice in the world. Did she want to be the world's policeman? Ji Feiyu stared at the words under Luo Qingtong's claws. The more he stared, the more solemn his expression became. "You're saying that someone put a soul blood curse on my body. My body can't cultivate, nor is it innately weak. Someone sucked away the power of my soul. That's why I'm like this?" After Luo Qingtong finished writing, Ji Feiyu was silent for a long time before he asked. His voice was unusually bitter. It was as if saying these words was very difficult for him. Indeed, the soul blood curse was an evil technique that could only be used by the bloodline of a family. In other words, the person who put the curse on him was a member of the family Ji and was not far from his family by blood. Otherwise, it wouldn't have succeeded at all. Ji Feiyu had once read a few descriptions of the blood curse in the ancient records. However, because it wasn't detailed enough and Ji Feiyu didn't think about his own situation at all, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he learned about it from Luo Qingtong, it was simply heart-wrenching. After all this fuss, the person who wanted him dead was actually a member of the family Ji. Moreover, it was someone who was extremely close to his bloodline. That was the direct descendant and the branch family in the 5 servers. As Ji Feiyu thought about it, he suddenly said bitterly, "I didn't expect it." When Luo Qingtong saw the haze in his eyes, she immediately raised her claws and patted his hand, indicating that he shouldn't be sad anymore. In this day and age, who hadn't met a few ungrateful, heartless, and unscrupulous scum? So what if they were blood relatives? In the past, she had even met brothers, parents, and children who killed each other for benefits. In short, there were all kinds of trash in this world. If he couldn't pass because of this trash, then he would be fulfilling the wishes of others in vain. Luo Qingtong's principle was to let the other party see that she was doing well. If the other party was unhappy, then she would be happy. When Luo Qingtong patted the back of Ji Feiyu's hand, the latter was stunned by her action. Then, he laughed. Is little Seven worried about me? Actually, I'm not that sad. He whispered. Other than his parents who loved him dearly, there were many people in his family Ji who wanted him dead. The reason why he was lost in thought was because he suddenly thought of something. Perhaps it had something to do with his blood curse. Just as he was about to speak, the voices of Suiyu and the others suddenly came from outside. Young master, people from the 7 ultimates of True Yin have come to visit. Suiyu's voice was slightly strange. She knew about the 7 absolutes of True Yin. Before, they had inquired about the mirror array between Yingying, Zhuozhua, and Emo Zhuling. It was related to these people. But why would these people come looking for their young master? However, Suiyu didn't think too much about it. These people from the True Spill continent had a grudge against Emo Zhuling. Then the enemy of an enemy was a friend. What's more, although the other party was from a low-level continent, they were highly valued by the higher-ups of the Star Alliance. They could also make Emo Zhuling and the others feel helpless, and they had to resort to underhanded means to attack them. They must have their own strengths. Therefore, Suiyu and the others didn't neglect Su Xiaoxiao and the others just because they were from a low-level continent. When Ji Feiyu heard their words, he was instantly surprised. On the other hand, Luo Qingtong was speechless. These guys, could it be that they were here for her? Luo Qingtong thought about how she had stood up for Ji Feiyu back then, and then thought about how she had left with Ji Feiyu and the others. Could Su Xiaoxiao and the others have treated her as Ji Feiyu's pet? Thinking about it, it seemed like it was really possible. Otherwise, why would they suddenly look for Ji Feiyu and the others? Luo Qingtong was speechless as she thought about it. But soon, she felt that this was not a bad idea. Let Su Xiaoxiao and the others think that Ji Feiyu was their savior. This way, she could hide her identity as a little white cat. Secondly, she would return to the family Ji with Ji Feiyu to solve his blood curse. There would be no need to think of another reason or relationship. Wouldn't this be a ready-made reason and relationship? Of course, the most important thing was that she didn't need to expose her identity. Luo Qingtong thought about it and immediately meowed. She quickly raised her claws to smooth out the sand in front of her that was filled with words. Then, she wrote a few lines of words on it. They should be here for me. If they want to thank you later, just accept it and treat yourself as my master. Luo Qingtong wrote this. Then, she pulled Ji Feiyu's sleeve and showed him these words. Ji Feiyu had already looked over seriously when she moved her claws. Then, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Okay, don't worry. I won't let it slip. Ji Feiyu knew that Luo Qingtong probably didn't want others to know that she had turned into a little white cat. Moreover, there was obviously a grudge between her and Emo Zhuling. Especially after she turned into a little white cat, she seemed to have ruined something for Emo Zhuling. Otherwise, the latter wouldn't have been so crazy when he saw her. Perhaps, it was related to the visit of the people from the True Spill continent. If that was the case, he was willing to take the blame for Luo Qingtong and let Emo Zhuling take revenge on him. Anyway, this one didn't matter. Ji Feiyu thought about it and immediately nodded and agreed cautiously. Luo Qingtong looked at his cautious attitude and the corners of her lips twitched. She wanted to tell him that it wasn't that serious. She didn't want to expose her identity, and she didn't want to find another reason. After all, she still had to go back to the family Ji with him. If she didn't find a good reason, then her identity as a little white cat would be exposed. How embarrassing would that be? But then, would be too troublesome. This matter couldn't be explained too. In addition, she couldn't speak at this moment, so she gave up on explaining and let Ji Feiyu fill in the misunderstanding. Su Xiaoxiao and the others didn't stay for long. After confirming that the little white cat was Ji Feiyu's pet, they thanked Ji Feiyu cautiously. Then, they gave the token they got from Elder Feng to Ji Feiyu. Young Master Ji. This is the personal token of Elder Feng of the Star Alliance. Elder Feng is the #1 elder of the Star Alliance. His authority and prestige are not inferior to the Star Alliance's leader. Young Master Ji, if you need any help, you can activate the power in this token. Elder Feng will definitely do his best to help. Ling Tianhan said it very tactfully. After all, Mo Zhuling and the others had lost so much face at the marriage proposal banquet. No one knew if they would secretly make a move on Ji Feiyu. Ji Feiyu's most elite guards had already fled. Su Xiaoxiao and the others were worried that Sui Yu and the others wouldn't be a match for them and wouldn't be able to send out a message in time, causing Ji Feiyu to be harmed. Therefore, they specifically asked Elder Feng and the others for this token. In this way, with so many eyes in the Star Alliance watching, if the Lu family didn't want to be denounced by the family Ji, they wouldn't dare to openly make a move on Ji Feiyu. Ji Feiyu held the token and marveled at Su Xiaoxiao and the others' thoughtfulness. At this moment, the use of this token was indeed more useful than any gift of thanks. And this could be considered as Xiaoqi helping him once again. After all, if it weren't for Luo Qingtong, these people from the True Spill continent wouldn't have come to thank him. He didn't expect that the relationship between the people from the True Spill continent and the Star Alliance's upper echelons was even deeper than what Sui Yu and the others had told him. They were even able to obtain such a personal token. And they even made Elder Feng of the Star Alliance promise to protect him with all his strength. Ji Feiyu was clear in his heart that the upper echelons of the Star Alliance like Elder Feng and the others would wisely protect themselves. Generally speaking, they wouldn't get involved in his mess. This time, he was indebted to Xiaoqi once again. As Ji Feiyu thought this, he suddenly sighed and took the token, thanking Su Xiaoxiao and the others. After Su Xiaoxiao and the others gave out the token, they didn't stay for too long and quickly left. Because Ji Feiyu had encountered such an unforeseen event today, he was certainly not in a good mood. They didn't stay to disturb him. After Su Xiaoxiao left, Luo Qingtong also left a crooked note for Ji Feiyu and then left. After all, she had been by Ji Feiyu's side for a long time. At this moment, the blood curse on his body was already under control. With Sui Yu and the others by his side, plus the tokens that Su Xiaoxiao and the others had just given out, there wouldn't be any trouble for a short period of time. It was time for Luo Qingtong to do her own thing. Most importantly, she couldn't stay outside like a little white cat forever, right? Heng Ji was guarding her body in the inn. She did not know if he was angry or not. Fortunately, she had paid enough for the room. Otherwise, it would have been terrible. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, the scene of the inn's waiter coming to ask for the rent appeared in her mind. When he saw her corpse lying on the bed, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. She nimbly leaped through the alleys and soon appeared outside the inn she rented. Then, she directly rushed in. After a while, she appeared in front of her room. She nimbly opened the door and rushed in. "Master, you're finally back." Little Pig looked at her and whimpered. It was so pitiful. It had been guarding Luo Qingtong's body for so long that it was almost moldy. This woman said that she was going to help Su Xiaoxiao and the others, but she was nowhere to be seen. She ran to the family Ji's side. It was simply waiting for him to die. Fortunately, the waiter came to deliver food every day. Otherwise, how could he survive? Little Pig was howling. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. She ignored it and directly escaped from the little white cat's body and rushed back into her own body. Phew! A human body is still the most comfortable. After saying so, Luo Qingtong immediately lent her body to her and fell into a deep sleep. At this time, Xiao Tuanzi, who had not yet woken up, was put into the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. Then, she picked up Little Pig and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Star Alliance Academy." As she said that, she immediately rushed outside. Bang! Mo Zhuling regained consciousness. She sat on the bed and smashed the things around her with all her might. Crash! She swung her hands wildly, smashing everything in front of her onto the ground. Brocade quilt, jade pillows, porcelain cups, and chairs. Even the fragrant curtains hanging on the bed were torn down by her. Ah! Ah! Bastard! Bastard! That damned bastard, I won't let you off. And Ji Feiyu and the others. Ah! Mo Zhiling's eyes were bloodshot. She had just received news from her confidant that the little white cat was indeed the bastard who had attacked her in the mirror array. Her confidant had found out that the little white cat had mingled with Su Xiaoxiao and the others before the banquet started. After all, Su Xiaoxiao and the others had been hiding their movements at that time. But if she investigated carefully, she could still find some traces. She thought about how the bastard had ruined her plans time and time again. Now, she had even lost her reputation and ended up in an extremely embarrassing state. Mo Zhiling's expression was crazed. Especially when she thought of the few times she kowtowed to Ji Feiyu, especially to that little white cat, her face twisted into a ghastly expression. Her veil was scattered on the ground. The scars on her face had not completely healed. At this moment, the marks that looked like they had been scratched by sharp claws were clearly visible on her face. Coupled with the expression on her face, she looked even more terrifying, like a demon who had returned from hell. At this moment, a maidservant came in with a bowl of medicine. When she saw this scene, she screamed in shock and the bowl in her hand fell to the ground. Bang! When Mo Zhiling heard the voice, she slapped Mo Zhiling. Get lost. Her voice was cold and she slapped the maidservant so hard that she crashed into the wall. With a cold expression, she picked up the veil that had fallen to the ground and put it back on. This injury was naturally caused by Luo Qingtong's claw in the mirror array. She still hadn't fully recovered. However, Mo Zhiling wasn't too worried when he thought about the power of the black fog. She believed that after the black fog appeared, it would be able to heal the wounds on her face. After all, he had saved her from her crippled state. She put on the veil on her face and walked up to the servant girl. She said coldly, "Lowly servant girl, who allowed you to enter my room? Do you have the right to set foot in this place?" As she spoke, she kicked the maidservant and sent her flying again. The latter coughed up blood, but he did not dare to resist. He lowered his head, and his eyes were filled with indescribable hatred and mockery. The eldest miss could only flaunt her might in front of them, right? A woman with a disfigured face and a shameless slut in everyone's eyes. Who would want her? In less than 2 days, the Lu family would come and break off the engagement. Let's see if she can still be arrogant then. She was full of disdain as she thought of this. At this moment, the Alliance Master of the Star Alliance heard the commotion and rushed over. When he saw that the surroundings were in a mess and that the servant girl had been sent flying while vomiting blood, he immediately became furious and shouted sternly, "How dare you!" The Star Alliance's leader's face was ashen. He only found out after returning to the Star Alliance that Mo Zhiling had called Ji Feiyu a bastard at the end of the banquet. This unfilial girl, would she only be satisfied if she angered herself to death? At that time, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Everyone could see that they were the ones in the wrong and had let Ji Feiyu down. The Lu family had left, and he had also left. But she was unconvinced and indignant about Ji Feiyu's victory, so she directly called him a bastard. How much did she want to kill him? When the Star Alliance's leader heard this, he almost fainted from anger. A group of people under him came to complain to him, saying that they were almost killed by Mo Zhiling. At that time, she had the Lu family's support. She wasn't afraid, but those Star Alliance people were scared to death. This *tch. The Star Alliance's leader recalled how he had been criticized and questioned by a group of Star Alliance people. It took him a lot of effort to control his desire to slap Mo Zhiling to death. The Lu family hadn't come to cancel the engagement yet, so there might still be some hope. He couldn't be impulsive and kill this *tch, but the Star Alliance's leader couldn't control the anger in his heart. He slapped Mo Zhiling and knocked her to the ground. Then he said coldly, "Behave yourself and stop causing trouble here. Our Mo family has already become the joke of the entire Star Alliance. How far do you want to drag me down? Let me tell you, you better pray that the Lu family doesn't come to cancel the engagement. Otherwise, I'll immediately break all the bones in your body and send you to the family G to be dealt with." The Star Alliance's leader's voice was cold. He really couldn't stand Mo Zhiling anymore. He had already lost all his prestige because of her. He didn't doubt that once the Lu family cancelled the engagement, the public would be furious. At that time, even if he didn't punish Mo Zhiling, was he going to make all of his subordinates turn against him and side with Elder Feng and the others? Moreover, without the Lu family's support, what could they use to deal with the family G's attack? The Star Alliance's leader couldn't help but send Mo Zhiling flying with another slap. Mo Zhiling had just gotten up from the ground and was sent flying with another slap. He immediately exploded. "Mo Zhiling, why don't you try and slap me again? Do you believe that I won't kill you?" Mo Zhiling's face was crazed and cold. Since she was already in her current situation, she could not be bothered to put on an act with the Alliance Master of the Star Alliance and play the role of an obedient daughter. Break all the bones in her body and send her to the Ji family to be dealt with. He probably didn't have the chance or ability to do so. Mo Zhuling got up from the ground and looked down at the Star Alliance's leader. Don't think that you can attack me just because I don't have anyone to rely on. Who do you think you are? I only want your daughter, the eldest daughter of the Star Alliance. Do you think that I can make the young master of the 7-star field propose marriage? Mo Zhuling's face was malicious. Now that the Star Alliance's leader's identity was useless to her, the Star Alliance's people were extremely dissatisfied with her. Her reputation as the eldest daughter of the Star Alliance's leader had already been ruined to the extreme. What use did she have? If the Star Alliance's leader dared to attack her again, then don't blame her for being impolite. You. He looked at Mo Zhuling, speechless. Could it be that there was something behind Mo Zhuling and Lu Yu's acquaintance that he didn't know of? As the Star Alliance's leader thought of this, the aura around his body instantly dissipated. Mo Zhuling also fiercely wiped the blood from his lips and walked out of the luxurious mansion in the Star Alliance's headquarters. She was going to find Lu Yu. What happened at the proposal banquet wasn't irreparable. Mo Zhuling didn't care what other people thought of him. As long as Lu Yu's side was settled, no one in the Star Alliance would dare to touch him. At that time, Ji Feiyu, that strange cat, and Su Xiaoxiao and the others, she would make them all pay the price. At this time, in the Star Alliance Academy, Luo Qingtong also saw Su Xiaoxiao and the others after being notified by the Academy's guards. Boss. A group of people rushed over. When they saw the incomparably beautiful young lady in red clothes standing outside the Star Alliance Academy from afar, hot tears immediately burst out from their eyes. Boss. Su Xiaoxiao and Ling Yu almost jumped in front of Luo Qingtong. They jumped on her body and hugged her tightly, like two dried-up fish hugging their water source. The tears that flowed out of their eyes were both happy and excited. Boss, you're finally back. We were worried to death. The two of them hugged Luo Qingtong tightly and cried wantonly. They almost cried out all the tears that they had suppressed for so long. In the past, in the True Spill continent, they watched as Luo Qingtong disappeared in front of their eyes without any warning. No one knew if he was dead or alive. There was no news from him. If it wasn't for their obsession, that would be, boss will be fine. She said that she still needs to wait for us to catch up with her. Don't fall behind. We haven't caught up with her yet. She still has a bright future ahead of her. How could anything happen to her? She will be fine. It was precisely because of this belief that they continued to cultivate with all their might. They were not afraid of death, nor were they afraid of danger. They were desperately trying to improve their own strength. They did not want a day like this to come where they were still powerless and did not even have the qualifications to look for her. But this time, their belief, their pillar, their soul, came back. Su Xiaoxiao and Ling Yu hugged Luo Qingtong and cried. Sima Zhu, Ling Tianhan, and the rest followed behind. When they saw this scene, tears welled up in their eyes. Everyone quietly looked up at the sky and the ground, but they didn't dare to look at Luo Qingtong, afraid that she would see the tears in their eyes. Men didn't cry easily. They didn't want to cry in front of Luo Qingtong, but they couldn't help the surging emotions in their hearts. The person who came back was the light in their hearts. She was their life. Aya, as soon as boss came back, the wind in the Star Alliance Academy is too strong. My eyes are as big as copper bells, but they can't block the wind. It's like I've seen a ghost. Yuan, whose throat was choked with sobs as he forcefully wiped away the tears in his eyes. While cursing, he said, "What kind of lousy academy is this?" As for Sima Zhu and Ling Tianhan, they both looked away, one of them saying, That's right, it's good to have blown this person back. If this is a dream, let them never wake up again." Ling Tianchen and Xu Wenhao nodded solemnly as well. They had wanted to say something like Ling Tianhan and Sima Zhu. But as soon as they opened their mouths, besides sobbing, they couldn't say anything else. In front of the news of Luo Qingtong's return, no words seemed to be able to express the intense emotions in their hearts that they couldn't even control. Only the sobbing and hot tears could be heard, letting people know how excited they were in their hearts. Meanwhile, the academy guard who passed the message on behalf of Luo Qingtong was already dumbfounded at the side. Oh my god. This girl who doesn't seem to have much strength is actually the boss of the 7 unique True Yen? The existence that they risked their lives to protect. Oh my god, I thought she was a very powerful genius powerhouse. I thought so too. The group of academy guards who were in charge of guarding were stunned. They never thought that such an ordinary girl was the boss of the 7 unique True Yen. This was an existence that everyone within the True Spill continent would risk their lives to protect. Oh my god, isn't this too fantastical? On what basis? Everyone thought so and suddenly clicked their tongues. Luo Qingtong also didn't think that Su Xiaoxiao and the others' reaction would be so intense. Looking at their reddened eyes, Luo Qingtong's heart rippled. Looking at them, she whispered, "Sorry, I came back late." "I've made you wait." "No, it's not late at all." As Luo Qingtong's words came out, Su Xiaoxiao and the others immediately refuted loudly. Especially Ling Yuer and Su Xiaoxiao. Their throats were still obviously sobbing, but they still spoke loudly. "It's not late at all. Boss, do you know? We thought that when we had the strength to leave here and go to other star fields, we would be able to see you again and find you again. It's not late at all, you know?" Ling Yuer and Su Xiaoxiao's voices were choked with sobs. They kept sobbing and their bodies were trembling faintly. Yes, I know. She knew everything. She knew how hard they worked, how much they risked their lives, and how much they missed her. Luo Qingtong hugged Su Xiaoxiao and Ling Yuer, then looked at Ling Tianhan and the others and said, "Let's go back. We'll talk at your place." As she spoke, her gaze swept across the entrance of Star Alliance Academy and the students who were continuously gathering there. These people were currently looking at Luo Qingtong and Su Xiaoxiao's group with stunned expressions. It was unknown if they were shocked by Su Xiaoxiao's group's excitement, or if they were shocked that Luo Qingtong's strength was only at the sacred expert level. But Luo Qingtong didn't care. She deliberately did not increase her strength. Her strength could have been restored to the level of Amethyst Elder level 9 long ago. This was because when she was by Ji Feiyu's side, she had more or less consolidated her understanding and strength. The current her could raise her strength to the level of Amethyst Elder level 9 at any time and didn't have to worry about any instability in her realm. But Luo Qingtong didn't do that. If she didn't leave an obvious weakness and flaw, how could she lure the snake out of its hole? Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. The black fog behind Mo Zhuling wasn't simple. At this moment, in a private residence in Star City. "Young Miss of the Star Alliance, please go back." A Lu family cultivator blocked Mo Zhuling's way with a look of disdain. "Our young master doesn't want to see you." Mo Zhuling's body shook at his words. Then, she bit her lip and looked at the Lu family cultivator with a determined gaze. "I don't believe you unless you ask him to tell me personally." Mo Zhuling clenched her fists tightly under her sleeves. She was well aware of the difficulties she would face this time. No matter what, she had caused the Lu family to lose face and caused Lu Yu to be criticized. These were all real things. If the Lu family didn't mind at all and welcomed her into their residence with a smile, she would have suspected that they had ulterior motives and wanted to do something to her. Now that their attitude was bad, she was relieved. Since Lu Yu didn't chase her away personally, it meant that he still had feelings for her, and they were very deep. Since that was the case, there was still room for negotiation. Therefore, Mo Zhuling was determined not to leave. The Lu family cultivators looked at her coldly. They were obviously furious, but they didn't chase her out. This confirmed her suspicions. Lu Yu still had feelings for her, and Mo Zhuling felt a sense of satisfaction when she thought of this, but she didn't show it on her face. After all, it wasn't enough that Lu Yu still had feelings for her. She had to convince the Lu family as well. Therefore, when she thought of this, she immediately said to the Lu family cultivator, "I know that the Lu family hates me and thinks that I've ruined the reputation of your young master and the Lu family. But have you thought about it? I won't joke about my reputation and the reputation of the Star Alliance. Ji Feiyu is indeed a good-for-nothing. Everyone in the Dongting region knows this. It can't be fake. Moreover, don't you think that what happened at the marriage proposal banquet was too strange? After the Lu family proposed to me, Ji Feiyu happened to have the strength, And he also happened to know the cultivation method of the Liu family's men of sacrifice. All of this can no longer be explained by coincidence. I came here today to tell you that it doesn't matter if you blame me. But don't be blinded by others. What happened at the wedding banquet was obviously planned by someone to ruin me and the Liu family. Your Liu family has been implicated by me. I have nothing to say. But I don't want your young master to blame me for something bad. Therefore, I would like to ask you to be in charge of informing them. I'll meet him and explain the situation to him. After that, I'll leave immediately. Mo Zhuling didn't put on a pitiful look. She was very scheming. What happened at the marriage proposal banquet had been done. The reputation of the Liu family and Liu Yu had suffered a great loss. If she tried to shirk the responsibility and say that it wasn't her fault, she would easily be disliked by the Liu family. She might as well do the opposite. She would be magnanimous and take responsibility for what she had done. It would be easier to gain their pity, especially Liu Yu's pity. As expected, when she said that, the Liu family cultivator frowned and looked at her with a strange expression. However, the contempt and disdain from before were gone. Okay, wait here. I'll help you talk to our young master again. If he still refuses to see you, then don't blame us. The expert from the Liu family had an icy expression on his face. In fact, if not for the fact that Mo Zhuling was their young master's fiancé, he would not even be able to step through the door. Thus, after hearing his words, Mo Zhuling was instantly overjoyed. However, she did not show any signs of wild joy. Instead, she looked at the expert from the Liu family with a hopeful yet sorrowful expression and said, "All right, thank you." After she finished speaking, the expert from the Liu family had already disappeared from her sight. In the backyard of the Liu family's temporary residence, Liu Yu's expression was calm as he looked at the expert from the Liu family who had come to report to him. He immediately sneered and said, "This Mo Zhuling is just as I expected. He has a myriad of tricks up his sleeves." He sneered at the news that Mo Zhuling had sent over. Mo Zhuling's tricks might be able to fool others, but they were too childish to fool him. No matter what the motive of the proposal banquet was, or who the culprit was, the person who had caused him and the Liu family to lose face was Mo Zhuling. If she had not allowed him to propose at that time, how could he have been implicated in this matter? However, Mo Zhuling kept implying that someone was plotting against her. It was obvious that not only did he want to get rid of the blame that had caused him to lose face, he also wanted him to be the scapegoat for her. He wanted him to help her deal with the person behind the scenes. In order to get information from Mo Zhuling, he had pretended to be a brainless person. Who would have thought that Mo Zhuling really thought that he was a brainless person? In the end, did Mo Zhuling really think that he was a brainless person? Could it be that she was the only smart person in the world who could do whatever she wanted and toy with other people? Liu Yu sneered, but there was not much expression on his face. A woman who pretended to be intelligent like Mo Zhuling was the best person to use. However, she did not know it herself. That's enough, let her in. In addition, all of you should control your expressions. Don't let her think that her words are useless. After all, we still need to rely on her to find out the secrets of the true Spill continent. Isn't that right? Liu Yu's expression was indifferent. The Liu family had already sent a letter urging him to make progress. However, it was very difficult for him to find an opportunity to quietly explore the true Spill continent. He had to rely on Mo Zhuling to find a way. Thus, before and just now, he had deliberately left Mo Zhuling. Now, it was time to give that woman a taste of her own medicine. It made her feel that she had already believed her. Yes. As the expert from the Liu family spoke, he suddenly disappeared in front of Liu Yu. When Mo Zhuling received the news, she jumped up from her chair in surprise. Is that so? The young master wants to see me? Good. Take me to see him. She felt smug in her heart. Sure enough, as long as she casually said a few words and pushed the blame to someone else, Liu Yu would be willing to see her. Obviously, he was not willing to let her go. As long as she could convince him and the Liu family, she would be able to regain her strength. Fortunately, she still had a lot of the pill recipes that the Black Fog had given her. She would definitely be able to make the Liu family treat her differently. Humph, she had not planned to give these pill recipes to Liu Yu and the others at this time. This was because they were the foundation of her future in the Liu family. But now, she could only use them in advance. It turned out that Grandfather Luo and the others did not appear in the Star Alliance. Instead, they stayed in the True Spill continent with Empress Dowager Xianxia, Yuan sect master, and the Grand Dean. Now, the True Spill continent had completely changed. Boss, since you left, the 4 holy dynasties of the True Spill continent have been unified. Grandfather Luo has assumed the position of Holy Emperor. The passage between the hidden world and the secular world has been completely opened. Now, the people of our Sky Evolution Holy Dynasty can send our talented disciples to the hidden world through our own transmission channel. Ling Tianhan said. That's right, boss. The major sects in the hidden world have been unified. The Yuan sect has taken over. All the sects and forces have been unified. Now, the Grand Dean and Aunt Suqing have clearly taken over as the sect master and vice sect master. They are in charge of the hidden world. And you have the title of Grand Master. Haha. Yuan, whose voice was particularly gloating. After the emotional roller coaster ride, the crowd slowly returned to their original nature. Especially Yuan, who was careless, was the fastest. When Luo Qingtong heard his words, she had just drunk a cup of tea that Ling Yuer had poured for her. She almost spat it out. Puff. She hurriedly held her breath and swallowed the tea that was about to enter her mouth. Then, she coughed and asked Yuan, is what you said true? What the hell, what kind of title was Grand Master? Moreover, she shouldn't be the one to do it, wasn't the Yuan sect master still there? And, wait, Luo Qingtong suddenly thought of something and immediately asked Yuan and the others, what about the Sky Evolution Holy Dynasty? Oh my god, please don't give her the title of retired emperor or something like that, she couldn't bear it. Her grandfather was the Holy Emperor of the Sky Evolution Holy Dynasty, and she was the Grand Master. She would be struck by lightning. At this thought, Luo Qingtong's face turned green. Fortunately, the people of the True Spill continent were not so unreliable. Yuan and the others smiled at her and said, no. The old man is the Sky Evolution Saint Emperor, so of course you can't be the retired emperor. You are, the retired princess. Pooh. Luo Qingtong was completely relieved when she heard the no in front of them. She immediately took another sip of tea to calm herself down. But this time, this mouthful of tea was not as lucky as the previous one. When Luo Qingtong heard the title Grand Imperial Princess, she didn't have time to react and spat out a mouthful of tea. Oh my god. You people, she raised her hand and pointed at Yuan and the others. The latter grinned and said, boss, just give up. It's not that we want you to be the Grand Empress or the Grand Sect Master, but only you can connect the hidden world and the secular world. With you here, no one can surpass a Yuan school and Celestial Evolution Holy Dynasty. In the future, no matter how many powerhouses are born in the True Spill continent, they can only bow their heads to the Celestial Evolution Holy Dynasty and a Yuan school. Otherwise, some ungrateful wolves might try to overthrow a Yuan school and Celestial Evolution Holy Dynasty in the future. Ling Tianhan warmly explained. In the future, these people would leave the True Spill continent. But in the future, there would be more and more powerhouses in the True Spill continent. How could they guarantee that they would be loyal to Luo Qingtong, the Celestial Evolution Holy Dynasty and a Yuan school, one inside and one outside, were rooted in the secular world and the hidden world. As long as there was Luo Qingtong's name, no one could touch them. Those who left the hidden world could only be loyal to Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered with a soft light. She naturally knew that her grandfather and the Grand Dean were doing this for her. Their protection in the past had finally grown into the most beautiful flower. It told her that in this world, there were indeed not only cold-blooded people, but also boiling hot blood and feelings that would never leave each other in dire straits. Her kindness was finally not let down by others and turned into a sword that hurt others. The people she protected also protected her with all their strength. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up. At this time, she also learned from Su Xiaoxiao and the others that Su Yu and the others were not in the True Spill continent, but had left with the people of the dark colors. Dark colors? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She thought for a long time and finally remembered this name. Wasn't that a force they had encountered in the far west wilderness? Luo Qingtong remembered that their arena was very unique. In order to save Su Yu's family, Luo Qingtong had dealt with them in their arena. After that, they also gave her a guest elder token of the Dark Colors Arena. Wait, as Luo Qingtong thought of this, her face suddenly changed. She remembered that in order to deal with the Ouyang family, she had used the token of the Dark Colors Arena. The rule of the Dark Colors Arena was that once the token of the Dark Colors Arena was used, they had to do one thing for the Dark Colors Arena. At that time, Luo Qingtong had agreed to fight for them. After that, they never came to find her. After that, the incident in the land of the fallen immortals broke out and she was transmitted away. Could it be that the people of the dark colors came to find her, and in order to fulfill her promise, Su Yu and the others left with the people of the dark colors? As she thought of this, Su Xiaoxiao and the others' words confirmed her thoughts. The dark colors is the Dark Colors Arena we met in the far west wilderness. It turns out that they are a force in the Star Wilderness, and their strength is not inferior to the Star Alliance. Not long after you left, they found us and said that they wanted you to fulfill your promise. Su Yu and the others couldn't display their full potential in the Star Alliance Academy, and it would be easier for them to increase their strength if they joined the Dark Colors, so they left with them. He said that he wants to fulfill the promise on your behalf. Luo Qingtong's frown deepened when she heard their words. I'll get them back tomorrow. Fighting in the arena was never the right way to increase one's strength. Previously, the reason why Luo Qingtong had allowed Chu Lingfeng to train in the Black Field was because his physique was different from the others. However, Su Yu and the others were different. In that case, even if they could quickly increase their strength through the arena, they would also be left with many hidden injuries and hidden dangers. Those hidden injuries could easily erupt after they fought with others. Or after their strength increased to a certain level, it would hinder their cultivation and make them unable to continue to improve. Luo Qingtong had to find them as soon as possible and eliminate these hidden dangers for them. These guys, Luo Qingtong's heart was both emotional and warm. She knew that Su Yu and the others were not unaware of the dangers of doing this, but they still did it without hesitation. Perhaps it was to increase their strength as soon as possible and find her. Really, a bunch of fools. Luo Qingtong's eyes were slightly bitter. At this moment, with a bang, the door of the room they were in was suddenly kicked open. Master! Yan Yang's expression was agitated. She rushed to Luo Qingtong almost instantly. Looking at the smiling young girl, she was so moved that tears almost instantly fell from her eyes. Master, her voice was choked with sobs as she held Luo Qingtong in her arms with trembling hands. You're alright, I'm so glad that you're alright. Yan Yang, like Su Xiaoxiao and the rest, was always worried about Luo Qingtong. As her Guqin spirit seal was rather special, she usually did not travel with Su Xiaoxiao and the rest. Instead, she cultivated by herself. She had just returned from her training when she heard the news that Luo Qingtong had returned. She immediately rushed over. Behind her was a handsome middle-aged man who was about 40 years old. The man's face was very elegant and handsome, but his eyes contained a trace of dominance. At this moment, hearing Yan Yang call Luo Qingtong master, a trace of hostility and anger flashed across the elegant middle-aged man's eyes. However, he quickly covered it up. At this moment, looking at the emotional Yan Yang who had thrown herself into Luo Qingtong's arms, he said in a deep voice, Yan Yang, since you're here to meet an old friend, I'll go back first. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. As he said this, he immediately nodded politely to Luo Qingtong, Su Xiaoxiao and the rest, then turned and left. Luo Qingtong looked at his back as he left. She frowned slightly and asked, who is he? If she did not see wrongly, the man's gaze seemed to be hostile. Luo Qingtong's observation skills were top-notch. Even though she could not use her blood eye at this moment, she still saw the cold light and anger that flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. If she did not see wrongly, that cold light and anger were clearly directed at her. When Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, Su Xiaoxiao and Ling Yuer pursed their lips and laughed. His name is Lin Yi, a teacher from the Star Alliance Academy. He fell in love with Aunt Yan at first sight and is pursuing her. Yes, Teacher Lin is very powerful and treats Aunt Yan very well. Boss, look at Aunt Yan's cultivation. As they spoke, they pointed at Yan Yang. At this moment, Luo Qingtong realized that Yan Yang's cultivation had advanced to the monarch state. Although she had just broken into the monarch state and her state had not fully stabilized, she was indeed at the beginning of the monarch state. Her face was filled with surprise as she looked at Yan Yang and said, "Yan Yang, your strength." Yan Yang's soul was damaged previously and her body was severely damaged. In the end, Luo Qingtong used the wood spirit essence, her blood eye, and the heavenly spirit wood leaf's effect to painstakingly let her cultivate. She started much later than Su Xiaoxiao and the rest. Even if she used the special characteristics of the Guqin spirit seal, she should not have improved so much compared to Su Xiaoxiao and the rest. When Luo Qingtong knew that Su Xiaoxiao and the rest had advanced to the monarch state, she was shocked. She did not expect Yan Yang to be even more frightening. She had actually jumped to the monarch state. Wasn't she making a huge leap this time? One must know that it was not so easy to break through the monarch state's threshold. Luo Qingtong had broken through because of an opportunity in the abandoned continent. Did Yan Yang also encounter an opportunity? It's Teacher Lin. He fell in love with Aunt Yan at first sight. He knew that Aunt Yan desperately wanted to increase her strength, so he accompanied her to various mystic realms and experiential training grounds. Once, Aunt Yan encountered a Zither Soul Seal inheritance. The two of them narrowly escaped death. When they finally came out of that mystic realm, Aunt Yan's strength had risen to the level of a Saint Venerable. Just a few days ago, she finally comprehended another Zither Soul Seal inheritance, and her strength rose to the level of a Saint Venerable. As Su Xiaoxiao and the others spoke, they felt a burst of envy in their hearts. Aunt Yan's luck was really too good. She actually encountered a Ruin inheritance, and it was also her Zither Soul Seal inheritance. Her strength had risen by leaps and bounds, and she had surpassed them by too much. Hey, how come we don't have such an admirer? Su Xiaoxiao and Ling Yu were both sighed, their expressions exaggerated. Yan Yang's expression was ugly. She glared at the two of them and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I don't have that kind of relationship with him." Yes, we know. Su Xiaoxiao and Ling Yu made faces at her and said, "You have to wait until you find Chu Lingfeng and solve his father's problem before you consider being together with Teacher Lin." We know. But Teacher Lin definitely knows. Didn't he say that he would wait for you? He will wait until you and Chu Lingfeng accept him. The words of the two caused Yan Yang's face to become even more embarrassed. In the end, she became angry out of shame and chased after Su Xiaoxiao and Ling Yu. The three of them were in a mess in the hall. Luo Qingtong looked at them with a smile, but her heart was thoughtful. Luo Qingtong didn't stay with Su Xiaoxiao and the others for too long. Star Alliance Academy had a rule that outsiders were not allowed to stay overnight. Of course, if Luo Qingtong wanted to make an exception, it wouldn't be difficult. In any case, the people of True Spill Continent had already made enough exceptions in Star Alliance Academy. What's more, other people might not know who Luo Qingtong was, but how could the higher-ups of the Star Alliance not know? If she stayed here, no one would come to Su Xiaoxiao's place to make trouble. But Luo Qingtong didn't stay overnight. Because there was something she wanted to verify. Luo Qingtong told Su Xiaoxiao and the others about her experience in the Tianfeng domain and Chu Lingfeng's situation. After letting them know about her situation during this period, she left directly. After she left, a figure quietly followed her. Shua. Luo Qingtong's figure quickly left the Star Alliance Academy and appeared in a remote alley. Just as she was about to rush forward, a figure silently appeared in front of her. You? Luo Qingtong's figure stopped. She looked at the figure that appeared in front of her. Under the moonlight, the figure was elongated and his face was completely exposed. It's you? Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She looked at the figure in front of her that was completely covered by the moonlight. The face that was revealed was Lin Yi's. You really are hostile to me. She didn't sense it wrongly at that time. Your senses are very sharp, but so what? It can't help you now. Lin Yi's voice was cold. He didn't take Luo Qingtong's words seriously. He said in a deep voice, I won't kill you, but you must set Yan Yang and Chu Lingfeng free. Is that so? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at him. The other party's hostility was very strange. She didn't know why, but there was no killing intent in his hostility. If not for this, Luo Qingtong would not have specially made this trip to verify it. She would have revealed it when they were in the Star Alliance Academy. After all, as long as she said it, Su Xiaoxiao and Yan Yang would believe her without hesitation. It was because the other party's hostility didn't have killing intent, but seemed like pure dislike and hostility. That was why she came here. Because Xianxia did seem to have feelings for this Lin Yi. She had suffered too much in the past, and it wasn't easy for her to walk out of the pain. Luo Qingtong didn't want to ruin her happiness so easily. But she had to confirm that the other party's purpose of approaching her wasn't bad. Otherwise, it would hurt Xianxia. That was why Luo Qingtong came here. She knew that if the other party was hostile to her, he would definitely pay close attention to Xiaxia's movements. Once she left, the other party would follow her. It seemed that she guessed right, but the other party followed her just to make such a request. Was it because he loved her because of her, or was it because of their deep love? Luo Qingtong stared at the back of his ears and smiled. Okay, as long as you take off your mask, I'll promise you. How about it? Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. The relationship between her, Chu Lingfeng, and Xianxia had long surpassed the master and servant contract of the heavens and earth. She had told Xianxia and the others that as long as they were willing, she could break the oath at any time. But since Xianxia and the others weren't willing, Luo Qingtong naturally let them be. She didn't expect Lin Yi to come here just for this. It seemed that he was sincere to Xianxia. But to be on the safe side, Luo Qingtong still wanted to see his real face. That's right, Lin Yi had disguised himself. When Luo Qingtong saw him for the first time, she could tell. Impossible. Lin Yi's voice was cold. He subconsciously covered the mask behind his head. His face must never appear in front of Luo Qingtong. Otherwise, he would not be able to hide it from the other party. You have no right to negotiate with me. Immediately remove the master-servant relationship with them. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. He said coldly. At this moment, a voice filled with anger and disappointment rang out. Really? I'd like to see how you're going to be rude to her. As she spoke, Xianxia's figure had already appeared not far from the alley. She had been instructed by Luo Qingtong to follow her after she went out. She didn't know what he meant at first, but when she heard that he was going to harm Luo Qingtong as soon as she arrived, the anger in her heart surged. Lin Yi. I didn't expect you to approach me with ulterior motives. She held the white jade zither in her hand and walked towards Lin Yi step by step. What right do you have to harm her? She's my master. Lin Yi, you're so good at hiding. Today, I'll never let you go. Xianxia's heart was burning with rage. No wonder when Lin Yi left, Luo Qingtong specifically asked who he was. She should be vigilant because her master never spoke casually. Why did she suddenly notice Lin Yi? Xianxia's heart was bleeding. Almost at the same time, she raised her 5 fingers. Clang! She plucked the white jade zither in her hand. The sound of the zither was sonorous, turning into countless sharp blades that flew towards Luo Qingtong and the man floating in the air. Xianxia, listen to my explanation. Lin Yi didn't expect Xianxia to appear suddenly. He looked at Luo Qingtong and suddenly realized that this was a trick of hers. She had seen through his hostility towards her, so she purposely left the Star Alliance Academy at night, luring him to block her at this time. Then, Xianxia arrived and found out everything, but he didn't get close to her to harm her, and that girl, Lin Yi's heart was in a mess. Even if he could easily dodge Xianxia's attack, he couldn't because of the panic in his heart. He was afraid that he would accidentally counterattack and hurt Xianxia. Xianxia, listen to my explanation. I don't want to listen. Xianxia's voice was cold. A man who deliberately got close to you and did everything for you, but in the end, when you weren't around, he secretly killed your master. Why would she listen to a man like this? It wasn't that he didn't know how important Luo Qingtong was to her. But he still did it to her. How could she believe him now? This man purposely got close to her so that he could attack her master. In Xianxia's hand, the zither strings were like sharp blades, and in an instant, they turned into thousands of blades and attacked Lin Yi. Slash! Lin Yi dodged awkwardly. In an instant, his face was cut open, but no blood flowed out. That was his disguise mask, it was cut open. Boom! Xianxia's zither stopped for a moment. When Lin Yi's face was cut open, her body trembled violently and her whole body shook violently. When she saw that there was no blood flowing out from the wound, but instead, there were 2 pieces of something that looked like skin. Yan Yang instantly bit her lips fiercely. His gaze on Lin Yi was even colder and more painful than before. Even this face of yours is fake. How dare you say that you didn't deliberately approach me for the sake of our master? Boom, clang. Clang. Clang, the energy in Yan Yang's body exploded, and countless musical blades flew towards Lin Yi like locusts. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and sighed softly. He lifted his hand and removed the mask from his face. Yes, I hid my identity and plotted to get close to you. But it's not for her. Yan Yang, do you still remember me? Yan Yang, do you still remember me? Lin Yi's voice echoed in her ears. Yan Yang's body was completely frozen. Her fingers stopped on the strings of the zither. Without her spiritual energy, the flying swords that filled the sky had completely disappeared. It's you, her voice trembled as she looked at the man floating in the air. After Lin Yi took off his disguise, what was revealed was an extremely handsome, domineering, and cold face. This face was close to 80% similar to Chu Lingfeng's, but it was more mature and resolute than Chu Lingfeng's face. So this Lin Yi was Chu Lingfeng's father, the head of Tianfeng Chu House, Chu Qianni. Yan Yang, he smiled bitterly and looked at Yan Yang. If I appear in front of you with this face, will you accept me? Hu Yanyang's eyes were red and her mind was in chaos. She was too confused. Lin Yi turned out to be him, it turned out to be him, she hated him for half of her life and couldn't forget him for half of her life. He ruined half of her life, even if she knew that he had no choice but to be set up by Baiyu. But in Hu Yanyang's heart, she still couldn't let it go. And now, this man appeared in front of her. What did he want to do? He approached her. Did he want to take the opportunity to win her heart and then take her son away? What kind of intentions did he have? Hu Yanyang's eyes were red and finally, she fiercely pressed the zither strings. In the chaos, the sharp sound almost pierced the eardrums. She pulled Luo Qingtong and quickly disappeared in front of Chu Qianni. The latter's momentum was monstrous. After he tore off his mask, he didn't hide his cultivation anymore. The strength of the 9th level of the human martial realm was enough for him to easily catch up with Hu Yanyang, but he didn't do so. So what if he caught up with her? She still couldn't accept him. As for him, it was definitely not because he wanted to hurt her that he came to this desolate and remote star desolation behind everyone's back. Yes, everyone in the Chu family didn't know that Chu Qianni already knew the location of the True Spill continent. The reason why he pretended not to know was because he didn't want people to have a chance to find out the whereabouts of this place. His stupid son thought that he really didn't know. If he knew that he was already in the Star Wilderness and was with Yan Yang, he didn't know how big of a storm it would cause. Chu Qianni originally thought that he would slowly get close to Yan Yang and then let her accept him. Then, he would find a suitable opportunity to tell her his identity. This way, even if she rejected him, it wouldn't be too deep. But now, all his efforts were in vain. If he had known earlier, he would have endured his hostility towards the girl. However, how could someone as ambitious and ruthless as Chu Qianni allow his son and wife to become someone else's slaves? He didn't know the real relationship between Luo Qingtong, Chu Lingfeng, and Hu Yanyang. He only thought that Luo Qingtong wanted Chu Lingfeng and Hu Yanyang to recognize her as their master, so he was full of hostility towards her. However, he didn't know that Luo Qingtong was the salvation of Yan Yang and Chu Lingfeng. Even if she asked them to leave, they would never leave. At this time, Luo Qingtong and Hu Yanyang had already rushed back to the Star Alliance Academy. Su Xiaoxiao, Ling Tianhan, and the others were about to go to bed when they saw the two of them running back. Hu Yanyang's face was filled with panic, and she looked as if she had lost her soul. In an instant, she was so scared that the soldiers and horses were thrown into chaos, and everyone crawled up. What's wrong? Boss? What's wrong with Aunt Yen? Su Xiaoxiao and Ling Yuer looked at Luo Qingtong and asked softly. They didn't dare to provoke Hu Yanyang anymore. Nothing, it's just, Luo Qingtong scratched her head and didn't know how to explain this matter. She just wanted to see where Lin Yi came from and whether he was suitable to be by Yan Yang's side. If he wasn't suitable, she would let Yan Yang leave quickly so that she wouldn't be hurt too deeply. Luo Qingtong looked at Hu Yanyang's dazed and red eyes. She felt that she had accidentally stirred up a hornet's nest. This was a huge sin. That Chu Lingfeng's father is here. He's the teacher you were talking about. Luo Qingtong sent Yan Yang to her room and drew a calming inscription for her to rest. Then, she walked out of her room and said to Su Xiaoxiao and the others. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Boss, are you kidding? This joke isn't funny. Yuan Hu said. Yeah. Boss, this joke isn't funny at all. Also, Teacher Lin doesn't look like Chu Lingfeng at all. Su Xiaoxiao said. He changed his appearance. Do you think I want this to be true? Luo Qingtong rolled her eyes and sighed. Seriously, she really found a traitor, and this traitor was here to chase after his wife. Then, she messed it up. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she thought about it. Forget it, I don't want to think so much. Anyway, that Chu Tianyi hurt Yan Yang so badly. He deserves to be taught a lesson. Yan Yang should stay with me for the next few days so that she won't be bullied by others. Luo Qingtong said, and Su Xiaoxiao and the others nodded. They didn't expect things to develop like this. Oh my god, Teacher Lin is Chu Lingfeng's father. No wonder he treats Aunt Yan so well. He can't be thinking about Chu Lingfeng, right? Yuan Hu said. Yeah. Boss, didn't you say that Chu Lingfeng doesn't want to stay in Tian Fengchu's house? Don't tell me he didn't come for this? He wants to take the opportunity to get Aunt Yan's heart and make her give her son to me. F***ck, how treacherous. Ling Yuer said in all seriousness. Luo Qingtong looked at them and her lips twitched. You people have a rich imagination. However, let's just go with the flow and see what's going on when the time comes. He doesn't look like that kind of person to me. Luo Qingtong had heard from Chu Xiaofeng and the others on the abandoned continent that Chu Tianyi doted on Chu Lingfeng a lot. Moreover, he had never forgotten Yan Yang. He wouldn't lie to himself. Therefore, Chu Tianyi might not have come for Chu Lingfeng. However, such a situation could not be ruled out. In short, they just had to be careful. As for Chu Tianyi, as long as he didn't use force, he could approach Yan Yang however he wanted. She wouldn't stop him. But if he dared to use force, she would never let him off. At this moment, in the private residence of the Liu family, Liu looked at Mo Zhuling in surprise and said, Is what you said true? The matter at the marriage proposal banquet was actually done by those people from the True Spill continent? As he said this, his face was filled with a sneer. This was really a case of someone giving you a pillow when you were sleepy. Liu was still thinking about how to get information from Mo Zhuling, but he didn't expect her to come up herself. The previous information was indeed correct. She really did have a grudge against those people from the True Spill continent, and it was a very big one. As he thought this, his face was filled with surprise and disbelief. But those people from the True Spill continent are only from a low-level continent. How could they have such courage? As he said this, his eyes flashed. This was the reason why they couldn't find any clues. It seemed that they would be able to find out from Mo Zhuling's mouth. As his voice sounded out, Mo Zhuling's sobbing voice sounded out. You don't know, but those people from True Spill continent are relying on a secret of their continent, that's why they are so arrogant. Our Star Alliance doesn't dare to do anything to them. Mo Zhuling's eyes flashed with a cold light. It was impossible for her to tell Liu and the others about Xianxia. Otherwise, she would let them know that the man behind True Spill continent was supporting them. And if they found out the man's identity, how could they help her deal with those people from True Spill continent? What she wanted was for them to not know anything. They would only listen to her and do whatever she wanted them to do. Thus, Mo Zhuling specially made up a reason to convince Liu and the others. It just so happened that at True Spill continent, some unusual things had happened. Thus, Mo Zhuling told them how he had discovered that something was wrong with True Spill continent, how he had been blocked by Elder Feng on his way to True Spill continent, how the Star Alliance's internal struggle had ended, how the Alliance leader's faction had been defeated, and how he himself had become incomparably miserable. All of this was naturally under Luo Qingtong's name. According to her, it was because Luo Qingtong had grasped the secret of True Spill continent that the Star Alliance had treated her with such courtesy. Not only that, but even those people from True Spill continent had benefited from her. And because she had a grudge with Luo Qingtong, the latter had wanted to kill her. Her methods were extremely vicious and cruel. The reason why she had become so vicious and extreme was all because of Luo Qingtong. You She was crying so hard that her face was stained with tears. I really didn't want to become like this. It's all because of her. I did have my own selfish motives for this marriage proposal banquet. I wanted to let the entire world know that my husband was you, and not that trash from the family G. But who would have thought that those people from Truespill continent would be so insidious? How dare you purposely make things difficult for me during my proposal banquet? The little white cat beside Ji Feiyu definitely has something to do with them. In fact, they're deliberately trying to humiliate both you and me. Otherwise, how could that trash Ji Feiyu coincidentally possess such power and know the solution to the soul ignition technique that the Lu family trained their men of sacrifice? It's clear that they're here for you. You want to deal with me by dealing with your Lu family. I feel very guilty for implicating you, but I also don't want you to be deceived by a scoundrel. Although I caused you to lose face, the true culprit is Luo Qingtong and those people from Truespill continent. That little white cat might be Luo Qingtong's pet. As Mo Zhuling spoke, a sinister look flashed across his eyes. She didn't care where that little white cat came from. Whether it was related to Luo Qingtong or not, it didn't matter. But it had repeatedly ruined her plans, so it could only be Luo Qingtong's side, and Mo Zhuling wouldn't miss any opportunity to smear Luo Qingtong's reputation. She believed that the Lu family would also be able to find out about the intimacy between Su Xiaoxiao and the little white cat. No matter whether they were related or not, they would take the blame for this. However, it wasn't because of what Mo Zhuling had said. The marriage proposal banquet had something to do with Luo Qingtong and the others. Rather, it was because of what she had said about the Truespill continent. Shua. He grabbed Mo Zhuling's hand and grimly said, "You're saying that something strange happened in the Truespill continent? That it was like a shower of thunder, lightning, and lightning that fell from tens of thousands of feet high?" Lu Yu's eyes flickered with excitement. Such a scene could not be compared to the birth of a strange treasure. Perhaps even the birth of a heavenly treasure would not be able to compare to it. For such a sign to appear in the Truespill continent, it seemed that their family's information had been correct. There really was a realm beast there. Only such a strange beast that was born to uphold the great Tao of heaven and earth, and was almost the embodiment of the great Tao of heaven and earth, would be able to cause such a heaven-shaking, earth-shaking commotion. At this time, Mo Zhuling was also startled by Lu Yu's actions. His heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, could it be that he saw through the lies I weaved? How could Mo Zhuling know of any worldly phenomena in the Truespill continent? When she had rushed to the Truespill continent, the land of the fallen immortals had already been destroyed, and all traces of the realm beast's birth had been erased. As for the Star Alliance Temple Master and the others who knew of this, they had all been killed by Xianxia. In such a situation, where could she find any worldly phenomena or some great secret to fool Lu Yu? The scenes she spoke of were none other than the worldly phenomena that occurred when Xianxia was restored to his human form because of the heavenly fox blood curse. Tens of thousands of feet of thunder fell down like a torrential downpour, but it was scattered by Xianxia with a single strike. However, Mo Zhuling naturally wouldn't tell Lu Yu about this. Thus, even though her heart was trembling, she nodded without hesitation. Yes, that's right. She endured the severe pain in her wrist, constantly hypnotizing herself. Everything she said was true, everything she said was true. She had seen those thunderous scenes with her own eyes, but it wasn't in the Truespill continent, but if she didn't say it, who would know? With that thought in mind, Mo Zhuling gritted his teeth and persevered. Lu Yu observed her carefully for a long time. He noticed that her eyes were first filled with panic and bewilderment before they turned into determination. He immediately believed her. He reckoned that the other party wouldn't dare to lie in front of him. Moreover, as the young master of an aristocratic family in the 7-star field, Lu Yu had a certain level of discernment. What Mo Zhuling said was absolutely true. She could not casually fabricate those scenes of lightning and thunder. Even the details were so realistic, she must have seen it with her own eyes. All right, I believe you. Ling don't be afraid. I was just shocked when I heard the news, so I accidentally hurt you. As Lu Yu said this, he gently placed Mo Zhuling's hand down and gently massaged her hand. Ling since you're willing to tell me such an important thing, your life in the Star Alliance will definitely be very difficult in the future, right? Don't worry, I won't blame you for this. I'll immediately write a letter to my family and tell them about this proposal banquet. I'll tell them not to obstruct our marriage. It's just that. After all, my father is a very old-fashioned and pedantic person. When I said that I wanted to marry you, it took me a lot of effort. Now that something like this happened at the marriage proposal banquet, I'm afraid he won't have a good time. At this point, he paused and said, how about this, after I report this matter to the family, Ling'er will also describe the scene you saw in detail and send it along with my letter to the family. In addition, think of a way to arrange a few people from our family to enter the Truspill continent to check it out. If you're sure that there's no problem with what you said, our marriage will be held as usual. As for your revenge, I will avenge you. Lu Yu's words were very gentle, and he looked at Mo Zhuling with eagerness. But in his heart, he was thinking about something else. If it was confirmed that the thing in the Truspill continent was really a sector beast, then Mo Zhuling would be useless. But the pill recipes in her hands and the information about the so-called master were still useful. He didn't mind marrying her and treating her like a decoration. Once all her value had been squeezed dry, he would kick her away. The reason why Mo Zhuling deliberately said that there was a secret in the Truspill continent was to lure the Lu family into becoming greedy for the Truspill continent. Now that she heard Lu Yu's words, she was ecstatic and couldn't ask for more. Under such circumstances, the two of them hit it off and settled this matter with their own ulterior motives. Mo Zhuling's face was full of tenderness. As long as you believe me, I'm willing to tell you anything. I've already fallen out with my father. From now on, I only have you. She said, leaning her head on his shoulder and sobbing quietly. Lu Yu comforted her with a gentle expression. Don't worry, I won't let you be wronged. In fact, he was very disdainful. Why did Mo Zhuling fall out with the Star Alliance? Didn't she know, once the news of the proposal banquet spread, her reputation was ruined? In this situation, it was already good enough that the Star Alliance didn't kill her. Otherwise, why would she suddenly run over to his side to sow discord? However, Lu Yu still needed Mo Zhuling's help, so he naturally wouldn't expose her affectionate act. Instead, he tried his best to cooperate with her. The two of them were affectionately pouring out their hearts to each other. Afterwards, Lu Yu quickly wrote a letter and got someone to send it back to the Lu family. He wanted the Lu family to determine whether or not Mo Zhuling's words were true. At the same time, he wanted the family to send someone to the Truspill continent to investigate whether or not the treasure there was a sector beast. Luo Qingtong didn't know about this at all. After sending Hu Yanyan back to her room, she sent Su Xiaoxiao and the others away. Then, she released Little Pig and Tuanzi from the pagoda. Tuanzi had already woken up. When it was released, it fell onto Little Pig. It chirped softly and then got up. It looked at Luo Qingtong with its big round eyes, as if asking her what was going on. Little Pig groaned as he got up from the ground and asked, Master, what's wrong? As it was puzzled, it heard Luo Qingtong ask, Can you ask Tuanzi if there is a way to combine the Truspill continent and its boundary land? Luo Qingtong had thought this through clearly. It was impossible for her to ignore the people of Truspill continent. This was the place where she had first transmigrated. Here, she had obtained the most important things in her life, family, friendship, and love. No matter what, she had to ensure that nothing would happen to the Truspill continent. And in the future, when she wandered the outer realms, she would easily make many enemies. If she didn't settle down the Truspill continent, once those people came to seek revenge, it would be an extremely tragic blow to the Truspill continent. And the people and things she cared about would also be greatly impacted and destroyed. Therefore, Luo Qingtong wanted to combine the Truspill continent and Tuanzi's boundary land. In this way, not only would she be able to connect the boundary land to the Truspill continent, but she would also be able to easily travel back and forth between her and the Truspill continent. She could also allow the people of the Truspill continent to retreat to the boundary land in time when they were in danger. That was a virtual boundary land. It was located in the middle of the turbulent flow of space. Ordinary people simply couldn't find it, nor could they enter it. Even inside, the people of the Truspill continent could easily counterattack. Therefore, Luo Qingtong wanted to bind the Truspill continent and Tuanzi's boundary land together. In any case, Tuanzi's boundary land was also beneficial for her to establish her own exclusive force. Besides the people of the True Spill continent, Luo Qingtong could trust other people. However, she absolutely couldn't trust them wholeheartedly like she did the people of the True Spill continent. These were two different concepts. Therefore, Luo Qingtong asked this question. After Little Pig heard her words, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't say anything, and instead began to whisper to Tuanzi. He also felt that Luo Qingtong's method was wonderful. By combining the True Spill continent and Tuanzi's boundary land, the people of the True Spill continent would be able to enter Tuanzi's boundary land to comprehend and train. For Luo Qingtong, this was an extremely good thing. It was also beneficial for her future development and cultivation. To be honest, as Luo Qingtong's strength increased, her footsteps towards the outer realm became faster and faster. Compared to those deep-rooted aristocratic families, her influence was really too weak. Little Pig had never seen a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm that didn't have a powerful force behind them. Of course, this also proved that Luo Qingtong was too outstanding and improved too quickly. Therefore, the construction of her forces must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. After it finished muttering to Xiao Tuanzi, it immediately said to Luo Qingtong, "Master, this fellow said yes. However, the True Spill continent's level is simply too low. It will have to be upgraded to a higher level continent, and only then will it barely be able to connect with its world. Moreover, if we want to connect True Spill continent to its world, we will need a channel that is firm enough to withstand the strength of both sides. This channel must be something on the level of a heavenly treasure, and it must also have sufficient energy. Otherwise, it won't be able to withstand the suppression of power between the two worlds. More importantly, it won't be able to withstand the suppression of Tuanzi's world. After all, the world it creates is equivalent to a complete world. It will also be a chaotic world that contains the laws of the Great Tao." When his voice sounded, Luo Qingtong subconsciously looked at the evil blood bracelets on her wrists. But very quickly, she shifted her gaze away. Because the evil blood bracelets didn't have enough energy, she couldn't use their power. It was also impossible for them to support the passage between the True Spill continent and the small rice dumplings world. Then what should I use? Luo Qingtong frowned, thinking carefully. Soon after, Little Pig's voice rang in her ears. "Master, don't you have the heavenly spirit wood? Use it. If we nurture it, we can completely open up the passageway between the two realms and connect the two realms. Moreover, the heavenly spirit wood can absorb the chaotic energy between heaven and earth as fertilizer. You don't have to worry about it running out of energy." As Little Pig thought of this, Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up. That's right, the heavenly spirit wood was an excellent choice. Not only would it save her the trouble of cultivating the heavenly spirit wood in the future, but it would also become the passage between the True Spill continent and the small rice dumplings world. Killing two birds with one stone, Luo Qingtong thought and nodded. "Okay, I'll use the heavenly spirit wood." Luo Qingtong rejoiced in her heart. By chance, she had upgraded the 1,000-year soul guiding wood to the heavenly spirit wood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to find something to connect the passage between the True Spill continent and the small rice dumplings world. It had to be known that heavenly treasures weren't easy to find. The greatest advantage of the heavenly spirit wood was that it could rely on the chaotic energy in the small rice dumplings world to enhance itself. Luo Qingtong didn't need to find anything else to replenish its energy. It was equivalent to Luo Qingtong planting the heavenly spirit wood and not caring about it. But before that, she had to germinate the heavenly spirit wood and turn it back into a tree. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to connect the two worlds for the first time, let alone become a stable passage between the two worlds. Fortunately, when she had treated Ji Feiyu, she had felt the aura of the soul blood curse from his body, which had caused the heavenly spirit wood seed to tremble. Obviously, that aura was very beneficial to it. If he went to the family Ji mansion with Ji Feiyu and absorbed all the yin energy accumulated by the soul blood curse, would the heavenly spirit would be able to reach the state of transforming into wood? If it didn't work, then she would take the heavenly spiritual wood to a few places with extreme yin and settle this matter. When Luo Qingtong thought of this, she immediately felt relieved. At this moment, Little Pig's voice sounded again. As for upgrading the True Spill continent, that will be a bit more troublesome. Its previous level was simply too low. It's basically impossible for a low-level continent to rise to a high-level continent. Even ascending to a mid-tier continent is an extravagant hope. But you're lucky. Little Pig chuckled mischievously as he raised his hoof and slapped Xiao Tuanzi in front of Luo Qingtong. Didn't this guy just devour the core of that abandoned continent? That's the core of a high-level continent. And because of the existence of those two bracelets, it has already been baptized by the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It also contains a massive amount of the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, this is the core of a high-level continent without a master. Low-level continents shouldn't be able to produce immortal qi, even if we forcibly introduce immortal qi into it. In the end, it will slowly dissipate. But the core of this high-level continent is different. First of all, it is ownerless, and the power inside doesn't have any imprints of other continents. Second, it has the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth, the most essential aura of the source of the great Tao. Of course, the most important point is that it has no lifespan, and is the core of a dead continent. As long as it fuses with the core of the true spill continent, there won't be any rejection or robbing, and there won't be any signs of the true spill continent's core being destroyed. It is simply the most perfect upgrade tool. This kind of thing may not be seen even once in 1,000 years. Master, you've really taken advantage of me. And those people from True Spill Continent are really taking advantage of the situation. As Little Pig said this, he suddenly clicked his tongue. How could this little guy be so good at handling things? He opened his mouth and swallowed the core of the abandoned continent. Now, it was just perfect for the people of the True Spill Continent to upgrade. As Luo Qingtong heard this, she suddenly smiled. Yes, I have to thank Little Furball. She didn't think that Little Furball would bring her so many benefits after swallowing the core of the abandoned continent. This little guy was really her lucky star. After upgrading, there would be treasures everywhere. As Luo Qingtong thought this, she immediately raised her hand and patted Little Furball's little head. Little Furball was happy in his heart. After receiving Luo Qingtong's praise, he bounced around non-stop and was very happy. But soon, Little Pig poured a bucket of cold water on Luo Qingtong. We can't be happy too early. Master, if we want to perfectly fuse the cores of the two continents together, this stupid Little Furball definitely won't be able to do it. We have to find a powerhouse and pour all of their strength into the core of the continent, and control the fusion of the two cores. It would be best if the strength of the strong cultivator is above the human chi layer. The stronger the strength, the better. The higher the level of comprehension, the better. The 9th level of the human martial realm is the lowest limit, otherwise it is very likely to fail. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched when she heard its words. Are you kidding me? Where was she going to find such an expert? They also needed to be at least at the 9th level of the human martial realm, and they also needed to have extremely strong control over their own realms. Not only that, but he also wanted the other party to inject all their strength into the core of the continent. Which expert would be willing to do that? Don't forget, the consequence of completely exhausting his strength was that any ordinary person could easily kill him. Who would do such a thing if they didn't have absolute trust in him? Luo Qingtong frowned as she thought of this. Should he send a letter to Xianxia for help? However, the other party was dealing with the people of Tiandu. Luo Qingtong didn't want to add to his troubles. Originally, Tiandu's line of sight had already turned away from her. If she continued to cause trouble for him, Xianxia's mind would be disturbed, and the people of Tiandu would have an opportunity to take advantage of it. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she immediately rejected this idea. Aya, where do you need to go to find him? Isn't he far away in the horizon, but close in front of you? As it said so, it suddenly stomped its 4 hooves and ran to Luo Qingtong's shoulder. It raised a small hoof and put it on Luo Qingtong's ear, whispering to her. Hearing its words, Luo Qingtong's face was strange for a while. This Humji is really bad. But she quite liked its bad behavior. It could kill several birds with one stone, and it could make up for her negligence of doing bad things with good intentions. Luo Qingtong thought so, and suddenly raised her hand and took it into her arms. Okay, we'll do as you said. Let's go. In the dark of the night, Chu Tianyi drank wine one mouthful after another. He drank a lot and was very anxious. The hotel owner next to him was frightened for a while. He was afraid that he would accidentally get drunk and his idea would be ruined. What kind of sin did he commit in the end? He was sleeping soundly in his bed, and suddenly such a demon came, pulled him out of the bed, and asked him to open the door for business. Just when the hotel owner was frightened, Luo Qingtong's figure appeared in front of Chu Tianyi. "Boss, I'll pay for his wine. You can go down and rest," Luo Qingtong said to the hotel owner, and then threw a string of money to him. When the latter received the money, his face suddenly lit up with joy. This money was enough to buy his whole hotel and more. Encountering such a customer, he immediately left tactfully. Okay, you two have a good chat. I'll go first." After saying that, he immediately ran away like a wisp of smoke. Because at this time, Chu Tianyi had raised his head and looked at Luo Qingtong with murderous eyes. He said coldly, "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? You dare to appear in front of me." If it weren't for her, his identity wouldn't have been seen through by Yan Yang. Obviously, Yan Yang was about to fall in love with him. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to tell her his identity. As Chu Tianyi thought of this, the killing intent in his heart intensified. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She looked at him with a smile and said, "If you wanted to make a move, you would have done so long ago. Isn't that right?" This man still missed Yan Yang. He knew that once he fought with him, it would be impossible between him and Yan Yang forever. Of course, Luo Qingtong was not afraid of him. Even if she couldn't use the evil blood bracelet and couldn't fully display the power of the tyrant god fist, she still had no problem dealing with a peak 9th level human martial realm expert. Humph. Chu Tianyi's voice was cold. He ignored her and continued drinking. Indeed, he wouldn't touch Luo Qingtong. He hadn't moved before, and he wouldn't move now either. Yan Yang was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She valued Luo Qingtong very much. If she died, Yan Yang would be very sad. Therefore, he used the method of intimidation to make Luo Qingtong give up the master-servant relationship with Yan Yang. He didn't make a move. Otherwise, with his strength, would Luo Qingtong have a chance to escape? Therefore, even if his killing intent was burning, Chu Tianyi didn't make a move against Luo Qingtong. Naturally, he didn't know that Luo Qingtong's strength was different from what he imagined. Luo Qingtong didn't care about his attitude. She just sat down beside him and said indifferently, "How about it? Do you still want to be with Yan Yang?" When she said this, Chu Tianyi immediately raised his head and looked at her. "What opportunity?" His voice was cold. Luo Qingtong smiled and took out a piece of paper. She slapped it in front of him and said with a smile, "It's very simple. Sign this contract and sell yourself to me as a slave for 1 year. For 1 year, you will be under my command. Then you and Yan Yang can be together, right? For 1 year, both of you will be my slaves. Isn't it easy for you to get close to her? More importantly, you, the head of the Tian Fengchu family, are willing to sell yourself to me as a slave for Yan Yang. Even if Yan Yang's heart is hard and cruel, and she can't forgive you, she should be a little touched, right? It depends on whether you are willing to make this sacrifice." Luo Qingtong's face was full of smiles. That's right, the person Little Pig had told her about was Chu Tianyi, who was far away but close at hand. This man was the leader of a first-class family in the 6-star region and the overlord of the entire Tianfeng region. His strength was at the peak of the 9th level of the human martial realm, which was comparable to that of the earth martial realm. He was the best person to inject the cores of the 2 continents into her body. However, Luo Qingtong wouldn't say this out loud. She didn't want Chu Tianyi to have the opportunity to threaten her and make her help him be together with Yan Yang. Although she also had this idea, she had to be the one in control. Therefore, Luo Qingtong proposed to let Chu Tianyi sell himself to her for 1 year. In this way, it would be logical for her to let Chu Tianyi inject the cores of the 2 continents into her body. If Chu Tianyi was willing to make such a sacrifice and choice, it would prove that Yan Yang was more important than anything else in his heart, including himself. In this way, Luo Qingtong would be able to set them up with ease. And Yan Yang's own heart knot would be untied. Therefore, it all depended on whether Chu Tianyi was willing or not. As soon as Luo Qingtong spoke, the veins on Chu Tianyi's forehead bulged. This young girl in front of him was truly insatiable. Putting aside the fact that she had already sold his wife and son to her as slaves, she even had designs on him. Not only that, she even knew his identity. You know who I am? His voice was cold. Did you deliberately expose my actions so that Xianxia would know about it? Obviously, he had misunderstood. He thought that after Luo Qingtong had seen through his identity, she had deliberately set up a trap to let Xianxia discover his identity and then force him to sign such a slave contract. The anger in Chu Tiany's heart was monstrous. Luo Qingtong looked at the killing intent and anger in his eyes and suddenly felt funny. However, she didn't explain. Instead, she said indifferently, "You can think whatever you want. But this slave contract, are you going to sign it or not?" The more he misunderstood, the more she could see his feelings for Xianxia when he made a choice. Therefore, Luo Qingtong didn't explain. Chu Tiany fiercely gritted his teeth. When his teeth were about to bleed, he nodded coldly, "Okay, I promise you." It was only a 1-year contract. So what if he sold himself to her as a slave? Only by following her side could he see Xianxia and be together with her. And in the future, if he had the chance, he must expose Luo Qingtong's true face and let Xianxia know how disgusting the master she sincerely worships was. During this process, he didn't consider that he was the head of the Tianfengchu family. If this matter were to spread out, how shocking would it be, and how would the people of the Tianfengchu family be shocked and unable to accept it? These situations were not within his consideration at all. In his eyes, there was only whether or not Xianxia could forgive him. As long as she could be with him, let alone selling himself as a slave, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil. So what? Chu Tiany signed the slave contract in his hand with a sullen face. In the end, he still felt that the term of this slave contract was too short. Would Xianxia feel sad that 1 year was not enough? Would she feel that he was not sincere enough? As Chu Tiany thought about this, he seriously considered whether or not to extend the term of this slave contract. In any case, in his opinion, the reason why Luo Qingtong wanted him to sign this contract was to protect her and the people of the Truespill continent. Chu Tiany knew a little about Mo Zhuling and the 7-star Fields Lu family. Even if it was for Xianxia, he would not let anything happen to Luo Qingtong and the people of the Truespill continent. In this way, the use of this slave contract to him was equivalent to having no effect at all. It was just that the nature of the contract was a little humiliating. But he had already agreed to sign it, so why would he care about a few more years? Therefore, when Luo Qingtong put away the slave contract, he expressionlessly said, "Is 1 year enough? If not, I can sign for a few more years." Luo Qingtong looked at him silently. Then, she hurriedly took back the indenture and kept it. No need. 1 year was enough. What's more, she just wanted Chu Tiany to help her with something. After that, there was no need to sign for so long. What's more, when Chu Tiany and Xianxia were together, would she still need him to sign a slave contract to help her? This was a great master she had picked up for free. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she immediately smiled. After that, he informed Chu Tiany that he could come and find him tomorrow. During this period of time, he should stay by her side and be on standby, right? Of course, Xianxia would also be by her side. Chu Tiany was very satisfied with this. After coldly agreeing, he left. Luo Qingtong also left the tavern with a smile. Only the owner of the tavern came back stealthily. Seeing that their tavern had not been smashed and was still intact, they immediately danced with joy. Needless to say, they were extremely happy. The next day, Luo Qingtong took Su Xiaoxiao and the others to the dark color arena. Chu Tiany followed them with a silent and unapproachable look. Xianxia held the white jade zither and followed behind Luo Qingtong. She stayed with Su Xiaoxiao and the others, ignoring Chu Tiany the whole time. But if one looked carefully, one would find that the emotions in her eyes were not calm. Xianxia did not expect that Chu Tiany would sell himself to Luo Qingtong. But he did do it. Xianxia had seen the slave contract. It was Chu Tiany's sole imprint. Why did he do it? What was his purpose? Could it be that he was so unscrupulous in order to get his son back? Xianxia's heart was in a mess, but she was unwilling and did not dare to admit that he did it for her. Haha. This time, we went out to participate in the martial competition. It's really refreshing. Yes. Our Dark Colors Arena's people have never felt so good before. Those people from the arenas of the 7 or 8-star domains, and even the 6-star domains, can't beat us at all. Isn't that so? Haha, you didn't see the expressions of the people from the 7 or 8-star domains who lost. They were in disbelief. Everyone was talking loudly, their faces filled with excitement. The higher-ups of the dark-colored arena were also listening to their conversation, and they were full of admiration for them. The people here were all elites and main forces that were highly valued by the dark color arena. They were the ones who led the people from the dark color arena to participate in the martial competition in the extraterritorial region. Meanwhile, the elders of the dark-colored arena were sitting in the dark-colored arena, waiting for them to return. The so-called martial competition was a competition that was held every year in the arenas of the major star fields. The various arenas each placed their own bets and then compared the experts that they had recently recruited with each other. The winners would then split the rewards according to their rankings. The higher the ranking, the more powerful the cross-level challenge, and the greater the rewards. As for the people from the dark arena, it was obvious that they had earned a lot this time. Because the arenas of the 9-star domains usually competed with the arenas of the 9-star domains. However, they obviously competed with the arenas of the 7 or 8-star domains, and even the 6-star domains. And obviously, they won. Haha. Yes, it's all thanks to the elders who sent us that line of people called. Oh, it's called Xianxia. Especially that guy called Suyu. He actually has the constitution of a natural military god. This constitution is useless before it's revealed. But once it's revealed, and with enough loyal troops, it's like killing people and gods in its way. It's said that it's very difficult to reveal such an iron-blooded military heart and military soul constitution. In addition to having a heart that is as firm as a rock, unswerving and cold-blooded, there must also be someone who can make her pledge her loyalty to him, so that she can feel the extreme coldness of life, as well as the extreme warmth and gentleness of the world. Only those who have the heart of an iron-blooded soldier will be able to awaken the innate army god constitution without losing the warmth and loyalty to humanity after experiencing the hardships of the world. This kind of physique is 1 in a million. It's comparable to the innate divine physique. That's why it's called the innate military divine physique. I didn't expect that it would appear in our star desolate domain. That's right. We've really struck it rich this time. Not only did they receive a large number of rewards, but Suyu and the others were also coveted by a group of people. They're all scrambling to ask us about their selling prices. A dark-skinned elder with a ruddy complexion smiled and said, "It's a good thing we didn't agree to those 4 or 5-star domains. Otherwise, I'll miss the inquiry from the Qin clan of the highest heaven." Haha. Who would have thought that our little 9-star domains arena would be able to establish a relationship with the Qin clan of the highest heaven from the 3-star domain? Isn't that so? The group of people who had just returned from outside suddenly laughed loudly. But the dark colors higher-ups who stayed behind in the star desolate domain couldn't laugh. What? An elder of the dark colors arena was so shocked that he tore off his beard. Their faces were filled with shock. As for Elder Mao, his expression was one of disapproval. That's right. Although it's very rare to have the military god body, it's nothing compared to having a relationship with the highest heaven's Qin family. Not to mention, the rewards that the highest heaven's Qin family give us are very generous. It's resources that others can't even ask for. As he spoke, the people from the dark-colored arena quickly shook their heads. No, Elder Mao, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about that Suyu. That group of people aren't from our dark-colored arena. That's right, Elder Mao. They're not from our dark-colored arena. They're only here to repay their master's debt. Moreover, they're from the True Spill continent and are highly regarded by the Star Alliance's Elder Feng. If you sell them out, the people of the True Spill continent won't let this go. The dark-colored arena's upper echelons said. Elder Mao suddenly frowned and said, "How come I didn't know about this? Didn't you send someone to explain?" Before the upper echelons of the dark-colored arena could say anything, a cold-looking young lady spoke up with a cold expression. "I deliberately didn't say anything. They're just a group of people from a low-level continent. What's there to care about, even if they're valued by the Star Alliance's Elder Feng? The Star Alliance isn't just Elder Feng. What's more, we dark-colored people aren't afraid of the Star Alliance. Not to mention, it's rare for us to have a relationship with the highest heaven's Qin family. Are we just going to give up like this?" As the young girl said this, she raised her head high with an arrogant look on her face. As the dark-colored upper echelons looked at her, they frowned. This young girl's name was Tanyu and she was Elder Mao's granddaughter. She was very arrogant and domineering. She had a good relationship with Mo Zhuling. This time's matter was most likely a deliberate move by her to deal with Suyu. But they couldn't refute Tanyu's words. After all, every word she said was for the good of the dark-colored. But, the high-level figures of the dark shade knew that the matters of True Spill Continent weren't so simple. Although they didn't know about Yi Qianming, they could vaguely see some things from the changes within the Star Alliance. The people of the Star Alliance's leader were powerless against Elder Feng's group. The people of True Spill Continent were deeply valued by Elder Feng and the others. The matters behind them were definitely not simple. But they couldn't say it out loud because they didn't have any evidence, and at this time, someone came in from outside. They said that people from the True Spill Continent had come to pay a visit and wanted to redeem Suyu and the others. Hearing this, the expressions of the dark color's upper echelons suddenly changed. The girl named Tanyu said indifferently to Elder Mao, "Grandfather, the matter has already been set. We can't go to the great Heaven Qin family to take him back. We might as well use some resources to send those people from True Spill Continent away. We'll just say that Suyu sold them to us. In case they don't give up. At that time, they won't say anything after they get those resources." As Tanyu said this, her face was full of disdain. She didn't believe that those people from True Spill Continent were only from some low-level continents. How could they have seen anything good? As for Suyu and the others, who told them to voluntarily repay the debt on behalf of their master, since that was the case, they naturally had to sell their bodies to repay the debt. As for whether or not the dark colors had such a rule, wasn't that up to them to decide? If they said there was, then there was. If they said there wasn't, then there wasn't. Even if the people of True Spill Continent suffered a loss, they could only swallow their grievances. As Tanyu thought this, her heart was filled with pride. That woman Mo Zhuling hated the people of True Spill Continent so much. Today, she would help her vent her anger. As her voice sounded out, Elder Mao nodded and said, "That's right, let's do this." As his words came out, the high-level figures of the dark colors didn't know what to say. Although they always felt that the background of True Spill Continent wasn't so simple, they didn't have any evidence. Secondly, they didn't dare to ask Highest Heaven's Qin family for help. Thus, they had no choice but to wrong the people of True Spill Continent. Even if they knew that Tanyu's words were completely twisted logic, and that she was bullying the people of True Spill Continent, they could only go against their conscience and say that she was right. Otherwise, what could they do? They couldn't let themselves suffer for the people of True Spill Continent. As everyone thought this, they immediately rushed to the reception hall. Luo Qingtong and Su Xiaoxiao were already waiting there. Luo Qingtong sat in a chair in the reception hall. Su Xiaoxiao, Yan Yang, and the others waited on her left and right. Chu Tianyi didn't want to provoke Yan Yang, so he retreated to a corner and silently looked at Yan Yang's back. At this time, the people of the Dark Colors Arena arrived. As they saw Su Xiaoxiao, Yan Yang, and the others standing on either side of Luo Qingtong, their faces were filled with shock. They naturally knew the people of the 7 Absolutes of True Spill. As for Yan Yang, they were also very familiar with her. Yan Yang was famous for her unique Zither Soul Seal. Her strength far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. Amongst all the martial artists present, she was truly unique. She could be considered another benchmark of True Spill Continent. It was just that Yan Yang was a very low-key person, and she rarely revealed herself in front of others. Thus, most people didn't know that there was such a powerhouse in the True Spill Continent. At this moment, she and the people of the 7 Absolutes of True Yin were standing on the left and right of the young girl. From this, it could be seen that the latter's identity was definitely not ordinary. Everyone had vaguely guessed Luo Qingtong's identity. At this time, Luo Qingtong looked at them indifferently and said, "Hello, I am Luo Qingtong." She nodded at the higher-ups of the dark color and said, "I'm here to pick up my people. Of course, I won't let the people of the dark color arena suffer. I will pay double for all the losses caused by me bringing them back. In addition, I will compensate you with double the amount of resources for using your guest elder medallion." Luo Qingtong had thought it through. Before, the people of the Dark Colors Arena had helped her. At this time, Suyu and the others had voluntarily entered the Dark Colors arena to fulfill her promise. Thus, she only needed to bring back Suyu and the others. As for the losses suffered by the Dark Colors arena, she would compensate them with double the amount. After all, when she used the guest token, it was said that if she couldn't go, she could use resources to offset it. It was just that Suyu and the others wanted to enter the Dark Colors arena to quickly improve themselves, so they didn't choose to use resources to offset it. Now that Luo Qingtong had used resources to redeem them, it could be considered that she had repaid the favor of the Dark Colors arena. Luo Qingtong, you're too naive. Do you think you can take away the people who entered our dark colors just because you want to? Since they entered our dark colors, they're our people. And we won't accept ransom. As soon as she said that, Luo Qingtong's hand, which was pressing on her storage ring, suddenly paused. She was already prepared to take out her resources. When she heard Tan Yu's words, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? That's the literal meaning. They entered our dark colors because they were sold to us. In the future, they'll be our people. If you want to ransom them back, we won't agree." Tan Yu raised her head, and her face was very comfortable and happy. She had heard Mo Zhuling mention Luo Qingtong many times. He said that this woman was very difficult to deal with and was as cunning as a fox. However, didn't the other party have no way to deal with her words? So what if Suyu and the others were her people? Could she still let Elder Feng and the others from the Star Alliance come and snatch them, even if she could really do it? So what? The people of the dark colors weren't that afraid of Elder Feng and the others. Not to mention, Suyu and the others had already been sold to the Qin family of the highest heaven. It was impossible for them to come back. Tan Yu's face was proud, but Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly turned cold. She released her hand from her storage ring and looked at the other higher-ups of the Dark Colors arena with an indifferent expression. Do you all have the same idea? Tan Yu didn't get reprimanded by the higher-ups of the Dark Colors when she spoke in front of everyone. Obviously, their intentions were very clear. However, Luo Qingtong still had to ask. At the same time, she was also giving them one last chance. No one dared to touch her things casually, and it was the same for her people. If the people of the Dark Colors arena dared to detain Suyu and the others, Luo Qingtong would let them know how the word miserable was written. Very good. Seeing that they all kept silent, it was obvious that they knew that this matter was unreasonable, so they deliberately let Tan Yu take the lead. Luo Qingtong's lips curved slightly, and she smiled under the gazes of the people of the Dark Colors. You're probably mistaken about one thing. Luo Qingtong slowly turned the storage ring in her hand and said coldly, I came to take my people away this time to inform you, not to ask for your opinion. You don't agree? Luo Qingtong sneered. The smile on her lips was unusually evil and wanton. Who do you think you are? As Luo Qingtong's right after she had finished speaking, Luo Qingtong Shish Qingtong's. Tans, of Luo S. Luo. Before she could react, she was sent flying by Luo Qingtong's kick. Bang! Tan Yu's body fell heavily to the ground, and she instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. When the people of the Dark Colors arena saw this, they were all enraged. Luo Qingtong, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She stood up slowly like a queen descending to the world. Luo Qingtong's eyes were ice cold. She never liked talking to people who didn't know the difference between life and death. These people from the dark-colored arena probably didn't know her temperament. Did they think that just because the dark-colored arena was powerful in the Star Wilderness, they could do whatever they wanted? If she wanted to take away someone, they would let her. She would take them away. If they didn't let her, she would take them away, not to mention, Suyu and the others were only fulfilling her promise. They hadn't been sold to the dark-colored arena yet. But now, listening to the words of the dark-colored arena, it seemed that they were prepared to detain Suyu and the others, and not hand them over. Luo Qingtong didn't care why they were doing this. She only knew that if she wanted to take away her people, no one could stop her. When Luo Qingtong spoke, Elder Mao's voice also started to harshly reprimand. Disgraceful. Don't think that just because your true spill continent has the support of Elder Feng, you can behave atrociously in our dark-colored arena. I'd like to see just how your true spill continent people will annihilate our dark-colored arena. He appeared beside Tanyu and raised his hand to help her up with an angry look on his face. The latter's face was cold and distorted as he shouted in a sharp voice, "Grandfather, kill them. They are deliberately causing trouble in our dark color arena." Tanyu's face was twisted to the extreme. After being kicked away by Luo Qingtong, her entire body was violently twitching in pain. The intense feeling of being slapped in the face made her want to kill someone. This slut, Tanyu fiercely clenched her teeth. A deep sense of disgust towards Luo Qingtong welled up in her heart. She dared to hit her. Just who did she think she was? She was just a lucky person from a low-level continent. Did she really think that just because she was valued by Elder Feng of the Star Alliance, she was so great? Slut, Tanyu's voice was vicious and sharp. At the same time, Elder Mao's cold voice rang out. "What are you all still doing here? Others are already bullying the entrance of our dark-colored arena, and you're still here to watch the show? What are you waiting for?" Elder Mao's words were naturally directed at the higher-ups of the dark-colored arena. He was a founding elder of the dark-colored arena. His strength and status were much higher than the upper echelons of the dark-colored arena. Therefore, as soon as his words left his mouth, a group of dark-colored arena executives immediately rushed towards Luo Qingtong and the others. Luo Qingtong slowly sat down after kicking Tanyu away. Her expression was indifferent as she sat on the rosewood armchair. The expression on her face was extremely calm. It was as if she didn't see the group of dark colors upper echelons rushing towards her. Su Xiaoxiao and Yan Yang didn't move either. Everyone's calm expression quickly angered the upper echelons of the dark-colored arena. They originally only wanted to teach Luo Qingtong and the others a little lesson and then throw them out of the door. They wanted to let them know that their dark-colored arena was not a place for them to behave atrociously. But now, seeing that Luo Qingtong and the others didn't even put them in their eyes, their expressions instantly turned angry. These people from the True Spill continent simply didn't put them in their eyes. So what if the other side had someone backing them up? However, what they didn't know was that Luo Qingtong and the others had never relied on the people of the Star Alliance. Instead, the people of the Star Alliance treated them like jewels and treasures. As for Yi Qianming's identity, they didn't dare to reveal it. The people of the Star Alliance deliberately hid it for the safety of the True Spill continent. Under such circumstances, it gave them such an illusion. As for the people of the dark-colored arena, they didn't know anything. Seeing the people of the dark-colored arena rushing towards Luo Qingtong, Tanyu, who was clutching her stomach for a long time, revealed a cold smile. In such a situation, let's see if Luo Qingtong and the others won't be out of luck. When they were thrown out of the door, she would make them kneel at her feet like dogs and beg for mercy. Tanyu smiled coldly. She had already thought of how to tell Mo Zhuling that she had taught the person she hated the most a lesson. She had done what she couldn't do. Just as Tanyu was thinking this, there was a loud bang. The people of the dark-colored arena rushing towards Luo Qingtong's group all had a change in expression. In the next second, their figures were all sent flying backwards as if they had been hit by something. Their bodies smashed heavily on the ground, making a series of banging sounds. It made people feel as if their teeth were aching. Obviously, the power of that attack was extremely powerful. The higher-ups of the dark-colored arena didn't even have time to put up a defense before they were smashed apart. Not only that, but the sounds of heavy blows coming from their bodies were heard clearly. It was clear just how heavy the attack was. Everyone was lying on the ground and had lost their ability to attack in an instant. So many purple venerables were sent flying before they could even see the strength of the other party's attack or the figure of the other party. Everyone was horrified. They looked at the figure behind Luo Qingtong in shock. That figure was Chu Channy. At this moment, he calmly raised his head and glanced at the people in the dark-colored arena. Then, he lowered his head again and ignored them. To Chu Channy, the level of the people in the dark arena was too low. They didn't even have the qualifications to talk to him face to face. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong and the others, he wouldn't have taken action at all, nor would he have given them a single glance. His expression was calm, but the people in the dark arena seemed to have encountered something terrifying, and their bodies began to tremble violently. They could feel the power of the attack they had just received. Human martial arts realm. It was definitely the power of a high-level warrior above the human martial arts realm, or even the power of a peak warrior. Was he at LV7, LV8, or even the peak of LV9? Terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. No one dared to recall that moment. It was as if the god of death had gripped their throats. Chu Channy's figure did not move at all. They didn't even know how the other party had attacked. They didn't even know how he sent them flying. This was simply too terrifying. While the upper echelons of the dark-colored arena were in shock, Tan Yu's sharp voice rang out. Tan Yu's expression was both angry and ugly. She had never expected that all the dark colors higher-ups would be sent flying by Chu Channy alone. After all, she couldn't see Chu Channy's attack at all. She only saw the dark colors upper echelons charging towards Luo Qingtong and the rest. They seemed to have been attacked by something and were sent flying backwards. If this wasn't acting, then what was it? And it was so clumsy. These dark colors elders were too much. They were simply insulting their intelligence. Could it be that she and her grandfather couldn't see that they were acting? They had previously thought that they couldn't afford to offend Luo Qingtong and the others. If they hadn't schemed to sell Suyu and the others to the Qin family of highest heaven, they would have found a way to get those people back. Now, they were deliberately acting for them. They were simply toying with them like fools. Tan Yu's face was filled with anger, while Elder Mao's face also darkened. He coldly looked at the dark colors higher-ups lying on the ground, unable to move, and said, "You're all very good. I will definitely report today's matter to the arena master and let him deal with you according to the rules." Elder Mao's expression was cold and angry. He had always been very authoritative in the dark colors arena. But now, these dark colors elders were toying with him like a fool. He would remember today's matter. When the arena master and the others came back, he would teach them a lesson. Elder Mao's expression was furious. He fiercely flicked his sleeves, and with a boom, he attacked Luo Qingtong and the others. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the dark-colored arena's upper echelons all widened. Their bodies trembled violently as they struggled to break free from the pressure and imprisonment imposed on them by Chu Channy. They wanted to tell Elder Mao that they weren't acting. Luo Qingtong actually had a great expert of martial realm level 7 or level 8 by her side. The other party's strength was so strong that they didn't even have a chance to speak, let alone fight back. Everyone's bodies trembled violently as they desperately shook their heads. But in Elder Mao's eyes, they were desperately trying to stop him from attacking Luo Qingtong and the others. They didn't think that this would work. At that moment, his expression became even more furious. He looked at them and said coldly, "Bastards. It's fine if you don't have any blood, but you want me to let Luo Qingtong and the others go like you? You're dreaming. Today, even if these people have the support of the heavens, they will still kneel here and repent for what they said to Luo Qingtong. Otherwise, I won't let them go." As he spoke, he dashed towards Luo Qingtong like a falcon. His 5 claws were sharp claws, sharp claws, like claws fiercely smashing towards Luo. At this moment, with a boom, his body fell heavily to the ground before he could even get close to Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent as she looked at Elder Mao, who was kneeling in front of her. The latter's expression was no longer as arrogant and sharp as it had been when he had faced Luo Qingtong. At this moment, his sharp voice was filled with pain. "Ah." Elder Mao's voice was extremely sharp and painful. He didn't know what was going on, but his body had been forced to kneel on the ground by a huge force. And this was what he had prepared to do to Luo Qingtong and the others. He didn't expect that he would receive retribution instead. Elder Mao's face was filled with horror and pain. His expression was crazily distorted, as if he had seen a ghost. His strength was already at the peak of the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm. His strength was almost the same as that of the Star Alliance's leader, Elder Feng, and the others. But at this moment, his body was pressed to the ground in an instant. He didn't have the strength to fight back. He finally understood why the upper echelons of the dark-colored arena were crazily shaking their heads. It wasn't because they didn't want him to attack Luo Qingtong and the others, but because they were telling him that the people behind Luo Qingtong weren't to be trifled with. But now, it was too late for him to comprehend it. Elder Mao's body slammed heavily onto the ground. His knees were all broken, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Tan Yu's expression was one of extreme terror. She looked at the figures of Luo Qingtong and Su Xiaoxiao in shock. Then, she desperately tried to escape, even forgetting the sharp pain in her abdomen. She didn't expect that the upper echelons of the dark-colored arena weren't acting. They were really sent flying, and they were seriously injured, and now, even her grandfather, a peak powerhouse at the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm, was injured. How was this possible? How could the people behind Luo Qingtong be so strong? Tan Yu's face was filled with horror. She finally understood why the upper echelons of the Star Alliance were so courteous to the people of Truespill Continent. And why did Mo Zhuling hate the people of Truespill Continent and Luo Qingtong to the bone, but he still didn't touch them? It wasn't because they were hiding some secret behind them, nor was it because they were involved with the powerhouses of the Star Alliance. It was because the people behind Luo Qingtong were too strong. To be able to severely injure her grandfather and the experts of the dark color with a single strike, they didn't even know how the other party had done it. How could this not cause them to panic and fear? As for Tan Yu, she hated herself for being too stupid. Just because of a few complaints from Mo Zhuling, she had volunteered to help her clean up those people from Truespill Continent. That was just too stupid. However, Tan Yu didn't know that what she knew was only the tip of the iceberg of the power behind Luo Qingtong. And Luo Qingtong's strength was definitely not limited to this. Not only that, but the reason why the people of the Star Alliance treated Luo Qingtong with such courtesy, and why even after Mo Zhuling obtained the power of the Black Fog, he still didn't dare to openly harm the people of the Truespill Continent. This was not because of Chu Qianni's strength. It was Yi Qianming's power behind her. It was just that Tan Yu didn't know any of this. At this moment, just the strength that Chu Qianni had revealed was enough to shock her and make her feel extremely regretful and fearful. Bang! Before she could run out of the dark color's door, she was blocked by Yuan Hu's figure. Ling Tianhan, Sima Zhu, Ling Yuer, and the others all slowly walked over. What did you just say? You want to kill our boss and us? Su Xiaoxiao's face was sweet. She was the first to arrive in front of Tan Yu before Ling Tianhan and the others. She looked at Tan Yu with a slightly cold and cute face, but the cold light and intent that flashed in her eyes made Tan Yu feel a chill in her heart. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and raised her hand. With a smack, the bottle of liquid medicine in her hand landed on Tan Yu's body. Subsequently, the latter's voice was instantly filled with a miserable shriek. Su Xiaoxiao's voice was soft and cold. Tell me, how did you want to deal with us? Tan Yu couldn't stop herself from saying, I wanted my grandfather and the others to deal with you. I wanted you to crawl out of dark color on your knees like dogs and beg for mercy in front of me. Then I would stomp on your bodies and tell you to scram. Ah. I don't dare. I beg you, spare me. Tan Yu's face crumbled as she spoke. She couldn't control her body at all. Her mouth unconsciously blurted out all the words she had prepared to say to deal with Luo Qingtong and the rest. There was no hesitation at all. She was powerless to stop it. These were her inner thoughts, but she didn't say it to anyone. She just secretly thought it in her heart and felt proud. But now, under the effect of Su Xiaoxiao's liquid medicine, her mouth involuntarily blurted out all these thoughts. Tan Yu broke down and cried bitterly while begging Su Xiaoxiao and the others for mercy. She originally thought that even if she couldn't escape, she could use her identity as Elder Mao's granddaughter to beg for mercy from Su Xiaoxiao and tell them where Su Yu and the others were. Then, she could push the blame of Su Yu and the others being sold to the Qin family of the highest heaven. Naturally, she would be fine. Then, she would find a way to inform the Qin family of the highest heaven that Luo Qingtong and the others were looking for trouble with them. With the strength of the Qin family of the highest heaven, they could put Luo Qingtong and the others to death in minutes. But this would ruin everything. Under Su Xiaoxiao's liquid medicine, her words couldn't be faked. Tan Yu's heart crumbled and she was in extreme despair. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Luo Qingtong and the others found out about everything. However, no matter how much she begged or tried to stop them, Su Xiaoxiao and the others were not moved at all. Su Xiaoxiao asked as her 5 fingers danced with the medicinal liquid. The silver light that filled the sky converged into the most dazzling and moving light in her hand. Her gaze was ice cold. After hearing Tan Yu's words, she immediately patted the medicinal liquid in her hand on Tan Yu's body. The latter had a look of despair on his face as he felt the spiritual energy in his body being blocked bit by bit. The power that she had been so proud of had all dissipated like ice that had fallen into water. What was going on? Why did her power suddenly disappear? Tanyu knew about Su Xiaoxiao's ability to concoct medicinal liquids, but wasn't it only able to make their attacks lose their power? He had never heard that the medicinal liquid she concocted could make people lose their strength and fall to the bottom of the valley. Tanyu's face was horrified as she looked at Su Xiaoxiao. The latter's face was indifferent as she looked at her with a chuckle. Why, are you surprised? This medicinal liquid is newly concocted by me. I'm not very familiar with it and can't use it in battle. Su Xiaoxiao's face was smiling. This medicinal liquid was newly concocted by her. Because the effect was very slow and the conditions to use it were too harsh, she had never used it outside. This time, she could use Tanyu as the first demonstrator and use it as an experiment to let her see the effect of this medicinal liquid. If there were no accidents, this medicinal liquid would become her trump card in the future. She smiled and said to Tanyu, "The effect of this medicinal liquid is nothing. I've always been curious. The strength of a martial artist all comes from the spiritual energy in the air. If I completely reverse your strength into spiritual energy according to your strength attribute, will it make your strength and even your realm fall back to the original level, which is the level of an ordinary person? Of course, the first time I use this medicinal liquid, I may not be able to control the power, so in this life, you may be an ordinary person who can't cultivate. You won't be able to cultivate any strength. Not only that, your body may degenerate to the point that it's worse than an ordinary person. Calling you a cripple may be praising you. Because a cripple may still have the strength of a pure physical body, but you will have no strength at all, soft. Probably like a sponge, but it doesn't matter. You have such a good face. Su Xiaoxiao said as she patted Tanyu's bright and moving face. Her expression was cold and indifferent as she said, with this bright and moving face, when you're sold to that kind of place to do hard labor, perhaps there will be someone who won't dislike your mud-like body and will take care of you. Don't you think so? But at that time, you will probably have to work a little harder and serve a few more men in exchange for a chance to live, don't you think so? Su Xiaoxiao's voice was already incomparably cold as she finished speaking. Tanyu's words made her angry. How dare they sell Suyu and the others to the Supreme Heaven Qin clan? Not to mention that Suyu and the others also won the foreign martial competition for them, although they didn't know what the rewards of such a victory were. It must be very rich, but the price Suyu and the others paid for their victory was to be sold by them. Suyu was not a member of their Dark Colors arena. He was going to fulfill his promise for Luo Qingtong. Even if Elder Mao and the others didn't know about it at the time, they still didn't want to take Suyu and the others back. Instead, he wanted to chase them out of Dark Colors and take Suyu and the others for himself, who gave them the courage to move against the people of Trucebill Continent. Don't they know that their lives, their souls, everything belongs to Boss? This Tanyu deserved to die. Su Xiaoxiao's face was extremely cold. The faces of Ling Tianhan and the rest were cold as well. Suyu and the others were as close as brothers, but in the end, they were betrayed by the people of the Dark Colors arena. Their hearts were filled with rage. Xiaoxiao, you vented your anger. It's our turn now. Ling Tianhan's voice was cold as he, along with Sima Ju and the rest, charged forward. Tanyu's face was filled with fear and despair. She only saw layers of poisonous fog surrounding Sima Ju's body and then it instantly wrapped around her. The poisonous mist corroded the flesh, and in an instant, the flesh on Tanyu's body fell off piece by piece. Tanyu's voice was sharp and painful to the extreme. Originally, she was afraid because of Su Xiaoxiao's words. Before she could beg for mercy from Su Xiaoxiao, Sima Ju's poisonous fog had already wrapped around her body, making her so painful that she couldn't even beg for mercy. She could only desperately roll on the ground. 10,000 poison body, 10,000 poison power, as long as Sima Ju was willing, he could completely make Tanyu wander on the edge of death, never to be free. After his poisonous fog wrapped around Tanyu, Ling Tianhan's face was cold. He raised his hand and cut off the rotten flesh on Tanyu's body piece by piece. After Sima Ju's poisonous fog corroded Tanyu, it didn't corrode her sense of pain. Not only that, Tanyu's sense of pain became more sensitive and sharp because of the poisonous fog. Under such circumstances, Ling Tianhan's every strike was like a stab to her heart. It was so painful that she screamed in agony. At this time, Tanyu was completely regretting. How could she be so stupid to attack Luo Qingtong and the others? The other party's strength was so strong, she was so stupid to offend them with just a few words from Mo Zhuling. Tan Yu's scream was heart-wrenching. But Luo Qingtong's eyes didn't have the slightest trace of emotion. Tan Yu's end was completely brought on by her own actions, her end was tragic, but she didn't expect that Su Yu and the others would be treated like this after she sold the Qin family of highest heaven. The status of the slaves bought from the dark arena in the Qin family of highest heaven was probably not even comparable to ordinary low-level slaves. Not to mention Su Yu and the others, if they didn't deal with it properly, it would be a tragic end. Compared to this, what was so tragic about Tan Yu's end, she should even be glad that Luo Qingtong didn't do it herself. Otherwise, the pain and torture she suffered would be far worse than Su Xiaoxiao and the others. After all, Luo Xianning and Yuan Shui were examples. Luo Qingtong never showed mercy to her enemies, and she wasn't stingy with her methods, letting them know who they should provoke and who they shouldn't. Don't kill them. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold, her eyes cold. Wait until we find Su Yu and the others. If Su Yu and the others had any mishap. Because of this, she wanted them to be skinned and pulled, their tendons, and their souls to be destroyed, and when her voice sounded, the people's hearts to the extreme, their hearts trembled, their faces to the extreme of despair. They didn't expect that because of Tan Yu's selfishness, the people of the dark arena's Tuzazas. Thinking about it, if anything happened to Su Yu and the others, most likely, their end would not be much better than Tan Yu's. The peoples of their hearts is of their hearts. If they knew that the strength behind Luo Qingtong was so powerful, they wouldn't have done anything to the other party. Not only that, they would have tied Tan Yu and the others up in front of Luo Qingtong and made them kneel and repent. It was too late to say anything now. Elder Mao looked at Tan Yu's eyes. It was as if he wanted to eat her alive. If it weren't for this granddaughter, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Just when the people's hearts were filled with regret and despair, a voice snapped at this time. As the voice rang out, a middle-aged man with a fierce aura stepped into the dark-colored arena's reception hall. Behind him was a group of dark-colored arena's higher-ups with a fierce aura. These people were incomparable to the dark-colored arena's higher-ups in the reception hall. Every one of them was comparable to Elder Mao in strength. Obviously, they were the dark-colored arena's elite higher-ups, the founding elders. These people's auras and strengths were extremely powerful. The middle-aged man who stepped into the reception hall first had an aura and strength above him. He seemed to be at the peak of the 9th-level Purple Venerable Realm and was about to break through to the Human Martial Realm. Such a person was definitely a top-level expert in a 9-star region like the Star Wilderness region. His strength was even stronger than Elder Mao's. At this moment, he was looking at Luo Qingtong and the others in anger, as well as the dark-colored arena's higher-ups who were kneeling on the ground and couldn't even stand up. They were completely suppressed by Chu Tiany's power and aura. His expression was cold as he yelled angrily, "Bastards, what are you doing? How dare you disgrace our dark-colored arena?" The dark-colored arena's owner's expression was cold. Chu Tiany's strength was extremely powerful, far beyond his detection range. Therefore, even though he felt that the dark-colored arena's people's expressions and postures were strange, the dark-colored arena's owner didn't think much of it. He only thought that Luo Qingtong and the others came to make trouble, and his people were afraid of offending the Star Alliance, so they deliberately tolerated and even knelt to the other party. Not only that, but they also allowed the other party to abuse and torture his people in his territory. The dark-colored arena's owner looked at Tan Yu, who was almost tortured beyond recognition, with an extremely ugly and angry expression. Good, good, good. You came to our dark-colored arena to make trouble and tortured my people like this. Elder Feng. What do you have to say about this? As he spoke, the figures of Elder Feng and the others flashed out from behind the dark-colored arena's higher-ups. It turned out that they didn't come alone. Instead, they brought along Elder Feng and the others from the Star Alliance. In fact, the owner of the dark colors was discussing something with Elder Feng of the Star Alliance. Everyone was discussing how to form an alliance. The owner of the dark-colored arena wanted to borrow the power of Elder Feng and the others to develop his dark-colored arena in the Star Wilderness more quickly. Elder Feng and the others also wanted to borrow the other party's strength to deal with the Star Alliance's leader and the others. After a Mo-Zhiling's series of manipulations, the latter's reputation and status in the Star Alliance had already fallen to the lowest point. The members of the Star Alliance, who had always obeyed the orders of the Star Alliance's leader, had a strong sense of doubt. Elder Feng and the others were preparing to further undermine the prestige of the Star Alliance's leader, which required the support of external forces. However, before they could settle the matter, the people in the dark-colored arena received news that Luo Qingtong and the others had gone to the dark-colored arena to make trouble. This news was naturally spread by Tanyu. She had already made up her mind to blame Suyu and the others. Not only that, she also wanted Luo Qingtong and the others to leave in an extremely embarrassing manner. Therefore, when she knew that Luo Qingtong and the others were coming to take back Suyu and the others, she sent someone to secretly send a letter to the dark-colored arena's owner and the others, telling them to hurry back as soon as possible. However, at this moment, seeing them rush back, the faces of Tanyu and the other upper echelons of the dark-colored arena revealed ash-white expressions of extreme despair and fear. Because they were all suppressed by Chu Tiany's power, none of them could speak. At this time, the dark-colored arena master looked at their faces and thought that they were terrified and desperate because of his reprimand. His voice became even colder. "You still have the face to be afraid in front of me. A group of shameless things. You actually kneel in front of others." As his words came out, Tanyu and the others' faces became even more desperate. They didn't want to kneel, they didn't have a choice. In addition, Arena Master, you should leave quickly, this Luo Qingtong was a monster. She had an extremely terrifying powerhouse by her side. How could Tanyu and the others not think that Luo Qingtong was a monster? It had to be known that the person following Luo Qingtong was most likely a high-level human martial realm powerhouse. Such a powerhouse was actually following Luo Qingtong like a servant, prioritizing her safety and only obeying her orders. They shuddered just thinking about it. They simply couldn't imagine how Luo Qingtong was able to do this. As their faces trembled with despair, Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She looked at Elder Feng and the others. "It's you?" She chuckled. Luo Qingtong and Elder Feng didn't have direct dealings with each other. But indirectly, she had heard Su Xiaoxiao mention Elder Feng and the others many times. She knew that they stood on the side of Truespill Continent and were very good to Su Xiaoxiao. They wholeheartedly protected the people of Truespill Continent. Therefore, her attitude towards them was very gentle. She wasn't as cold as she was towards the people of the dark-colored arena. When Elder Feng and the others arrived behind the dark-colored arena master and the others, they saw Luo Qingtong and the others. Their faces were full of horror and surprise. They were surprised that Luo Qingtong and the others appeared here, and the situation here was extremely strange. They were horrified that Luo Qingtong had returned. This young girl was placed at the apex of the young emperor's heart. She was the focus of Elder Feng and the others. It could be said that they were so good to Su Xiaoxiao and the others because they were Luo Qingtong's trusted followers. And now, Luo Qingtong was right in front of them, not to mention her. Immediately, the group of people hurriedly came up to greet them. However, at this moment, the Dark Arena Master's voice rang out. "Elder Feng, you have seen the situation-colored arena. The people on my side are disappointing, so I won't say anything about it. But this Luo Qingtong and her Truespill Continent people actually dared to cause trouble in our dark color arena. I would like to ask, are you the ones who instigated this from behind? If that's the case, then let's forget about the matter we discussed today." The dark-colored arena master's face was cold. He looked at the scene in front of him and felt that he had lost all face. Although Luo Qingtong's sudden appearance was very strange, he knew that Suyu and the others had come to fulfill their promise to Luo Qingtong. He also guessed that Luo Qingtong's appearance was related to Suyu and the others. But even so, it was their dark-colored arena's fault. The dark-colored arena's arena master would never allow Luo Qingtong and the others to make trouble in his territory, otherwise, where would the dark-colored arena's dignity go? Not to mention that these people were actually forcing the higher-ups of the dark-colored arena to kneel down in their own territory. If this wasn't relying on the power of the Star Alliance's Elder Feng and the others, what else could it be? And the people on his side were really disappointing. They were so scared that they knelt down. It was simply a disgrace to him. The dark-colored arena's arena master's face was ugly. Chu Tiany's power created an illusion, making him think that everyone in the dark-colored arena was kneeling down voluntarily. And Elder Mao, who was kneeling in the middle of the crowd with his legs broken, was completely blocked by the higher-ups of the dark-colored arena because of his angle of view. He wasn't seen by anyone. Therefore, the dark-colored arena's arena master's tone was so stiff and cold. When his voice sounded, Tan Yu and the others' faces became even more distorted and desperate. They wanted to tell the dark-colored arena's arena master that no matter what he was talking about with Elder Feng and the others, he should try his best to meet their demands. Only then would they have a chance to live. Their faces contorted with all their might, but under the pressure of Chu Tiany's power, they couldn't say anything. When Elder Feng and the others heard the dark-colored arena's arena master's words, their faces suddenly changed. It wasn't for anything else. The dark-colored arena's arena master's words were very obvious. He was asking them if they wanted to protect Luo Qingtong and the others. If they did, then the things they had just discussed would be nullified. Not only that, the dark-colored arena's arena master would most likely take the contents of the things they discussed to the Star Alliance's alliance master and the others. At that time, Elder Feng and the rest would be questioned by the evidence presented by the Star Alliance master. Their great advantage would be gone forever. Not only that, they might even become the target of public criticism in the Star Alliance. Everyone's faces were extremely ugly. On the other hand, the dark-colored arena master's expression was extremely arrogant and cold. He didn't believe that Elder Feng and the others didn't understand what he was implying. He was waiting for Elder Feng to abandon Luo Qingtong and the others. At that time, he would like to see how these people would be arrogant in front of him. The arena master of the dark color arena sneered. Obviously, he was able to attack Luo Qingtong and the others as soon as he came in. However, he didn't do so because he felt that he alone wasn't enough to punish Luo Qingtong and the others. Wasn't the other party relying on Elder Feng and the others' influence? When they realized that Elder Feng and the others would not protect them and would even allow them to punish them, what kind of expression would they have? He actually dared to cause trouble in his dark-colored arena. The dark-colored arena master's eyes were cold. He coldly waited for Elder Feng and the others to harshly berate Luo Qingtong and the others and abandon them. Elder Feng and the others coldly looked at them and said, "Dark-colored arena master, this matter is obviously your dark-colored arena's fault. Your own people have already knelt here. What else do you have to say? You even dare to let us punish Miss Qingtong and the others. You are simply too daring." Elder Feng and the others clearly understood that even 100 dark-colored arena masters couldn't compare with Luo Qingtong. When the voices of Elder Feng and the others rang out, the dark-colored arena's arena master was instantly enraged. He didn't expect that Elder Feng and the rest would rather offend him to protect Luo Qingtong and the rest. Are these people crazy, just for these low-level mainlanders? The dark-colored arena's owner was furious. Then, he said coldly, "Fine. Since that's the case, don't blame the dark-colored arena for being impolite." As he spoke, he pointed at Luo Qingtong and the rest and said, "Take them down. Whoever dares to obstruct will be dealt with together with them." As he spoke, his cold eyes swept across Elder Feng and the rest. Then, he sneered and said, "Also, inform the Star Alliance's leader that we want to join forces with them." The dark-colored arena's owner's face was cold. Elder Feng and the rest really didn't know how to appreciate favors. Previously, he only thought that the Star Alliance's leader's power was deeply rooted. If he cooperated with them, he wouldn't get any benefits. Therefore, he thought of cooperating with Elder Feng and the rest. In the end, they actually didn't know how to appreciate favors and insisted on protecting Luo Qingtong and the rest. They were slapping his face. Since that's the case, why should he cooperate with them? Naturally, he should switch to the Star Alliance's leader and the rest. As for Elder Feng and the rest, they would be unlucky along with Luo Qingtong and the rest. However, just as he was thinking this, he heard Luo Qingtong's cold voice. "Is that so? Unfortunately, I'm afraid you won't have this chance." Luo Qingtong's face was indifferent. She didn't say anything and was just watching the dark-colored arena's owner's performance. Firstly, she wanted to see Elder Feng and the rest's attitude. Secondly, she wanted to see what the dark-colored arena's owner would say. If the other party could take the initiative to ask about what happened in the dark-colored arena and deal with it impartially, she might not let them off. But obviously, she was disappointed. These people were jackals of the same tribe as Tan Yu and the rest. Since that's the case, she didn't need to be polite with them anymore. "Destroy them all." Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. As soon as her voice sounded, the arena master let out a sneer. "Haha. Are you kidding me? Destroy us? He sneered, with just the two of you? Even with Feng Qinggan and the others, it's still not enough. The dark-colored arena's owner sneered. The strength of this group of people was not at all inferior to Elder Feng's group. The other party wanted to destroy them? That was simply a fool's dream. The dark-colored arena master and the others were able to escape easily. They were not afraid of the attacks from Elder Feng and the others at all. However, just as he spoke, in an instant, boom, the dark-colored arena's owner was smashed into the ground. His knees were broken just like Elder Mao's. He was clearly much stronger than his opponent, but in front of Chu Tiany's power, there was no difference between the two of them. A bunch of clowns. Chu Tiany's voice was cold. He was very impatient in his heart. If he hadn't signed a 1-year contract with Luo Qingtong and if Yen Yang wasn't here, he wouldn't have listened to the dark-colored arena master dawdling for so long. To him, the other party was just like a fly. When Chu Tiany's voice sounded, Elder Feng and the rest, who were stunned and horrified, discovered Chu Tiany's existence. They looked in shock at the dark-colored arena master who was pressed down without any strength to fight back and was ruthlessly smashed into the ground like a steak. The shock and horror in their hearts were simply indescribable. In the next second, they suddenly cried out in alarm and hurriedly fled in panic. However, before they could even take a step out, their figures had already exploded like fireworks in an instant and scattered in all directions. And Chu Tiany's figure did not leave the corner at all. Take care of all these. From now on, the dark-colored arena belongs to you. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent as she ordered Elder Feng and the others. The latter and the others were already dumbfounded by this scene. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, they all nodded subconsciously. Then Elder Feng quickly regained his senses and said to Luo Qingtong, No. Miss Qingtong, this is the property that you fought for. As he spoke, he shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he did not dare to accept it. They did not contribute at all. How could they dare to take Luo Qingtong's things, not to mention that Luo Qingtong had a super strong cultivator by her side? No one knew if he would be unhappy or not. As the crowd thought this, they immediately peeked at Chu Tiany's face. They did not dare to imagine. The other party was actually a strong cultivator around the 9th level of the human martial realm, and the other party was obviously following Luo Qingtong's orders. Oh my god, this world is really a fantasy. That young emperor's strength was amazing, but the strength behind Luo Qingtong was not weak either. These two people were simply a fantasy. Everyone's expression was stern. They thought about how Mo Zhuling had been saying that Luo Qingtong was not good enough for Yi Qianming. Now, it seemed that who was not good enough, Mo Zhuling racked his brains to hook up with the young master of the 7-star arena. But Luo Qingtong was able to make a strong cultivator around the 9th level of the human martial realm listen to her orders. They weren't even on the same level. The patriarch of the strongest family in the 7-star field may not even have the strength of 6th level of the human martial realm, let alone 9th level. While everyone was shocked, Luo Qingtong said to them indifferently, It's fine, Xiao and the others can't take care of this kind of business. You can take it. Luo Qingtong didn't care about the industries of the Star Desolate domain. As for Xiao and the others, it was still not suitable for them to take over such a large business. It was best for them to hand it over to Elder Feng and the others to take care of it. The other party had a good relationship with the True Spill continent and had always been looking after the True Spill continent. Luo Qingtong didn't mind adding a bit more strength and weight to the other party, making it easier for them to resist the Star Alliance's Alliance Master. Of course, it would be best if they took down the entire Star Alliance. In this way, Luo Qingtong wouldn't need to worry about the safety of the True Spill continent in the Star Desolate domain. After returning this time, Luo Qingtong's heart was already filled with killing intent towards Mo Zhuling and the Star Alliance's Alliance Master. The reason why she didn't move against them was because she hadn't figured out the identity of the black fog behind Mo Zhuling. Secondly, it was because she hadn't found a good candidate to take over. The Star Alliance's strength was so great that it ruled the entire Star Desolate domain. It wasn't something that Su Xiao and Grandfather Luo could easily take over. Even if they took over, they wouldn't know if others were secretly complying with them. And at this time Elder Feng and the others were the best candidates. That was why Luo Qingtong allowed the Dark Color Arena's owner to be presumptuous. She wanted to see Elder Feng's choice. When Elder Fong and the others heard Luo Qingtong's words, they looked at each other in dismay. They were pleasantly surprised. But soon, Elder Fong came to a realization. He swallowed hard, rubbed his hands, and said to Luo Qingtong with great difficulty and caution, "We are very grateful for Miss Qingtong's kindness. But this is still Miss Qingtong's business. How about this, we will take care of it for Miss Qingtong. When the time comes, we will send all the relevant matters to little friend Xiaoxiao and the others for them to review. What do you think?" Elder Fong's attitude was very humble. He lowered his head in front of Luo Qingtong. Whether it was his words or his attitude, it was as if he was Luo Qingtong's subordinate, not a supreme elder of the Star Alliance. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a faint smile. She already understood what he meant. "You want to rely on me and become my subordinate? Take care of her business for her and report all the matters to Xiaoxiao and the others." If he wasn't her subordinate, then what was he? Elder Fong and the others did not do this simply to curry favor with her. Sure enough, as soon as Luo Qingtong said this, Elder Fong's face turned red. He stuttered and said carefully, "This old man and the others do have such intentions. What does Miss Qingtong think?" Others didn't know the power behind Luo Qingtong, but they were very clear about it. At this moment, other than the extremely powerful young emperor backing her up, Luo Qingtong's secret forces were also frightening. Elder Fong and the others didn't care what others thought. They knew that as long as they could establish a relationship with Luo Qingtong, or even become her subordinate, then their future would be limitless. Just look at the treatment of Su Xiaoxiao and the others from Truespill Continent. Everyone's expression was very cautious. They were afraid that Luo Qingtong would be angry at their request. After all, the other party was even able to take in high-level human martial realm experts as his subordinates, so how could he possibly be interested in people like them? However, they didn't know that Chu Tianyi wasn't Luo Qingtong's subordinate. It was only because of Yan Yang that he signed a one-year contract with Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong didn't regard Chu Tianyi as a subordinate. She just wanted to borrow his strength to deal with the dark arena. Of course, if not for Chu Tianyi, she could have done it herself. However, since there was someone else who could use it, why would she need to do it herself? Luo Qingtong looked at the cautious Star Alliance elders, thought for a moment, and then agreed. Sure. Her expression was indifferent. She was naturally willing to have complete control over Star Alliance. Since these people were willing to rely on her, then she would take advantage of the situation. At this moment, Elder Fong and the others were overjoyed. They hurriedly swore allegiance to Luo Qingtong, and then happily went to deal with the Dark Arena. The matter of Luo Qingtong coming to the Dark Arena couldn't be hidden. However, to outsiders, Elder Fong and the others said that they couldn't stand the Dark Arena's people attacking Luo Qingtong, so they brazenly attacked and killed everyone in the Dark Arena. For this reason, Elder Fong and the others pretended to be seriously injured in order to confuse outsiders. Especially the Star Alliance's leader, Mo Zhuling, and the others. This was because they could see from Luo Qingtong's attitude that she didn't want Mo Zhuling and the others to know her true strength. Luo Qingtong was very satisfied. She originally wanted to ask Elder Fong and the others to do this, but she didn't expect that they had already done it without waiting for her instructions. Immediately, Luo Qingtong took Su Xiaoxiao and the others and prepared to leave here. However, before she could walk out of the dark color arena, she saw a group of people rushing towards her. Xiaoqi. Ji Feiyu looked anxious and forgot to hide the way he called Luo Qingtong. In fact, after knowing that the boss of the 7 unique True Yen was Luo Qingtong and Luo Qingtong's surname was also Luo, he suspected that Luo Qingtong was Luo Xiaoqi. But he didn't come to check. At this moment, he heard that Luo Qingtong had come to the Dark Colors Arena to cause trouble, and that the Dark Colors Arena Master and a group of Dark Colors elites had rushed back to deal with her severely. He immediately rushed over after hearing the news. Because the Dark-Colored Arena Master and the others did not hide their actions, anyone who saw them rushing back angrily would be able to find out what had happened. And Ji Feiyu had been secretly paying attention to Luo Qingtong's news, so he knew what had happened at once. When Luo Qingtong saw Ji Feiyu and the others rushing over, she was also surprised. Ji Feiyu? Before she finished speaking, the voices of Su Xiaoxiao and the others sounded at once. Boss, you know Child Ji and the others? They looked at Ji Feiyu and the others who had rushed over with surprise. Yes. Luo Qingtong nodded, they saved me before. Luo Qingtong didn't expect Ji Feiyu to guess that she was Luo Qingtong. She was going to meet them with a different face, but she didn't expect that they would find her by themselves. When Luo Qingtong's words sounded, Suiyu and the others' voices also sounded. Little Seven, so it's you? No wonder young master rushed over here in such a hurry when he heard that Luo Qingtong was in trouble. So that's your real name? A group of maidservants came down from the carriage with smiles on their faces. Luo Qingtong was stunned when she saw that they were ready to go on a long trip. Sister Suiyu, are you leaving? Luo Qingtong's brows slightly wrinkled. Weren't Ji Feiyu and the others planning to stay in Star City until Ji Feiyu's strength improved before going back? Why are we going back now? How many days had it been? When Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, Suiyu's gloomy voice also sounded. That's right. You don't know. Qin Xiong and those bastards ran back and said that because of you, young master. Before she could finish her words, Ji Feiyu's gentle and firm voice sounded. Well, Suiyu, little Seven is fine. Let's go. Ji Feiyu was very careful. Although he didn't ask about Luo Qingtong's situation, he could guess that Luo Qingtong was fine when he saw them come out of the dark arena unscathed. Little Seven was so powerful when she was in her cat form, not to mention when she was in her human form. Ji Feiyu looked deeply at Luo Qingtong and didn't say anything. He let Suiyu and the others help him get on the carriage. He didn't want Luo Qingtong to know about what happened over there, so as not to implicate her. In fact, if this matter didn't involve Luo Qingtong, he wouldn't listen to his family's order so easily. Luo Qingtong frowned when she heard his voice. Qin Xiong and the others, Luo Qingtong's eyelids twitched when she thought of the conflict between her and Ji Feiyu and Mo Zhuling breaking off the engagement. Qin Xiong and the others must have gone back and told the family Ji that Ji Feiyu's engagement was broken off because of her, right? Luo Qingtong could imagine what kind of excuses Qin Xiong and the others would fabricate to slander her and Ji Feiyu in order to deal with them. After all, Ji Feiyu's engagement was broken off and the family Ji had lost face. If Qin Xiong and the others didn't come up with a clear and acceptable explanation for abandoning their master and returning to the family Ji wouldn't accept it. At that time, the punishment that they would receive would not be ordinary. However, pushing the blame to her and Ji Feiyu was not wrong. Ji Feiyu's engagement was broken off by Mo Zhuling because he indulged in beauty. This was the family Ji's greatest humiliation. Qin Xiong and the others had betrayed their master and fled. Not only were they not in the wrong, they were even rewarded. As a vixen, she was the target of the family Ji's people. What the hell? Luo Qingtong's head was filled with black lines after she understood. She didn't want to have anything to do with Ji Feiyu and be labeled as someone who stole Mo Zhuling's fiancé. That was why she had left Ji Feiyu's fleet early on. If she hadn't met Ji Feiyu by chance when she turned into a little white cat, she wouldn't have had any interaction with him. She was still able to bear the title of a green TB*TCH. What the F*CK, Luo Qingtong cursed in her heart. Ji Feiyu vaguely sensed that Luo Qingtong seemed to have seen through something. He said gently and firmly, Little Seven, don't worry. I won't let them implicate you in this matter. When the time came, he would take responsibility for this matter. Come to think of it, if he were to reveal that he could cultivate, the people in the family would no longer keep an eye on Little Seven's matters. Those people just wanted to deal with him. Seeing that he could cultivate, they must be very anxious and vicious in their hearts, right? Ji Feiyu thought about it and sneered. Then he waved his hand at Luo Qingtong, indicating that Suiyu and the others should leave. At this moment, Luo Qingtong suddenly lifted the curtain of Ji Feiyu's carriage. She stepped onto the carriage and sat opposite him. I'll go back with you. Luo Qingtong said in a low voice. Was this a joke? Was it so easy to be labeled as a green TBB*TCH? Luo Qingtong would never admit it. What's more, Qin Xiong and the others wanted to deal with her. How could she let them go? Luo Qingtong thought of this and glanced at Ji Feiyu. When she first arrived at Star City, she wanted to get rid of Qin Xiong and the others. However, the latter was stopped by Ji Feiyu when he and the others were about to kill her. Otherwise, how could Qin Xiong and the others have the chance to stir up trouble? However, Ji Feiyu did it for her own good. To a certain extent, it could be said that he saved her. Although she didn't need him to save her, she still owed him this favor. This time, she would go and get rid of Xianxia and the others. At the same time, she would also remove the blood curse on Jifeiyu's body. The power of the blood curse in his body was exactly what Luo Qingtong needed. This was killing two birds with one stone. Everything happened together. There was no time like the present. She would go with them. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she immediately ordered Su Xiaoxiao and the others to stay in Star City. In any case, with Chu Tianyi there, she wasn't afraid that anything would happen to them. She also wanted to see if Mo Zhuling and the others would cause any more trouble. To be honest, the only thing that Luo Qingtong was worried about was the black fog behind Mo Zhuling. She didn't particularly care about anything else. When Luo Qingtong and Jifeiyu left, Mo Zhuling had already received news about the dark-colored arena. She already knew that Luo Qingtong had returned and was gnashing her teeth in hatred. But at this time, she heard someone report that the dark-colored arena had wanted to cause trouble for Luo Qingtong, but had been destroyed by Elder Feng and the others. This was naturally the news that Elder Feng and the others had spread. No matter what, they couldn't let their actions be unjustified. Moreover, the news that the dark-colored arena's people had spread about Luo Qingtong coming to cause trouble was originally to slander Luo Qingtong. Naturally, they had to make this matter public. When Mo Zhuling heard this news, he was so angry that he fell backwards. That bitch, how could she be so lucky every time? When the dark-colored arena's arena master and the others rushed over, Elder Feng and the others were also there. They had saved her for no reason, otherwise, the other party would have been a corpse by now. How hateful! Mo Zhuling was so angry that his teeth were itching. At this time, Lu Yu's voice sounded. Ling this is the group that our family is preparing to send to the True Spill continent. Take a look and see if it's convenient for you to arrange it. As Lu Yu spoke, he had already led the group of 5 people into Mo Zhuling's room. The latter was surprised. Looking at the 5 people behind Lu Yu, he discovered that they were the Lu family's elite experts. The strength of each and every one of them was actually around the 9th level of the Amethyst Elder. Through a special method, they had suppressed their strength to the 7th or 8th level. It seemed that the Lu family attached great importance to what he said this time. As Mo Zhuling thought about this, the anger and resentment he felt because Luo Qingtong had gained another benefit finally dissipated a little. She looked at the group of 5 and said to Lu Yu, "Yes, Yu Xian. But, it's only investigating the matters of the True Spill continent. Do you really need such powerful people?" She lay in front of Lu Yu and acted coquettishly. She was half guilty and half puzzled as she said, "Why don't we arrange for some ordinary Purple Venerable Realm experts?" He didn't want the Lu family to find out that he was lying. Mo Zhuling's eyes flickered as he spoke. Lu Yu gently pinched her nose and said with a doting smile, "It's fine. They are all people sent by the family. I won't deny them face." As he said this, he whispered into Mo Zhuling's ear, "There's nothing we can do about it. They are afraid that I am speaking irresponsibly, so they are deliberately protecting you. Ling you should know that in front of the family, I have already said all the good things about you. As long as we can confirm that the True Spill continent is hiding some secret, then the matter of our marriage proposal banquet can be cleared. At that time, you will still be my bride. I will definitely pick you up with a huge bridge and 10 miles of red dowry." Lu Yu's expression was gentle, his eyes beseeching. Mo Zhuling was very hesitant. But when she thought about the first time she met Luo Qingtong in the True Spill continent, something had indeed happened. As long as the Lu family could investigate that change, then she wouldn't be lying. As she thought this, she nodded and said, "Okay." When Mo Zhuling said this, he was especially proud. Her relationship with the Star Alliance's leader had naturally been repaired. Or rather, it wasn't repaired. Instead, it was Mo Zhuling's one-sided, high-profile, and crushing return. If the Star Alliance's leader didn't want to lose his position and be dealt with by the Lu family, he could only listen to Mo Zhuling's orders. And he really did need to rely on Mo Zhuling's power. Otherwise, after Elder Feng and the others annexed the dark-colored arena, they would be on par with him, and might even be on the verge of overwhelming him. While Mo Zhuling was helping the Lu family arrange for the 5 members of the Lu family to be sent to the True Spill continent, on the other side, Jifeiyu's carriage. He looked at the girl's delicate profile and sighed. Little 7, you shouldn't have come. Ji Feiyu knew that Luo Qingtong wouldn't be able to take this lying down. It was fine if she didn't know about this, but once she did, how could she tolerate Qin Xiong's slander? It was because he hadn't reacted in time, and she had noticed the clues. But this was their family Ji's matter, and Ji Feiyu didn't want to implicate Luo Qingtong. She had done enough for him. And he couldn't trouble her anymore. Stop the carriage. Ji Feiyu said to Suiyu and the others. Then he looked at Luo Qingtong and said, Little 7, unless you get off, I won't go back to the family Ji. He didn't want to implicate her by going back to the family Ji. If she wanted to go back with him, why would Ji Feiyu need to go back? He might as well stay in the Star Alliance and wait for the family Ji's people to come and attack him. At least here, Luo Qingtong still had someone to rely on. When he said this, Luo Qingtong's brows immediately furrowed. When Suiyu and the others heard his words, they hurriedly stopped the carriage. After all, they also felt that Luo Qingtong didn't need to go with them. Firstly, this matter had nothing to do with her in the first place. It was all because of them. Secondly, this matter was directed at her and young master. If she went over, wouldn't people confirm her relationship with the young master? At that time, not only would her reputation be tarnished, she would also suffer together with the young master. Suiyu and the others had decided to go through thick and thin with Ji Feiyu. However, Luo Qingtong was just an innocent person who was implicated. Not to mention their young master, even they couldn't bear it. Everyone thought so and immediately said to Luo Qingtong, That's right, Little 7. We appreciate your kindness. But you really don't have to take the risk with us. You don't know, but the family Ji situation is not someone you can afford to offend. Suiyu and the others didn't mean to say such hurtful words. But when they thought of the danger Luo Qingtong would face if she went back with them, they immediately hardened their hearts and said these words, hoping that she would back off. After all, this matter had nothing to do with her. It was them who implicated her. Or rather, it was the young master who implicated her. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent as she looked at them and said, I can cure your young master's illness. As she spoke, she turned to Ji Feiyu and said, The blood curse in your body hasn't been completely removed. It's just isolated. After returning to the family Ji, as long as the person behind you is willing, they can regain control of the blood curse in your body at any time. They can even absorb all your soul and vitality in advance. What's more, you were supposed to have a perfected innate body, a body blessed by the heavens for cultivation. If it weren't for the existence of this blood curse, your strength would have increased to an extremely terrifying level long ago. Don't you want to experience the feeling of having all the power in your hands and having everything under your feet? I'm going back with you not only because of Qin Xiong and the others, but also because the blood curse in your body hasn't been lifted yet. And I just happen to need its power. So, do you understand? As soon as she said this, Suiyu, Ji Feiyu, and the others were instantly shocked. Suiyu and the others directly blurted out. Little 7, you can actually see the problem with our young master's body? Of course. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She originally didn't plan to hide the fact that she could save Ji Feiyu in front of Suiyu and the others. Otherwise, how could she go back with them? But she originally planned to go back with them after completely solving the problem with the Star Alliance. Now, she could only bring forward the plan. But it didn't matter. Anyway, he had to make a trip there. It didn't matter when she went. Now that the power of the black fog was severely damaged, it wouldn't be able to come out to stir up trouble in a short period of time. Otherwise, Mo Zhuling wouldn't have been so embarrassed at the proposal banquet. The reason why Luo Qingtong left Shuqiani and the others was to prepare for a rainy day. She wasn't really worried that the black fog would come out. She always liked to think about things to the extreme, and this time was no exception. It was just a subconscious habit. When her voice sounded, Suiyu and the others' expressions became unusually excited and emotional. This is really great. The crowd didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be able to see Ji Feiyu's problem. Not only that, but she could also cure it. They originally thought that Ji Feiyu's problem had been cured with the help of the little white cat. They didn't expect that it was just a temporary solution. Everyone was excited, but Ji Feiyu's expression was indescribably complicated. He looked at Luo Qingtong, then nodded lightly and said, okay. Actually, it wasn't that he wasn't moved by Luo Qingtong's words. However, she had already helped him a lot, and he didn't want her to take any more risks. If Luo Qingtong hadn't said those last words, saying that his blood curse power was good for her, perhaps Ji Feiyu would still refuse to let Luo Qingtong go back with him. But at this moment, he could only agree. After all, the other party had helped him so much, and he had nothing to give in return. Since the power of the blood curse was beneficial to her, he naturally wouldn't shirk his responsibility. As for the dangers in the family Ji, even if he had to be smashed to pieces, he would send her away safely. When Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu continued on their journey, a figure blocked the path of Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu's carriage. Master, I also want to go to the family Ji with you. Yan Yang, dressed in white, appeared in front of Luo Qingtong with a white jade zither in her arms. When she appeared, Chu Tiany's figure also appeared not far away. I also want to go. He glanced at Yan Yang with an expressionless face. The latter had deliberately chased out of the city to avoid him. However, Chu Tiany had been paying attention to Yan Yang. How could he let her leave his sight so easily? When Chu Tiany's figure appeared, Yan Yang immediately clenched her teeth. What does it have to do with you that Master and I are going to the family Ji? Master's order is for you to stay in Star City and take care of Su Xiaoxiao and the others. Who allowed you to leave without permission? Her face was filled with anger. She didn't want to be with Chu Tiany, that was why she left Star City. Who would have thought that he would follow her out? This man was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Yan Yang really wanted to curse at him. But when she thought of the things that he did under the alias of Lin Yi and the things that he did for her, and then when she thought of how he sold himself to Luo Qingtong for a year, she couldn't say anything. She and Luo Qingtong were master and servant in name, but in reality, they were family. She saw Luo Qingtong as her savior in faith, and she was willing to be her servant. But Chu Tiany wasn't like that. He was the head of the Tianfeng Chu family. In the Tianfeng region, he was an ambitious and ruthless person. Such a person was willing to lower his head for her and serve Luo Qingtong as his master, just to prove that he didn't have any ulterior motives when he approached her. Yan Yang's heart was touched. But how could the knot in her heart be untied after so many years? How much did she suffer because of this man? The source of all the tragedies in her life was all because of him. Even if she knew that he was set up, Yan Yang couldn't help but hate him. In fact, if Chu Tiany didn't use the identity of Lin Yi to stay by her side, gain her trust, and break her heart, she wouldn't have been able to protect herself. Back then, when his identity was exposed, Yan Yang would not have been able to restrain herself from making a move. When her voice rang out, Chu Tiany's face was expressionless but firm as he said, "Back then, I said that my only request for signing the slave contract was to be with you. I have the right to refuse the order when you are not here." In short, Chu Tiany wanted to follow Yan Yang. When Yan Yang heard his words, she was touched and angry. She gritted her teeth, "You." Before she could finish her words, Chu Tiany had already gotten into the carriage, moving faster than her. Yan Yang had no choice but to get into the carriage with him. Anyway, even if she turned back immediately, Chu Tiany would be able to follow her. Since she couldn't get rid of him, Yan Yang didn't want to trouble. Bringing him to the family Ji, at least, he could do something for Luo Qingtong. With that thought in mind, Yan Yang ignored Chu Tiany. Seeing the two chasing after her, Chu Tiany's words, Luo Qingtong's ass, Shi Tiany's. She purposely didn't bring Chu Tiany with her because she wanted the other party to be on guard and prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. But since the other party followed, so be it. Looking at the way he and Yan Yang got along, Luo Qingtong was a little worried about leaving them in the Star Alliance. If the two of them quarreled, forget it, she'd better take them with her. Luo Qingtong thought so and immediately dispelled the idea of letting them go back. The group of people rushed out of the Star Wilderness. At this time, a group of people was also rushing in the direction of the Star Wilderness. "Mother, are we really going to that True Spill continent?" Chu Yufei looked at a woman in front of her. The latter's body was very luxurious and extraordinary, with a kind of graceful bearing. However, her expression was exceptionally cold and beautiful. The light in her eyes was like a viper's tongue. When Chu Yufei spoke, the woman turned around and looked at her indifferently. "Of course. If we don't go there, Are we supposed to wait for Chu Lingfeng to succeed and bring that woman over? Then we'll both die without a burial ground in the Chu clan? Bai Xing's voice was cold. She had never wanted to leave the comfortable life of the Tianfeng Chu family and run to a remote and low-class place like the Star Wilderness. Furthermore, this place was a stain on her life that she didn't want to mention at all. When Bai Xing was still in the Tianfeng Chu family, she hated mentioning her origins. She didn't want anyone to know that she came from a low-class 9-star region and a low-class continent. She had worked hard all these years to build up her power in the Tianfeng Chu family and make the Tianfeng Chu family accept her. How much effort had she spent? She had done all this so that people would completely forget about her origins. However, just as she had been about to succeed, Chu Lingfeng had come and almost beaten her back to her original state. Bai Xing's fingernails dug into her palms as she thought about this. She didn't want to come here at all. She didn't want anyone to know or mention her lowly origins. However, she had no choice but to come here. Chu Lingfeng had already gained a firm foothold in the Chu family. His lack of temperament and overly straightforward personality had been completely ignored by the Chu family in the face of his tyrannical potential. In fact, no matter which family in the 6-star region it was, Chu Lingfeng would still be worshipped by others if they had such an outstanding disciple, even if he was a fool who didn't know anything. Furthermore, Chu Lingfeng wasn't completely stupid. He still had a clear sense of right and wrong, as well as his likes and dislikes. Furthermore, his keen intuition for battle was something that ordinary cultivators didn't possess. Under these circumstances, Bai Xing had been able to rely on her power in the Tianfeng Chu family to maintain her status. However, ever since Chu Lingfeng had returned from the abandoned continent and his strength had increased to the level of the human martial arts realm, she had lost this advantage. Chu Lingfeng hated her to the core. Not only that, but her daughter, Chu Yufei, had also been thoroughly hated by Chu Lingfeng because she had obeyed her orders and gotten close to Chu Ke and the others. Originally, Chu Lingfeng had just turned a blind eye to them. But now, he was demanding that they all be expelled from the Chu family. However, Bai Xing didn't have the confidence to go against Chu Lingfeng. Everyone knew what had happened on the abandoned continent. That fool, Chu Lingfeng. Moreover, he had taken a fancy to a young man named Luo Xiaoqi on the abandoned continent. And that young man was the lover of the master of the underground palace. With all these things added together, Chu Lingfeng's status in the Tianfeng Chu family instantly rose to a higher level. Because the master of the underground palace didn't come looking for trouble with the Chu family, it was obvious that the young man was protecting Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng. That fool. He had such luck. How could this not make Bai Xing hate him to the core? And because she had instigated the 9th Elders and 3rd Elders people to join forces and attack Chu Lingfeng. Although in the end, no evidence was found because she was too careful, everyone in the Chu family was still displeased with her. Bai Xing knew in her heart that if she did not think of a solution quickly, she, the fake savior of the Chu family, would be completely exposed and die a horrible death when everyone in the Chu family changed their minds. Bai Xing did not doubt that Hu Yenyang would not let her off. After all, she was also involved in the incident back then. In fact, she was the one who had found Chu Tianyi, and she was the one who had given Bai Feng the idea. It was all for the sake of completely destroying Hu Yenyang. But who would have thought that Chu Tianyi's identity was so powerful? Bai Xing was simply stunned when he revealed his strength later on. Later on, she hurriedly asked Bai Feng for advice and asked her to recommend her and Chu Tianyi to leave so that she could get close to this man. She was confident that her judgment was not wrong. But reality proved that she had still underestimated Chu Tianyi. Who would have thought that the man who had fallen in the far west wilderness like a beggar would be the son of a 6-star region's aristocratic family? In the end, Chu Tianyi used his own strength to eliminate the Chu family's enemies and competitors and completely became the overlord of the 6-star region's Tianfeng domain. Bai Xing was deeply infatuated with such an identity and strength. It also made her hate herself for being so blind to have given such a good man to Hu Yenyang and let her take advantage of him for no reason. Otherwise, today, the woman that Chu Tianyi could not forget and was unswervingly loyal to would be her. Thinking of this, Bai Xing dug her fingernails deeper into her palms. She did not even realize that she was bleeding. Chu Yufei's heart also trembled when she heard her words. Her life in the Tianfeng Chu family had been very difficult during this period of time. 3rd Elder, 9th Elder, and the others had been completely punished for their failure. All of them had been crippled of their strength and bloodline and expelled from the Chu family. They would never be allowed to appear in the Tianfeng domain again. It could be said that they were all finished. After the incident on the abandoned continent, the Tianfeng Chu family had almost completely sided with Chu Lingfeng. He was now the rightful heir of the Chu family. No one could snatch his position away from him. Not only that, when Chu Tianyi was not in the Tianfeng Chu family, Chu Lingfeng had already made all the decisions for the Tianfeng Chu family. With the support of 8th Elder, Chu Lingfeng was not afraid that Tianfeng Chu family's decisions would be wrong because of his personality and ability. In the future, the entire Chu clan would belong to Chu Lingfeng. There was no doubt about that. How could Chu Yufei, who was suspected of being too close to Chu Ke and was very likely to be involved in Chu Lingfeng's murder, have a good life in the Tianfeng Chu family, if not for Bai Xing's identity as the savior of the family head and her management in the Tianfeng Chu family? Chu Yufei did not know what would have happened to her. Being expelled from the Tianfeng Chu family like Chu Ke would be considered a light punishment. After all, the other party was a real descendant of the Tianfeng Chu family, and she was an outsider. Yes, an outsider. Chu Yufei had never hated her identity so much. If she was the daughter of the family head, things would not have turned out like this, right? No matter how powerful Chu Lingfeng was, or how infatuated Chu Tianyi was with Yin Yang, he would not disregard his own life and identity. He would definitely give her better treatment and let her stay in the Chu family. She would not have to spend so much effort to deal with Chu Lingfeng and the others, and she would not have been treated like this. In short, we can't let that slut Hu Yenyang have the chance to go to Tianfeng Chu's family. And we can't let the people who knew about us live. As Bai Xing said this, her face revealed an extremely sinister expression. She had come here without telling the Chu family because she wanted to eliminate Hu Yenyang and everyone who knew about her past. That fool Chu Lingfeng was nothing to be afraid of. The words he said were not trustworthy at all. But if he revealed the location of the true Spill continent, and Chu Tianyi and the others found out about the past, then even if she had 10 lives, she still wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, not only did she come here to destroy Hu Yenyang and the Hu family, but she also wanted to get rid of all the people from the Bai family who knew about her in the past and might even have something on her. So many years had passed, and she didn't know whether the Bai family had eliminated family Hu or not. If they had already eliminated them, then it would save her a lot of trouble, but looking at Chu Lingfeng, that idiot, living so well, he was afraid that the Hu clan's people were all fine. Otherwise, how could Hu Yenyang raise her son so well while being hunted down by the Bai family? Humph. What a bunch of trash. Bai Xing was very dissatisfied. When she had given Bai Feng advice, it had already reached such a point. She had listed out all the things that the other party needed to do. She didn't expect that she still couldn't do anything to family Hu, otherwise, how could she have been forced to this point by Chu Lingfeng? What a bunch of useless fools. Since that was the case, then she would personally take action and eliminate them all together. In this way, the people who knew about this matter would all be gone. So what if she was hated by Chu Lingfeng? Just her identity as his savior was enough for her to live comfortably in Tianfeng Chu's family. Even if she was expelled from the Tianfeng Chu family in the end, she would still receive a generous settlement. What did she have to fear? With this thought in mind, Bai Xing immediately led a group of experts she had recruited from the Tianfeng Chu clan and rushed towards the direction of the Star Wilderness domain. And these people were under her control. They were in the same boat as her. Even if he knew what Bai Xing was going to do and what would happen if the family found out, he had no choice but to obey her. Otherwise, if Bai Xing was unlucky, none of them would have a good ending. He might as well fight it out with Bai Xing. Perhaps he would still have a chance to survive. While they were heading towards the star-desolate region, Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu had also arrived at the edge of the East Pavilion region after a period of travel. The East Pavilion region was not very far from the Star Wilderness domain. Otherwise, the Star Alliance's leader would not have gone to the East Pavilion region to gain experience and have the opportunity to save the family Ji's old master. At this time, Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu had just stepped into the boundary of the East Pavilion region when they bumped into a group of people who were about to rush to the Star Wilderness domain. This group of people was none other than the family Ji's group. "Yo, my good cousin, you are finally willing to come back?" Seeing Ji Feiyu's carriage, the group of people who were about to rush to the Star Wilderness domain suddenly stopped. Then, streams of light descended from the starry sky and landed in front of Ji Feiyu and the others. At this time, Ji Feiyu and Luo Qingtong had just entered the boundary of the East Pavilion region and were about to get off the carriage to rest. She must be Luo Xiaoqi, right? Ji Feitong looked Luo Qingtong up and down. He was stunned and disdainful. She is indeed a beauty. No wonder she was able to charm my cousin so much that he even disregarded his own engagement and caused the Ji family to have their engagement annulled by the people of the Star Alliance. What a disgrace. His words were very rude, and his face was full of contempt. Ji Feiyu immediately became angry. Shut up. He gritted his teeth and almost coughed violently due to the excitement in his heart. His body was still recuperating. Even if Luo Qingtong temporarily isolated the power of the blood curse and he would not continue to lose vitality, the loss of so many years could be healed immediately. He coughed and scolded Ji Feitong coldly, since you know that I am your cousin, you should know what kind of person I am. Mo Zhuling did not break off the engagement because of an affair. It was because Mo Zhuling found a better woman, the young master of an aristocratic family in the 7-star field. That's why he broke off the engagement with me. In your mouths, it became me indulging in beauty and wantonly humiliating my friend. Is this the way the family Ji taught you? Or is it that you are such people in private? That's why you slander me so wantonly and don't see the truth at all? Ji Feiyu's voice was cold. When he was preparing to return to the family Ji, he already knew what kind of humiliation he was about to face. That was why he didn't want Luo Qingtong to come back with him. Otherwise, not only would he face this humiliation, but also Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong was implicated by him. She saved his life and cured his illness. In the end, she ended up being despised with him and even had her reputation tarnished. He was extremely upset. He never got angry easily. His face was always gentle and calm, but this meeting was full of anger. A burst of family Ji's first wife's imposing aura and graceful noble aura was instantly revealed. He looked at the stunned Ji Feitong and said coldly, apologize to her. Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you as your eldest brother. You. Ji Feitong was stunned by the sudden change in Ji Feiyu's aura. When he came back to his senses, he instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation. Ji Feiyu had always been the target of ridicule for family Ji's descendants. As the legitimate son of the family Ji, he was not allowed to cultivate despite his noble status. In fact, it was unknown whether the family Ji's lineage would cease to exist after him. Therefore, they were never stingy with their ridicule. In fact, because of his identity as the son of the first wife, their mockery would only intensify. Ji Feiyu had never stooped to their level. This made them think that he would not dare to resist them. Now that Ji Feiyu suddenly berated him, his aura intimidated him in an instant. How could Ji Feitong endure this? Immediately, he began to scold him harshly. You piece of trash, what did you say? How dare you say that you want to punish me? Do you think you have the right to do so? If it weren't for your status as the legitimate son of the family Ji, what do you think you are in the family Ji? You would have been kicked out of the family Ji long ago to fend for yourself and die without a complete corpse. Ji Feitong's heart was filled with anger. He cursed out the words in his heart without any restraint. Suiyu and the others' expressions changed. They no longer cared about the difference between master and servant, and directly attacked Ji Feitong. Shut up. What right do you have to insult our young master? He is the son of the family Ji's first wife, and also your eldest brother. Who allowed you to be disrespectful to him? Suiyu and the others were angry and distressed. No one knew better than her how much their young master had suffered. If it weren't for the worry that master and madam would be put in a difficult position in the family Ji because of him, how could their young master endure so many years of ridicule and humiliation? However, his repeated forbearance did not result in these people stopping before going too far. Instead, they went from bad to worse. These people had not even figured out the truth of the matter, but they were already ridiculing and humiliating their young master without restraint. In their hearts, they did not care about what would happen to their young master after the engagement was broken, and they did not care about his feelings. They only wanted to make fun of his pain. Suiyu and the others thought so, and the anger in their hearts grew. they attacked even harder. At this moment, a force suddenly rushed out from the side and inserted itself between Ji Feitong and Sui Yu, neutralizing their strength. "Stop!" a voice sounded. Then, a very handsome man walked to Ji Feitong's side under the protection of a group of family Ji experts. "What's going on? Feitong, why are you attacking my cousin's people?" Ji Fighting's voice was cold. In fact, he had seen everything that had happened just now. The reason why he did not come over was because Ji Feitong's words were very much to his liking. The other party was his lackey, and the sword in his hand would naturally strike wherever he pointed. Many things that Ji Fighting was not suitable to say and do were all done by him. Now that he saw Sui Yu and the others attacking him, Ji Fighting naturally had to intervene. As soon as Ji Fighting made a move, Ji Feitong acted as if he had met his savior and hurriedly shouted, "Big brother Fighting, you have to be the judge." Ji Feiyu's engagement was broken off by Mo Zhuling. I said a few words to the woman beside him, and he scolded me and even ordered his people to attack me. How can you say that he has no affair with the woman beside him? I don't believe it. Qin Xiong and the others came back and said it like it was true. They even attached a portrait of the woman, but Ji Feiyu still doesn't admit it. I think he's deliberately ruining our family Ji's reputation. Ji Feitong's words, and the others' faces instantly flushed red. They were naturally angry. The other party was really too shameless. It was clearly because he insulted the young master first that they attacked him, but in the end, it was because they were attacking Luo Luo. These are two completely different things. Okay, what's more, what he said was simply slander. Ji Feitong. Ji Feiyu's voice was cold. While Sui Yu and the others were furious, he stepped in front of Ji Feitong and the others and said coldly, "Do you dare to come with me to the Star Alliance's place and ask them if they broke off the engagement because Mo Zhuling was trying to climb up the social ladder, or because I was in love with someone else? If it's the former, I'll do whatever I want to you. If it's the latter, I'll compensate you with my life. You can do whatever you want with it." Ji Feitong's expression changed the moment he said that. He was rash, but that didn't mean he was stupid. When Ji Feiyu said this, he clearly had confidence in his heart. Damn it, did Qin Xiong and the others really go back and spout nonsense? Ji Feitong's expression turned ugly, and Ji Fighting's brows instantly furrowed. Before they came, they really thought that Ji Feiyu had taken a liking to Luo Qingtong and that Mo Zhuling had broken off the engagement because he knew about it. Ji Feiyu was so confident that he clearly wasn't afraid of them investigating. Ji Fighting suddenly felt very uneasy as he thought about it. Qin Xiong and the others were idiots. Why couldn't they find a better excuse? They originally thought that they could humiliate Ji Feiyu, but they didn't expect that there would be no such thing. They even swore solemnly when they came back. They even provided the girl's portrait, but in the end, they told a lie that could be easily exposed. They were simply brainless fools. Ji Fighting didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smiled at Ji Feiyu and said, "Cousin, why are you so angry?" Feitong is anxious because of his family Ji. Even though he acted rashly and offended you, cousin, can you forgive him on account of his extenuating circumstances? As for the Star Alliance breaking off the engagement, he paused. It wasn't clear whether it was intentional or not, but he purposely dragged out the words breaking off the engagement. Then, he chuckled and said, "It's fine. Since the Star Alliance doesn't know how to appreciate favors, then there's no need for us to investigate. I absolutely believe in you." Of course, he didn't know whether the people in his family believed him or not. Ji Fighting's expression was indifferent. He wasn't like Ji Feitong and the others. There was no need for him to find fault with Ji Feiyu. If Ji Feiyu said that he didn't break off the engagement because he fell in love with someone else, then he didn't break off the engagement because he fell in love with someone else. What did it matter whether they believed him or not? It was fine as long as the family didn't believe him. Moreover, Ji Feiyu was so concerned about the woman beside him. If he said that there was nothing between them, who would believe him? Just as Ji Feitong said, no one would believe him. Since that was the case, what was the need for an investigation? Instead, it cleared Ji's name and cleared his name. Why did he have to do such a thing? Before Ji could say anything, Luo Qingtong's voice is heard. She looked at Ji Fighting indifferently and said, "This Ji family disciple speaks well, but even so, we still have to check what needs to be checked." Don't let others think that you're deliberately protecting us. At that time, we'll have to bear another crime, and we'll implicate you for no reason. How terrible would that be? And Luo Qingtong smiled at Ji Fighting and said, seniority is important. Even if you are worried about Ji Feiyu, you still have to pay attention to seniority, right? Shouldn't he be punished for insulting his brother, or is this how the family Ji works? Do you think you can say whatever you want? This is worse for the family Ji, isn't it? Luo Qingtong's words made Ji Feitong furious. *tch, what does this have to do with you? When Ji Fighting opened his mouth, he had already realized that this was not the time to argue with Ji Feiyu. Anyway, even if Ji Feiyu managed to convince them, what about the elders of the family Ji? In the end, he had to suffer a little. But he didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would jump out while he was tolerating Ji Feiyu. Ji Feitong's heart was filled with disdain. Originally, Luo Qingtong was still somewhat useful in his heart. He felt that he could use her to attack Ji Feiyu. However, it was obvious that she and Ji Feiyu were not the same. He was too lazy to waste any more effort on her. Who knew why an unknown girl from the 9-star region would hook up with Ji Feiyu? She even had to scheme to get close to a piece of trash. Who knew how desperate she was for him to eat, or rather, how ambitious was she? How eager was she to achieve instant benefits? Ji Feitong snorted in disdain as he thought about it. He had seen many women like Luo Qingtong. She used Ji Feiyu's ladder to get close to them and then spoke rudely to arouse their interest. Loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Unfortunately, they were tired of this kind of trick. However, the other party was not bad looking. It would be good if he could play with her for free. As Ji Feitong thought about it, he looked at Luo Qingtong with a lewd and frivolous look in his eyes. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She looked at Ji Feitong and instantly laughed. Was he having ideas about her? Not bad. It seemed that this time at the family Ji would not be boring. There were always a few idiots who came to court deaf. It was also a kind of fun, wasn't it? As Luo Qingtong thought about it, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. It was indescribably evil and charming. Ji Feitong's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. Oh my god, I didn't realize that the woman that piece of trash Ji Feiyu brought back was a stunner. Ji Feitong's heart was itching. He was already restless, thinking about how to hook up with Luo Qingtong. If it didn't work, then he would use force. Would Ji Feiyu deal with him because of a woman? Of course, it didn't matter even if he did. What could a piece of trash like him do to him? He couldn't be a threat at all. It was impossible for the family to help Ji Feiyu. As Ji Feitong thought of this, he instantly felt a burst of pride. The way he looked at Luo Qingtong became even more wretched. Behind Luo Qingtong, Xianxia clearly saw his gaze and instantly sneered in her heart. How dare the other party have designs on her master? She was simply courting death. She looked at Chu Tianyi, who was beside her, and said, when you arrive at the family Ji, remember to protect master well. Originally, there was no need for Xianxia to instruct this matter. Generally, the people around Luo Qingtong would do this. However, Chu Tianyi was temporarily sold to Luo Qingtong. Moreover, the reason why she sold herself was related to her. She was not sincerely working for Luo Qingtong. Xianxia was worried that his carelessness would cause Luo Qingtong to encounter danger. After all, Luo Qingtong's strength was only at the Sage Master realm. She didn't know that Luo Qingtong's strength had already risen to the peak of the Purple Venerable realm. This was to make it easier for her to advance in the future. Moreover, in order to confuse the black fog behind Mo Zhuling, she deliberately suppressed her strength and didn't recover. Otherwise, with Luo Qingtong's strength, Ji Feitong wouldn't even dare to covet her. Even when he spoke, he would have to be respectful in front of Luo Qingtong. Moreover, Luo Qingtong's true strength was far beyond the 9th level of the Purple Venerable realm. When Xianxia spoke, Chu Tianyi glanced at her and said, "What identity are you using to speak to me?" As he spoke, he didn't wait for Xianxia to speak and continued to speak. "If you speak as my wife, then whatever you say is what it is. You." The moment Chu Tianyi's words left his mouth, Xianxia felt a burst of anger. How could this man be so shameless? Why did she think that he was gentle, humorous, honest, and considerate? Why did she think that he was someone she could spend the rest of her life with? Now, It seemed that he had made a mistake back then. Xianxia was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't forget that you sold yourself to the master." "Yes, so I just need to make sure that she doesn't die?" Chu Tianyi raised his eyebrows and looked at her. He didn't think that he was wrong to take advantage of her. During this period of time, he knew that Xianxia was stubborn and unyielding. If she decided on something, even 10 horses couldn't pull her back. Therefore, if he wanted to win her back, he had to use some means. And this means was Luo Qingtong's safety. In fact, Chu Tianyi knew clearly that Luo Qingtong's strength was not as weak as it seemed. Otherwise, she wouldn't let them stay in Star Alliance while she went back to Family Ji with Ji Feiyu. Chu Tianyi didn't believe that Luo Qingtong didn't know the possible danger of this trip. Therefore, she must have a way to deal with it. Xianxia was just too concerned about her, so she was confused. However, even if Chu Tianyi knew this, he wouldn't tell Xianxia. Otherwise, she wouldn't let him get close to her. Once Luo Qingtong finished what she wanted him to do, he didn't know if she would continue to stay by his side. Therefore, Chu Tianyi had to plan for himself. Speaking of which, he was helpless. As the overlord of Tianfeng region, he could only rely on threats to make the woman beside him listen to him. Not only that, she was very angry and didn't want to have anything to do with him. If people knew about it, they would be shocked. But he was defeated by this woman. What could he do? Chu Tianyi still remembered the scene when he was thrown into the dilapidated temple. Xianxia was obviously scared to death and wanted to turn around and run away, but when she saw his body covered in blood, she couldn't bear to do so. She turned around and bandaged his wounds. It was because of her kindness that Chu Tianyi was able to survive. It was also because of her kindness that the medicinal effects that Chu Tianyi had been painstakingly suppressing went out of control after she touched him, pushing her to the ground and forcing himself on her. If it wasn't for that, Xianxia would be fine. Because Chu Tianyi was still conscious at that time, he could still suppress the drug in his body. He didn't want to become a beast. Therefore, if Xianxia had immediately left at that time, Chu Tianyi would have died from his serious injuries and being drugged, but Xianxia would definitely have been fine. But Xianxia's kindness saved him. Was life's body. Chu Tianyi's heart throbbed and he felt guilty. That day, in front of him, Xianxia was like a holy goddess, blooming breathtakingly. For so many years, Chu Tianyi didn't forget her for a moment. Instead, because of her departure, she was still fresh in his mind. Therefore, he wanted to keep her by his side even if he had to do it by hook or by crook. When Chu Tianyi said that, Xianxia was even angrier. She was extremely depressed in her heart. She wanted to curse Chu Tianyi, but after tossing and turning, other than that shameless word, she couldn't say anything else. In fact, when she heard the word madam, her heart skipped a beat. Chu Tianyi didn't know that she had really considered marrying Lin Yi. After Luo Qingtong brought back the news about Chu Lingfeng, she had already decided that after meeting Chu Lingfeng and asking for his opinion, she would tell Lin Yi everything and see if he would accept her. Who would have thought that before she could meet Chu Lingfeng, Chu Tianyi's identity was exposed? Xianxia didn't know how to face him. The person she was attracted to and the person she hated were the same person. How could she accept this? When Xianxia spoke, Chu Tianyi's heart was filled with joy. Because Xianxia's words meant that he could call her madam. He was finally one step closer to her. Although this step was a result of his meticulous planning, he was still very happy. Okay, don't worry, I will stay by her side. Of course, you have to stay by my side too, madam. As Chu Tianyi said this, he looked deeply at Xianxia. Xianxia turned her head and ignored him, but her heart was in turmoil. She wasn't as indifferent as she looked. Lin Yi and Chu Tianyi, these two people faintly overlapped with each other, making Xianxia's heart uncontrollably flustered. When Xianxia and Chu Tianyi were talking in a low voice, Ji Fighting had already ordered Ji Feitong to apologize to Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu. No matter what, Ji Feiyu had the identity of a legitimate son. They could be disrespectful to him in private, but there was no need to do so in front of outsiders. Why leave a weakness for the other party to use against him? In any case, Ji Feiyu's status as the son of the first wife wouldn't last for long. When the time came, they would have plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Why should they be in such a hurry? Therefore, Ji Fighting very generously apologized to Luo Qingtong, saying that he didn't think it through, and asked his subordinates to immediately go to Star Alliance to investigate the annulment of the engagement. In fact, wasn't it up to him to decide how to investigate this matter and how long it would take? So what if Luo Qingtong planned for Ji Feiyu? Wasn't he still unable to defeat him? Ji Fighting's expression was indifferent. He sneered in his heart. He didn't take Luo Qingtong's words seriously at all. Luo Qingtong also saw the sarcasm in his eyes and naturally knew what the other party was thinking. However, she had just spoken because she couldn't stand the hypocritical behavior of these fake immortals. She deliberately exposed this matter so as to dampen their spirit. As for whether Ji Fighting would send people to investigate, what the results would be, and when he would reply, she didn't consider it at all. After all, there was a saying, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. If these people from the family Ji really wanted to deal with Ji Feiyu and her, they would do it for any reason. It didn't matter whether they investigated or not. Therefore, she smiled and didn't care at all. Under Ji Fighting's scolding, Ji Feitong also apologized to Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu. He coveted Luo Qingtong, so he didn't reject apologizing to her. On the contrary, when he apologized to Ji Feiyu, he felt very dissatisfied and perfunctory. Ji Feiyu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. In this matter, the one who was implicated the most was Luo Qingtong. As long as the other party apologized to Luo Qingtong, he couldn't be bothered with anything else. The group of people continued on their way to the family Ji. In the family Ji, a group of people was waiting in the ancestral hall. Father. A very pretty and cute girl stood beside the head of the family Ji and said to him, Ji Feiyu has embarrassed us so much this time. You can't tolerate him because he's the son of the first wife. Otherwise, what will happen to our family Ji's reputation? As Ji Miao Miao said this, she glanced at the middle-aged man beside the head of the family Ji. The middle-aged man's expression was ugly. He looked at her and said in a low voice, is definitely not someone who would disregard the family for personal affairs. The middle-aged man's left arm was obviously seriously injured. It could only hang by his side, looking very uncoordinated. His originally tall and sturdy figure had also become much shorter and hunched because of the existence of this arm. This middle-aged man was Ji Feiyu's father, the original successor of the family Ji, Ji Yuanqing. Originally, he should have been the head of the family Ji at this moment. But now, he could only sit in the upper left corner. Moreover, he was here because the family Ji wanted to hold a grand ancestral hall meeting with Ji Feiyu. Otherwise, he would not even have the opportunity to sit at the front. Sitting beside him was Ji Feiyu's mother. The latter's face was very noble and generous. He sat upright beside Ji Yuanqing. Even the mistress of the family, the wife of the head of the Ji family, was suppressed. After all, Ji Feiyu's mother was not an ordinary person. She had married into the family Ji's family from another galaxy. She was the daughter of the first wife of that family. Originally, she could have married an ordinary son of the seven-star field. However, she had taken a fancy to Ji Yuanqing and married into the family despite the family's objections. It was because of her that Ji Feiyu and his son could live so well without the strength and status of a direct descendant. At this moment, she looked at the family Ji and said, "That's right. It's best that you don't wantonly slander things that haven't been investigated." Ji Miao Miao couldn't help but chuckle. Then, she said, "Auntie Li, don't blame me for being rude." Qin Xiong and the others came back and explained everything clearly. They even provided a portrait of that woman. You still say that this is not the truth? Could it be that you want to say that Qin Xiong and the others are so stupid to make up such a lie that can be easily broken to deal with my eldest cousin brother? Are they out of their minds? In fact, it wasn't that Qin Xiong and the others had lost their minds. They simply didn't think that Ji Feiyu and the others would be able to leave the wedding banquet alive, let alone reverse the situation and ruin Mo Zhiling's reputation. Who would have thought that a trash like Ji Feiyu would be able to rely on Luo Qingtong's ability to turn the tables? They didn't even dare to dream about it. Therefore, when they went back, they naturally and scrupulously slandered and discredited Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu to get away with it. At this moment, when they heard Ji Miao Miao's voice, although they felt guilty, they still said firmly, "That's right. Miss Miao Miao is right. We can't say such a lie that can be easily broken." Young Master Feiyu did fall in love with that girl called Luo Xiaoqi. That's why the Star Alliance's eldest daughter broke off the engagement. This is absolutely true. If the family head and elders don't believe us, you can go to the Star Alliance to check. What's more, so what if they went for an inspection? Would Mo Zhiling's people say that she was shameless and had seduced young Master Lu of the 7-star field, which was why she broke off the engagement with Ji Feiyu? That was impossible, therefore, they looked very certain. When their voices sounded, Li Shiyi's expression also relaxed a little. She absolutely believed that her son would not be so careless. But what if he really met the girl he liked and did everything he could to be with her? But the girl he met on the way, how coincidental would it be for Ji Feiyu to fall in love with her? And when he went to ask for her hand in marriage, he loved her so much, Li Shiyi was worried. She was not afraid that Ji Feiyu would be punished by the family, but she was afraid that he would be deceived by others. That girl might have been deliberately arranged by someone to wait for him there. And Feiyu was completely unaware. In the future, he might be sad and hurt. As Li Shiyi thought of this, her heart suddenly throbbed with an indescribable pain, and her eyes turned slightly red. At this moment, Ji Yuanqing's hand grabbed hers and gently patted and comforted her. It's okay. When the time comes, we will leave the family Ji. I think that after we leave, no one will come to deal with us anymore. As Ji Yuanqing said this, his eyes were slightly red. He was a dignified man, but at this moment, he actually had the urge to cry. He tried his best to hold it in, not revealing any clues. But his heart was extremely sour. He had been so high-spirited all his life. Even when he suddenly met with an unexpected disaster and lost his position as the head of the family and only had the name of a direct descendant, he had never given up on it. But this time, he was tired. Ji Feiyu had been ridiculed since he was young. As a father, he could not give him anything. The identity of a direct descendant and the power of the head of the family, he had nothing. And Ji Feiyu had been humiliated and ridiculed because of his identity as a direct descendant. If he wasn't his son, even if he was a trash who couldn't cultivate, he wouldn't have suffered so much slander and humiliation, right? Even now, when Ji Feiyu had been pushed out to marry Mo Zhiling, there were still people who wanted to harm him. Ji Yuanqing was really tired. For the sake of his status as a direct descendant, he had persevered and worked hard for a long time. He refused to believe that he could only live like this for the rest of his life. But as it turned out, that was exactly what he was. Lost strength could never be regained. No matter how talented he was in the past, no matter how glorious his family Ji's descendants were, they could not hide the fact that they had fallen. As Ji Yuanqing thought this, his heart was filled with exhaustion. Hearing his voice, Li Shiyi's heart immediately felt even more bitter. She held Ji Yuanqing's hand and said in a low and bitter voice, "Okay, when the time comes, we'll leave together and never care about the family Ji again." Just as they were talking, there was a commotion outside. It was Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and Ji fighting. Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the others walked through the door of the family Ji together. Yan Yang and Chu Tianyi walked behind her. The two of them were side by side. With Yan Yang holding the white jade zither in her hand, she looked like Luo Qingtong's servant girl. Chu Tianyi's aura was also deeply restrained and not revealed. Ji Feitong didn't take them seriously at all. When Luo Qingtong and others entered the family Ji, he pretended to approach her by accident and whispered in her ear, "Luo Xiaoqi." Ji Feitong licked his lips. When he got close to Luo Qingtong, he found that this woman was a feast for the eyes. She had a unique aura, which was as noble and unpretentious as a saintess, but also as evil and charming as a demon god. These two different auras were entangled in Luo Qingtong, which was as attractive as a poppy. Ji Feitong thought to himself, no wonder Ji Feiyu is so protective of this woman. She does have a little capital. But she was so stupid to go back to the family Ji with Ji Feiyu. Did she want to help him prove that it was not his fault that the engagement was broken off this time? Unfortunately, the family Ji might not believe it. What was more, Ji Feiyu's father, the head of the family Ji, Ji Yuankuan, had been waiting to deal with Ji Feiyu and his father. But they hadn't found a chance. This time, such a good opportunity came to them. How could they let it go? Ji Feiyu was destined to not be able to escape from this matter. Not only that, Luo Qingtong, who came with him and was involved in this matter, would also be the target of the family Ji's anger. At that time, she would end up miserable. With that thought in mind, he said to Luo Qingtong frivolously and arrogantly, Luo Xiaoqi, how about being my woman and following me? As long as you are with me, I'll make sure you'll be safe in the family Ji. You probably don't know that Ji Feiyu can't escape this disaster. The head of the family Ji and brother fighting have been waiting to deal with him for a long time. No matter what the reason is, it won't affect the family's punishment on him. And you, the suspected culprit, will be greatly angered. If you are with me, I'll beg brother fighting and ask them to give you to me. What do you think? As he spoke, he looked at Luo Qingtong up and down lustfully. Luo Qingtong was crossing the threshold of the family Ji behind Ji Feiyu and the others. Hearing his words, she smiled and looked at him, be your woman? I'm afraid you're not qualified. It's better if you let me be your mistress. Then, you'll be the lowest slave. Maybe I'll consider it. As she spoke, she moved closer to Ji Feitong, she breathed. Ji Feiyu's eyes when she was close to him. Yet, Luo Qingtong's words were like a ladle of water, drenching him in the heart. Not only that, but he was also extremely furious. You. When he was about to shout angrily, Ji Feiyu, who noticed the movement behind him, rushed to Luo Qingtong and blocked him, saying coldly, Ji Feiyu, what are you doing? His voice was cold. After Suiyu and the others arrived, they were ready to fight. Humph. Looking at Ji Feiyu and the others, Ji Feiyu swallowed the anger and resentment in his heart. Then he looked at Luo Qingtong coldly and sneered, what are you doing? Of course I'm reminding Luo Xiaoqi. Miss Luo, our family Ji is not a place where you can come and go as you please. As Ji Feitong spoke, he looked at Luo Qingtong with an extremely cold gaze. This B***TCH really didn't know how to appreciate favors. She refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite, let's see how she will kneel and beg me then. With that thought, he immediately snorted coldly and strode forward. On the other hand, Ji Feiyu looked at Luo Qingtong worriedly and asked, Little Seven, are you all right? He blamed himself in his heart. He was just about to go back to the family Ji. He was worried about his parents and unconsciously walked faster. He forgot that Luo Qingtong was still behind him. Otherwise, Ji Feitong wouldn't have had the chance to get close to Luo Qingtong. I'm fine. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and chuckled. She meaningfully put away a medicine bottle in her sleeve. The information revealed by Ji Feitong was quite interesting. Ji Fighting's father, the head of the family Ji, Luo Qingtong looked at Ji Feiyu and the others walking in front of her and asked Ji Feiyu, is Ji Fighting the person who replaced your position as the young master? Yes, Ji Feiyu nodded. His tone was a little difficult. He looked at Luo Qingtong and didn't know why she asked this. He was the legitimate son of the family Ji, but his status in the family Ji was actually lower than that of the collateral family members. He only had the title of being the legitimate son of the family Ji. In fact, it didn't live up to the name at all. The young master of the family Ji was Ji Fighting. He announced to the public that he had no choice but to occupy this position, so he wouldn't address others as the young master. But in fact, who didn't know that he was the young master of the family Ji? It didn't matter if Ji Fighting wanted this title or not. But with this title, it was difficult for him to move forward. Ji Feiyu's status in the family Ji was awkward. No one knew about it. Every day, he faced the slander of the family Ji and outsiders. Everyone said that Ji Fighting was tolerant and magnanimous. Ji Yuankuan knew his place. They said that he didn't know his place because he was the legitimate son. But this was not what he wanted at all. Ji Fighting and his son stepped on him and his father's name to climb up the ladder, but they didn't forget to make them be despised. Ji Feiyu didn't know what he and his father had done wrong to be treated like this by Ji Fighting and his son. If they snatched everything he had, he wouldn't say anything. After all, the winner was the kings and the losers, but why did Ji Fighting and his father want outsiders to think that they were oppressed when they had everything? Did they think G's, G to G's G and G's to 2's? As Ji Feiyu thought about it, the light in his eyes became obscure. On the surface, Ji Fighting respected him in every way and earned a good reputation. But in private, if it weren't for him and Ji Yuankuan's instructions, why would Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing's life in the family Ji be so difficult? This wasn't tolerance. This was hypocrisy and pretentiousness. They were fishing for fame, however, Ji Feiyu couldn't expose them. For the sake of his parents, he could only endure it. Okay, I understand. Luo Qingtong nodded and didn't look at Ji Fighting and the others anymore. It was fine as long as she understood who the main enemy was. Luo Qingtong didn't want to waste her limited time on people who didn't matter. Since Ji Fighting was the young master of the family Ji Feiyu's illness might have something to do with him. Luo Qingtong's thinking was very simple. There was no love, hatred, and hostility in this world for no reason. The first thing that Luo Qingtong needed to investigate was Ji Fighting and the others. But it didn't matter. There was no rush. She needed to get over Ji Feiyu's current hurdle first. She had to clear this green tea bitch's name from the inside out, Luo Qingtong thought as she continued to walk with Ji Feiyu and the others. Yan Yang's face was red. She followed behind Luo Qingtong and kept struggling. Beside her was Chu Tianyi, who was tightly hugging her and imprisoning her. "Lin Yi, you bastard!" Yan Yang roared in a low voice. She was still used to calling Chu Tianyi Lin Yi. At this moment, she was struggling furiously in Chu Tianyi's arms. "Why don't you let me teach that trash Ji Feitong a lesson?" She gritted her teeth and shouted at Chu Tianyi. When Ji Feitong spoke to Luo Qingtong just now, she wanted to take action. An ignorant piece of trash actually dared to covet her master. How dare he ask her master to be his woman? Yan Yang's face was filled with anger, but Chu Tianyi's face was extremely calm. Not only that, Yan Yang's struggling and biting were useless to him. He was even happy that she was in his arms. But of course, he couldn't let Yan Yang know about this. He said to Yan Yang calmly, "Of course, I don't want you to ruin master's plan." Chu Tianyi followed Yan Yang and called Luo Qingtong master. He had no choice. The contract was in her hands. What's more, Chu Tianyi found that Yan Yang valued Luo Qingtong very much. No matter how many good words he said to her, she turned a blind eye. After calling Luo Qingtong master, she immediately looked at him seriously. In order to get his wife, Chu Tianyi could only risk it all. "So be it if you're shameless." With that thought in mind, he continued, "Master obviously came to the family Ji for another purpose. Otherwise, he could have just brought Ji Feiyu back to the family Ji. Why did he have to go through so much trouble and come back alone with Ji Feiyu? Don't act rashly and ruin master's plans." Yan Yang was taken aback by his words, but she quickly calmed down. "Let go," she said coldly to Chu Tianyi. Then, she snorted and said, "You're really happy calling me master. Let me tell you, you've only sold your body for a year. You're not qualified to call me master." So who was the one who complained that he wasn't loyal enough? However, Chu Tianyi would never take the blame for Yan Yang. He even immediately seized the opportunity and said, "Well, as long as madam is willing, I will sell myself for as many years as you want. Your husband." As he spoke, he looked at Yan Yang meaningfully and said, "I will listen to you." Shameless, Yan Yang glared fiercely at Chu Tianyi. Then, she took her white jade zither and ran away. Looking at her leaving figure, Chu Tianyi chuckled. Then, he slowly followed behind her and walked into the depths of the family Ji. He liked this kind of life very much. He had never seen Yan Yang like this, nor did he have the delusion to see her like this. She was angry in front of him. Did it mean that she was no longer indifferent to him? As Chu Tianyi thought about it, he suddenly felt that selling himself to Luo Qingtong was the best choice he had ever made. It gave him a sense of accomplishment and excitement more than destroying the competing forces in the Tianfeng region. When Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the others entered the family Ji's people immediately came forward to bring Ji Feiyu to the ancestral hall. These people didn't know that Ji Feiyu and the others came back by themselves. They thought that Ji Fighting had brought them back. They were originally going to use the method of escorting them, but they were all sent flying by Suiyu and the others. "Let's see who dares to touch our young master." They looked angrily at the family Ji's guards who rushed forward. Ji Fighting looked at them and immediately frowned. Then, he asked the family Ji's people to leave. "I'm sorry, cousin. I've frightened you. This is my negligence. I didn't expect them to be so disrespectful to you. Don't worry. I'll explain it to my father later. He smiled at Ji Feiyu. Then, he scolded the family Ji's people and left. Luo Qingtong looked at them and immediately smiled. She said slowly, it was indeed too negligent. Young master fighting, as the future heir of the family Ji, don't you even have this little bit of means to control your subordinates? I think those people from the 9-star region don't even dare to fart if the heir of the family doesn't say anything. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. Ji Fighting's method of buying people's hearts was not bad. First, he let those people offend Ji Feiyu. When Ji Feiyu's people attacked, he would come out to help them out and apologize. After that, he would apologize to the family Ji's people who were scolded by him. At that time, he would be the good guy and the bad guy, and he would still curry favor with both sides. Whether Ji Feiyu and the others were willing or not, they would have to accept his favor. And those who were scolded by Ji Feiyu would also hate Ji Feiyu and the others. Instead, they would think of his kindness. TSK, TSK, TSK. This method was brilliant. No wonder Ji Feiyu's expression was so subtle when he mentioned Ji Fighting. The other party's scheming methods were quite skillful. Ji Feiyu and the rest were treated as his stepping stones, and there was no way to reason with them. Otherwise, he would end up with a reputation of not knowing what was good for him. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, the smile on her face became even sweeter. When Luo Qingtong spoke, Ji Feiyu's expression changed drastically. He didn't know whether Luo Qingtong's words were coincidental or not, but they hit the nail on the head. His original intention was to use Ji Feiyu and the others as a raft to buy people's hearts. However, Luo Qingtong saw through the crux of the matter at a glance. She actually used the excuse of lax management to block him. That's right, Ji Fighting's behavior just now seemed to be magnanimous, but if one looked carefully, it seemed that he didn't even have the ability to restrain these people. Otherwise, why didn't he reprimand those people before they attacked Ji Feiyu? Was it because he didn't want to scold him, or was it because he couldn't? Ji Fighting would never admit to the first possibility. His gentle, humble, courteous, and friendly image as the heir of the family must not be destroyed. Thus, he could only acquiesce to the second possibility. However, for a family heir to be lax in managing his subordinates, this was a very serious matter to outsiders. Because this meant that the other party was gentle but not bold enough to support the entire family, the faint smile and sense of superiority on Ji Fighting's face froze. He had always been high and mighty in front of Ji Feiyu. However, at this moment, he was at a disadvantage in front of Ji Feiyu because of Luo Qingtong's words. Eldest brother, why are you still here? Why don't you go into the ancestral hall? Father and the others are getting impatient from waiting. Ji Miao Miao appeared in front of Luo Qingtong and the others with a group of family Ji's guards. At this time, Luo Qingtong and the others had already entered the family Ji's ancestral hall while talking. They happened to bump into each other at the entrance. Luo Qingtong immediately raised her eyebrows and looked at the arrogant and gorgeous Ji Miao Miao. After the latter came out, she walked straight to Ji Fighting and the others with her guards. She didn't even look at Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu. She only glanced at them when they were mentioned. I heard from the guards who just came back that Ji Feiyu wanted to defy orders and didn't want to return to the family Ji's ancestral hall. When Ji Miao Miao mentioned Ji Feiyu, she didn't care and didn't show any respect for him. She was Ji Yuankuan's only daughter, the real family Ji's precious daughter who grew up with great care. So what if she was disrespectful to Ji Feiyu, the son of the first wife, in the entire family Ji, except for Ji Fighting, who had to set himself up for outsiders to see, who really cared about Ji Feiyu and his son, the so-called direct descendants? The Ji family of today was no longer the glorious Ji family of the past, which had produced many talented people, and was no longer the Ji family of the past. Now, the collateral branch of the family Ji was in charge. Moreover, it was when Ji Feiyu's father's strength was almost crippled. The elders of the Ji family begged the Ji family to let their father take over the position. Under such circumstances, who would dare to do anything to her? Ji Fighting needed to put on an act, but she didn't. When she heard her words, Luo Qingtong immediately chuckled. She looked at Ji Fighting and said, "Young master of the family Ji is really scheming. It seems that not only can you not control your servants, you can't even control your own sister." Then you don't have to put on an act in front of us. We all know that the young master of the family G is you. Young master of the family G doesn't need to put on an act. Sometimes, you overdo it, just like, at this point, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up. Then, she looked at Ji Fighting and the rest and said slowly, just like fools. When she said this, Ji Miao Miao, who did not know what had happened, looked at Luo Qingtong and said coldly, who do you think you are? How dare you call my brother a fool? Her voice was cold. However, the moment she spoke, Luo Qingtong's smile became even more gorgeous and enchanting. She chuckled and said to Ji Miao Miao, I'm talking about people who cover up too much. That's strange. Young master of the family Ji, you're the one who put on the act. Are you blaming me for not being able to say that? If I say that there's a puddle of dog poop by the roadside, are you going to say that you pooped it? The smile on her lips was devilish. Ji Feiyu and the others thought that she would have a conflict with Ji Miao Miao and the others. They didn't expect her to say such a thing. Instantly, the people who rushed over to protect her slipped. Suiyu and the others, especially, almost fell to the ground. Pfft. Even Ji Feiyu couldn't help but smirk at her words. He looked at Luo Qingtong with sparkling eyes. In other people's eyes, Luo Qingtong's behavior might be arrogant and vulgar, but in Ji Feiyu's eyes, it was indescribably cute. After all, it wasn't the first time that Ji Fighting and Ji Miao Miao had stepped on his head and humiliated him while pretending to be magnanimous to apologize. Every time Ji Miao Miao spoke ill of him, Ji Fighting would come forward to apologize at the right time, saying that he didn't teach his sister well. Ji Miao Miao was still young, so Ji Feiyu shouldn't lower himself to her level. But in reality, Ji Miao Miao had already passed her coming-of-age ceremony. She was still young, not to mention, every time Ji Fighting would only apologize after he was humiliated and offended. At the same time, he would ask the people who humiliated and offended him to leave. On the surface, it was a reprimand, but in reality, there was no punishment at all. Ji Feiyu suffered humiliation and drew hatred, but the one who benefited in the end was Ji Fighting. Ji Fighting had seen enough of him being wantonly humiliated and offended, so he came out to smooth things over and let people praise his good reputation. And Ji Feiyu and the others had no choice but to accept his kindness. There were even a few times when Suiyu and the others couldn't help but attack, but they were reprimanded by Ji Fighting. If it weren't for Ji Feiyu's vigilance, Suiyu and the others might have been killed by Ji Fighting at that time. Ji Feiyu lived like walking on thin ice in his family Ji, but he had to endure for the sake of his parents. Now that he saw the two of them being humiliated by Luo Qingtong and their fake faces falling out, he felt really happy. He stood there and looked at Luo Qingtong with a smile on his lips. When Ji Miao Miao heard Luo Qingtong's words, she was stunned at first. Then, her face suddenly darkened. She looked at Luo Qingtong with a cold expression and shouted angrily, "Bastard, how dare you? How dare you call me a dog?" Because Ji Miao Miao had learned her lesson from Luo Qingtong's counterattack, she didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, in Luo Qingtong's mouth, she would be the one who made the connection. This bitch was actually so scheming. Ji Miao Miao gritted her teeth. That breath was stuck in her throat. She didn't know if she should go up or down. She felt a burst of panic in her heart. She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She then sneered at Luo Qingtong and said coldly, "Good. All right." She sneered as she sized up Luo Qingtong. Then, she said to Ji Feiyu, "Eldest cousin, the person you brought back this time is amazing. Is she your lover, Luo Xiaoqi?" The fox spirit that Qin Xiong and the others were talking about. Ji Miao Miao's eyes were filled with malice as she spoke. She looked at Luo Qingtong and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful. No wonder you could seduce my eldest cousin to death for you. He even abandoned his engagement with Mo Zhuling. Why? Did you come here this time to strike while the iron is hot, directly become my eldest cousin's wife, and officially move into our family Ji? You've got a good plan. Why don't you take a look and see if you have the fate to bear it?" Ji Miao Miao's voice was cold. Her words had a double meaning. She was very disdainful and sneering at Luo Qingtong. From her point of view, Luo Qingtong had done everything possible to be with Ji Feiyu and even ruined his engagement with Mo Zhuling. She had seduced him so much that he was willing to do anything for her. He even brought her to the family Ji. Didn't he just want to move into the family Ji? Ji Feiyu's figure flashed to Luo Qingtong's side. He looked at Ji Miao Miao coldly and said, "Show some respect, Ji Miao Miao. She's not my lover, nor is she a vixen." Ji Feiyu's heart was filled with anger. If Ji Fighting and his sister wanted to do anything, they could just come at him. What was the point of dragging Luo Qingtong into this? They always targeted the people around him. In the past, it was Suiyu and the others. Now, it was Luo Qingtong. How could they be so insidious and shameless? While Ji Feiyu's heart was filled with anger, Ji Miao Miao looked at his protective posture and immediately sneered. Huh. She looked at Ji Feiyu with a chuckle and said viciously, "Eldest cousin, you're already so protective of her. How dare you say that she's not your lover?" Oh, Auntie Li and the others said the same thing inside. They said that you would never disregard the family's reputation for a private affair. But now that you brought her back, I'm sure they have nothing else to say. Otherwise, they'll say that we're using our power to control the family Ji to oppress you. In fact, we're doing this for your own good. After all, she had a wicked smile on her face as she said to Ji Feiyu, "Eldest cousin, you're just a piece of trash. If you don't have the tempering of the family's fickleness, how can you withstand the invasion of those outside rumors? We're doing this for your sake, eldest cousin. Unfortunately, you and Auntie Li seem to have let us down." As Ji Miao Miao said this, the smile on her face became even more malicious. At this moment, she was stepping on Ji Feiyu's sore spot and ruthlessly crushing it. Didn't he care a lot about the woman in front of him? He couldn't wait to come out and protect her. Unfortunately, what was the use of a good-for-nothing like him coming out, if it weren't for the fact that her father and brother still needed a legitimate reason to abolish the family Ji's direct line of descent and give them a chance to take over the family? She would have already ordered people to arrest them. A bunch of ignorant people. Ji Feiyu was stupid, and that woman called Luo Xiaoqi was also stupid. Did she really think that she would be able to find a good place just because she hooked up with Ji Feiyu? She even dared to follow him back to the family Ji and strut around in front of him. Ji Miao Miao sneered. Ji Feiyu's face also turned slightly pale, not because Ji Miao Miao had stepped on his sore spot, but because he heard her say that his parents were also here. So, because of him, father and mother were still implicated in the end. Ji Feiyu's heartache could already imagine how much ridicule and humiliation Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui had experienced after being called to the family Ji. Originally, his body couldn't cultivate, which had already brought them a lot of criticism and trouble. For so many years, Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui had been running around outside for the sake of his body. If it wasn't necessary, Ji Feiyu absolutely didn't want them to worry about him. Therefore, he had always suffered in the family Ji in silence and didn't allow Suiyu and the others to inform Ji Yuanqing and the others. But now, the fact that his engagement was broken off still alarmed them. That was where the ancestral tablets of the family Ji were placed. At the same time, it was also the place where the family Ji's people usually organized ancestral worship. Ji Yuanqing and the rest of the family Ji's people should be there. When he turned to leave, Ji Miao Miao thought that he was provoked by her words, so he did not even dare to answer and hurriedly rushed to the main courtyard of the ancestral hall. Pfft! She sneered and said carelessly, "Don't you think it's too late to plead with father and the others now?" She looked indescribably proud. Her hibiscus-like face was full of harshness and viciousness. After saying these words, she looked at Luo Qingtong and said indifferently, "Luo Xiaoqi, right? I advise you to hurry up and kneel with Ji Feiyu. Maybe you can beg my father to let you go. Otherwise, TSK. She looked at Luo Qingtong and then suddenly sneered. Then she looked at Ji Fighting and said, "Brother, let's go. Father and the others are still waiting for us. There's no need to waste time on some dubious people who we don't even know if they're dead or alive." Her words instantly degraded Luo Qingtong into the mud. So what if she was eloquent? So what if she was scheming? So what if she saw through their insincerity and hypocrisy towards Ji Feiyu? This was their family Ji. She was just a girl from a low-level star region who came from nowhere, but she dared to be presumptuous in front of her. Did she really think that she was invincible just because she had a sharp tongue and Ji Feiyu's protection? Unfortunately, Ji Feiyu, the son of the first wife, could not even keep his position in the family Ji. Not to mention her, As Ji Miao Miao said this, she glanced at Luo Qingtong with a very satisfied and noble expression and then walked to the main courtyard of the ancestral hall with Ji fighting. Behind them, Ji Feitong glanced at Luo Qingtong with a sneer and also left. This woman didn't know what was good for her. When they arrived at the main courtyard of the ancestral hall, she would suffer a lot. At that time, even if she knelt in front of him and begged him, he would not accept her, who gave her the courage to talk back to Ji Miao Miao when she came from a low-level 9-star starfield. It was simply stupid beyond compare. Ji Feitong felt that even if he was mesmerized by her beauty, he would never fall for her again. He couldn't afford such a woman. Only that trash, Ji Feiyu, would be blind enough to take a fancy to her and protect her wholeheartedly. He wouldn't let anyone touch her. With this thought in mind, he immediately strode towards the main courtyard of the family Ji Hall. He didn't even spare a glance at Luo Qingtong. The latter's expression was indifferent. After they left, the corners of his lips curled up. Then, she looked at Yan Yang and Chu Tianyi, who had just arrived, and said, "Let's go in too. Let's see what kind of drama is going on inside." As she said this, she leisurely walked towards the main courtyard of the family Ji Hall with Yan Yang and Chu Tianyi. After Ji Feiyu entered the main hall of the main courtyard, he immediately saw Ji Yuanqing, who was sitting on Ji Yuankuan's left. His eyes instantly reddened. At this moment, Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui also saw him and immediately stood up. "You er." Their voices were choked with joy and surprise. For nearly 5 years, Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui had been running around outside. For the sake of Ji Feiyu's health, they went around looking for doctors and medicine, looking for all kinds of rare treasures, just so that Ji Feiyu could cultivate again. Ji Yuanqing's health was not very good, so once the couple went out, they rarely came back. Or rather, it was inconvenient for them to come out. Therefore, when they saw their son, whom they had not seen for 5 years, their expressions were a little emotional. Ji Yuankuan, who was beside them, snorted coldly, then looked at an elder beside him. The latter understood and immediately stood up and said to Ji Feiyu, "Ji Feiyu, do you know your crime?" As soon as he said that, Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui's exposed emotions suddenly disappeared. They looked at the elder who spoke. Ji Yuanqing said in a deep voice, "Elder Dai, the matter has not been investigated clearly. What right do you have to convict our Yuer?" As soon as he said that, Ji Miao Miao's voice came from the entrance of the hall. "What is there to investigate clearly? Uncle, you don't know, but eldest cousin brother brought everyone back. He's behind us now. He'll come over later. This time, eldest cousin brother has done a great deed for our family Ji. Your direct line of descent will be able to continue very soon. I have to congratulate eldest cousin brother for bringing home the beauty." As she said that, she immediately walked in from the entrance of the hall with Ji fighting. The latter's expression was refined and polite. After entering the hall, he nodded and bowed to the elders present. Ji Miao Miao could be arrogant and disrespectful, but he, the future heir of the family Ji, could not. When their figures walked in, the expressions of the family Ji's elders immediately became gentle. "Fighting, Miao Miao, you're back?" Elder Dai, who spoke, looked at the two of them and said amiably. Then, when he looked at Ji Yuanqing and Ji Feiyu, the expression on his face became much colder. "Ji Yuanqing, did you hear that? Isn't Miao Miao's words clear enough? Ji Feiyu even brought people back, and you still dare to say that he didn't do this? Humph. Instead of trying to defend him, you'd better think about how to explain this matter to your ancestors properly." Elder Dai's expression was cold and disdainful. "Since your generation, your direct line of descent has been very disappointing. So many people, no one could break through to the venerable realm. Not only that, but your strength regressed after breaking through. In the end, you even heavily injured your left arm, and it can no longer be healed. That's fine, but when it comes to Ji Feiyu, he'll be another piece of trash. How many people have you been ridiculed? Now, we're asking him to fulfill his family's promise. Does he feel that it's a waste for him to marry the daughter of an aristocratic family from a 9-star region? Why doesn't he look at his own strength? Could it be that he wants to marry the legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family from the Dongting region? It's a pity that even the legitimate daughter of an ordinary aristocratic family wouldn't like him." Elder Dai's expression was cold. In the end, he became more and more impolite, and he directly degraded Ji Feiyu to the bottom of the mud. In his opinion, it was already good enough for the family to let Ji Feiyu marry the daughter of an aristocratic family from a 9-star region, with Ji Feiyu's useless physique that could not cultivate. In the Dongting region, he could only find a commoner girl to be with him. When his voice rang out, Ji Yuanqing's face was also livid with anger. He looked at Elder Dai and the others and said coldly, "Our direct descendants are disappointing. But for so many years, if it weren't for our direct descendants who established this family Ji, you wouldn't be able to yell at us here. My son, who he likes, it's up to him to decide. When the family asked him to propose back then, didn't they not inform me? You used my son as a scapegoat. Now that his engagement has been broken off and he has suffered all kinds of humiliation, he has come all the way back, and you only care about holding him accountable. Alright, since you insist on bickering, then I'll ask you. This engagement, who set it up in the first place? Does it have anything to do with our Yuer? Why should he go and ask for her hand? I didn't speak before, and you all treated me as a cripple. Since that's the case, then I'll open my mouth today. Whoever set up the engagement should go and propose. Today, I will definitely avenge the humiliation my son suffered. You want us to explain in front of our ancestors? Fine. Ji Yuanqing's life will end here. My son has embarrassed the family Ji. We are willing to plead guilty and accept punishment. But the person who set the engagement pushed my son out to propose, and humiliated the family today, should he also come out to receive punishment? Who pushed my son out? All of you, King stand out. Ji Yuanqing's eyes were blood red. With a thud, a long saber was stabbed into the mud by him. Although his left arm was crippled and his strength hadn't improved at all, and he couldn't compare to the other branch family members of the same age, he wasn't a complete cripple. His strength was amazing back then, and he was many times stronger than the direct descendants of the family in the entire Dongting region. To put it bluntly, the current head of the family Ji Yuankuan, was not even qualified to carry a saber for him back then. Now that he had encountered an unexpected disaster, his personality had changed a lot. However, the hot-bloodedness of the past was still present. Now that this elder Dai had belittled Ji Feiyu both openly and covertly, his hot-bloodedness erupted in an instant. As soon as he spoke, Elder Dai and the others were stunned. Indeed, the current Ji Yuanqing did not even have the qualifications to be on equal footing with them. However, no one had forgotten how high-spirited Ji Yuanqing was back then. In front of him, all of them had to bow their heads. They didn't even have the chance to look up at him, if it weren't for the fact that Ji Yuanqing encountered a huge change in his cultivation later on, causing his cultivation to stagnate. Even now, they still had to kneel in front of him and respectfully call him family head. Now that they saw him fly into a rage, everyone immediately recalled Ji Yuanqing's appearance back then. Immediately, they were unable to recover from their shock. Meanwhile, Elder Dai's face was flushed red. Not for anything else, but when Ji Feiyu went to marry Mo Zhuling back then, he was the one who jumped out the most. It could be said that Ji Feiyu's engagement to Mo Zhuling was completely pushed by him. And he did so naturally under Ji Yuankuan's instructions. Ji Feiyu's situation was actually not as bad as he had said. Even in the Dongting region, there were many direct descendants of the aristocratic families who wanted to marry him. But how could Ji Yuankuan allow Ji Feiyu to have contact with the aristocratic families of the Dongting region, not even some small, inconspicuous aristocratic families, not to mention the branch families of those high-ranking aristocratic families, because if that was the case, he wouldn't be able to make a move against Ji Feiyu and the others. That was why he had set up a good show to make Ji Feiyu work for the family and marry Mo Zhuling. Otherwise, how could the Alliance Master of the Star Alliance, who was just a 9-star domain's Alliance Master, be able to form a marriage alliance with the Ji family whenever he wanted? Did their family Ji have no way to do anything? This was simply a joke. When Ji Yuanqing's voice rang out, the faces of the family Ji elders flushed red. This was because when they had decided to let Ji Feiyu marry Mo Zhuling, they had all agreed. It could be said that they had a part in Ji Yuanqing's words. At that moment, an elder flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "It doesn't matter how this engagement was set in the first place. Ji Feiyu agreed to the family's request, so he should fulfill it. Otherwise, why would he have agreed to it in the first place? As soon as he said this, he remembered that they hadn't given Ji Feiyu the right to refuse at that time and had only informed him of the matter. Immediately, his face turned a little green and then a little white. However, in the end, he still stubbornly endured and said shamelessly, "Anyway, Ji Feiyu didn't explicitly refuse at that time, so it means that he agreed. In that case, now that the engagement has been broken off, it's his responsibility. How can you blame us? Ji Yuanqing, you didn't teach your son well, yet you blame us for giving him a chance to contribute to the family. As a father, you really don't know what you're doing." As soon as he said this, Ji Yuanqing's face became even more furious. At that moment, Ji Feiyu's voice rang out. "Elder, you're right. This is indeed my fault. I shouldn't have cared about the kindness that the family Ji has taught me all these years. I shouldn't have done nothing for the family Ji after taking up so many resources from the family Ji. I shouldn't have thought that my parents would need your help when they needed it, so I didn't reject you immediately. It's my fault. I'm leaving the clan now. From now on, I have nothing to do with the family Ji. Regardless of whether it is mockery or ridicule, humiliation or trampling, I will bear it all alone. I will no longer let you all be humiliated. Please approve." Ji Feiyu's heart was filled with indescribable ridicule and exhaustion. This was a member of their family Ji. After his engagement was annulled and he was summoned back from afar, the first thing he did was not to ask for the reason, but to convict him. He would rather listen to Qin Xiong, who had betrayed his master, than spend time listening to his explanation. They were so aggressive, what else could he say? Naturally, he would do as they wished. The only thing Ji Feiyu's heart ached was that he had persevered for so long in the family Ji, but in the end, he still did not reduce the pressure on his parents. He still made them run around, work hard, and worry for him. In the end, he still made them experience belittling and slandering because of him. Ji Feiyu could not hold it in anymore. Why didn't he reject the engagement with Mo Zhuling back then? Did the family Ji give him the right to refuse? They only told him that he should marry Mo Zhuling. But for so many years, everything he ate, wore, and used, including the resources he worked hard to cultivate, were all given to him by his parents. It had nothing to do with the family Ji. But even if he knew this, Ji Feiyu couldn't expose the family's words and expose this lie, because Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui were running around outside. If they encountered danger, he still needed the family to rescue them and give them a helping hand. Therefore, he couldn't fall out with the family and could only silently bear it. But now, in this elder's words, it was as if he had asked for it himself. The family had given him a great kindness, but he didn't cherish it. Didn't they know the truth? Ji Feiyu didn't want to say anything anymore. He stood there, his posture straight. "Please punish me, family head." He looked at Ji Yuankuan and said in a low voice. He didn't want to argue with anyone anymore. As soon as he said that, the expressions of all the elders turned ugly. Ji Feiyu's words were even more humiliating than Ji Yuanqing's. He clearly admitted that it was his fault. But listening to his words, every word was full of hidden meanings. Family Ji's kindness to him? What kindness? Family Ji didn't worry about Ji Feiyu's food, clothing, housing, and transportation at all. He was left to fend for himself. And they didn't even know where to start talking about resources. Ji Feiyu was a good-for-nothing. What kind of cultivation resources did he need? He didn't have any at all, okay, and all the efforts made to allow him to cultivate were all thanks to Ji Yuanqing and the others. This was something that could be found out with a casual investigation. As for the last sentence, it made them feel even more guilty. After all, Ji Feiyu and his wife were running around outside, and they actually needed Ji Feiyu to use himself as the price to marry Mo Zhuling in exchange for their help. From this, it could be seen how much they disregarded the other party's family. If it weren't for today's ancestral hall meeting, other than family Ji's people, no other family would participate at all. It was likely that Ji Feiyu's words would cause an uproar among the crowd. Who would have thought that the background of the Ji family was so filthy and ugly? In the face of Ji Feiyu's words, everyone was inexplicably speechless. At this moment, Ji Yuanqing's voice rang out. "I will follow my son and be exterminated from the clan. From now on, our family Ji's direct descendants will have nothing to do with you. This family Ji, you can do whatever you want. Let's go." As he spoke, he pulled Ji Feiyu and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Ji Miao's voice sounded. Wait. Uncle, are you leaving just like that? Ji Feiyu tarnished our family Ji's reputation and family values because of his love affair. Do you think that you can easily erase it by saying that you're willing to be expelled from the family and shirk your responsibility? Isn't this a little too optimistic? My father is benevolent, but I can't stand seeing you bully them like this. If you want to be expelled from the family, that's fine. Let out your blood and return your bloodline completely to the family Ji, and we'll let you go. As she spoke, she suddenly walked out from Ji Feiyu's side and raised her head to look at Ji Feiyu and the others with a mocking expression. Pfft, to be expelled from the family? They wanted to leave the family Ji so easily? How could that be possible? It was more likely that they would leave behind half their lives and all their strength. When that time came, they would lose their status as direct descendants, and without the family Ji and strength to protect them, how long could they survive outside? There were many people in Dongting region who wanted to hit them when they were down. When she spoke, Ji Yuanqing and Ji Feiyu's expressions changed. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice slowly rang out. Miss Miao Miao, your words are very strange. She smiled. You sound so confident, as if you went to the Star Wilderness with them and saw how Ji Feiyu's engagement was broken off. As soon as Luo Qingtong spoke, everyone in the main courtyard of the ancestral hall looked at her. Who are you? Ji. Yuan Kuan didn't speak before, but when he saw Luo Qingtong coming in from the ancestral hall, he immediately frowned. The Ji family's ancestral hall was an important place. How could anyone casually enter? Are those people guarding outside all dead? As soon as he spoke, Ji Miao sneered and said, Father, this is the Luo Xiaoqi that Qin Xiong and the others talked about. The woman who bewitched Ji Feiyu and caused him to break off the engagement, making our family Ji a laughingstock. As soon as she spoke, Ji Yuankuan and the family Ji elders frowned. Ji Feiyu's cold voice rang out at this moment. Shut up. Ji Miao, I've told you many times. She has nothing to do with my engagement being broken off. This matter has been confirmed by Ji Feitong and Ji Fighting. Don't talk nonsense. As soon as he spoke, Ji Miao immediately laughed. Ji Feiyu, don't try to explain yourself to her. If you really have nothing to do with her, why are you so angry? Do you think we're all blind? As soon as she spoke, Ji Feiyu immediately became angry. I don't want to talk to you anymore. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and turned to Ji Feitong and Ji Fighting. When you were at the border of the Dongting region, you made it very clear, didn't you? Between me and her, there really isn't any love between us. Mo Zhuling broke off the engagement with me not because of her. That's right. Ji Fighting had a smile on his face. He looked at Ji Feiyu and nodded with a smile. That's what eldest cousin said, but, as he said this, he suddenly chuckled and said, I don't know whether this is true or not. After all, the investigation results haven't come back yet. That was right. In fact, Ji Feiyu had always had this idea, which was to make Ji Feiyu unable to defend himself. So what if the other party's engagement was broken off because of Luo Qingtong? What was important was what they said. If they say Ji Feiyu is, then he is. Ji Feiyu's face turned livid with anger as soon as Ji Fighting spoke. He pointed at Ji Fighting and said coldly, You were sure that I was telling the truth? Yes. Ji Fighting chuckled. I absolutely believe that what eldest cousin said is true. However, whether the elders believe it or not is not something I can decide. Ji Fighting was extremely scheming as he secretly changed the topic. At that time, he did know that Ji Feiyu was telling the truth. However, after he said this, it became Ji Feiyu forcing him to believe that he was telling the truth. In fact, he didn't mean this. As soon as he said this, Ji Feiyu gritted his teeth. He finally knew that no matter what, Ji Fighting and the others would not let him and his father walk out of the family Ji unscathed. These people, they. Young Master Ji, are you sure you're telling the truth? Luo Qingtong looked at Ji Fighting with a smile. The latter looked back at her with a polite expression. I'm sure I'm telling the truth. I wonder what Miss Xiaoqi means by asking this. Although I admire Miss Xiaoqi's courage to love and hate, and her attitude of going back to the family Ji with my cousin to face reality. But what I see is what I hear is what I believe. Speaking against my will goes against my will. I'm sorry, but I can't do as Miss Xiaoqi wishes. Sui Yu, Yan Yang, and the others' expressions changed immediately after Ji Fighting said this. This Ji Fighting is really shameless. He's obviously saying that Master said something to him in order to make him keep the secret. In other people's ears, it's as if Master once tempted him to help Ji Feiyu talk to her. Isn't this disgusting and despising Master? This Ji Fighting is as disgusting and hateful as his sister Ji Miao Miao. Yan Yang's eyes were red with anger, as if they were about to spit fire. Sui Yu and the others were even more furious. They gritted their teeth and looked at Ji Fighting and the others. These people were just like Ji Miao Miao, trying every means to deal with their young master, and Xiao Qi, Sui Yu and the others had no doubt that even if they brought back witnesses and evidence, Ji Fighting and the others would be able to turn black into white and ignore the evidence. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Sure enough, their young master couldn't escape this time. It was a pity that even Xiao Qi was implicated. Everyone was sad in their hearts. They naturally wanted to live and die with their young master. But Xiao Qi could have avoided it completely. She wanted to clarify the truth for her young master, but she didn't know that the family Ji people didn't want to hear any explanation at all. They only wanted to attack their young master. They were the ones who harmed her. Even if she could cure their young master's problem of not being able to cultivate, they should have tried their best to stop her from coming. After all, their young master hadn't completely improved his strength and hadn't completely solved his problem of not being able to cultivate. He wasn't strong enough to fight against the family Ji people. Even if the fact that he could cultivate was exposed, it wouldn't stop the family Ji people from attacking them. Instead, it would agitate Ji Yuankuan and the others, making them no longer care about etiquette, justice, integrity, and honor. To destroy the last hope of the family Ji's descendants. Everyone felt their hearts filled with grief and indignation. But in her heart, Ji Fighting and the others. She knew from the beginning that Ji Fighting and the others would have such plans and actions, so she was not in a hurry. After all, since she didn't stop Ji Fighting and the others from having such thoughts, it meant that she had enough ability to deal with it. At that time, let's see who would be the victim of their own cleverness. Master, you Master Ji Feiyu, your master. I wonder if Master Ji Feiyu dares to swear in front of you that you're telling the truth. Ji Feiyu and I didn't prove our innocence in front of you? Ji Fighting's eyes narrowed when he heard her words. He didn't know why, but he felt that the woman beside Ji Feiyu was a bit strange. If not for Ji Miao Miao's arrival, relieving him of the pressure and attracting everyone's attention. At that time, the doubts about him were enough to make people doubt his ability and character. Now, this woman was speaking up against him. Did she have any way to prove her and Ji Feiyu's innocence? But how could that be possible? The family Ji was now under their control. Even if the final result was that Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu did not have any affair and that the annulment of the engagement had nothing to do with them, so what? As long as they insisted that it was not true, it would be useless no matter how much evidence they had. Make him swear. So what if he swore? He had said before that he did believe Ji Feiyu's words, but that did not mean that his words were necessarily true. Thinking of this, Ji Fighting immediately smiled and said, "Of course, I can swear to God that I don't know whether this is true or not, but I personally want to believe cousin. But cousin doesn't have any evidence to prove his innocence. Isn't that so? How can we believe you just based on your side of the story? Especially when Miss Xiaoqi came all the way to the family Ji. It's hard for us and the elders to believe that you don't have an affair." As Ji Fighting said this, his words were completely watertight. He could become the invisible young master of the family Ji not only because of his ability. His scheming ability was also top-notch. At this moment, the elders of the family Ji nodded repeatedly. They were even more disgusted by Luo Qingtong's aggressiveness. She had clearly bewitched and lured Ji Fighting to speak up for her but failed. Now, she was pressing him step by step. As the young master of the family Ji, Ji Fighting was naturally gentle, humble, and polite. Although he did not directly reject her out of politeness, he still adhered to his principles. He was determined not to be tempted by the other party to lie. This was really good. With that thought in mind, everyone admired Ji Fighting even more. This was how the young master of the family Ji should act and behave. Ji Fighting was becoming more and more outstanding. They were really lucky to be in charge of the family Ji. On the other hand, Ji Feiyu was not only a good-for-nothing, but he was also infatuated with this aggressive, shameless, and ambitious woman. The elders of the family Ji did not think that Luo Qingtong came back with Ji Feiyu to clarify her and Ji Feiyu's innocence. In their opinion, the other party clearly wanted to whitewash her and Luo Qingtong, then take the opportunity to become Ji's wife and become a member of the family Ji. To be so diligent, it was really shameful. A woman from a low-level 9-star domain could only use such a move, right? Luo Qingtong's disdainful eyes as the other elders of the family Ji. Everyone looked disgusted. Some of them even berated Luo Qingtong and the others and asked them to leave the family Ji immediately. This was not a place where they could behave atrociously and speak freely. They were not welcome here. As for Ji Feiyu's engagement being broken off, they would naturally pursue the matter with her after they dealt with Ji Feiyu and the others. Ji Miao gloated and felt pleased when she saw the elders' anger. Luo Qingtong glanced at her but didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at the family Ji elders and said, "I can prove that Ji Feiyu is innocent. However, I want Ji Fighting to make a new oath. When we were at the edge of the Dongting region, we once proposed to prove our innocence. At that time it was very convenient to travel between the Dongting region and the Star Wilderness region, but Ji Fighting refused. He even said that he absolutely trusted us. Now he's saying that it's just a one-sided story. I want to know, what's his motive? If Ji Fighting dares to swear that when he said that, he had no selfish motives or calculations. I'll admit that I have an affair with Ji Feiyu. If you want to kill me or cut me up, it's up to the family Ji." As for Ji Feiyu and the others, Luo Qingtong looked at Ji Feiyu. The latter didn't say anything. He just said with a resolute and decisive expression, "I'll also be at the disposal of the family. It's up to you to extract my meridians and let my blood out, cut my flesh and return my bones." As soon as she said that, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Ji Fighting. The latter frowned slightly as he looked at Luo Qingtong. He felt that this woman was indeed very difficult to deal with. Why did she always choose to open her mouth at the most crucial moment? Usually, when others encountered such a trap, they would only feel that it was impossible to defend themselves. However, the other party quickly found the most crucial point from his words. Every time she opened her mouth, she killed his soldiers. Originally, if Luo Qingtong opened her mouth from somewhere else, no matter what she said, Ji Fighting would have a corresponding explanation to ensure that his words sounded flawless on the surface. However, every word and sentence pointed directly to the fact that Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu did indeed have an affair. At that time, he was absolutely not afraid to confront Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu. However, at this time, Luo Qingtong avoided other points and only focused on whether he had an ulterior motive. Ji Fighting really didn't dare to say that he didn't. Immediately, his face darkened. Lady Xiaoqi is really good at reading people's minds. He looked at Luo Qingtong and said indifferently, "Everyone has their own selfish motives. Eldest cousin and I belong to two different branches, although we are not enemies. But if you say that there is no selfishness between us, then I really can't do it." When he said that, Luo Qingtong immediately smiled. This Ji Fighting was quite interesting. This move of retreating in order to advance was well used. First, he said that everyone had selfish motives. Then, he said that he had selfish motives, but he didn't want to hurt Ji Feiyu. In this way, he refuted Luo Qingtong's words that made him swear. She also made everyone think that Luo Qingtong was scheming and deliberately set up a language trap to make Ji Fighting swear to frame him. Sure enough, after hearing Ji Fighting's words, the family Ji's elders looked at Luo Qingtong with even more disgust. This woman is really scheming and vicious. I can guarantee that she definitely got close to Ji Feiyu on purpose so that Mo Zhuling would break off the engagement and she could climb up the social ladder. Look at her aura, she's only at the Sage Master realm. She's simply trash. Isn't that right? She's probably at the bottom of the 9-star domain. I really don't know which small family she's from. When she saw that Ji Feiyu and Mo Zhuling were engaged and that he couldn't cultivate, she took the opportunity to climb up the social ladder. Everyone was talking about it. Yan Yang's face was red with anger as she listened. How shameless were these people? Did their master want to climb up the social ladder because of their family Ji status and strength? They would be scared to death if they knew Yi Qianxian's background. Why would their master need to climb up the social ladder of a small 8-star region? Did these family G people have to be so arrogant? Moreover, his master's current strength was clearly because something unexpected happened, which was why it dropped to the sacred expert level. When their master's strength was so great, these family G people couldn't even catch up. Who else could be like their master, who broke through to the level of a sage master when she was only a 14-year-old martial master? Not to mention the family G disciples from the 8-star region. Even the disciples from the 7-star and 6-star regions couldn't catch up to their master's level of strength. These family G people felt so good about themselves. Who gave them the confidence to diss their master like this? I'm so angry. Xianxia was so angry that her hands were shaking. Her face was red, and her eyes were spitting fire. Xianxia, listen to me. I don't care why you approached me and wanted to be with me. As long as you promise that you and the Chu family will respect our master, listen to her orders, and be her support, I will be with you. Otherwise, get out of my sight now and don't come near me again. Xianxia was shaking with anger because of the family G. In the past, Luo Qingtong had protected her and Chu Lingfeng through so many hardships and dangers. Now, the family G people were dissing her like this, Luo Qingtong, but she couldn't do anything about it. She didn't want to continue like this. Who said that her master was only a young girl from a low-level 9-star region with no strength and influence? Who said that she could only climb up the social ladder of the family G? In the future, she would be her master's support. She would be her master's stepping stone. As long as her mistress was willing, she could kneel at her mistress's feet at any time and allow her to step on her and rise to the top. At that time, she would like to see who would dare to scold Luo Qingtong and say that she had no strength and influence. Xianxia's eyes turned red while Chu Tianyi's eyes brightened. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen when he followed Luo Qingtong here. For the sake of Luo Qingtong, Xianxia was actually willing to be with him. Although this kind of promise was completely to give Luo Qingtong a certain weight and support, and didn't really mean that she had forgiven him. However, it was still better than Xianxia, who had always rejected him and ignored him. Chu Tianyi had been looking for an opportunity to help Luo Qingtong. What should he do if Xianxia ignored him after he finished helping her? His identity had been exposed, and Xianxia had suffered too much. She was not willing to open her heart and let him get close to her. No matter how much he did, she was always unwilling to believe him, and she didn't dare to believe him. But now, with Xianxia's words, he could always be with her. Chu Tianyi dared to guarantee that as long as he had the chance to stay by Xianxia's side, she would be moved by him sooner or later. Because he wasn't afraid that Xianxia didn't know his true feelings. He was only afraid that Xianxia wouldn't even give him a chance to express his true feelings. At that time, he would really have no other choice. With this thought, he agreed to Xianxia's words without hesitation. As for what the Chu family would think, and whether they were willing to accept the fact that a young girl had surrendered to a 9-star region, he was too lazy to care. While Xianxia and Chu Tianyi were whispering to each other, Luo Qingtong remained calm and unaffected by the family G's words. They were just a bunch of fools who were being played by G fighting. What was there to be concerned about? Luo Qingtong did not care about them at all. She looked at G fighting and smiled. Young Master G, you really know how to change the topic. I'm asking if you have any intention of scheming against Ji Feiyu. But you said that everyone has selfish motives. Although that's true, having selfish motives and having the intention to harm others are two different things. But I don't blame you if you don't dare to swear. After all, you and Ji Feiyu are enemies. The position of young master that you have should have belonged to him. You don't like him and want to scheme against him. It's normal for you to make him suffer or even die. But, at this point, Luo Qingtong's smile deepened and became colder. If that's the case, then young Master Ji shouldn't pretend to be so dignified and righteous. Because your hypocritical and pretentious face makes me feel nauseous and disgusted. As soon as she spoke, Ji Fighting's expression froze. Then, he looked at Luo Qingtong with a cold and malicious gaze. The other party's words hit the nail on the head. Every single one of her words hit him where it hurt, but so what if that was the case? Unless she could prove her and Ji Feiyu's innocence in this family Ji, there was no way she could turn the tables. Miss Xiaoqi. Ji Fighting's expression was cold and malicious. He looked at Luo Qingtong and said softly with an icy gaze, "Your clever mouth is really sharp. But if you have the time to study my intentions, why don't you prove your and Ji Feiyu's innocence first? Otherwise, who knows if you and Ji Feiyu were prepared to prove your innocence? No matter what my intentions were, I did it for the good of the family Ji. But what about the two of you? As he spoke, he looked disdainfully at Luo Qingtong and said with extreme contempt and disdain, of the two of you, one of you is shameless and hooked up with someone who is engaged. The other disregarded the engagement, the family, and has no sense of responsibility or family interests. Even if the two of you swear, why should I believe what you said? At this point, Ji Fighting finally tore off his mask. He was too lazy to pretend to be humble and polite and gentle. So what if he schemed against Ji Feiyu and Luo Qingtong? He deliberately did not give them a chance to prove their innocence. But so what, even if they proved it at that time, Ji Fighting could refute it by saying that they came prepared. In short, he was not going to let Ji Feiyu and the others walk out of the family Ji safely today. But now, Luo Xiaoqi had to be included. He wanted to see how this sharp-tongued and quick-witted girl would break out of this deadlock. Everyone was on their side. How could Luo Qingtong prove her innocence? She would not be able to walk out of the family Ji today. Ji Fighting snorted coldly and waved his hand, ordering people to close the door of the main courtyard of the ancestral hall. Ji Feiyu's pupils constricted. He rushed to Luo Qingtong's side and stood in front of her. Ji Fighting, don't go too far. As you wish. Let her go immediately. Ji Feiyu regretted it. He should not have agreed to let Luo Qingtong come. Who would have thought that Ji Fighting and the others would be so impatient? Ji Feiyu originally thought that since his blood curse was beneficial to Luo Qingtong, it would be fine for her to come along. At most, he would announce that he could cultivate and gain the support of the elders. At that time, Ji Fighting and the others might not be able to do anything to them. However, no one expected that Ji Fighting and the others would immediately head to Star Alliance to bring him back after sending the news to Star Alliance. In the ancestral hall, they had already prepared a battle array, not giving him a chance to catch his breath at all. They swore to beat him to the bottom of the valley, that's right. Ji Fighting and the others had been in charge of the family Ji for some time. To them, the existence of the direct descendants of the family Ji was like a thorn in their throats. They would not be happy if they did not get rid of it. How could they not make good use of such a good opportunity given to them? This confrontation in the ancestral hall was not only aimed at him, but also at the entire direct descendants of the family Ji. It was no wonder that he called his father and mother back, if not for the fact that his mother's family was not weaker than the family Ji and was even more tyrannical. Ji Fighting and the others would not even have to confront him in the ancestral hall and directly convict him of the crime. Ji Feiyu's eyes were filled with sorrow and mockery as he thought of this. He looked at Ji Fighting and the others and said in a low voice, "I'm willing to plead guilty. Let her go." Ji Feiyu already knew that Ji Fighting and the others had come prepared and would not allow them to defend themselves. He was not going to waste his breath on them. He could let Ji Fighting and the others deal with him. They could cut his meridians and bleed him. They could even cut his flesh and return his bones, as long as they let Luo Qingtong go. He did not want her to be implicated by him. He was willing to listen to them. As Ji Feiyu's voice rang out, Suiyu and the other sorrowful cries could also be heard. Young master. Their hearts were filled with grief and they almost rushed towards Ji Feiyu and the others without a care in the world. However, they were restrained by the guards who waved their hands. Ji Miao Miao sneered coldly. Ji Feiyu, it's too late for you to say that. When I asked you to plead guilty, didn't you say that you were innocent? What? Now that you can't prove it, you want to sacrifice yourself and let this be *tch go? You're so infatuated. It's a pity that since she came to our family Ji today, she can forget about leaving. Our family Ji is not a place where any Tom, Dick or Harry can come and go as they please. Not to mention, this woman bewitched you and caused Mo Zhuling to break off the engagement. This is a great humiliation. Our family Ji will never let her off. Ji Feiyu's expression was smug and cold as she said this. At this moment, Yan Yang and Chu Tianyi, who were standing behind Luo Qingtong, were ready to make their move. Especially Chu Tianyi. After getting Yan Yang's promise to be with him, he was full of energy. He was only waiting for Luo Qingtong to give the order and he would immediately massacre the family Ji. Just as he was about to make a move, Luo Qingtong's voice rang out faintly. Miss Ji, you're probably deaf. I've already said that I can prove my innocence with Ji Feiyu. You probably think I'm joking? Ji Feiyu is standing in front of me because he's afraid that I'll embarrass you and make a move on me in anger. What? Why are you so impatient when you see it? As she spoke, she placed her hand on Ji Feiyu's sleeve and comforted him by holding his wrist through his sleeve, telling him not to be anxious. Then, Luo Qingtong stepped forward and said to Qin Xiong and the others behind Ji fighting, Qin Xiong, Commander Qin. It's said that the news of my affair with Ji Feiyu and his annulment came from you. Can you come out and confront me? Let's confront. Who's afraid of you? Qin Xiong and the others felt a little guilty. However, they thought that Luo Qingtong had no evidence to prove that she had nothing to do with Ji Feiyu, and Ji fighting and the others were obviously biased towards them. No matter whether they were telling the truth or not, as long as they insisted that Luo Qingtong had something to do with Ji Feiyu and the others couldn't do anything to them, Luo Xiaoqi, this idiot, actually wanted to confront them. Did she think that she wasn't dying fast enough? Thinking of this, Qin Xiong and the others' guilty conscience immediately disappeared. Instead, they became inexplicably confident. They stood out from behind Ji fighting and the others and swore that there was indeed some kind of secret relationship between Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu. That was why Ji Feiyu repeatedly defended Luo Qingtong. During the proposal banquet, Mo Zhuling annulled the engagement. Who could prove that it had nothing to do with the affair between them, the group said so cunningly. Every word was a trap, avoiding the most important point. This made people suddenly think that Luo Qingtong was completely promiscuous, shameless, and wantonly seducing Luo Qingtong. They originally wanted to deal with Luo Qingtong and get rid of her for the family Ji, but in the end, they were stopped by Ji Feiyu. Otherwise, the family Ji wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. The group said so and suddenly, they burst into tears. Not only did they slander Luo Qingtong, but they also expressed their loyalty to Ji and the others. As they spoke, the family Ji's elders all glared at Luo Qingtong. Luo Xiaoqi, what do you have to say? As they spoke, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She said to the family Ji's people, "This is your family Ji's territory. How can I believe that they are speaking from the bottom of their hearts and not being coerced by your family Ji's people? After all, you can put on such a show in order to deal with the direct descendants of the family Ji. It's hard for me not to suspect that you did something to them to make them angry but not dare to say anything. In this case, even if I can prove my innocence, what can I do? Everything is still up to your family Ji, isn't it?" Pfft. Ji Miao Miao sneered. This Luo Xiaoqi wasn't too stupid. She knew that everything was up to the family Ji. But she actually thought that Qin Xiong and the others were coerced by them, so they said that. This was simply ridiculous. But since she thought so and wanted to prove her innocence through Qin Xiong and the others, then she would fulfill her wish. After all, it was rare to see people who took the initiative to court death. With that thought in mind, Ji Miao Miao turned to Luo Qingtong and asked, "What do you want? Do you want them to go outside the family Ji and tell everyone about the affair between you and Ji Feiyu? I don't mind. I'm just afraid that you won't dare." As she said this, she looked at Ji Feiyu and the others with contempt and disdain. The latter and the others did not hesitate at all. "I dare. I'll listen to little 7. There was no hesitation on Ji Feiyu's face. He trusted Luo Qingtong completely. Although it was obvious that this was a dead end. As long as Luo Qingtong said that she could do it, he would believe her without hesitation. Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui did not hesitate at all. They would always put their son first. Moreover, things had already come to this point. Whether they agreed or not, it would not affect the family Ji's people to deal with them. Since that was the case, what was there to care about? When they agreed, Ji fighting's brows furrowed. He looked at Ji Miao Miao and said disapprovingly, "Miao Miao." Just as he spoke, before he could say anything, Luo Qingtong's chuckling voice was heard. "What's wrong? Young Master Ji, are you feeling guilty? It seems that I don't need to prove my innocence. Because you don't dare to let them leave the family Ji's territory to publicize the affair between Ji Feiyu and me. If that's the case, how will you convict us?" Luo Qingtong said this and said to Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing, "Let's go, Feiyu, Uncle Ji. Young Master Ji has already proven our innocence. We don't need to do anything more." As she said this, she immediately prepared to leave the family Ji's ancestral hall with Ji Feiyu, Ji Yuanqing, and the others. Hearing this, Ji Fighting's frown deepened instantly. He could not help but wonder if Luo Qingtong was deliberately provoking Ji Miaomiao to do the opposite and target him. The purpose was to make him suspicious so that he could stop this from happening. In this way, Luo Qingtong and the others would be able to leave calmly? As Ji Fighting thought this, his face suddenly froze. At this moment, Ji Miaomiao's angry voice rang out. Luo, stop right there. Who says we're guilty and we don't dare to let them out? As she said this, she immediately gritted her teeth and lowered her head. She whispered to Ji Fighting, Big brother, don't be indecisive. This woman is very cunning. Just now, she used her schemes to make us suffer a few big losses. Are you really going to let Ji Feiyu and the others off? This is a rare opportunity's good opportunity. We can catch Uncle and the others in one go. Don't tell me you're out of your mind after scheming every day. As soon as she said this, Ji Fighting's conflicted expression immediately became even more serious. At this moment, Ji Yuankuan spoke. Let her prove her innocence. As he said this, he immediately looked at Ji Yuanqing with a smile and said, Cousin, you know that I definitely don't want to wrongly accuse you. It's just that this matter concerns the family Ji's reputation in the future. I have to take it seriously. Since this woman says that she can prove her innocence with Feiyu, then I'll listen to her. However, if there's really no way to prove their innocence in the end, then cousin, don't blame us for offending you then. As for the gossip of others, I don't take it to heart. Ji Yuanqing sneered when he heard Ji Yuankuan's words. It was indeed obvious to all, Ji Yuankuan's family was best at acting. Ji Yuanqing didn't argue with them. In any case, no one would believe him even if he refuted. They walked out of the family Ji's ancestral hall. They saw the family Ji's people come out in such a grandiose manner. Everyone on the continent where the family Ji was located felt very strange. The family Ji was one of the most powerful families in the Dongting region. The continent where they were located was naturally one of the more prosperous places in the Dongting region. There were many people from other families who came and went here. They either passed by on business or stayed here for a long time to do business with the family Ji. In short, when they saw the family Ji's people walk out, they were all very curious. When they found out the reason, they were immediately in an uproar. Not because of anything else, but because this was a rare piece of gossip. The family Ji's good-for-nothing son had his engagement broken off by someone from the 9-star region. Not only that, but he also had an affair with someone else, and now he had to prove his innocence. The crowd immediately followed the family Ji's people to the central arena, where the main city was located. When they arrived, Ji Feiyu and the others stood on one side, while Ji Fighting and the others stood on the other side. The remaining elders stood in the middle and looked at Xianxia and the others who were made way by the crowd. All right. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She looked at Qin Xiong and the others and said, Commander Qin, you can tell us what happened after you and Ji Feiyu went to the Star region. Don't be afraid. Now that the family Ji's people have taken you out of the family Ji's ancestral hall, no one can force you to say anything you don't know. Now, you can speak freely. Say everything you want to say. When Luo Qingtong spoke, Qin Xiong and the others looked at her as if they were looking at a fool. What kind of joke was this? What right did they have to be threatened by the family Ji? Those words were said by them to deal with Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu. Since Luo Qingtong didn't want them to be coerced, they could speak freely. Could it be that she had been scared silly by such a hopeless situation and had started to talk nonsense? That was what everyone thought. After all, everyone thought that Luo Qingtong was bluffing when she asked them to clarify the facts in the family Ji. She wanted to take the opportunity to force Ji Fighting and the others to retreat. Because no one would want to expose such a thing in front of the world. Perhaps Luo Qingtong wanted to make use of Ji Feiyu and the others' mentality to force them to give up on dealing with Ji Feiyu and the others, but she didn't expect Ji Fighting and the others to agree. In this way, if she failed to do the opposite, she would have no other choice, but now, she was still talking nonsense in front of everyone. Thinking this, Qin Xiong and the others looked at Luo Qingtong with disdain and complacency, saying, Okay, I'll do as you wish. Everyone, let me tell you what happened. After young master and I went to the Star Wilderness, we met Luo Xiaoqi. She seemed to be seriously injured and fell in the starry sky. We thought we had found a treasure, so we forced her to tell us the whereabouts of the treasure. The more Xianxia and the others spoke, the more panicked they became. This was because they realized that what they wanted to say was completely different from what they had said. What was going on? Stop, stop, Xianxia and the others looked indescribably panicked. They desperately tried to stop the words from coming out of their mouths and tried their best to twist the matter back to what they had already planned to say. But no matter how hard they tried, those words were simply out of their control and kept coming out of their mouths. Everyone's foreheads were covered with sweat and they almost couldn't control the trembling in their hearts. Their minds went blank and they covered their mouths in embarrassment. But at this time, Luo Qingtong's expression was calm and she smiled. Why don't you continue? I'm very interested to hear what you think. And what was the situation at that time? Why did you slander me and Ji Feiyu like this? As she spoke, Chu Tianyi beside her released an invisible pressure, enveloping Qin Xiong and the others. With the strength of the latter and the others, how could they be Chu Tianyi's opponents? Naturally, they had no resistance and let him do whatever he wanted. Everyone's hands that were about to cover their mouths froze in place and they couldn't exert any strength at all. And their mouths, which were originally prepared to shut up, couldn't be closed anymore. They just kept talking about the scene at that time. We saw that Luo Xiaoqi was not strong at that time and she spoke up for young master and caused us to be punished, so we decided to kill her. But we were stopped by young master. Qin Xiong said with an extremely ferocious and vicious expression on his face to match his words. In fact, he was already crying in his heart. He struggled and shouted with all his might and didn't want to continue talking. But he didn't know why, as if he was possessed, he couldn't stop talking at all. At this time, he finally understood what Luo Qingtong meant when she said let them speak freely. He didn't want to talk anymore. He really didn't want to talk anymore. It's over, this Luo Xiaoqi, is she a monster? How did she do this? Despair filled the hearts of Qin Xiong and the others. However, their faces were still extremely ferocious and vicious as they said, however, young master is protecting Luo Xiaoqi in every possible way, not allowing us to do anything to her. In the end, he used himself as a hostage to make us give up on hunting Luo Xiaoqi. Our hearts are indignant. Coincidentally, young master's engagement was annulled. The 7-star Field's Lu family came to propose to Imo Zhuling. When we saw that the Lu clan was powerful, we ran away. At first, we thought that young master wouldn't be able to come back alive, so we lied to the family. It just so happens that young master and the others are also waiting for a rare opportunity to make a move on young master and the others. So we went with the flow. When Qin Xiong said until here, he was already on the verge of fainting. He actually dared to say such words. It was over. Even if Luo Xiaoqi didn't kill them now and let them leave, he could already foresee his miserable future. Young master and the rest wouldn't let him off. He actually said that the young master and the others wanted to deal with Ji Feiyu. Qin Xiong's body twitched for a while. At this time, Chu Tianyi released the pressure on them. The crowd immediately ran to Ji Fighting and the others, kneeling and kowtowing to them. Young master, family head, you have to make a decision for us. I don't know what kind of witchcraft this Luo Xiaoqi used to make our hearts and mouths insincere. As soon as they said that, Luo Qingtong's voice suddenly sounded with a chuckle. So, do you want me to prove the truth of your words in public? Luo Qingtong looked at Ji Fighting and the others with a playful look. The latter and the others looked ugly. They didn't expect that Luo Qingtong had such a trick up her sleeve. They had no doubt that Qin Xiong and the others didn't want to say these words at all. After all, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to slander them in front of so many people. Not to mention, they also overturned what they had said before. Weren't they digging their own graves, unless Qin Xiong and the others were tired of living? Otherwise, they would never have dared to say so. Therefore, Luo Qingtong was the one who controlled them to say these words. Thinking so, the crowd suddenly looked at Luo Qingtong fiercely. Ji Miaomiao's voice was sharp. Luo Xiaoqi. No wonder you had to change the location from the family Ji ancestral hall. So that's what you were thinking. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Everyone here has eyes. They will never believe you. Ji Miaomiao looked angry. Her face was flushed red. Luo Qingtong, this be *tch, could make Qin Xiong and the others speak according to her idea. They were going to be screwed by her. Fortunately, Qin Xiong and the others were alert. As soon as they recovered, they immediately begged for mercy and exposed Luo Qingtong. Otherwise, they would have to suffer this loss. However, she didn't know that Qin Xiong and the others were just talking nonsense to survive. Luo Qingtong controlled them to tell the truth. But they couldn't admit it. Otherwise, they would be finished. Not to mention that Luo Qingtong and the others wouldn't let them go. Even Ji Fighting and the others would never let them go. Therefore, the crowd could only risk their lives to slander Luo Qingtong. They wanted to make people think that she was controlling them to tell lies. And the actions of Qin Xiong and the others just now were indeed very strange. When the crowd heard their words, they immediately believed it. Upon hearing Ji Miaomiao's words, the family Ji's elders were furious. They looked at Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu and said, "Ji Feiyu, you have really disappointed us. In order to cover up your affair with this woman, you actually disregarded the reputation of the family Ji and allowed her to do whatever she wanted and slander the members of the family Ji. What are your intentions? How dare an outsider ask you to do this to a member of our family Ji? You guys are really despicable. You don't deserve to be part of our family Ji." That's right. Ji Yuankuan, you didn't teach your son well and even allowed him to slander our family Ji's reputation. Your family isn't anything good. From now on, our family Ji no longer has a direct descendant. All of you, get out of the Ji residence immediately. Guards. The group of family Ji's elders were filled with righteous indignation and deeply felt that they had been fooled. And Luo Qingtong's method of proving her innocence was simply throwing their family Ji's reputation to the ground for others to trample on. Therefore, they couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to punish Ji Feiyu and the others by force. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded faintly. Originally, I didn't want to be so ruthless. But since you insist that my proof of innocence was a sham, then. Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. As she said this, her figure suddenly flashed and she appeared beside Ji Feitong. The latter's lips were still holding a gloating sneer. At this moment, he was looking at Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu, waiting to see how they would be unlucky, a group of idiots. They actually dared to go against Ji Fighting and the others. They wouldn't even know how they died, especially that Luo Xiaoqi. Although she had some ability, she could actually control Qin Xiong and the others to say things that they didn't want to say. But that was all there was to it. Didn't she see that Qin Xiong and the others immediately refuted what they said as soon as they returned to normal? This Luo Xiaoqi had some ability. No wonder she dared to come to the family Ji with Ji Feiyu and wanted to clarify the matter between them. But since Ji Fighting and the others wanted to deal with them, how could they give her a chance to clarify? It was useless for her to set the place in the central arena. Even if it was in front of so many people, the Ji family still wanted to convict them of their crimes. As he thought this, the smile on his lips was indescribably cold and proud. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's figure appeared beside him. Before he could react, he heard Luo Qingtong say to him with a chuckle, "Young Master Feitong, you said that you liked me and were willing to help me at the last moment. I am very grateful. Please stand up and expose the sinister face of the family Ji's people. Young Master Feiyu and I are very grateful." Hearing her words, Ji Feitong felt a burst of confusion in his heart. What nonsense was this woman talking about? When did he say that he liked her and wanted to help her at the last moment? She was simply full of nonsense. Thinking this, Ji Feitong was about to angrily reprimand Luo Qingtong. In his opinion, Luo Qingtong didn't know what was good for her and rejected his idea of taking her as a concubine. Now, she came to him at this time. Could it be that she was afraid, so she wanted to beg him for mercy? She wanted him to beg Ji Fighting and the others to spare her life, however, it was too late. She had offended Ji Miaomiao, Ji Fighting, and the others for no reason. Ji Feitong didn't even dare to go against Ji Fighting and the others. Even if he dared, he would not go against them for Luo Qingtong. Therefore, he did not hesitate to berate Luo Qingtong. However, when he opened his mouth, he was shocked to find that the words he was about to say had changed. It became, "Good. Don't worry, I've long hated Ji Fighting and Ji Miaomiao's disgusting behavior. This time I will definitely redress your grievances. What was going on? Ji Feitong was shocked. Luo Qingtong was smiling. She said to Ji Feitong, "Good, it's rare for young Master Feitong to be so righteous. Then, please expose Ji Fighting and the others' despicable behavior to the public." Luo Qingtong's face was full of smiles. Didn't the family Ji's people say that she had controlled Qin Xiong and the others to speak, since they didn't want to hear the truth? Then she would really control the family Ji's people to speak. Let's see how they would fall into eternal damnation. In fact, Luo Qingtong had already done something to Ji Feitong. She was just waiting for him to jump out at the critical moment to deal with Ji Fighting and the others. Originally, she didn't want to expose Ji Feitong in this arena. However, since the family Ji's people refused to admit that Qin Xiong and the others were speaking the truth, she could only force them to admit it. After hearing Ji Feitong's words, Ji Fighting and Ji Miao Miao immediately became furious. Ji Fighting, in particular, shouted at Ji Feitong coldly, "Ji Feitong, are you crazy?" After saying this, he thought that Ji Feitong might be under Luo Qingtong's control. He immediately shouted at her, "Luo Xiaoqi, what the hell are you doing? Haven't you learned your lesson from Qin Xiong and the others? How dare you control our family Ji's people to talk nonsense in the arena? Do you think we and everyone else here will believe you?" Ji Fighting was enraged. Luo Qingtong was simply courting death. How dare she do something to Ji Feitong? It was fine that she did something to Qin Xiong and the others. After all, they were the family Ji's servants. But now, Ji Feitong was clearly their family Ji's people. She was simply courting death. Ji Fighting's face was filled with rage. Ji Miao Miao's voice was extremely sharp. "Catch that B*TCH right now. Let her control our family Ji's people." Bullshit. As she said this, the family Ji's elders immediately prepared to take action. Because Luo Qingtong's people were Ji Feiyu, Ji Yuanqing, and the others. Ordinary family Ji's guards would be restrained if they took action. It would be troublesome if they escaped. However, Luo Qingtong did not look anxious at all. It was as if she did not see that the family Ji's people were about to take action. She stood beside Ji Feitong and smiled at the people around her. "You family Ji's people are really strange. Since you accused me of doing something to Qin Xiong and the others and controlling them to say things they shouldn't say, then I'll prove my innocence. Naturally, I'll prove my innocence and that I didn't do anything to them just now." "What? Now that your family Ji's own people have come forward to expose you, you're panicking? There's no better way to describe you with a guilty conscience than with a guilty conscience. As for whether I'm controlling them or not, everything will be clear once young Master Feitong speaks. Young Master Feitong, please tell me all the dirty secrets of your family Ji. What's going on with Ji Feiyu going to the Star Desolate region to propose? How are Ji Fighting and Ji Miao Miao and the family Ji?" Luo Qingtong's words made Ji Feitong's teeth itch. This B*TCH was simply trying to kill him. However, did she think that this would be enough to deal with Ji Fighting and the others? What a joke. So what if she controlled herself and told him the truth? Ji Fighting and the others could still insist that she was controlling herself to speak, and when he returned to normal, he would insist that she was controlling him. When that time came, she and Ji Feiyu would still have a dead end. This idiot actually thought that asking him to speak was different from asking Qin Xiong and the others to speak. Thinking this, Ji Feitong sneered viciously in his heart. However, just as he thought this, he heard a series of words uncontrollably coming out of his mouth. These words were all about the secrets of the family Ji and the extremely vicious things that Ji Fighting had asked him to do. He also heard about what Ji Miao Miao had done. In short, this was a huge revelation. Oh my god, Ji Fighting and his people are so vicious. Yes. Did you hear that? It turns out that the young master of the Yuan family, who ranked second in the Dongting region, was not killed in an attack during training. Instead, Ji Fighting pretended to be friends with him and lured him to a dangerous place before killing him. That's right. There's also that young master Yu from the Nangong clan. His status, temperament, and potential are all above Ji Fighting's. Yet, he somehow went blind and became an idiot. It turned out that Ji Fighting did something to his wound when he was injured, so that the poison in his body could not be removed. That's why he became like this. Oh my god, this is so vicious. It's hard to imagine. The family Nangong was very grateful to Ji Fighting at that time. thinking that he saved young Master Yu safely. Otherwise, young Master Yu would have died. For this reason, the family Nangong funded Ji fighting with countless cultivation resources every year, and the family Nangong has always been the family Ji's staunchest ally. The family Ji's power and development over the years can't be separated from the family Nangong's help. Oh my god, if the family Nangong knew about this, he would be so angry that he would have a cerebral hemorrhage. Also, didn't you hear? Miss Xikong, who was unparalleled and beautiful in the Dongting Pavilion, was tricked by Ji Miao Miao into being naked in public. In the end, she was so ashamed and angry that she was forced to become a nun. Yes, and the young lady of the Qing family in the Dongting Pavilion, because she gently said that Ji Miao Miao was blocking her way, she held a grudge against her and secretly disfigured her face. Oh my god, these two siblings are like a snake and a scorpion, and a vicious woman. Everyone was speechless in their hearts. When they heard Ji Feitong's words, they had no doubt that Luo Qingtong was manipulating Ji Feitong to say these words. After all, these things had happened in the Dongting Pavilion for many years. Except for the people in the Dongting Pavilion, very few people knew about it, what Ji Feitong said, and the details were very detailed. Not only that, some things were done by him personally, so he did not lack any evidence or details. According to his words, he could easily find out the truth of the matter. When the crowd heard this, it was clear at a glance. They already knew in their hearts whether these words were true or false. The family Ji's people really deserve it. Luo Xiaoqi was ready to stop after she made Qin Xiong and the others tell the truth. I didn't expect them to be so relentless. In the end, they even made Qin Xiong and the others accuse Luo Xiaoqi, saying that she controlled them to speak. Is this a slap in the face? That's right. With so many scandals being made public, Ji Fighting's reputation as a gentleman has completely collapsed. Oh my god, to think that I used to worship him. I must have been blind. Luo Mayan. And that Ji Miao Miao, who usually pretends to be a noble and inviolable legitimate daughter, turns out to be such a disgusting and vicious person. You really have a heart as vicious as snakes and scorpions. The other members of the family Ji are not good people either. Haven't you heard? They sent Ji Feiyu, the son of the first wife, to arrange a marriage, but secretly prepared to kill the other party. Now that the other party's engagement was broken off, they seized the opportunity to attack the first wife. They used to boast about being respectful to the first wife, but it was all a pretense. The crowd discussed animatedly as they looked at Ji Fighting and the others with disdain. One could imagine how quickly these words would spread throughout the entire Dongting region after today. When Ji Feitong's words rang out, Ji Fighting and Ji Yuankuan's expressions turned extremely ugly. As for Ji Miao Miao, she let out an ah and fainted from anger. All of her image had collapsed at Ji Feitong's words. From today onwards, she would be the most vicious woman in the entire Dongting region. However, she didn't even have a chance to refute because everything Ji Feitong said was the truth. And the things she had done weren't just limited to this. As long as someone was willing to dig, they would soon be able to dig up all the other things she had done. Ji Miao Miao couldn't imagine the impact it would cause. At this moment, Ji Fighting's collapse was no less than Ji Miao Miao's. What he had done was much more serious than Ji Miao Miao's. In order to become a unique young talent in the entire Dongting region, he had done so. He didn't know how many people he had gotten rid of openly and secretly. Those people were either eliminated by him directly or by someone he had arranged for. In short, if they were exposed, the situation would be much more serious than Ji Miao Miao's. At this moment, he didn't even dare to say a single word. He was deeply afraid that others would find out some clues from his words. There wouldn't even be a need for an investigation. They could directly convict him of a crime. At that time, the aristocratic families who would come to seek justice would probably flatten the entire family Ji. As Ji Fighting thought of this, his heart suddenly throbbed with pain. As for Ji Yuankuan, needless to say, he had originally asked Luo Qingtong to come here to prove her innocence in order to completely crush the psychological defenses of Ji Yuanqing and the others. He wanted them to be completely unable to defend themselves in front of the surrounding onlookers. In this way, their family Ji would dispose of them, gain a good reputation, and get rid of their own mortal enemy. However, who would have thought that Luo Qingtong would actually stage a desperate counterattack at the last moment? this B*TCH had actually hidden her intentions from the beginning and lured them step by step to such a situation. Looking at Luo Qingtong's previous actions, it was obvious that she had a way to deal with it, but she just didn't do it, causing Ji Yuankuan and the others to mistakenly think that they had no way to deal with it. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Luo Qingtong and the others should have no chance to refute. Ji Feiyu, this traitor, brought such a woman back to their family Ji, this bastard. Ji Yuankuan's expression was ugly, but he forgot that if they hadn't forced him step by step, there wouldn't have been such a result. But now, he blamed it on Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the others. He was simply speechless. On the other hand, Ji Feiyu, Ji Yuankuan, and the others' faces were filled with indescribable surprise. Ji Feiyu's heart was in his throat, especially when Qin Xiong and the others immediately betrayed them as soon as they were free. He was even more worried about Luo Qingtong. If he hadn't miscalculated and misjudged Ji Fighting and the others' eagerness to deal with him, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have fallen into such a situation where she was slandered and dealt with. His heart was filled with indescribable regret. He had already made up his mind. If there was really no way to refute in the end, then he would use his life in exchange for Luo Qingtong's safe departure. Presumably, when the time came, the family Ji's people would no longer be able to forcibly stop Luo Qingtong and his father from leaving in front of so many people, right? Everyone's hearts were filled with indescribable excitement. Yan Yang's tense expression also eased a little. So Master was waiting for them here. No wonder she didn't make a move before. Serves them right, these people from the Ji family. Yan Yang was gloating in her heart. These family Ji people thought that their master was a soft persimmon that they could pinch and flatten. Now they finally realized that their master wasn't a weak bun that could be bullied, but a cactus with thorns all over its body. They were really blind to deal with their master. There were also Qin Xiong, Ji Feitong, and the others. Yan Yang looked at their frightened and desperate expressions and snorted coldly in her heart. They actually thought that their master was easy to bully when she asked them to do something to her master. They had caught a handful of thorns, right? Qin Xiong and the others were dead meat. They had just coaxed the family Ji people and made the family Ji people think that they were being controlled by their master when they spoke the truth. Therefore, they had been aggressive and caused Ji Feitong to fall into their trap. What he said in the end was completely beyond the family Ji's ability to bear. If not for this, when the family Ji people knew that Luo Qingtong had the ability to make people speak the truth, they wouldn't have been so aggressive and would have chosen to keep the peace. It seemed that their master had deliberately let Qin Xiong and the others go free to see how they and the family Ji people would react. Now, it seemed that they all deserved it, and Ji Feitong, this fool, had been controlled by their master and revealed so many secrets of the family Ji. Would the family Ji people let him go? Letting him die would be a light punishment. At that time, these two groups of people would definitely be tortured to death by the family Ji people, and the family Ji people would also suffer the punishment of losing their reputation. It could be said that it was a dog-eat-dog situation. Her master's personality was still the same as before. Whoever dared to deal with her, she would definitely return the favor. Moreover, she was more mature than before. As Yan Yang thought of this, she pursed her lips and smiled. There was an indescribable joy in her heart. She couldn't stand Luo Qingtong being wronged and slandered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have temporarily put down his hatred for Chu Tianyi for the sake of Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong was her life, her root, and her faith. The young girl was slandered and looked down upon. She felt even more pain and discomfort than herself. Now that Luo Qingtong had turned the tables and trampled the family Ji's people into the mud, Luo Qingtong's heart was filled with satisfaction. For a family of actors like the family Ji, having their fake skin torn apart was probably more painful than anything else, right? Serves them right for being hypocritical and pretentious. While Yan Yang was thinking about this, Chu Tianyi, who was beside her, looked at her expression and praised, "Our master is really amazing." Humph, of course. Yan Yang felt proud and her gaze towards Chu Tianyi softened a little. This man was not bad. In any case, he knew to protect her master with her. As long as he could persevere and protect her master with her, from now on, she would not mention the past again and slowly walk out of it. Luo Qingtong had given her and her son a new life. She was also willing to walk out of the past for the sake of Luo Qingtong. As long as it was something beneficial to Luo Qingtong, Yan Yang would not hesitate to do it. Even if it meant letting her forget the painful and miserable past. Humph, let's go. The family Ji's elders were livid. They ignored Ji Yuankuan, Ji Fighting, and the others and left one after another. They were in cahoots with Ji Yuankuan and the others only because Ji Yuankuan and the others were in power. In their minds, Ji Fighting was the best candidate to inherit the family Ji. But now, according to Ji Feitong, even they were shocked by what Ji Fighting had done. In particular, in order to stand out in the Dongting region, Ji Fighting didn't even spare the members of the family Ji outside, not to mention the young and promising geniuses in the family Ji. Many young talents from the elders' families were also persecuted by Ji Fighting, which made them extremely shocked and angry. Ji Miao Miao was even more vicious. All the talented and good-looking girls in the family Ji were killed by her. No one knew what was going on and only thought that those girls were unlucky. But now, it was clear that they were a threat to Ji Miao Miao, so they were killed. What was even more disgusting was that even though Ji Fighting had personally ordered people to do some of these things, in the end, he still went over to comfort the victim's elder family and tried to rope in the other party's young talents to make them work for him. It was as if they shared a common hatred for a common enemy. He was really vicious to the extreme. The brother and sister sang the same tune, making the family Ji's elders and families count the money for them even after being sold. This scheming and viciousness really made people gasp in amazement, and it was also an eye-opener for the surrounding onlookers. The family Ji's elders were ridiculed for being blind. They actually defended Ji Fighting and the others, and even thought that they were the best candidates to inherit the family Ji. Now, they finally suffered the consequences of their own actions, and retribution fell on them. The crowd left in a huff, and Ji Fighting and Ji Yuankuan both looked extremely embarrassed. They didn't dare to say anything more and immediately left with the unconscious Ji Miao Miao. As for Ji Feitong, who was still talking with a face full of despair, he was also knocked unconscious and brought back. Luo Qingtong didn't stop them. She had set up this trap so that Ji Feitong and the others could receive the punishment they deserved. If she let Ji Fighting and the others take him back, she could imagine what kind of punishment he would suffer. She didn't need to dirty Luo Qingtong's hands. Why wouldn't she do it? As for Ji Fighting and the other clans of the Dongting region would deal with them. Luo Qingtong didn't plan to attack them at this time. After all, Ji Feiyu's blood curse hadn't been discovered yet. And just now, Luo Qingtong discovered something interesting. He was afraid that the blood curse on Ji Feiyu's body wasn't just targeted at him. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes as she thought of this. Just as they were about to leave the arena, Qin Xiong and the others rushed in front of them and kowtowed to Ji Feiyu, begging for mercy. "Young master, Miss Luo, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us." Qin Xiong and the others finally realized how stupid they had been before. They actually wanted to bite Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu to escape the family Ji's punishment. However, if they were to face the family Ji's punishment, although heavy, it wouldn't hurt them. The crowd didn't care about their image. They all knelt in front of Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu, kowtowing desperately and begging for mercy with tears and snot. However, Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu were indifferent. Especially Ji Feiyu. He saw with his own eyes how arrogant and hateful Qin Xiong and the others were. They made irresponsible remarks several times and wanted to kill him and Luo Qingtong. It wouldn't be enough for such people to die. Hundreds of times. How could he spare them, if it weren't for Luo Qingtong turning the situation around? Not to mention Luo Qingtong, even his parents wouldn't be able to escape family Ji's punishment. Now, the other party actually dared to beg for mercy. They really took advantage of his kind and gentle temperament. Ji Feiyu's eyes were cold. He ignored them and walked straight ahead. Sui Yu and the others rushed forward and kicked Qin Xiong and the others. "Get lost. What happened when you were thinking about young master and little Qi's death? Good and evil will be repaid in time. Just bear with it." As they spoke, they kicked them away without hesitation. Qin Xiong and the others were in despair. Seeing that Ji Feiyu and Luo Qingtong had no intention of letting them go and didn't want to save them, they became even more daring and rushed towards Luo Qingtong while facing Sui Yu and the others' attacks. "You bitch, it's all your fault that we ended up like this. We'll kill you." Qin Xiong and the others' faces were ferocious. They gathered all their strength and rushed towards Luo Qingtong in an extremely violent and terrifying manner. If it weren't for this bitch, how could they end up like this? If they killed her, they might be able to redeem themselves in front of Ji Fighting and the others and let them survive. With this thought in mind, they immediately rushed towards Luo Qingtong even more ferociously. However, before their attacks could reach Luo Qingtong, boom, in an instant, a violent attack with an unstoppable force rushed toward them. In just an instant, they were sent flying. A bunch of trash, how dare you be impudent in front of our master? Chu Tiany's voice was cold. Standing in front of Luo Qingtong, he didn't even look at Qin Xiong and the others who were sent flying. If Luo Qingtong hadn't specifically told him not to reveal his true strength, he would have already crushed Qin Xiong and the others. Luo Qingtong attacked him in front of him. Did he think that he was dead? As soon as he attacked, Ji Feiyu and the others were shocked. Especially Suiyu and the others. They originally thought that Luo Qingtong and the others wouldn't be a match for Qin Xiong and the others. They immediately rushed over to stop Qin Xiong and the others. But they didn't expect that before they could do anything, Qin Xiong and the others had already been sent flying. Xiaoqi's bodyguard was actually so powerful. This strength was at least at the early stage of the human martial realm. Such a person was actually her servant. No wonder the people of True Spill continent were able to receive the attention and protection of the Star Alliance even though they were from a low-level continent. They feared that it wasn't because the people of True Spill continent were descendants of powerhouses who had made great contributions to the Star Alliance, or because there were treasures in True Spill continent. It was because of Luo Qingtong. Everyone was surprised. F***CK. Didn't they say that the girl Ji Feiyu brought back was an ordinary girl from a low-level 9-star region? In order to climb up the family Ji social ladder, she deliberately bewitched Ji Feiyu and made him break off the engagement with the eldest daughter of the Star Alliance of the Star Wilderness region? What the F***CK, this kind of low-level 9-star region girl with a human martial realm guard, please give me a dozen of them. I'm willing to be bewitched. That's right. Do the family Ji people treat her like a fool? A girl with a human martial arts realm guard like her wants to be with Ji Feiyu. Does she need to bewitch him and make him break off the engagement with Mo Zhuling to get what she wants? What a joke. That's right. The family Ji people even said that she wanted to climb up their social ladder. My God, how can they be so shameless? Don't they know how powerful the family Ji is? Ji Yuankuan has only just entered the human martial arts realm. His cultivation is only at the beginning of the human martial arts realm, right? Even so, he's only qualified to be her guard. How dare they say that she's trying to climb up their social ladder? Ha ha ha, I'm going to laugh my teeth out. The crowd was almost one-sidedly laughing at the family Ji people. If they had already believed that Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu were innocent after hearing what Luo Qingtong had told Ji Feitong, then they were even more convinced after seeing Chu Tiany's display of strength. Because with the strength behind Luo Qingtong's display, she was qualified to be with any young talent in the Dongting region, let alone Ji Feiyu, who was recognized as trash in the Dongting region. After all, the person behind her was an expert at the beginning of the human martial arts realm. Such a person would be considered an overlord in any 8-star domain. The family Ji was a powerful family in the Dongting region, but Ji Yuankuan's strength was only at the beginning of the human martial arts realm. Such a level of strength was only on par with the strength of Luo Qingtong's guard. What was there to be proud of? The crowd was gloating in their hearts. They only felt that the family Ji people were extremely stupid. Facing such a powerful girl, they actually said that she was trying to climb up the social ladder and offend her to the point of death. Did water get into their brains? While the crowd was discussing, Ji Yuankuan and Ji Feiyu, Ji had not gone far. Originally, Ji Fighting and the others were prepared to ignore Qin Xiong and the others when they went back to beg for mercy. Yuankuan, 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 Ji, Yuankuan, Ji, Yuankuan, Yuankuan, Ji, Yuankuan, Ji, Yuankuan, Yut, Yuankuan, Yuankuan, Yukuan. They. Ji. Ji Feiyu and Ji Feiyu did not pay much attention to them at first, but when the mocking laughter behind them became louder and reached their ears, they realized what kind of opportunity they had missed. the girl who came with Ji Feiyu from the Star Wilderness region was only at the Sage Master realm. The guard behind her was actually at the beginning of the human martial arts realm. He sent Xianxia and Ji Feiyu flying with one blow. Was this true? The crowd was stunned. Especially Ji Feiyu. He did not expect the strength behind Luo Qingtong to be so strong. Ji Feiyu tried hard to recall Chu Tianyi, who was behind Luo Qingtong. He could not see his strength at all. He was actually at the human martial arts realm. Such a strong cultivator was actually berated by the venerable realm maidservant behind Luo Qingtong to the point that her nose was not her nose and her eyes were not her eyes. His expression was shocked to the extreme, followed by jealousy. Ji Feiyu actually had such a young girl by his side. With a guard in the human martial arts realm, her identity was definitely not as simple as a young girl from a low-level 9-star region. Damn it, Qin Xiong and that group of idiots had completely messed up his chance to curry favor with a young girl from a powerful family. Ji Fighting's expression was furious and shocked. Ji Feitong's expression was completely lifeless. The power behind Luo Qingtong was actually so strong. Previously, he had still gone to her and asked her to be his concubine. He had even scolded her for not knowing how to appreciate favors. Now it looked like who was the one who didn't know how to appreciate favors, and who was the one who was stupid enough to court death. If it weren't for that stupid action, perhaps Luo Qingtong wouldn't have done anything to him and used him to deal with Ji Fighting and the others. Because the ones who had been dealing with Ji Feiyu and the others were not him, but Ji Fighting and the others. As Ji Feitong thought this, his heart instantly collapsed with regret. While they were still in shock, Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the others had already left the arena. Ji Yuanqing and the others were shocked by the power of Chu Tianyi behind Luo Qingtong, and their attitude towards her became even more respectful and grateful. In fact, even if Chu Tianyi hadn't revealed her power, their gratitude towards Luo Qingtong would definitely not be small. After all, if it weren't for Luo Qingtong's appearance, they and their son would never have been able to escape the persecution of Ji Fighting and the others. Anyone could see that Ji Fighting and the others had wanted to catch their entire family in one fell swoop, expel them from the family Ji, and abolish the direct line of descent. At that time, the family Ji would be under the control of the other party. Of course, reality had proven that the family Ji had long been under their control. Otherwise, why would he and his son be unable to explain themselves? As Ji Yuanqing thought this, he immediately mocked in his heart. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She did not decline Ji Yuanqing's gratitude. After all, although she was clarifying things for herself, it was an indisputable fact that she had saved Ji Feiyu and the others. There was no need for her to be modest. The group chatted as they walked into Ji Feiyu's courtyard outside the family Ji. This was where Ji Feiyu usually lived. Because he did not have a good time in the family Ji, he spent most of his time in the villa. The things inside were very complete. After arriving at the villa, Ji Feiyu told Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui about what Luo Qingtong had told him about the blood curse. The two of them had no idea that Ji Feiyu's inability to cultivate actually hid such a sinister truth. They had searched for famous doctors and rare treasures, but the fact that Ji Feiyu could not cultivate still could not be changed. Everyone thought that Ji Feiyu was born a good-for-nothing, including themselves. But now, Ji Feiyu told them that the reason he could not cultivate was not because he was a good-for-nothing. It was because someone had put a curse on him, and it was an extremely vicious soul blood curse. The two of them felt that the sky was about to fall. Fortunately, Ji Feiyu later told them that Luo Qingtong could cure him. Moreover, she came back with him this time to solve the problem of the soul blood curse in his body. When Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui heard this, they almost wanted to kneel down in front of Luo Qingtong. To them, their son was the most important thing. For Ji Feiyu, Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui could ask to leave the clan. They even ran around for more than 10 years just to find a way to prolong Ji Feiyu's life. Now that they could finally get what they wanted, how could they not be excited? While the two of them were excited, Luo Qingtong looked at Ji Yuanqing seriously and said, "Uncle, if I'm not wrong." As soon as she said that, Ji Yuanqing's expression froze. He looked at Luo Qingtong and said with some difficulty, "Miss Xiaoqi, why do you say that?" When he spoke, his tone was 30% hopeful and 70% hopeful. He looked at Luo Qingtong with a cautious expression. Luo Qingtong looked at him and said with a deep expression, "My abilities have not fully recovered, so I am not very accurate. But Uncle Ji, your body has an aura similar to Ji Feiyu's. If I'm not wrong, the soul blood curse on you and him should be of the same origin. It's just that the blood curse on you is not as vicious as his soul blood curse." Luo Qingtong naturally had her reasons for saying that. Although her bloody eyes had not fully recovered, she had helped block Ji Feiyu's soul blood curse. She was very sensitive to the aura of the soul blood curse. The moment she saw Ji Yuanqing, she had already sensed that Ji Yuanqing had an aura similar to the soul blood curse on Ji Feiyu's body, but it was much fainter. If she guessed correctly, the reason why Ji Yuanqing's cultivation had not improved for so many years was probably because of this blood curse. As for why Ji Yuanqing's blood curse was weaker than Ji Feiyu's, Luo Qingtong thought that it was probably because Ji Feiyu's aptitude was many times better than Ji Yuanqing's. Therefore, the person who had originally cursed Ji Yuanqing had abandoned him and cursed Ji Feiyu. As she thought this, she immediately said to Ji Yuanqing, "Uncle Ji, when your strength stopped falling, was it when Ji Feiyu was born?" As soon as her words left her mouth, Ji Yuanqing's expression froze. He looked at Luo Qingtong and nodded with difficulty. "Yes." Luo Qingtong said that when his strength stopped falling, it meant that she knew that his strength was constantly falling. Ji Yuanqing recalled the past. Back then, he was full of vigor and had broken through to the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm early on. He was only waiting for the last step to break through to the human martial arts realm and inherit the position of patriarch. The people of the Dongting region, the thousands of high-class continents, and the forces of countless regions all thought that he would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and become the fastest cultivator to break through to the human martial arts realm in the Dongting region. However, things did not go as he wished. One morning, he suddenly discovered that his strength was constantly dropping. What kind of terrible experience was that? Ji Yuanqing didn't want to think about it anymore. He only knew that his strength was dropping at an extremely frightening speed, and this drop was simply irreversible. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how many elixirs he consumed, no matter how many rare herbs he swallowed, no matter how hard he tried, 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 no matter how hard he and that period of time was when Ji Yuanqing was at his most devastated. Just as his strength was about to drop from the venerable realm, Ji Feiyu was born. After that, his strength stopped falling. At that time, he thought that his son was a lucky star, but he didn't expect that he couldn't cultivate from the moment he was born. Ji Yuanqing had always blamed himself. He felt that when his strength inexplicably dropped back then, he must have inherited something to Ji Feiyu. As a result, when his son was born, he had to bear the infamy of being a good-for-nothing. He also did his best to treat Ji Feiyu well. But now, it seemed that the person who caused the tragedy of him and his son back then was not himself, but the person who secretly cursed him? As Ji Yuanqing thought of this, he immediately gritted his teeth until they bled. "Bastard!" He squeezed these two words out from between his teeth. His heart was filled with extreme hatred. For the sake of Ji Feiyu's inability to cultivate and his strength, the father and son had suffered so much, and how much humiliation and ridicule had they suffered. But now, he learned that all of this was man-made. The person behind the scenes, he must make him suffer a fate worse than death. Ji Yuanqing's heart was filled with hatred. At this moment, Li Shui also gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "Ji Yuankuan, Ji fighting. It must be the father and son." There was a reason for Li Shui's suspicion. Ji Yuankuan and Ji fighting were of the same origin, and they rose to power almost at the same time. Just as Ji Yuanqing's strength continued to decline, Ji Yuankuan's strength increased by leaps and bounds, and he rose to power later. And Ji Fighting was also born after Ji Feiyu was identified as a good-for-nothing. After that, he had always carried the name of the family Ji's genius and had been glorious for more than 20 years. As Li Shui thought of this, even her voice was so cold that it seemed like ice shards were about to fall. If Ji Fighting and his son were really the culprits, then she would definitely make them pay with blood. She would not be merciful. When her voice sounded, Luo Qingtong shook her head and said, I don't know if it's the two of them. For the time being, we shouldn't alert the enemy. Luo Qingtong's blood pupil had been overused because she had helped Ji Feiyu obtain the ability at the marriage proposal banquet. She had not fully recovered yet, so she could not see the connection between Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing and the mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, it was not appropriate to alert the enemy at this time. Otherwise, if the mastermind behind the scenes saw through it. Luo Qingtong's blood pupil had not recovered yet, so she could not save Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing when the other party activated the blood curse at the same time. As for Li Shui, ever since she found out that Luo Qingtong could treat Ji Feiyu and told her about Ji Yuanqing's past, she no longer doubted her. Hearing this, she immediately nodded and said, All right, Miss Xiaoqi, don't worry, I'll listen to you. Luo Qingtong immediately chuckled and said, Well, Auntie Li, you don't have to be particularly worried. The family Ji's people won't be able to escape. You can take this opportunity to watch the show. After all, it's a family Ji show. As for Uncle Ji and Ji Feiyu, during this period of time, Uncle Ji can treat his hand. As for Feiyu, he can increase his strength first. When the time comes, let's see how the family Ji people react. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes as she said this. The family Ji people had suffered such a huge setback this time. If Ji Fighting and the others were indeed the mastermind behind it, they would definitely not be able to resist taking action. By then, even if Luo Qingtong's blood pupil had not recovered, she would be able to easily identify the culprit. Once they found the culprit, the rest would be easy. When Luo Qingtong said this, Ji Feiyu, Ji Yuankuan, and the others' faces suddenly lit up. Xiaoqi, my father's hand can be cured? Ji Feiyu's face was filled with surprise. He almost thought that this was a dream. Luo Qingtong being able to cure his blood curse was enough of a surprise. However, he did not expect that she could also cure his father's hand. He originally thought that she was only good at curing this kind of evil curse. Luo Qingtong chuckled. Looking at Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui's excited eyes, she said, Yes, and it's not that difficult. Although Luo Qingtong's eye technique had not fully recovered, she could still use basic vision. Otherwise, how could she have escaped from a group of black-clothed men and silver-clothed guards when she first crossed over? However, the most basic vision could not see the hidden power behind the soul blood curse. Naturally, there was no way to see its traces and connections. Therefore, Luo Qingtong asked Ji Feiyu and Li Shui to wait, so as not to alert the enemy and cause a matter that could be easily solved to end up in a lose-lose situation. That would not be beautiful. What's more, she had to get the power of the blood curse controlled by the mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, wouldn't this trip have been in vain? Luo Qingtong's words rang out. In an instant, Ji Yuanqing and Li Shui's eyes filled with tears. Husband, did you hear that? Your hand can still be saved. Not only will your strength be restored in the future, even your hand can be healed. Husband. Li Shui covered her mouth, her face full of unspeakable excitement. God knows how many years their family had waited for this moment. Ji Feiyu's face was also full of excitement and joy. His father's health had always been a knot in his heart. And now, his life was finally complete. Little 7, I really don't know how to thank you. He looked at the peerlessly beautiful and devilishly charming girl in front of him, and his heart thumped violently. How could he thank her? She was like a beam of light that suddenly shone into his life, illuminating his life. Ji Feiyu did not know what his life would have been like if he had not gone to the Star Wilderness and met Luo Qingtong. Perhaps he would have died helplessly after enduring extreme humiliation and trampling. Or perhaps he would have been used as fertilizer for his strength, dying an unnatural death in all kinds of misery and helplessness. And no matter what, his parents could not have been spared. They had worked hard for him for half their lives, but he did not even have the ability to repay them. He even implicated them to suffer humiliation and torture for him, and finally went to the Yellow Springs with him. And all of this was avoided because of Luo Qingtong's existence. Ji Feiyu did not know what salvation and faith felt like in this world. But if there was, it must be the feeling that Luo Qingtong gave him. Bright, wanton, confident, dominating, soaring, in this world, she was incomparably unbridled. But in her heart, such a beautiful woman already had a sweetheart, thinking like this, the light in his eyes, the light. He recalled Luo Qingtong's bright eyes and spirited expression when she mentioned that she had a fiancé in the convoy. At first, he didn't know what kind of expression that expression. But now, he knew. She must love her fiancé very much. Even when she mentioned him, her face was incomparably cheerful and sweet. That was an atmosphere that no one could get involved in. Thinking like this, Ji Feiyu's heart instantly ached. In the past, he did not care about Luo Qingtong's words that she had a fiancé. But when he thought of it now, he felt that his heart was so tight that he could not breathe. Usually, I don't miss her. That's why I miss her, and that's why I miss her. Thinking like this, he pinched the corner of his clothes and slowly lowered his head. Sometimes, if you were one step late, would you be slow for a lifetime? Ji Feiyu did not know. But he knew that he might have missed Luo Qingtong's life. Ji Feiyu's face turned pale. Luo Qingtong did not see it because he had lowered his head. Hearing his words, she smiled and said, "It's all right. Don't forget that helping you is also helping myself. All right, all of you can go back and rest. I'll send you the list of medicinal herbs that Uncle Ji needs later. When the time comes, just find the herbs according to the list and send them over." Li Shui immediately agreed after hearing Luo Qingtong's words. "All right, Miss Xiaoqi, have a good rest." As she said this, she left with Ji Feiyu and the others. As for Yan Yang and Chu Tianyi, they both returned to their own rooms. Of course, it was a separate room. Yan Yang would not let Chu Tianyi take advantage of her, she had not completely forgiven him. How could she let him get close to her so quickly? Chu Tianyi was about to shamelessly follow her into her room when she slammed the door so hard that it almost hit him in the face. Yan Yang snorted coldly and said, "If you dare to take a step in without my permission, what we talked about before will be completely null and void." What did she talk about? Before, of course, she was talking about getting back together with him. When Chu Tianyi heard this, his footsteps, which were originally about to continue forward, immediately stopped. The door in front of him was not an obstacle at all. However, he did not dare to take a step forward in the face of Yan Yang's words. Forget it. He still had a long life ahead of him. As long as she was willing to be with him, he was not afraid that she would not be able to untie the knot in her heart. As Chu Tianyi thought of this, he rubbed his nose and returned to the room next to Yan Yang's. Luo Qingtong was in her room. After taking a simple bath, she lay on the bed and took out the 9 phoenix ring from her storage ring to examine it carefully. I wonder what that man is doing now. As she thought of this, she gently stroked the pattern of the 9 netherworld phoenix ring and put it on her ring finger. Then, she raised her hand and took it off. Looking at the 9 nether phoenix ring being taken out without any hindrance, Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. The fact that the ring had been removed so easily meant that Yi Qianxian's ring was still sealed. That man was protecting her in his own way, wasn't he? He hadn't come to the star-desolate domain to look for her for so long. Was he held back by the matters in Tiandu? As Luo Qingtong thought of this, her brows furrowed even more tightly. Thinking of the scene when she left the abandoned continent, Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold. Tiandu? Trying to stop her from being with Yi Qianxian was simply a pipe dream. Sooner or later, she would personally go to Tiandu and tell the emperor of Tiandu how blind he was. At this time, Luo Qingtong did not want to cause trouble for Yi Qianxian. That man was protecting her. She could not let anyone have the chance to use her to disturb his mind. As she thought of this, she immediately put the 9 nether phoenix ring back into her storage ring. At this time, in a certain territory many miles away from the Dongting region, Yi Qianxian was lying on the bed, looking at the sealed Shifeng dragon ring in his hand. Just then, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside. "Master." "Good." Yi Qianxian's eyes were ice cold. He straightened himself and stood up from the bed. With a wave of his hand, he put on a robe that was hanging at the side. Beneath the fluttering sleeves and golden patterns, he strode away. Immediately send out orders to the other members of Black Nether Palace. Have them block off all channels that Heaven Capital uses to reach True Spill Continent. I don't want to see anyone related to Heaven Capital appear on the border of True Spill Continent. Also, have the people of Black Nether Palace increase their attacks on Heaven Capital. I want them to have no time to attack True Spill Continent. Xianxia's voice was ice cold. As soon as he left the abandoned continent, he knew that Heaven Capital's emperor and the others would not give up. Now, he really did see them attack True Spill Continent. Unfortunately, Heaven Capital's people had already missed the best opportunity to attack True Spill Continent. If they had recklessly attacked True Spill Continent the first time they found him, Xianxia might not have been able to completely stop them at that time. But now, since he already knew that the people of Heaven Capital knew the location of the True Spill Continent, and Luo Qingtong just happened to return, how could he not be on guard? If Heaven Capital's people wanted to injure Luo Qingtong from his hands, that was simply a dream, and if they wanted to use this to force him to return, then that was even more ridiculous. The greatest mistake that Heaven Capital's people made was that they didn't think that he would be the Lord of Black Nether Palace. As Xianxia thought this, he coldly snorted and strode outside. Black Nether Palace's people had just been recalled and their internal situation wasn't completely stable yet. Xianxia still needed to oversee this place. Once things stabilized here, he would immediately go to Star Desolate region to look for Luo Qingtong. That woman, he didn't know if she was thinking of him. As Xianxia thought of this, a hint of warmth and gentleness appeared in her cold and sharp eyes. The light in his eyes softened a lot. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others, who were originally suffocated by the cold and sharp aura on his body, breathed a sigh of relief. They knew in their hearts that their master was most likely thinking about the evil doctor again. Only when he thought of the evil doctor would his master's cold and terrifying aura, so cold that it could almost turn into a blade, be slightly restrained. Heaven Capital's people had truly provoked their master. They feared that Heaven Capital's army would suffer heavy casualties. His Majesty really underestimated Master. He thought that Master's strength would not be able to be fully displayed due to the heavenly vein body's limit. However, she did not know that her master had met a demon like the evil doctor. The drawbacks of the heavenly vein body in her body had been greatly alleviated. If it weren't for the fact that the strength of the evil doctor was not enough to completely cure the master, Heaven Capital would have been turned upside down. How could His Majesty and the others have the chance to use the evil doctor to threaten Master? As the crowd thought of this, they felt an indescribable sense of comfort and relief. They had tolerated it for long enough. Since their master's retirement, Heaven Capital's people had come to bully them. It was simply unbearable. This time, they had directly bullied their master's heart. Let's see how their master will deal with them. The group of people followed Xianxia as they strode out. At this time, in Ji Feiyu's residence in Dongting region. Someone from the family Namgong? Luo Qingtong looked surprised. She looked at Ji Feiyu, who nodded. Yes, someone from the family Namgong. The head of the family Namgong personally brought someone here to thank you. Little Seven, are you willing to see him? If you're not willing, I'll reject him for you. When Ji Feiyu said this, Luo Qingtong roughly knew what was going on. The family Namgong. That day in the central arena, she had asked Ji Feitong to reveal the conspiracy and secrets of Ji Fighting and the others. Among them, it seemed that a young master from the family Namgong had been blinded by Ji Fighting and had become a fool. And this family Namgong seemed to be very grateful to Ji Fighting. Over the years, he had taken advantage of them. So, was he here to thank her for letting them know the truth? As Luo Qingtong thought this, she suddenly laughed. She could already imagine the scene of Ji Fighting and the others being in a terrible fix and being betrayed by their friends and family. What Ji Feitong had said at that time was all true. As long as someone investigated, they would be able to find clues from the details revealed in his words. At that time, the things that Ji Fighting had done could not be hidden at all. Luo Qingtong even heard Ji Feiyu say that because of Ji Feitong's words at that time, everyone in the Dongting region who knew about this matter, who had encountered even the slightest bit of misfortune, would ferociously investigate to the death. At this time, the entire Dongting region was in an uproar. It could be seen that in the future, many sinister things that Ji Fighting had done but Ji Feitong had not participated in would be dug up. At that time, Ji Fighting and the others would suffer. As she thought this, she immediately smiled at Ji Feiyu and said, "Okay, then let's meet." In any case, she had nothing to do in Ji Feiyu's residence. And the news of her meeting with the family Nangong might even make Ji Fighting and the others fly into a rage and become restless. This made them even faster to act in desperation. With this in mind, Luo Qingtong immediately went to the hall with Ji Feiyu and the others. In the hall, the family Nangong and the family Nangong were already waiting. When they saw Luo Qingtong, they hurriedly stood up. The family Nangong thanked Luo Qingtong, "Miss Xiaoqi. It's all thanks to you that our family Nangong was able to see the true colors of Ji Fighting and the others. This is a small token of appreciation that we prepared. We heard that you were looking for these medicinal herbs, and our family Nangong happened to have some, so we sent them over. In addition, we've already sent people to find Ji Fighting and the others to settle the score. All these years, we want Ji Fighting to spit out all the things that he took from our family Nangong. When the time comes, we'll give them to you as a token of appreciation. At the same time, we'll also express our disrespect to young Master Ji when we didn't know what was right and wrong." The family Nangong's expression was very sincere. He waved his hand and had people send a pile of things over. Luo Qingtong took a look. These were the medicinal herbs that she had asked Ji Feiyu and the others to collect during this period of time that could treat Ji Yuanqing. Although it wasn't complete, it was obvious that the family Nangong had put in a lot of effort. And the resources that Ji Fighting had obtained from the family Nangong over the years were not a small amount. Luo Qingtong smiled lightly. She nodded at the family Nangong and said, "Okay, thank you, family Nangong. You're so considerate." When things were going smoothly for Ji Fighting and the others, everything was naturally good. Now that they had suffered a backlash, they finally knew what it meant to bring evil upon oneself was the hardest to bear. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She accepted these gifts without batting an eyelid. However, she would not accept family Nangong's gifts for free. There were so many aristocratic families who had been cheated by Ji Fighting and the others, but only family Nangong came to give her gifts. Luo Qingtong still had a balance in her heart. Since family Nangong's people had such intentions, she would naturally reciprocate. "Was young Master Yu bitten by the 9 poisons and 5 evil spider?" Luo Qingtong heard the onlookers vaguely mention this before, so she said to family Nangong's master, "If family Nangong's master believes me, you can go to the 9 poisons and 5 evil spiders' nest to pick a stalk of herb. That herb is in the shape of a light yellow water droplet. After squeezing it into water, mix it with the 9 poisons and 5 evil spiders' inner bladder and give it to him. There should be a cure, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for his cultivation aptitude to return to the past." When she said this, family Nangong's people were instantly stunned. Family Nangong's master also looked at Luo Qingtong with shock and excitement. Miss Xiaoqi. Is this true?" His voice was trembling. Those who were harmed by Ji Fighting were basically young talents who were more powerful than him. He was known as the #1 genius in family Nangong, but in reality, he was not the most powerful in the Dongting region. As for young Master Yu, he was the most outstanding among the family Nangong's younger generation. His death was a huge blow to family Nangong. Now that they heard Luo Qingtong say that he could recover, but he would not be able to return to his previous aptitude, everyone felt as if they had been hit by a pie. This was because there was a huge difference between having one more genius disciple and one less genius disciple. Not to mention a genius disciple like young Master Yu, even if he did not have the amazing aptitude he had in the past, he would still be a great help to the family Nangong. Good. Good. Miss Xiaoqi, I'll send someone to do it immediately. As long as it's effective, the family Nangong will do our best to help you in the future. With that, he hurriedly led the family Nangong away. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent as she watched the family Nangong people leave. She smiled faintly without saying anything. If that young Master Yu from the family Nangong woke up, wouldn't Ji Fighting's life be even more difficult? Let's see how long they can last. It wouldn't be long before the fox's tail would be exposed. When the head of the family Nangong and the others left in a hurry, a family Nangong disciple couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, can we trust Luo Xiaoqi's words? Don't tell me she's trying to trick us, but I've never heard of a 9 poisons and 5 evil spider being cured in such a way." "That's right, Grandpa. Another Nangong family clan disciple also followed up and said, our Nangong family clan's people searched for who knows how many famous doctors for Yinyu's poison. They all said that there was no cure, that the poison had already entered the heart. How could she treat it so easily? And so easily. We've never heard of such a treatment method. That's right. The family Nangong people discussed animatedly. They didn't quite believe Luo Qingtong. The head of the family Nangong reprimanded them. What do you know? A bunch of idiots. As he said this, he suddenly took a deep breath and said to the group of Nangong family people, from now on, no one is allowed to be disrespectful to Miss Luo. Not only that, in the future, you can only serve Ji Feiyu and the others. You must try your best to satisfy their requests. Let them make a choice. Should we continue to protect Ji Feiyu and the others, or should we send Ji Feiyu and the others back? If it's the former, then don't blame us for being impolite. The family Nangong's face was cold, but he couldn't help but feel excited. He suspected that Luo Qingtong was the little seventh young master who had caused a stir in the Heavenly Wind region and the Flying Star region. After the incident on the abandoned continent, although not everyone saw Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianming together, news about her still spread in the two star regions. It even spread to the surrounding star regions. The family Nangong's master happened to have something to do before, so he went on a trip to the outer region. He happened to pass by the star regions around the Heavenly Wind region and heard about Luo Qingtong. Therefore, after learning that the woman brought back by Ji Feiyu was called Luo Xiaoqi, and that she was followed by a human martial realm expert as a servant, he wanted to take a look and thank her. After all, there were many people called Luo Xiaoqi, but they were of the same age and were followed by experts. These few points were not easy to match. Luo Qingtong didn't expect that there would be people in the True Spill continent who knew about her in the Heavenly Wind region. Therefore, when she reported her name to Ji Feiyu, she didn't make any special effort to hide it. Now, the family Nangong's master guessed that she might be the little seventh young master from the way she mentioned the antidote to the 9 poison 5 evil spider. Although he didn't know how she suddenly became a woman, Luo Qingtong's ability was very unique. The family Nangong's master had already determined Luo Qingtong's identity. It was just that Luo Qingtong obviously wanted to hide it, so he didn't say anything. Not only that, he didn't say anything to the Nangong family in case Luo Qingtong's identity was exposed and they were unhappy. Thinking of Luo Qingtong's identity as the little seventh young master, the family Nangong's master felt a burst of excitement. On the other hand, the family Nangong members were stunned. They did not understand why the head of the family Nangong would be so protective of Luo Qingtong. After all, even if the other party could cure Nangong Yinyu's poison, there was no need for them to act like this, right? Wasn't the patriarch going overboard? They were confused, but they did not dare to refute the family Nangong's words. The group went straight back to family Nangong. At this time, in the family Ji Yuankuan, Ji Fighting, and the others also received the news that the family Nangong had gone to Ji Feiyu's residence to thank them. Immediately, Ji Yuankuan's expression became furious. Bastard! He gritted his teeth. Ji Feiyu and the others, on the other hand, had soared into the sky. Where did that bitch named Luo Xiaoqi come from? Damn it, Ji Yuankuan was furious. He couldn't believe that he had planned for half his life and was about to completely control the family Ji in his hands and get rid of Ji Yuanqing and the others. But at this time, such a thing happened. Now, their family was completely hated by everyone in the Dongting region. And they couldn't stay in the family Ji any longer, because those elders could no longer stand what they had done and the trouble they had brought to the family Ji. According to the news Ji Yuankuan received, those people were ready to join forces to deprive him of the position of the family Ji. At that time, they could only be driven out of the family Ji. Thinking of this, Ji Yuankuan's face suddenly showed an extremely gloomy and cold expression. At this time, Ji Fighting's voice sounded. The moment he said that, Ji Yuankuan's face was filled with shock. That method, he looked at his son, whom he relied on the most. Ji Fighting's expression was fierce. Father, I know you don't want to take that step unless it's absolutely necessary. But look, it's only been a short while and those families have already come knocking on our door. In the future, there will be more and more of these people, and these people in the family Ji obviously don't want us to stay in the family Ji anymore. If we don't use that method, are we really going to let them chase us out of the family G? At this point, he paused and said coldly, Father, you've used so many methods to get the family G. Now that all your efforts have been in vain, can you tolerate it? And those families that we've offended, once we leave the family G, they won't let it go. Now that we've come to this point, we might as well go all the way. At this point, G Fighting's voice was unusually vicious and heartless. He wasn't wrong. Luo Qingtong's reversal was too fast and effective. They didn't expect her to have such ability. And the words that came out of Ji Feitong's mouth were so detailed that they could almost be considered evidence. Ji Fighting and the others couldn't defend themselves at all. Under such circumstances, even if they wanted to twist the truth and say that Luo Qingtong was slandering them, no one would believe them. That was why Ji Fighting said that. They had already been completely turned around by Luo Qingtong and missed the opportunity. If they didn't act ruthlessly now, it would be too late. As soon as he said that, Ji Yuankuan's expression slowly changed. Fine. If they're heartless, I won't be righteous. Ji Yuankuan's expression was vicious. His voice was the same as his expression, carrying a sinister and vicious look. He didn't want to do this at first. But now, it was those people in the family Ji who had forced him. Let's go, I'll take you to see that lord. As Ji Yuankuan said that, he immediately led Ji Fighting to the secret room behind him. The two of them opened the door of the secret room and walked in. Soon, they appeared in a huge underground cave. Lord. In the underground cave, an extremely ferocious statue appeared in front of Ji Yuankuan and Ji Fighting. The statue's expression was extremely ferocious and terrifying. It had a green face and fangs, and its eyes were protruding. There were two huge sharp horns on its head. When Ji Yuankuan and Ji Fighting spoke, the statue's eyes suddenly moved, and then focused on the two of them. What are you doing here? The statue's voice was unusually sharp and gloomy. It sounded like something sharp was rubbing against each other, causing a teeth-numbing sound. Ji Fighting and Ji Yuankuan's didn't even dare to raise their heads. It wasn't the first time the two of them had come here. But every time he came in and saw this statue, he still felt a chill in his heart. That's right, Ji Yuankuan and Ji Fighting relied on this statue. This statue was discovered by Ji Yuankuan during a training session in a mystic realm. He had already forgotten how he had discovered the abnormality of the statue and how he had awakened the soul within the statue. But he knew that it was because of this statue. Back then, there were countless genius descendants like Ji Yuankuan in the family Ji. The glory of the direct descendants. Ji Yuankuan's strength was not bad among the concubines, but compared to those genius descendants of the direct descendants, he was not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention compared to the previous proud son of heaven, the destined successor of the family Ji, Ji Yuancheng. However, after obtaining this statue, Ji Yuankuan's strength continued to advance by leaps and bounds. Not only that, the geniuses of the direct descendants fell one after another, and their strength stagnated. All of this was because this statue had absorbed their souls and essence, transferring their strength and aptitude to Ji Yuankuan. Even Ji Fighting's current strength and status had come about because of this. Why did Ji Fighting secretly harm so many family descendants outside, other than the fact that the other party's strength and aptitude were above his, which made him jealous? The other reason was that the power of those people's souls could allow him to obtain a little more power from this statue. Otherwise, with the current situation of the family Ji's genius descendants withering, how could he maintain his genius persona? The two of them relied on this method to continuously rise to the top. Now that the matter was exposed, they naturally had to come here to ask for protection. Sir. Ji Yuankuan lowered his head and said, what we did outside has been exposed. Sir, please help us. Hee. Hearing his words, the statue suddenly laughed. It looked at Ji Yuankuan and Ji Fighting and said sinisterly, I told you to listen to me back then. What you did will be exposed sooner or later. Why don't you just sacrifice all the people of the family Ji? When I recover my true body, I will definitely give you supreme power. It will not be stronger than you guarding this family Ji now, but you are unwilling. Why, now you know to beg me. Hee. The statue mocked sharply. Ji Yuankuan and Ji Fighting could not refute it after a single sentence. It was not that they were unwilling at that time, but they were afraid that after this statue recovered its true body, they would no longer be able to suppress it. At that time, who knew what it would do to them? Over the years, they had gained some understanding of the strength of this statue. It could be said to be unprecedented and shocking. They were both shocked and excited. At the same time, they were also very scared. If the statue really left the current scene and recovered its true form, who knew what it would do to them in the end? What if it didn't fulfill its promise in the end and instead killed them and turned them into part of its body's power? Where would they go to cry? Therefore, the father and son had never agreed to this matter. But now, it was obvious that the family Ji could no longer tolerate them. The entire Dongting region saw them as scourges. What did they have to be afraid of? He might as well take a gamble and let the statue recover its true form. At that time, let's see if there are any clans in the Dongting region that would dare to raise their voices and demand justice from them. As Ji Yuankuan thought this, the expression on his face was extremely sinister. He looked at the statue and said, "We were wrong. We thought that the family Ji's people were related to us by blood, so we couldn't do it. So I thought of slowly restoring your strength and true body. My lord. That way, it would be safer." At the mention of Luo Qingtong, Ji Yuankuan gritted his teeth. He said to the statue, "Sir, now the family Ji wants to punish us, and the other families are not willing to let us go. We don't need to think about them anymore." As soon as Ji Yuankuan said that, the statue laughed even more sharply. "Alright, the two of you don't have to put on an act in front of me. If your matter hadn't been exposed this time, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been willing to sacrifice the family Ji's people, right? Hee hee. But it doesn't matter, as long as you're willing now. My promise has always been valid. But before that, I have to absorb the energy essence of that boy named Ji Feiyu. Otherwise, the energy I've accumulated is not enough to convert all the energy from the blood sacrifice of so many people." The words of the statue were exactly what Ji Fighting and Ji Yuankuan had been hoping for. In the end, this matter was caused by Ji Feiyu. Wasn't it good to be a good-for-nothing and be bullied by others? But he brought back that B***tch Luo Xiaoqi, forcing them to take risks. If they couldn't get anything good out of it, Ji Feiyu wouldn't either. He could have lived for a few more years. Now, he could go to hell. "Everything is up to you, sir. Then we'll go down and prepare. We'll do it in 3 days. Okay." The voice of the statue laughed. "When the time comes, you can directly lead the family Ji's people into the blood sacrifice array. As for Ji Feiyu's family, I'll deal with them." As soon as it said that, Ji Yuankuan and Ji Fighting both quickly agreed. At this moment, in the family Ji, Luo Qingtong was carefully examining the injury on Ji Yuanqing's arm. Ji Yuanqing's injury was indeed very serious. The meridians on his left arm were almost all torn. It was said that torn bones and flesh were easy to heal. At most, it would take some time to heal the muscles and bones. However, the broken meridians were almost impossible to heal. Even if it healed, it would be impossible for it to return to its original unobstructed state. As a result, the injury on Ji Yuanqing's arm had been delayed until now. However, it was different in Luo Qingtong's hands. She easily connected the meridians in Ji Yuanqing's arm. Not only that, she even gave him a few strands of the 1,000 silkworm thread that she had obtained from the abandoned continent. After all, Ji Yuanqing's left arm had been injured for too long. If he didn't use the 1,000 silkworm's threads to connect them, the meridians in his arms would be much weaker than the rest of his body since they hadn't been trained for a long time. At that time, it would definitely become a weakness of his body. Luo Qingtong helped him to the end. She also used a few threads of 1,000 silkworms to heal the meridians in his left hand. There was no difference between the meridians in his left hand and the meridians in other places. As for the medicinal herbs that Ji Feiyu and the others found, she also refined them into medicinal pills for Ji Yuanqing to consume. With this two-pronged approach, the strength of Ji Yuanqing's left hand would recover to its original state in less than 2 days. Ji Feiyu and Li Shui were originally very nervous, afraid that there would be another problem. In the end, when Luo Qingtong told them that it had been cured and that there would be no difference in their strength in the future, the two of them were so happy that they cried. Ji Yuanqing's face was also full of surprise and shock. He knew what the situation with his left hand was, so he also knew what it meant for Luo Qingtong to be able to restore his left hand to its original state. The other party's medical skills were simply godly, Was their family really in the midst of a storm of misfortune? Otherwise, how could they know such a young girl? The family Nangong clan had come to visit. This time, the family Nangong clan master had brought Nangong Yenyu with him. Nangong Yenyu, who was known as Nangong Jiyu, young master Yu, was wearing white clothes and appeared in front of Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the others. He did not have the slightest bit of madness and blindness as the rumors said. However, Luo Qingtong could still see from the fatigue and vicissitudes in his eyes that what he had experienced was not an illusion. Congratulations on your recovery, young master Yu. She smiled and nodded at Nangong Yenyu. The latter also nodded and cupped his hands in return. Thank you, Lady Xiaoqi. These years were like a dream. If it wasn't for Lady Xiaoqi, I would still be muddle-headed and would not know the ugliness and hypocrisy of this world. It is more terrifying than I imagined. Nangong Yenyu said with a mocking smile. He used to believe in Ji fighting, but now he felt how stupid he was. He dared to believe in such a snake and scorpion. Not only that, he even entrusted his life to him. If it wasn't for Luo Qingtong saving him, he might not even know that it was Ji fighting who did it to him. Not to mention that Ji fighting used his name to get a lot of benefits from the family Nangong. After Nangong Yenyu spoke, the family Nangong clan master also said, Lady Xiaoqi, it is all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, Yenyu would definitely not be able to wake up again. Our family Nangong doesn't know how to repay the grace of rebirth. This is what we got from the family Ji. Ji fighting has taken the resources from us all these years. Please accept it, Lady Xiaoqi. In addition, the family Nangong clan master said in a deep voice, if Lady Xiaoqi has any instructions, please do not hesitate to say it. We have already sent people to inform the family Ji to make a choice between young Master Feiyu's family and Ji fighting's family. I believe there will be an answer soon. Our family Nangong will always stand by young Master Feiyu's side. Luo Qingtong was astonished when she heard the family Nangong's words. Wasn't the family Nangong making a huge sacrifice this time, putting aside the family Nangong resources that Ji fighting had given her before? They were just inanimate objects after all. However, this time, Ji Feiyu's side had nothing, and Ji Feiyu's ability to cultivate had not been made public yet. If the people of the family Nangong were already on his side, wouldn't they be afraid of severely hindering their development in the future? After all, supporting a piece of trash was a joke in everyone's eyes. Even if the people of the family Nangong knew how to repay kindness, there was no need for them to do something that was detrimental to the development of their family, right? However, the family Nangong's attitude was sincere, so Luo Qingtong did not refuse. After all, it didn't matter what the other party thought. This was a good thing for Ji Feiyu and the others. Luo Qingtong originally wanted to help Ji Feiyu and the others find a helper, so that she could leave here without worry. Before she could find a helper, the people of the family Nangong came knocking. Since that was the case, then she would choose them. After she nodded in agreement, the family Nangong's head was very happy in his heart. He originally wanted to build a relationship with Luo Qingtong, and now he wanted to build a relationship with Ji Feiyu and the others. After all, the other party had made Luo Qingtong spend a lot of effort, and it was not something an ordinary friendship could compare to. The family Nangong's head thought so, and his face was immediately filled with a smile. When he left with Nangong Yenyu, Suiyu, and the others suddenly rushed in from outside. Young master. Little 7. Hearing that, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. Ji Feiyu, Ji Yuanqing, and the others said in low voices, that's impossible. Ji Yuankuan and the others wouldn't be so generous. Little 7, there's a conspiracy. Ji Feiyu looked at Luo Qingtong worriedly. He didn't believe that Ji Yuankuan and Ji fighting would have such courage and magnanimity. They actually took the initiative to abdicate and let their family return to the position of family head. Let's not talk about how sudden this decision was. Just based on Ji fighting and Ji Yuankuan's personalities, they weren't that kind of people. Just as he was thinking this, Luo Qingtong smiled faintly and said, of course, it seems like the snake has come out of the hole. Luo Qingtong smiled faintly in her heart. She had waited for so many days, and finally, there was movement from Ji Yuankuan and Ji fighting. However, even if they wanted to deal with Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing, there was no need to make such a big move. They even called back everyone from the family Ji. What were they trying to do? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows slightly. On the other side, everyone in the family Ji was very happy. They were originally prepared to give up on Ji Yuankuan and Ji fighting. They didn't expect them to be so tactful and take the initiative to abdicate. Not only that, they even called back the family Ji who were outside to gain experience. With such a big move, it was obvious that Ji Yuankuan and his son didn't deliberately say this to fool them. Since that was the case, they were relieved. After all, no one wanted to be implicated by Ji Yuankuan and his son. Now, the family Ji's reputation as the #1 drama queen in Dongting was very well known. They had lost all their face. Not only that, they had also suffered a lot in the hands of Ji Yuankuan and his son. Under such circumstances, who would still protect the father and son pair? The members of the Ji family were not fools. Ji Yuankuan and the others were like the sun in the sky, so they naturally flattered them. But at this moment, Ji Yuankuan and the others were practically hated by everyone in the Dongting region. Did they still need to protect them? Not to mention, the family Nangong had been severely offended by Ji fighting. He had already told his parents to choose between Ji Feiyu and Ji fighting. Did they even need to think about it? Naturally, he would choose Ji Feiyu. After all, no matter how useless he was, Luo Qingtong and the human martial arts realm expert behind her were a great help to their family Ji. Moreover, the family Nangong had already announced to the public that they would always be on Ji Feiyu's side. It was even more impossible for them to support Ji fighting and the others. Therefore, from the very beginning, they had wanted Ji Yuankuan to abdicate. Now that the other party had brought it up himself, it was in line with their wishes. The group of people from the Ji family were extremely happy. They were afraid that Ji Yuankuan would change his mind again. At that time, there would be unexpected complications and unnecessary trouble. They immediately spread the word. They told the family Ji's people who were training outside to come back as soon as possible. While they were in an uproar, Ji fighting and Ji Yuankuan had cold smiles on their faces. Humph, these people can't wait for me to give up my position to Ji Yuanqing and the others. In their dreams, Ji Yuankuan's expression was ferocious. He looked at the busy family Ji's people below and sneered, "The blood sacrifice array has been drawn. It's under the family Ji's martial arts practice field. Once it's activated, I want them to die without a burial place." Ji Yuankuan's voice was cold. Ji fighting's face was also very cold and ruthless. He looked at the family Ji below and said, "It's a pity that I can't see Ji Feiyu and the others die in fear tomorrow. But it's the same to see it afterwards. They can't survive under the hands of Sir, even if Luo Xiaoqi has an expert at the early stage of the human martial realm behind her." He said so, his face was full of contempt and ruthlessness. Even if that Sir's body was incomplete and only had a soul body, he still had the strength of the 9th level of the human martial realm. If it wasn't for the time limit that he could lead the statue and that he couldn't lead the statue often, which limited his help to them, they would have already unified the Dongting region. At this time, the other party was preparing to attack Ji Feiyu and the others. Luo Qingtong and the others who lived with Ji Feiyu and the others were also doomed. After the blood sacrifice of the family Ji's people, he and his father were about to walk towards glory. At that time, let's see who would dare to cause trouble for them. He and his father were too indecisive before. They were afraid that after the Sir's reconstruction, it would be disadvantageous to them, so they had been delaying it. Otherwise, how could Luo Qingtong deal with them before? Ji fighting thought of the humiliation and disdain he had suffered in the central arena before, and his face became fierce and vicious. At this time, Luo Qingtong had also finished making arrangements in the courtyard where Ji Feiyu was. "No matter what happens later, the two of you are not to leave this circle." Luo Qingtong instructed Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing. She set up a formation in the middle of the lobby, which was reinforced with the power of inscriptions. Under the double superposition, it could make the blood curse power in their bodies appear when people touched it. Luo Qingtong couldn't guess what tricks Ji Yuankuan and Ji fighting would play at the clan meeting. But she was sure that Ji Yuankuan and the others would definitely touch the blood curse power in Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing's bodies. They would not give up their positions so easily. In that case, it was normal to attack Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing. Luo Qingtong's blood pupil had yet to fully recover. If Ji Feiyu was alone, she would still be able to deal with him. However, with the addition of Ji Yuanqing, she was afraid that she would not be able to take care of him. That was why they were allowed to enter the formation. At that time, the formation would naturally ensure their safety. In this way, the power of the blood curse in their bodies would not be easily triggered. At the same time, it would make it easier for Luo Qingtong to find out who did it. Once it was dealt with, the blood curse in Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing's bodies would be completely removed. When Luo Qingtong's words came out, Ji Yuanqing and Ji Feiyu both nodded in agreement. The injury on Ji Yuanqing's left hand had completely recovered. His essence, energy, spirit, and strength all rose by a level. The 1,000 silkworm thread that Luo Qingtong gave him was really too useful. He did not feel the slightest bit of stagnation in his strength. He only felt that his left hand had never been injured, nor had it been paralyzed for so many years. While the two of them were in position, Luo Qingtong was making other preparations. She never fought a battle that she was not confident in, and she never underestimated any enemy. Although she was almost certain that it was Ji Fighting and Ji Yuankuan who attacked Ji Feiyu and the others. She let Little Pig and Xiao Tuanzi out and let them watch over her in case anything went wrong. While Luo Qingtong was busy in Ji Feiyu's courtyard, in the cave in Ji Yuankuan's secret room, the huge ferocious statue was also flashing. Then, with a swoosh, an almost transparent aura suddenly rose from the statue's body. Then, it appeared outside the statue. Hehe, it's been a long time since I came out to stretch my muscles. I heard that Ji Feiyu has a young girl by his side, and there's also a human martial realm expert by her side? Since that's the case, I'll also absorb the other party's profound chi. The transparent aura wriggled in the air and then quickly condensed into the same appearance as the statue. Then, it turned and disappeared into the air. At this time, in the courtyard, Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the others had already spent most of the night. The next day was the day that Ji Fighting and the others would hold the family meeting. Could it be that the other party actually intended to return the position of family head to Ji Feiyu and the others and did not intend to do anything? Luo Qingtong thought so and suddenly raised her eyebrows. At this time, boom. The array that Luo Qingtong made for Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing suddenly moved. An invisible force hit the array formation and was blocked by the power of the array formation. Not only that, the inscription pattern inside also started to move. Buzz buzz buzz. Following the sound of movement, a blood-red pattern appeared above Ji Feiyu's head in an instant. Waves of suction force were continuously coming from the other side of the thread. If Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing weren't in the array that Luo Qingtong drew, they would have been sucked dry. The scene of the soul blood curse flaring up was unexpectedly so violent. Sui Yu, Li Shuyi, and the others watched with trepidation. Only now did they realize that Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing had practically walked through a life-and-death situation. While her face was filled with shock, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly lit up, and her entire body flew up in an instant. He's here. Her voice was ice-cold. Almost instantly, she flew above Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing's heads. With a whoosh, she pointed her finger and lifted the blood-colored net that appeared above their heads. Then, she raised her hand and fiercely pulled it out. Come out. Luo Qingtong straightened the fingers of her left hand. With a boom, the blood curse power in Ji Yuanqing and Ji Feiyu's bodies was instantly pulled out by her. This action could be done when she first discovered the blood curse in Ji Feiyu's body. However, in order not to alert the enemy, Luo Qingtong only imprisoned the blood curse power in Ji Feiyu's body at that time and used the Yin Soul Pill to replace his soul power so that the blood curse power could absorb it. Now that she knew that the person who cast the curse had come personally, Luo Qingtong didn't need to be polite to the other party. If it weren't for the fact that the power of her blood eye hadn't fully recovered, she wouldn't have needed to deal with the other party for so long. She could directly open her blood eye and see where the blood-colored thread was spreading. Then, she would know who cast the curse on Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing. However, this wasn't a bad thing. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtong suddenly flipped the fingers of her left hand and wrapped the power of the blood curse that had been pulled out around her palm several times. Then, with a bang, her palm suddenly pulled. In the void, a cloud of transparent fog was pulled out by her. You? The transparent fog's expression was surprised. It didn't expect that the power of the blood curse that it had placed on Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing would be broken so easily. How was this possible? It didn't feel anything at all just now. How could it know that Luo Qingtong had been feeding the power of the blood curse with the Yin Soul pill? Of course, it didn't know that there was a problem with the blood curse, and Luo Qingtong's movements just now were extremely fast. When she was in Star City, she had already carefully checked the power of the blood curse in Ji Feiyu's body. She had long been familiar with how to break it. Therefore, when she did it, there was no obstruction at all. She easily pulled out the power of the blood curse. And when she pulled out the radish, she brought out the mud. The transparent fog that was absorbing Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing's soul power through the power of the blood curse was naturally pulled out as well. Its expression was stunned. Before it could react, it had already lost the opportunity. The blood curse in Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing's bodies had been removed. Even if it wanted to cast another curse, it wouldn't be able to succeed in a short period of time. Thinking that it was going to the family Ji at dawn to receive the power of the blood sacrifice of the entire family Ji, it thought that if someone disturbed the power of absorbing Ji Feiyu, there would definitely be a large amount of essence aura that would be wasted and couldn't be absorbed by it. At that time, it might lack some power and be unable to restore its true body. The transparent fog thought so and immediately flew into a rage. Bastard, how dare you ruin my good deed? *TCH. The transparent fog's expression was furious. It looked at Luo Qingtong and already knew that she was the Luo Xiachi that Ji Fighting and Ji Yuankuan had told it about. After all, she was the only girl by Ji Feiyu's side. As for Sui Yu and the others, they knew about the transparent fog. Bastards, I'm going to suck all of your essence blood and Yuan Qi dry. I'll imprison all of your soul power as toys and puppets, so that you'll never be reincarnated. The transparent fog's heart was filled with hostility. Almost instantly, it rushed towards Luo Qingtong. It had a green face and sharp fangs. Its eyes were as big as copper bells, and there were 2 horns on its head. It looked like a human, but at the same time, it didn't look like a human. What is this? Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. She was also stunned when she saw the transparent mist being pulled out. She had thought that the person she had pulled out was either Ji Fighting or Ji Yuankuan. At the very least, it could be Ji Miao Miao. Who would have thought that in the end, it would turn out to be someone who looked like a monster but wasn't a monster? Fortunately, she did not act rashly before. Otherwise, the other party would have noticed that something was wrong and alerted the enemy. While Luo Qingtong was thinking about this, Little Pig, who was not far from her, saw this scene and cried out in surprise. Demon! It's actually a demon. And it's a pure-blooded demon. Oh my god, how could this kind of thing appear here? They shouldn't be here at all. Little Pig was shocked when he saw Chu Tianyi rush over, blocking in front of Luo Qingtong and blasting towards the demon. The power of 2LD9 human martial realm instantly tore through the sky. Oh, my god, this won't do, quick. Get out of the way. Its voice was sharp. You can't touch its power. There is. Before it could finish its words, the power of the 2 people had already collided. Bang! Chu Tianyi's body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow in an instant. With a boom, he fell from the sky. His strength was already very close to the earth martial arts realm. At the same time, it was enhanced by his special bloodline. The real strength that he could display was extremely powerful, almost reaching the middle stage of the earth martial arts realm, level 4 or 5. But even so, when he came into contact with the power transmitted from the other party's body, he felt as if his power was being corroded and softened. With a boom, the other party broke through his defense line and directly blasted him. He looked surprised and didn't know what was going on. The opponent was obviously only at level 9 of the human martial arts realm. When Chu Tianyi was thinking about this, his body had already fallen to the ground. And the Yin Demon King's body also fiercely retreated. Its body rolled, looking at Chu Tianyi's direction, and it laughed sharply. Ha ha ha. Good, 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 I didn't expect you to have an expert at level 9 of the human martial arts realm. This is very good. Although I can't get Ji Feiyu's core vitality for the time being, I can get your profound qi, which is enough for me to accumulate enough strength to accept the blood sacrifice of family Ji. Ha ha ha. Its laughter was wild, and it was really very happy. With its current form and strength, it didn't dare to go to the higher level star area. Otherwise, if it was discovered, it would be devoured and killed in minutes. It was known that it was the soul of the demon clan, and its power was a great supplement for those who practiced the evil arts. Its power was comparable to that of countless evil ghosts and ghosts. But now, in front of it, there was a lone expert at level 9 of the human martial arts realm. What did this mean? It meant that it could easily kill and absorb the opponent's power. The recovery and help that the opponent brought to it was no different from Jifeiyu's profound qi. It was even stronger than its own. The Yin Demon King laughed even louder as he thought of this. It ignored Luo Qingtong and flew towards Chu Chanyi wholeheartedly. After killing this 9th level human martial realm cultivator, then killing all the people present will be enough. As for Jifeiyu, he would naturally be saved for the next blood curse. With that thought in mind, the Yin Demon King once again flew towards Chu Chanyi. Its body tumbled in midair, seemingly illusory. Chu Chanyi, on the other hand, was sent flying to the ground. If it wasn't for his special physique, he would have been seriously injured and unable to move. However, even if his body was special and could withstand the other party's attacks, he still couldn't get up for a while. Seeing that the Yin Demon King was about to reach Chu Chanyi, Yan Yang hastily ran over. "Don't." She stood in front of Chu Chanyi and opened her arms to protect Chu Chanyi behind her. "Yan Yang, go away." Chu Chanyi finally regained his senses. Seeing this scene, he was so anxious that his eyes almost popped out. He raised his hand to push Yan Yang away. However, it was too late. The Yin Demon King was much faster than him. "Kiki, what a pair of lovebirds that share life and death together. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." As it spoke, it clawed at Yan Yang and Chu Chanyi, intending to pierce through their hearts. However, just as it raised its hand, in an instant, rip. In the sky, the sound of a sharp sword cutting through the air could be heard. In an instant, it rushed towards the Yin Demon King with a boom. Haha. The Yin Demon King felt the sharp aura behind him, but he didn't take it seriously at all. Among Luo Qingtong and the others, only this LV9 human martial realm cultivator was a slight threat to it. The others were all scrap metal that it could kill with a finger. The girl behind them, Luo Xiaoqi, might have some ability, but her strength wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. After it killed the 2 people in front of it, it would deal with her. As it thought of this, it ignored the sword light that was slashing through the air. "I have an invisible body. Do you think you can hurt me?" It laughed heartily, looking extremely proud. Its hands didn't stop moving at all, and it didn't even look back. However, as soon as it finished speaking, its body was instantly split into pieces by a beam of sword light with a bang. "Ah!" The Yin Demon King screamed in a shrill voice. It had just laughed, and its laughter hadn't stopped yet. When it mixed with its shrill screams, it was indescribably eerie. As it screamed, Luo Qingtong's voice also sounded faintly. "Of course, I can." As she spoke, she shook the life and death Yin Yang sword in her hand and rushed towards the Yin Demon King again. After the latter's body was split into pieces, it reassembled again. However, it was obvious that its body was much thinner than before. The Yin Demon King's face was filled with disbelief and fear. It looked at Luo Qingtong and couldn't help but scream, "This is impossible. How could you hurt me?" Its voice was sharp, but Luo Qingtong didn't care about it at all. Kill it while it's weak. It had just been injured by her attack, and now was the time for it to attack. She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with it. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she immediately slashed her sword towards the Yin Demon King. The latter already knew the power of Luo Qingtong's life and death Yin Yang sword. Seeing the sword coming towards it, its body suddenly trembled, and it immediately dodged to the side. However, just as its body tilted to the side, a voice rang out. With a boom, Chu Chanyi's attack arrived. The latter had already recovered a little. When he thought of the claw that the Yin Devil King had slashed at him and Yan Yang, he was instantly filled with hostility. He directly attacked the Yin Devil King. The pitiful Yin Demon King had just dodged to the side, wanting to dodge Luo Qingtong's sword, but Chu Chanyi's attack blasted it back to its original position. It even crashed towards Luo Qingtong's sword. Rip! Its body was once again split into pieces by Luo Qingtong. Bastard! The Yin Demon King flew into a rage. After being slashed twice in a row, its body had become much dimmer. If this continued, it would definitely be destroyed by Luo Qingtong and Chu Tianyi's joint attack. As it thought of this, it immediately wanted to retreat. It had been careless this time. It didn't know that Luo Qingtong could actually hurt it. It would wait until it absorbed the power of the people whose family Ji had been sacrificed, then it would come back to settle the score with them. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed when she saw the scene. You want to leave? The smile on her lips was ice cold. Are you dreaming? As soon as she said those words, she shouted sternly. Humph. The latter had been waiting for a long time, but he didn't make a move without Luo Qingtong's order. Luo Qingtong planned everything carefully before taking action. Even if the Yin Demon King wasn't restrained by her life and death Yin Yang sword, she wouldn't let him leave so easily. Otherwise, why would she release Little Pig and Tuanzi? Of course, it was to prepare for an emergency. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to stop them if something unexpected happened. From the looks of it, her arrangements were indeed correct. As soon as she finished speaking, Little Pig's figure instantly leaped up. With a boom, a huge claw descended from the sky and landed on the Yin Demon King's body. The latter's body was already half invisible in midair. He was a soul to begin with. He didn't expect Chu Tianyi to recover so quickly, so he was hit by the attack just now. Right now, all his attention was on Luo Qingtong and Chu Tianyi. He was afraid that the two of them would seize the opportunity to strike him again. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. However, just as he was thinking this, Little Pig's attack had already arrived. The Yin Demon King didn't expect that there was something else that could hurt him besides Luo Qingtong and Chu Tianyi. Moreover, it was a mini pig. He was about to go crazy. Looking at Little Pig's true god claw, he couldn't dodge at all. He was slapped down from the sky by Little Pig. Luo Qingtong's figure leaped up at this moment. Her long sword instantly shattered the sky. The dark black death blade's light flickered and split the Yin Demon King in half again in an instant. Ah! The Yin Demon King screamed sharply. He couldn't care less about anything else. Its body condensed again in midair, but it was extremely thin and weak. In midair, it was like a cloud of smoke, and any breeze could blow it away. After being slashed by Luo Qingtong's life and death Yin Yang sword 3 times in a row, the Yin Demon King couldn't reform his body. He came here arrogantly and complacently. He didn't put Luo Qingtong and the others in his eyes at all. Now, he realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. Even a pig by Luo Qingtong's side could deal with him, not to mention, the long sword in her hand completely ignored its power and aura, and only hoped to slash its soul into pieces. The Yin Devil King had never met someone like Luo Qingtong. She actually used the power of a Saint Master to make it unable to fight back at all. Is she still a human? The Yin Demon King's strength was enough to deal with an Earth Martial Realm expert even if he didn't have a body and only had soul power. Not to mention that Chu Tianyi was beaten to such a state by him just now. However, he was completely restrained by Luo Qingtong. The Yin Demon King's body twisted in midair. He couldn't hold on any longer. In the blink of an eye, it turned into smoke and dispersed in all directions. Boom! The Yin Demon King's aura spread in all directions. He wanted to escape from the family Ji's courtyard. Ji Feiyu and the others were stunned by the strength displayed by Luo Qingtong, Chu Tianyi, and Little Pig. They quickly regained their senses and shouted, "Little Seven! Be careful!" Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Yan Yang picked up the white jade zither that had fallen to the ground in order to protect Chu Tianyi. Clang, clang, clang. Her 5 fingers strummed the strings. In an instant, a clear and pleasant sound came from the white jade zither. The sound of the zither sounded like clear spring water, but at the same time, it was sonorous and filled with murderous intent. The sound of the zither rose in spirals, and at the same time, it carried the meaning of Buddhism. It was actually the Sanskrit zither music. As soon as the music came out, the aura of the Yin Demon King's power dissipated in all directions. It was like snow meeting the sun, and it slowly melted in midair. This was because its power had been divided into many parts, and each part was not very strong. This was why Yan Yang was able to purify its power so easily. As the Demon King's power was being purified and melted, with a swoosh, a ball of aura that looked no different from other auras penetrated the area controlled by Yin Yang's Sanskrit zither music, and rushed towards the sky above the family G's courtyard. Inside, there was a small round black pearl that was surrounded by the aura. At this moment, the Demon King's sinister and terrifying face was twisted inside as she rushed forward. It was obvious that this was the core of its body. As long as this pearl was still there, the Demon King would not die. Once it returned to the statue to recuperate and absorb the power of the blood sacrifice of the family G's people, it wanted Luo Qingtong and the others to die, it wanted them dead, no matter the cost. Its voice was sharp, and it screamed silently as it rushed out of the family G's courtyard. The ball of aura had already been hidden in the air. The Demon King had dispersed all the aura and power in its body so that it could safely escape under the cover of its power and aura. However, just as it was about to break through the sky above the family G's courtyard and disappear into the void, with a swoosh, a sword light blocked its path. Boom! Luo Qingtong held the life and death Yin Yang sword horizontally. The side of the blade was facing the Demon King. As long as the other party rushed over, they would definitely be split in half. The Demon King let out a sharp shriek. It had no idea how Luo Qingtong had discovered it. There were so many auras, and he was completely invisible. Damn it, could this woman be a monster? The Demon King was flustered and exasperated, but he didn't dare to force his way in. It had already experienced the power of Luo Qingtong's life and death Yin Yang sword, which was especially effective against souls like it. Therefore, it hurriedly braked and rushed in another direction. However, as soon as it moved, Luo Qingtong seemed to have seen through its thoughts and movements. With a swoosh, she changed the life and death Yin and Yang sword in her hand again. From blocking to hacking, a ray of sword light instantly descended from the sky like a Milky Way. Boom! The demonic bead in the Demon King's body was struck. In an instant, an incomparably mournful sound rang out, and countless amounts of demonic Yin aura rushed out of the demonic bead in an instant. No! No! This is impossible! The Demon King's voice was shrill and struggling. It had never expected that Luo Qingtong would be able to see through its movements. Not only that, she knew it like the back of her hand, what was going on. However, when it said that, Luo Qingtong smiled faintly. Nothing is impossible. Don't you think so? Tuanzi? Thank you for just now. As soon as Luo Qingtong said that, with a whoosh, a round, furry little thing came out of her clothes. Who else could it be but Tuanzi? As a sector beast, Tuanzi was naturally able to control space. However, its ability was still weak, so it could only control the space around Luo Qingtong. When the Demon King's body came out, Tuanzi immediately locked onto its position. Therefore, Luo Qingtong was able to successfully intercept the Demon King before the power of her blood eye had fully recovered. However, even without Tuanzi's help, it would not be easy for the Demon King to escape from Luo Qingtong. Although she could not use the power of her blood eye to see the other party's whereabouts when the Demon King cast the blood curse on Jifeiyu, it left a certain connection. Previously, it was far away, so Luo Qingtong could not follow the connection to find it. However, now that it was right in front of her, if she could still let it escape, Luo Qingtong felt that she might as well write her name in reverse. When Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, the Demon King also saw Tuanzi, who had rushed out of her arms, and instantly widened its eyes. Sector Beast? Its voice disappeared in all its unwillingness and regret. Until its death, it could not understand. With the treasures and power that Luo Qingtong possessed, she should be from an extremely advanced star zone. How could she appear in an 8-star zone and fight against it? After the Demon King's aura disappeared, the demon bead also broke into pieces in an instant. Countless dense demonic aura was emitted from it, wildly spreading in all directions. The corrosive aura that was hidden in it instantly caused the expressions of the people around to change abruptly. Master, come over here quickly. Don't let those auras touch you. Yin Yang was anxious and hurriedly said to Luo Qingtong. The latter's expression was indifferent as he shook his head. It's fine. You don't have to worry. As she spoke, she raised her hand and released the heavenly spirit wood seed. The latter was already impatient in the storage ring in her hand. The Yin demon fiendish energy within the Yin demon king's body was constantly tempting it. The heavenly spirit wood seed in Luo Qingtong's hand was a mutation of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood. To it, the Yin soul qi was the best source of nourishment. The baleful Yin devil qi in the Yin demon king's body was its origin devil qi. Because it was a pure-blooded devil clan member, the baleful Yin devil qi was not something that could be compared to ordinary Yin soul energy. In just an instant, the heavenly spirit wood seed flew into the cloud of baleful Yin qi and absorbed all the baleful Yin qi. Boom boom boom. The baleful Yin devil qi was originally wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Without its master's control, this kind of baleful Yin devil qi would only become a huge disaster. If Luo Qingtong didn't use the heavenly spirit wood seed to eliminate the baleful Yin devil qi, the baleful Yin devil qi that spread out would be enough to turn the entire Dongting region into a land of death. The entire Dongting region would be barren and desolate, with not even a blade of grass growing. This was the true terror of the devil clan's power. This was why Little Pig was so shocked when he saw the Yin demon king and discovered that it was a devil clan member. When Luo Qingtong finished off the Yin demon king, the sun was rising in the family Ji. Ji Feiyu and the others should have turned into a pile of bones by now, right? Ji Yuankuan's expression was cold. He looked at the people from the family Ji who came one after another with an indescribable ferocious expression on his face. These people still want to push Ji Feiyu and the others to power. It's a pity that they can only push a group of dead people. Ji Yuankuan's expression was cold, and Ji Fighting's heart was very satisfied. That's right. These people thought that the family Ji would change in the future and we would lose power. Unfortunately, before we lost power, they were already dead. In fact, it even became part of our strength. Thinking of this, Ji Fighting was a little excited. That lord said that as long as they did their best, they could also get a share of the power of the family Ji's blood sacrifice. Thinking of the strength he could have by then, he felt very comfortable in his heart. The only regret was that after that lord gained power, he might not rely on them in the future. Although they could obtain a strong power for a while. But because of this, they also cut off their own way out. The entire family Ji was gone. How were they going to continue their bloodline and power in the future? Damn it, this could have been avoided. If that be *tch Luo Shachi hadn't come, they would still be the masters of the family Ji. At that time, they would slowly take away the lives of Ji Feiyu and his son. They would not only gain power, but also prevent that lord from escaping their control. As for the Ji family, it would completely belong to them. In the end, it was all ruined by that *tch Luo Qingtong. Ji Fighting's face instantly darkened as he thought of this. He looked at Ji Yuankuan coldly and said, "Father, since these people are going to die anyway, why don't we let them take a good look at the fate of Ji Feiyu and the others before they die? Let them know why they ended up like this and how blind they are." Thinking of Ji Fighting's words, Ji Yuankuan also agreed in his heart. "Okay, go ahead. Remember to make a big fuss. You must be discovered. At that time, you can drag Ji Feiyu and the others' corpses to the family Ji. Let the people outside see clearly what they are." Ji Yuankuan's face was gloomy. The word delay completely exposed his intentions. Even if he died, he would not let Ji Feiyu and Luo Qingtong have any peace. He wanted to hang their corpses in front of everyone. As soon as Ji Yuankuan finished speaking, Ji Fighting instantly smiled. His father had the same thoughts as him. The two of them were truly father and son. "Don't worry, father," he said darkly. "Of course, I will take care of this matter properly." Ji Fighting hated Ji Feiyu and Luo Qingtong. Naturally, he was prepared to humiliate them. Not to mention dragging Ji Feiyu and the others into the family Ji, he would even strip them naked. He would make them feel ashamed even if they died. With this thought, he immediately turned around and rushed to Ji Feiyu's courtyard with his people. At this moment, the heavenly spirit wood seed released by Luo Qingtong had absorbed enough demonic energy and returned to Luo Qingtong's storage ring. It still needed to be digested. When Luo Qingtong planted it underground, it would immediately take root and sprout. When it returned to Luo Qingtong's storage ring, Ji Feiyu, Ji Yuankuan, and the others, who were stunned, came back to their senses. This. The ability and strength displayed by Luo Qingtong was astonishing. Not only that, they looked at Chu Tianyi, who was recovering. The opponent's strength was actually at the 9th level of the human martial realm, and the strength displayed just now was far more powerful than the average 9th level of the human martial realm. Such a person was actually Luo Qingtong's guard. Everyone was in a trance. Even Sui Yu and the others who clearly knew Luo Qingtong's identity didn't dare to believe that Luo Qingtong was actually a person from a low-level continent in the 9 stars domain. Oh my god, was this world really a fantasy? While they were in a trance, Ji Feiyu's heart was also very complicated. He looked at Luo Qingtong and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. The opponent's ability was far more powerful than he imagined. She was only at the Sage Master realm. What level would she reach in the future? Would he have a chance to catch up with her in the future and stay by her side? Ji Feiyu didn't know that Luo Qingtong's true strength had already reached the 9th level of the Purple Venerable realm. He thought that her strength was only at the Sage Master realm. But even so, he was still left in the dust. While he was silent, Yan Yang was pleasantly surprised to meet Luo Qingtong. "Master. How are you? Are you okay?" Her heart was anxious. Chu Tianyi looked at her with jealousy and suddenly coughed lightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Yan Yang's cold snort. "Humph, stop coughing. I have already seen your injury, it's nothing." The moment her words left her mouth, Chu Tianyi, who was about to squeeze his wound and groan, immediately paused. In his heart, he was annoyed at his special physique for being so annoying. Originally, he thought that his special physique was very good and could be of great help when he was fighting and increasing his strength. Now, he wished that he didn't have that special physique. Because in this way, he could fall into Yan Yang's arms and watch her worry about him. He was obviously the one who was injured the most. In the end, his wife did not care about him at all. Chu Tianyi felt that he was truly miserable. However, when he thought about how Yan Yang had unhesitatingly stood in front of him at the critical moment of life and death, he felt that his suffering was worth it. That woman had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In fact, she cared about him a lot. Didn't he hear her say that she had already seen his wound? With this thought in mind, Chu Tianyi instantly felt that all his depression and worries were gone. He even had a silly grin on his face. He did not look like the overlord of the Heavenly Wind domain and the family leader of a 6-star domain family at all. Seeing him like this, Yan Yang was annoyed and angry. She ignored him even more. She didn't expect that she would rush in front of Chu Tianyi in a moment of stupor. However, that man had also tried his best to push her away. Thinking back to how Chu Tianyi panicked and tried to push her away, Yan Yang's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Luo Qingtong looked at the interaction between the two of them and couldn't help but smile. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, bang! The door of the courtyard was kicked open. Then, Ji Fighting rushed in with a group of his trusted aides. "Search. Drag out all the corpses for me. Strip them naked and tie them to wooden boards. Parade. Parade them through the streets." He looked at Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the others who came out of the inner court. He was shocked and frightened. You guys. You actually. You're not dead yet, are you?" Luo Qingtong's face was indifferent. She looked at him and said with a chuckle, "Young Master Ji, it's hard for you to come and collect the bodies. But what you said just now, I don't know if it was your idea or your father's idea." Luo Qingtong had a sweet smile on her face, and even her voice was unusually soft and gentle. But in Ji Fighting's eyes, she was as terrifying as a demon. Luo Qingtong and the others didn't die. Then that lord, Ji Fighting's face was trembling with fear. He didn't dare to think about what had happened. Could it be that something happened to that lord, so Luo Shaoqi and the others could escape? Thinking of this, he instantly felt a surge of confidence in his heart. But this confidence was instantly emptied by Luo Qingtong's next words. Luo Qingtong said, "Last night, an uninvited guest came to us and said that he would take our lives for you. I don't know if that's the case." As soon as she said that, Ji Fighting's mouth trembled. That's right, that lord had come, and in the case that he came, Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu were still alive. That's right, Ji Feiyu and the others were still alive. Ji Fighting looked at Ji Feiyu and the others behind Luo Qingtong. Their complexions were very good. Obviously, they weren't threatened by the arrival of that lord, even a fierce battle didn't happen. What did this mean? Ji Fighting's legs trembled for a while, and he almost couldn't stand firm anymore. But the confidants around him didn't know anything. When they heard Luo Qingtong's words, they immediately sneered, so what? But you guys are pretty lucky. No one knew that the Yin Demon King had come to find Luo Qingtong and the others yesterday and had been killed by Luo Qingtong and the others. They thought that Ji Fighting still had someone backing him up. With that thought in mind, they said fearlessly, since you're not dead yet, come with us to the family Ji obediently. At that time, I'll let you die a quick death. Everyone's expression was ferocious, but Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Ji Fighting, whose face was ashen and couldn't even stand properly. She chuckled and said, okay, but before that, you have to let me take something first, and that is, your lives. As soon as she said that, Ji Fighting let out a cry of despair. Then, he rushed out of the door. He hated himself for being such a busybody. Why did he have to come and see Luo Qingtong and the others' corpses? Why did he have to collect their corpses, now? He had sent himself to Luo Qingtong and the others. It's okay, Ji Fighting kept comforting himself. Luo Qingtong and the others had already fought with that lord, so they might not have suffered any internal injuries, his men were still there. As long as those people blocked them for a while, he could safely escape from here. At that time, he would immediately leave the Dongting region and wouldn't give Luo Qingtong any chance to catch up to him. Behind him, there was a loud noise and the screams of the people he brought with him. Hearing those familiar voices, Ji Fighting's heart instantly shuddered. Then, with a bang, the loud noise came behind him in an instant. Ji Fighting didn't even have the ability to resist and was blasted into pieces by the attack of the loud noise. Before he died, he desperately opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong. He saw Chu Tianyi standing in front of her, his face full of impatience and coldness. LV9 of the human martial realm, LV9 of the human martial realm. Ji Fighting's sharp scream was stuck in his throat and completely disappeared with his body in midair. He never thought that the guard beside Luo Qingtong was not only in the early stage of the human martial realm, but also in the 9th stage of the human martial realm, a guard in the 9th stage of the human martial realm. Who the hell was Luo Shaoqi? When Ji Fighting and his people completely disappeared, Luo Qingtong's face was indifferent. She looked at Ji Feiyu and others and said, you go and send a letter to the family Nangong and ask them to help you clean up your family. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly when she said this. She wanted to see what Ji Yuankuan was doing in the family Nangong. At this time, a group of people invited by Ji Yuankuan in the family Nangong looked at him in shock and said in disbelief, Ji Yuankuan, you actually drugged us. Everyone couldn't hide their anger, they had been drugged by Ji Yuankuan and couldn't move. Everyone was paralyzed in their seats and looked at Ji Yuankuan, who was sitting on the main seat with a complacent face. You. They raised their hands and pointed at Ji Yuankuan, their voices trembling and almost unable to speak. The latter's expression was cold as he looked at them and coldly said, what about me? What? You want to scold me? As he said this, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed an elder of the family Ji. He lifted his foot and stepped on the elder's foot. His voice was filled with hostility as he said coldly, you people were still praising me in front of me, saying that it was God's blessing that I could inherit the family Ji. In the blink of an eye, you want to push Ji Feiyu and the others to the position of patriarch. Let me tell you, if they want to succeed the throne, they can. Wait until all of you are dead. As soon as he said this, the faces of the family Ji members trembled. They looked at Ji Yuankuan, almost unable to hide the fear in their hearts. You. Ji Yuankuan, what exactly do you want? What do you want? Of course I want you dead. Ji Yuankuan's voice was ice cold. In an instant, he waved his hand. Then, in the next second, a huge blood sacrifice array suddenly rose from the square below the martial arts field where everyone was at. Later, your strength and life force will be absorbed by this blood sacrifice array and turned into fertilizer for that lord to recover his true body. Are you happy? Ji Yuankuan's face was dark. At that time, he and Ji Fighting would also be able to obtain some benefits. After all, the Yin Demon King's recovery was through the two of them. It was the same for the blood curse from before. It was completely cast on Ji Yuanqing and Ji Feiyu through the two of them. When his voice rang out, the members of the Ji family wailed in anguish. They didn't expect Ji Yuankuan to call them over with such an idea. He actually wanted to sacrifice the lives of the entire clan without hesitation. The family Ji members cursed Ji Yuankuan and the others. The latter didn't care at all. It wasn't that he didn't give them a choice. But didn't they still choose Ji Feiyu and the others without hesitation? Since that was the case, then they would die with them. Thinking of this, Ji Yuankuan looked coldly at the family Ji members and said, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that Ji Feiyu and Luo Xiaoqi by his side are probably only corpses left now. Including the early-stage human martial arts realm guard behind her." "What? Do you think that Ji Feiyu and the others can deal with me after they have that person to rely on?" "Unfortunately, you're all wrong." When Ji Yuankuan's words came out, the faces of the family Ji members turned even uglier. They originally thought that Ji Feiyu had the support of Luo Qingtong, the early-stage human martial arts realm expert behind him, and the support of the family Nangong. Naturally, he would be able to take over the family Ji. Therefore, they pushed the boat with the current. But who would have thought that Ji Yuankuan had hidden other forces behind him? He actually killed Ji Feiyu and the others, including Luo Xiaoqi and the early-stage human martial arts realm expert behind her. How did he suddenly become so powerful? The family Ji members didn't have time to think. They could only lie on the ground and beg Ji Yuankuan for mercy. If he let them go, they would be willing to support Ji Yuankuan again. However, Ji Yuankuan ignored them. He had made a deal with the Yin Demon King long ago. How could he change it, not to mention that these people were simply fickle? Previously, they were loudly asking him to return the power of the family head to Ji Yuanqing and the others. Now, they knew to beg for mercy. However, it was too late, Ji Yuankuan sneered. He was only waiting for Ji fighting to bring the corpses of Ji Feiyu, Luo Qingtong and the others, and then let these family Ji members know what uncontrollable despair was. Then, he would sacrifice them all. Thinking of this, the smile on his lips was cold. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. The noise was very noisy and messy. It sounded as if there were many people outside who were watching and making a ruckus. Ji Yuankuan's smile deepened when he heard the commotion. It seemed that Feiyu and Luo Xiaoqi's corpses were corpses of Luo's and the others. Being paraded through the streets and being surrounded by onlookers, he was afraid that Ji Feiyu and the others would lose face, right? Let them know what it meant to die feel. Just as he was thinking about this, a Ji family guard scrambled in from outside. He looked at Ji Yuankuan and fell in front of him. He stumbled and couldn't say a word for a long time. Seeing him like this, Ji Yuankuan frowned. What? Didn't young master and the others come back? Why didn't he come in? Family Ji master, you're right. It's indeed the family Ji. The real young master is back. As Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the others appeared outside the family Ji. Behind them was a string of family Nangong elites. Chu Tianyi was injured earlier, so Luo Qingtong didn't let him come with them. Although he had a special body constitution, the Yin Demon King wasn't a human. Luo Qingtong considered that its demonic aura was extremely harmful to humans, and it wouldn't be good if Chu Tianyi's body was implanted with hidden dangers. Therefore, she let him stay in the family Ji's courtyard to recuperate, and let Yan Yang stay there to accompany him. Although Yan Yang was a little worried, she thought that there were people from the Nangong family. If they weren't so stupid, they wouldn't attack Luo Qingtong. After all, she and Chu Tianyi were still here, and they could deal with the family Nangong people at any time. With that thought in mind, she immediately agreed to it. Therefore, at this moment, only Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the family Nangong people appeared in the family Ji. Ji Yuankuan was originally shocked when he heard Luo Qingtong's voice, but when he saw her, Ji Feiyu, and the family Nangong people coming over, he instantly clenched his teeth. *TCH, what did you do to my son? Ji Yuankuan's face was filled with rage. He looked at Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the others, who should have died without a burial place, and his heart sank. Like Ji fighting, he already thought that the Yin Demon King had failed and was even killed by Luo Qingtong and the others. And when he saw that Chu Tianyi and Yan Yang were no longer by Luo Qingtong's side, he was even more certain of this fact in his heart. damn it, that B*TCH's bodyguard could actually withstand that lord's attack? Ji Yuankuan's heart refused to believe this fact, but it was a foregone conclusion. Otherwise, how could Luo Qingtong and Ji Feiyu appear here? They were lucky that only a bodyguard and a maidservant died. This B*TCH, Ji Yuankuan thought that Chu Tianyi and Yen Yang were dead. He looked at Luo Qingtong with resentment and gloominess. He thought of Ji Fighting, who had brought people to the Ji family's side courtyard to collect the corpse. He already knew that the other party was doomed. Damn it, he shouldn't have agreed to Feiyu's request at that time. Who knew that the B*TCH's bodyguard was so powerful? And when Ji Yuankuan's voice sounded, Luo Qingtong's voice was leisurely. The head of the family Ji really cares about your son. Unfortunately, the people around me were too heavy-handed. His body has already turned into ashes. I can't bring him to you. But I asked people to collect some pieces of flesh and clothes he dropped, as well as his jewelry. Please kindly accept them. As she said this, someone immediately sent a brocade box to Ji Yuankuan. The latter opened it, only to see broken clothes and flesh lying inside, and a jade pendant that Ji Fighting always carried with him. B*TCH. Ji Yuankuan's face was filled with rage. He looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. This B*TCH actually killed his son. How dare she? How dare she? Ji Yuankuan's face was filled with rage, and Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. She looked at him and said coldly, "The head of the family Ji seems to be dissatisfied with what you see." Luo Qingtong sneered. She had never been a person who was willing to suffer a loss. Speaking of which, Ji Yuankuan should really thank Ji Fighting for turning his body into ashes. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong would definitely get someone to tie his corpse up, just like what Ji Fighting and Ji Yuankuan wanted to do to her, Ji Feiyu, and the rest. They would parade his corpse through the streets. It was already merciful of her to only throw some minced meat and tattered clothes to him. He still dared to scold her. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She looked at Ji Yuankuan and laughed softly. "It seems that the head of family Ji thinks that I'm not kind enough for not giving you a taste of your own medicine, right? It's fine." Luo Qingtong's lips curled into an incomparably evil and charming smile as she said to Ji Yuankuan, "When you die later, I'll satisfy your request." Chu Tianyi wasn't here right now, so she didn't have to worry about him not holding back. She would personally take care of this old man later. She would let the other party know that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. He actually dared to let the Yin Demon King kill her. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. When her voice rang out, Ji Yuankuan's voice also exploded as he shouted angrily at her, "Shut up! Do you really think that I can't do anything to you today? You brought the people of family Nangong here. Do you think that you can deal with me like this?" Ji Yuankuan's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze over the family Nangong behind Luo Qingtong. He sneered, "The family Nangong used to be a dog under my son's hands. It was so stupid that it was ridiculous. Now it's under your hands. What, do you want to take revenge on me? With just you?" When his words came out, the people of family Nangong were about to go crazy with anger. Ji Fighting had harmed Nangong Yenyu, and in the end, deceived the people of the Nangong family like fools. This was a thorn in their hearts, and they had yet to find Ji Yuankuan and Ji Fighting to settle the score. He was actually mocking them. The head of family Nangong was furious as he looked at Ji Yuankuan and sneered, "So what if we're willing to be a dog under Miss Xiaoqi? It's better than you deceiving, cheating, and robbing. The way you and your father do things is disgusting. Look at you, instead of being ashamed, you're proud of it. You want to drive a wedge between us and Miss Xiaoqi?" When the head of family Nangong's words, Ji Yuankuan's face was also furious. He did want to drive a wedge between the Nangong family and Luo Qingtong, but they didn't fall for it. "Bitch!" He looked at Luo Qingtong fiercely, his face full of killing intent. The head of family Nangong's words were very clear. The reason why he helped Ji Feiyu and the others was not for anything else, but because of Luo Xiaoqi. This bitch. Ever since she hooked up with Ji Feiyu, they had been having a bad year. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuancheng, father and son, were no match for them. Not to mention the family Nangong and the other families. They wouldn't have found out what they had done in secret, and there wouldn't have been betrayal and family Ji's forced abdication, at that time, he would still be the head of the family Ji. So what if he did something disgraceful to Ji Feiyu and his father, who dared to say anything bad about him? However, it was this bitch, it was her. Because she had exposed them to the public and caused them to lose their reputation and become the enemy of all the families, the family Ji behind them demanded that they abdicate and return the power and position of the family head. Now, even his son had died in the hands of the other party. As for that lord, Ji Yuankuan didn't know what had happened to him. But obviously, the appearance of Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the others here meant that the lord's operation had failed. It was possible that he had escaped with serious injuries, or, Ji Yuankuan didn't dare to think further. In short, he had nothing left. He was just a stray dog that was about to meet its end, and all of this was thanks to Luo Xiaoqi. When Ji Yuankuan thought of this, he couldn't hold it in any longer. With a boom, he instantly charged toward Luo Qingtong. At the same time, he shouted sternly at this moment. Activate the blood sacrifice array immediately. I want them dead. Ji Yuankuan's expression was ferocious. If he couldn't have it, no one else could either. And Luo Qingtong and the others must die. They wanted to kill him, but they didn't have the strength to do so, Ji Yuankuan sneered in his heart. This blood sacrifice array was prepared for that lord. But now, the other party was no longer here. It was very likely that he was already dead. Under such circumstances, the power of the blood sacrifice array could only be used by him. Although he couldn't completely absorb and transform the power of the blood sacrifice array because he didn't have the Demon King's unique method, as long as he could obtain a small portion, it would be enough for him to kill Luo Qingtong and the others here. The other party actually dared to come to his door with great fanfare to deal with him. He was simply courting death. As Ji Yuankuan sneered in his heart, the blood sacrifice array was activated. Rumble. Blood-colored lines flew across the sky. The blood sacrifice array, which was engraved and drawn on the basis of the Demon King's unique demonic technique, was activated at Ji Yuankuan's command. In an instant, the people from the family Ji were bound by the blood-colored lines that filled the sky. Their faces were filled with terror as they screamed and struggled with all their might, trying to break free from the binding of these blood-colored lines. However, they had already been drugged by Ji Yuankuan. Now that they were lying in the blood sacrifice array, they couldn't move at all. The power of those blood-colored lines would not give them a chance to escape. They screamed with all their might, begging Ji Yuankuan to let them go with tears streaming down their faces. They were willing to submit to Ji Yuankuan and swear to heaven and earth that they would be loyal to Ji Yuankuan and help him deal with Luo Qingtong and the others. However, at this moment, Ji Yuankuan was already surrounded by family Nangong. So what if they pledged their loyalty to him? Weren't they still doomed? However, it would be different if they were sacrificed. If Ji Yuankuan could obtain a certain level of strength, he would definitely be able to leave calmly after killing Luo Qingtong and the others. Without the Demon King's unique technique, he would definitely suffer a backlash from absorbing the power of the blood sacrifice array. However, Ji Yuankuan couldn't care less at this moment. It's too late for you to beg me for mercy now. Just wait for your deaths. Also, Luo Xiaoqi, you slut, die. Ji Yuankuan's expression was ferocious as he ignored the pleas of the family Ji. Instead, he focused on killing Luo Qingtong. When his figure attacked, the family Nangong members' expressions were abnormally ugly and horrified. Ji Yuankuan was actually so deranged. These people from the family Ji were all his blood relatives. He actually wanted to sacrifice all of them. No one would have thought that Ji Yuankuan had gathered the family Ji members back with this idea. Therefore, it was already too late to stop him now. The blood sacrifice array was activated. The life force and strength of the family Ji members were instantly drawn into Ji Yuankuan in an endless stream. Originally, this strength would be transferred to the Demon King after circulating in his body. But now, the Demon King was dead. Therefore, all of this strength remained in Ji Yuankuan's body. Although he could only use a portion of it. Just this portion of strength was enough to allow his strength to skyrocket in a short period of time. In an instant, his strength was close to the early stage of the human martial arts realm. Moreover, this strength was still skyrocketing. Ha ha ha. Luo Xiaoqi, Ji Feiyu, and all of you from the family Nangong will die here today. Ji Yuankuan's voice was incomparably hearty as he laughed heartily. His laughter was proud and ruthless. He directly attacked Luo Qingtong. Halfway through, the family Nangong members wanted to stop him, but they were all sent flying. They were no match for Ji Yuankuan, whose strength had skyrocketed at this moment. Seeing this attack coming, Ji Feiyu and the others immediately panicked. Suiyu and the others disregarded everything and rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Xiao Qi. Ji Feiyu's eyes were red. He directly rushed in front of Suiyu and the others and blocked in front of Luo Qingtong, intending to use his body to block this attack. At this moment, he secretly hated the fact that his strength was recovering too slowly. Luo Qingtong said that he had a perfected Xianxia body and was the favorite of cultivation. In the future, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. But why couldn't he feel how fast his strength was increasing? What Xianxia peak? What Xianxia darling? If his aptitude and potential were really so powerful, why couldn't he improve his strength even faster? Why couldn't he improve all the things that he hadn't been able to cultivate for decades? In this way, he wouldn't need to stand beside Luo Qingtong and watch her face those dangers without being able to do anything. Take little seven away. Let's go. He abruptly flicked his sleeves, chasing Suiyu and the others to the back. Chu Tianyi and the others were in the family Ji's courtyard. As long as they brought Luo Qingtong there, the other party might be able to deal with Ji Yuankuan. This was his only chance, and for this chance, Ji Feiyu was willing to exchange his life for it. Let's go. He shouted angrily, and directly mobilized the power in his body, intending to self-destruct. There was no other way. He had just started cultivating. In terms of strength, it was impossible for him to block Ji Yuankuan's attack, let alone stop the other party from chasing Luo Qingtong. Only by self-destructing could he fight for a chance for Luo Qingtong and the others. He didn't hesitate to self-destruct. At this moment, a voice sighed behind him. No need, I'm not that weak. Luo Qingtong was looking at the huge blood sacrifice array just now. Luo Qingtong sensed it when the array was just activated. But at this moment, the power of her blood eyes had not fully recovered, so she could not see through the layout and weaknesses of the array at a glance, so it took a little more time. Now she looked up and saw Ji Feiyu and the others blocking her side, and Ji Feiyu was ready to explode himself and let Suiyu and the others take her away. She felt a little warm in her heart and said to Ji Feiyu, "Didn't you say before that you thought your strength was growing too slowly?" Her face was indifferent, and the smile on her lips was indescribably light and pleasant. She did not take Ji Yuankuan's attack seriously at all. She just smiled softly and said, "In this case, I'll help you get back everything you lost before. Give me your and uncle's blood." Luo Qingtong said to Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuancheng. Ji Feiyu was already red-eyed with anxiety. He looked at Luo Qingtong and said anxiously, "Little seven, don't be stubborn anymore. Ji Yuankuan's strength has already risen to the early stage of the human martial arts realm. No one knew that his strength could rise to such an extent. Take it that I'm begging you, okay? Hurry up and leave here. This is really not the time to be stubborn. I'm very happy that you're willing to help me. But at this moment, if you delay like this and his strength rises again, even if you return to the family Ji's residence, you won't be able to leave here again. Little seven, hurry up and leave. I'm indebted to you, but I guess I can't repay you. Let me send you on your way." Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingtong had already made a clean cut on his wrist and took a drop of blood. Then she made a cut on Ji Yuancheng's hand and took a drop of blood as well. She said helplessly, "I thought that if you did it yourself, you would bleed less. But now it seems that I'll do it myself. Stop the bleeding." As she spoke, she suddenly rose into the air and slashed out with the life and death yin-yang sword in her hand with a loud boom. With a boom, Luo Qingtong's strength instantly rose to the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm, nearing the human martial realm. Her sword strike was clearly extremely ordinary. It was an extremely ordinary sword strike, but in an instant, it shattered Ji Yuankuan's attack into pieces. The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was awe-inspiring, like the red spider lily blooming on the other shore, enchanting and evil. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she said to Ji Yuankuan, "Old dog, I didn't expect you to have such a move. Since that's the case, I'll use you to raise my strength today." As Luo Qingtong spoke, she immediately raised her hand and slashed at Ji Yuankuan. She had already reached the bottleneck of the human martial realm. Because of Ji Feiyu's large amount of experience and explanations, she already had a deep understanding of the strength of the venerable realm. In addition, she had forcefully suppressed her strength because of the loss of her strength. Luo Qingtong's foundation was now incomparably solid. She didn't have to worry about her foundation being unstable and affecting her advancement. At this moment, she was going to use Ji Yuankuan as a whetstone to sharpen herself into the human martial realm that she was about to break through. Boom! The life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand seemed to weigh 1,000 catties. The sword light from her hand spanned across the wilderness and the stars in the sky. It was like the Milky Way had descended from the sky. The smug smile on the latter's face had not disappeared. He was still immersed in the joy of Luo Qingtong, Ji Feiyu, and the others dying in his hands. He did not expect Luo Qingtong's strength to rise to the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm in an instant. This was the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm, not the 9th level of the Holy Venerable Realm, not to mention, even the 9th level of the Holy Venerable Realm could not reach it in an instant. This meant that, you hid your strength? You bitch. Ji Yuankuan gritted his teeth. He looked at Luo Qingtong in disbelief. He could not believe that she had hidden her strength for so long. 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm, she was actually at the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm, and he did not know at all. How could he know that Luo Qingtong's strength was not present when she used Tuanzi's strength previously? Under such circumstances, as long as she did not recover her strength, no one would know her true strength, let alone Ji Yuankuan. He was only at the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm previously. As long as Luo Qingtong was willing, even if she did not lose her strength because of Tuanzi, her strength would not be discovered by Ji Yuankuan. Who do you think you are? Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent as she looked down from above. She looked at Ji Yuankuan and said with a chuckle, "You want to see through my strength with just you?" The moment her words left her mouth, Ji Yuankuan was instantly humiliated by her to the point that his eyes almost split open. "Bitch, you bitch." Before he could speak, he was interrupted by Luo Qingtong. "You only say 1 or 2 sentences every day. Other than this, what else can you scold? I'm a bitch? I wonder what you are when you're even worse than a bitch." Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She could not be bothered to argue with him. In fact, she did not even care when these people were scolding her. Would an elephant care about what an ant under its feet scolded it? No, it would not. It would only step over without a care and trample the ant who was scolding it into a pile of bones. To Luo Qingtong, Ji Yuankuan and the others were that ant. What she needed to do was to crush them and not scold them back. Boom! The sword light in Luo Qingtong's hand slashed fiercely on Ji Yuankuan's body, forcing him to swallow the curses that he was about to hurriedly. Her gaze was ice cold as she slashed her sword light. After Ji Yuankuan's sword, he finally knew how powerful Luo Qingtong was. Luo Qingtong's attack. He looked at Luo Qingtong in disbelief. His strength was already at the initial stage of the human martial realm, but Luo Qingtong's strength was clearly at the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm, yet she was still suppressing him. That blow just now, he couldn't avoid it at all. If it were not for the fact that he was within the range of the blood sacrifice array and had an endless stream of vitality and strength to block for him and offset the damage from Luo Qingtong's attack, he would have already died under Luo Qingtong's sword. How could she be so strong? How could she be so strong? Ji Yuankuan was shocked. He thought that it would be easy for him to kill Luo Qingtong since she was no longer protected by that human martial realm guard. He did not expect that Luo Qingtong's strength would completely crush him. Fortunately, he still had the power of the blood sacrifice. When his strength increased by another level, he would definitely kill Luo Qingtong. His expression was ferocious. "Oh my god. Little Seven is actually..." Sueyu's eyes were filled with shock, and she couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her mouth. She raised her head to look at the young lady who was like a queen in the air, and her face was filled with indescribable shock and horror. On the other hand, Ji Feiyu's expression was extremely complicated. He looked at the young lady who was standing in the air and didn't say anything in the end. The power of the 9th level Purple Venerable Realm, the other party's strength was far more powerful than he had imagined. Ji Feiyu's heart dimmed. When Luo Qingtong was still at the Sage Master realm, he already felt that he might not be able to catch up to her. Now that she was at the 9th level Purple Venerable Realm, he didn't have any more thoughts. The young lady's brilliance was too dazzling. How fortunate was he to be able to meet her. The family Nangong's leader and the others were extremely happy. Haha, as expected, this Miss Little Seven is that young Master Little Seven. The family Nangong's leader was pleasantly surprised. He looked at the domineering young lady in the sky and felt an indescribable sense of self-satisfaction. He had indeed made the right bet. As the lover of the master of the underworld, how could she only have this little strength? Not to mention that Luo Qingtong's matter had already spread throughout the Tianfeng region and even the Feixing region. Now, everyone in the 6-star region and above probably knew her name. It was a once-in-a-lifetime good thing that they could rely on her. He was pleasantly surprised, and the other family Nangong were also shocked. They didn't expect Luo Qingtong's strength to be at the 9th level Purple Venerable Realm. Even if she wasn't a young lady from the 9-star region, she shouldn't have such terrifying strength, right? Not to mention that she could hack Ji Yuankuan to the point where he couldn't block it. Everyone could see that if it wasn't for the support of the blood sacrifice array, Ji Yuankuan probably wouldn't have been able to block Luo Qingtong's sword. What kind of concept was this? Luo Qingtong is obviously only at the 9th level of the Purple Venerable Realm, but she has the strength of an early-stage human martial realm martial artist. Oh my god! Just as everyone was shocked, Ji Yuankuan's expression was extremely arrogant. Humph, Luo Shaoqi, your strength is indeed extraordinary. But so what? Can you kill me? Ji Yuankuan laughed out loud. He stood in the air above the training ground of the family Ji. He spread his arms and sensed the life force and strength of the family Ji members around him. He laughed and said, "When all of their strength is poured into my body, I will kill you." His voice was filled with hostility. Luo Qingtong looked at him, raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "So why do you think I've been talking nonsense with you and waiting for you to hit me? You want to rely on this formation to obtain supreme power? It's a pity that the master behind you is dead. Do you think you can defeat me with this array?" Luo Qingtong sneered. If this array was activated by the Yin Demon King himself and increased his strength, maybe she would be a little afraid. But who was Ji Yuankuan? If Chu Channy hadn't been injured by the Yin Demon King and didn't come, Ji Yuankuan would have died. Now, Ji Yuankuan would have been a corpse. Luo Qingtong sneered, then raised her hand and flicked the 2 drops of blood into the array. Now you know what Ji Feiyu and the others suffered before, right? The former direct descendants of the family Ji Feiyu and his father, were drained of their life and strength because of Ji Yuankuan's conspiracy. You felt that their strength was not enough to support the family Ji, so you abandoned them like they were worn-out shoes. You didn't care how much they had contributed to the family Ji. Without their contributions, how could you have your current status? You've grown and improved, but you abandoned them in the blink of an eye. How does this pain feel? Ji Feiyu and his father have been through it for more than 20 years. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. She hated betrayers the most in her life. No matter what kind of betrayal it was, the family Ji's people abandoned Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing like worn-out shoes and wantonly humiliated them. In her opinion, this was betrayal. These people's wings had hardened, and their personalities had hardened. They didn't need Ji Feiyu and the others anymore, so they kicked them away. When Luo Qingtong thought of this, she sneered and said, "So many direct descendants of the family Ji had problems at the same time. They couldn't improve their strength anymore and could only wander around the Holy Venerate realm for the rest of their lives. Did you really not have any suspicions? No, you did. But if the direct descendants of the family Ji stepped down, there were too many benefits for you. So you turned a blind eye and pretended to be blind in the dark. Is that so? In fact, if Ji Feiyu wasn't still the trash you thought he was, you wouldn't have taken the opportunity to seize Ji Yuankuan's power. Everything you do is for yourselves." When Luo Qingtong said this, Ji Yuanqing and Ji Feiyu widened their eyes. They looked at the people of the family Ji in disbelief. They saw that the elders of the family Ji, who were wailing in the blood sacrifice array, didn't dare to raise their heads to look at them. "So, you know everything." Ji Yuanqing's voice trembled. Compared to Ji Feiyu, he was the one who couldn't take it the most. No one knew how much he had despaired in private because he had not been able to raise the family Ji and meet the expectations of the family Ji. He felt that he had not taken up the responsibility of being a direct descendant of the family Ji. Therefore, for all these years, no matter how unscrupulous and humiliating his clansmen were, he never opened his mouth to defend himself. But now, these people were doing it on purpose. They didn't know that there was a hidden reason behind the decline of the family Ji's direct line of descent, but they never mentioned it. He even came with Ji Yuankuan and the others to humiliate them. Ji Yuanqing didn't know why he had been so obsessed, desperate, and guilty all these years. They were not the only direct descendant of the family Ji. It was just that their family was the main bloodline. Over the years, most of the family Ji's direct descendants had withered away. Those people all left with regret and guilt. These people, these scoundrels, how dare they? Ji Yuanqing's eyes were red. If it weren't for the fact that the family Ji's people were in the blood sacrifice array, he would have pounced on them and torn them apart alive. When Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, the family Ji's people didn't expect her to say what they had once harbored so easily. Everyone looked at Ji Yuanqing's blood-red eyes and couldn't say a word. Ji Yuankuan was also shocked by Luo Qingtong's words. It wasn't because of the thoughts the family Ji's people had once harbored. He had known about those for a long time, but he had never exposed them. Otherwise, why would he abandon these family Ji's people so easily? However, Luo Qingtong's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Ji Yuankuan's heart was alarmed. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. When he thought about how the Yin Demon King had really died in Luo Qingtong's hands, his heart skipped a beat. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the formation. That explosion came from the place where Luo Qingtong had flicked the 2 drops of blood to. When Ji Yuankuan heard this explosion, the uneasiness in his heart grew even stronger. He looked in Luo Qingtong's direction and shouted sternly, "Bitch, what did you do in this blood sacrifice array?" His heart was thumping wildly. He kept comforting himself that Luo Qingtong couldn't possibly do anything in this blood sacrifice array. This blood sacrifice array was given to him by the Yin Demon King. Ji Yuankuan himself didn't know where that lord came from. But he clearly understood that the thing that the other party gave him wasn't something that an ordinary person could decipher. Or rather, he couldn't even touch it. Luo Qingtong couldn't possibly do anything in this blood sacrifice array. However, just as he thought this, he heard Luo Qingtong say with a chuckle, "Your senses are sharp, but it's a pity that you only realized it now. It's already too late." As Luo Qingtong said this, the curve of her lips suddenly lifted. Then, in front of Ji Yuankuan, she raised her hand and made a seal. She pointed in the direction of the blood sacrifice array and said, "Reverse the flow of the blood sacrifice array, change master." As her voice rang out, Ji Yuankuan instantly felt the power of the blood sacrifice array that was originally enveloping him move away from his body and disappear. He was shocked and stood rooted to the ground. His face was filled with hysteria and disbelief. "No. No. This is impossible," he shouted angrily. "How can the power of the blood sacrifice array disappear from my body? I'm the main body of this blood sacrifice array. I'm the carrier that Lord wants to seize their power." Ji Yuankuan's mind was completely blank. This blood sacrifice array was forged by the Yin Demon King according to his bloodline connection with the family Ji. It wouldn't stop until it had sucked all the family Ji's life force and power dry. Even the Yin Demon King himself was the same. However, the power of the blood sacrifice array formation had disappeared from his body. What was going on? While his face was filled with shock and disbelief, Luo Qingtong's faint voice sounded. "This blood sacrifice array formation is indeed built with you as the main body and the bloodline connection between you and the family Ji. Once it's activated, it's impossible to stop. But you've forgotten that you're not the only one here who is related to the family Ji. And, you're not the only one who has some sort of connection with the Lord behind you." Luo Qingtong smiled and looked at Ji Yuankuan. "Do you need me to remind you? Back then, how did you snatch the talent, strength, and vitality from Ji Feiyu and his father?" When Luo Qingtong said this, Ji Yuankuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He looked at Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing, who were beside Luo Qingtong. His throat was so dry that he couldn't say anything. How could he forget? He was the one who made the Yin Demon King cast the soul blood curse on Ji Feiyu and his father, causing their strength to decline and their vitality to lose. He even transferred their talent and strength to him and Ji fighting. Under these circumstances, Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing naturally had a special connection with the Yin Demon King. Ah! Just as Ji Yuankuan's voice broke down and he screamed, Luo Qingtong suddenly raised her hand. Then, Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing were instantly enveloped in an extremely vast and majestic light that was full of vitality and power. It was the power transferred by the blood sacrifice array. This power had previously enveloped Ji Yuankuan. Now, Luo Qingtong snatched it away and enveloped Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing. When Luo Qingtong enveloped them with this power, Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing's faces were filled with surprise and joy. They looked at Luo Qingtong and didn't know what to say. This was especially true for Ji Feiyu. His eyes were red and moist. Countless emotions were entangled within them, causing him to be unable to say anything. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She just smiled at them and said, "All right, decades of humiliation and oppression have been washed away in one day. Feiyu, uncle, this is what you deserve. You should have gotten the power and life that belonged to you more than 20 years ago." Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. When she snatched control of the blood sacrifice array from Ji Yuankuan, she had already changed the authority and power of this array. As long as Ji Feiyu and the others were unwilling, the family Ji and the others could still keep their lives. They wouldn't end up as dried corpses like before when they were absorbed by Ji Yuankuan. However, it was only limited to keeping their lives. Most of their vitality and power would become Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing's. There would be drawbacks when Ji Yuankuan absorbed the power of this array, and he wouldn't even be able to use it completely. However, this wasn't difficult for Luo Qingtong. She just needed to slightly improve the flaws of this array. The reason why she didn't move and let Ji Yuankuan be arrogant was because she was thinking about this matter. Now that the matter was settled, she could deal with Ji Yuankuan with peace of mind. As for the rest of the family Ji's matter, let Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing settle it. Luo Qingtong wasn't prepared to participate. Old dog. Luo Qingtong licked her lips and looked at Ji Yuankuan. Her eyes were evil, enchanting, and domineering as she said, "It's your turn now." She said that she would use Ji Yuankuan as a whetstone. This was definitely not a joke. As for Ji Yuankuan, he became timid when he lost the power of the blood sacrifice array. He looked at the enchanting and wanton girl opposite him, who was like a demon or a demon, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. His previous lofty aspirations and arrogance had all disappeared, his current strength had vaguely reached the 5th level of the human martial realm. Was close to the 6th level. But for some reason, when he met Luo Qingtong's gaze, he still did not have much confidence. This woman was too terrifying. Ji Yuankuan didn't know how to describe her. He had sent people to investigate before. Luo Qingtong was indeed from the 9-star region, the Star Desolation region. Moreover, she was Mo Zhiling's enemy. He had also investigated the matter of Ji Feiyu's engagement being broken off. Although he scoffed at the matter of Ji Feiyu being able to cultivate and defeat the people of the Lu family, he felt that it was the result of people spreading false information and adding fuel to the fire. However, he was still very shocked by Luo Qingtong. In Ji Yuankuan's opinion, this should be the work of the human martial arts realm bodyguard who followed her. But to be able to obtain the bodyguard's loyalty, this also proved that Luo Qingtong was not ordinary. But who would have thought that compared to the real Luo Qingtong, these thoughts were not worth mentioning at all? How could the other party be treated differently by the Star Alliance because of the guards around her? Clearly, it was her own tyrannical strength that could not be ignored. It was laughable that he naively thought that this was all there was to her. But now, Luo Qingtong had forced him back with a sword and reversed the power transmission of the blood sacrifice array. How could an ordinary girl from the 9-star region do all these things, not to mention that she was only from the 9-star region? Even if she was from the 6-star region or the 3-star region, she might not be able to do this, right? She was really too terrifying. How could such a person appear in their 8-star region's Dongting region, just like the Yin Demon King before? Ji Yuankuan could not understand no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's sword had already slashed over. This time, she wasn't like before, where she simply swung her sword out in an ordinary manner. Instead, she used martial arts. Boom! As Luo Qingtong slashed out with her sword, Ji Yuankuan could only hastily block it. In just an instant, with a boom, he was sent flying by Luo Qingtong's attack. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the remaining life force and energy of the Ji family members in his body, he would have been gravely injured by now. How could she be so strong? How could she be so strong? Ji Yuankuan was about to go crazy. And Luo Qingtong's second move was ready. Heaven-conquering art. Luo Qingtong slashed out again with her sword. She was not afraid that she would kill Ji Yuankuan. He still had the remaining life force and strength of the family Ji in his body. He would not die so easily, and for someone as strong as him who was at the 6th level of the human martial realm, there were very few targets that he could beat without any scruples. How could Luo Qingtong not seize the opportunity and make full use of it? She could feel that the 9th level purple venerated realm power within her body was violently boiling. With every slash of her sword, Ji Yuankuan's blocking and dodging made her feel as if she could advance further at any time. Luo Qingtong's sword slashed out one after another. Her speed was getting faster and faster. She looked at the trajectory of Ji Yuankuan's dodging and parrying. Even without using her blood eyes, the other party's movements became clearer and clearer in front of her. As a result, Ji Yuankuan's final parry became more and more strenuous, more and more unable to resist. Boom. After knocking Ji Yuankuan to the ground and making him spit out blood again, Luo Qingtong's overall strength suddenly rose. Boom, her entire body's aura was boiling and finally, with a boom, it completely exploded. It was as if all living things were rejuvenated after a long period of silence. After the sudden explosion, the power around Luo Qingtong's body suddenly rose again. It was just that the rising power was no longer the aura of a venerated realm from before. Luo Qingtong's strength had increased. She had just entered the human martial realm, her strength had increased to the level of the human martial realm. Boom. He looked fearfully at the power of the human martial arts realm that erupted from Luo Qingtong's body. His heart and soul were about to explode. Human martial realm strength, she really used him as a whetstone. He was an expert at the 6th level of the human martial realm. Luo Qingtong, a person at the 9th level of the purple venerable realm, actually used him as a whetstone to increase her strength. Not only that, she really succeeded. If this spread out, no one would believe it at all. How could someone at the 9th level of the purple venerable realm torture him, a person at the 6th level of the human martial realm, like torturing dogs? Ji Yuankuan was still thinking that after his strength increased by another level through the power of the blood sacrifice array, he would kill Luo Qingtong and make her die miserably. As a result, his strength had increased to the 6th level of the human martial realm. However, Luo Qingtong, a person at the 9th level of the purple venerable realm, still tortured him without any discussion. Now that her strength had increased to the human martial realm, and the power of his blood sacrifice array had been taken away by her, could he still be her opponent? Impossible. No one needed to tell him. Ji Yuankuan could answer this without hesitation. His mind trembled violently, and he could no longer bear the torture of this fact. In the next moment, Luo Qingtong's strength would increase and she would be unable to take care of him for the time being. He got up from the ground abruptly and rushed to his room, rolling and crawling. There was something left behind by the Yin Demon King that might be able to save his life. As he thought of this, he immediately rushed towards that place like a madman. Luo Qingtong's strength had just increased, and when the old and new powers were replaced, there was a moment of instability, so she didn't notice Ji Yuankuan. When she saw him rush into the room, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. She looked at the head of the family Nangong and said, "You guys guard this place. Don't let Ji Feiyu and the others have any problems. After this matter is over, I will remember your kindness." Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She didn't beat around the bush with the head of the family Nangong and the others. She didn't care why the other party would try their best to help Ji Feiyu and the others, but it was obvious that this matter was directed at her. Because if the people of the family Nangong wanted to help Ji Feiyu, they wouldn't come to see her before making this decision. Therefore, Luo Qingtong guessed that the head of the family Nangong must have come to see her and confirm something, so he did his best to help Ji Feiyu. Luo Qingtong would remember this favor. After this matter was over, if they had any requests, she could agree to them. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, the head of the family Nangong was instantly overjoyed. He had indeed come for Luo Qingtong, and was prepared to get close to Luo Qingtong by using his close relationship with Ji Feiyu and the others to establish a relationship with her. Now that Luo Qingtong had said such words, it was obvious that she was willing to accept them. How could he not be overjoyed? As for making requests and conditions, he didn't even think about it. What conditions and requests could be compared to Luo Qingtong's brilliant future? This was the lover of the master of the palace of the underworld, the little seventh young master who was revered and praised by everyone in the Tianfeng region. Oh, no, it should be called little seventh young lady now. Speaking of this, in order to prevent Luo Qingtong from being unhappy about her identity being exposed, he immediately mouthed 3 words to Luo Qingtong, Tianfeng domain. Hearing his words, Luo Qingtong smiled at once. I see. She chuckled. No wonder the family Nangong people were so attentive to Ji Feiyu. It turned out that they had found out her identity. The family Nangong leader was also clever. After knowing her identity, he didn't reveal his identity casually. Instead, he wanted to get close to Ji Feiyu by befriending her. Luo Qingtong didn't reject such a little trick. After all, everyone wanted to climb up the social ladder. Not to mention that the family Nangong people had paid a price to help Ji Feiyu. Why would she reject such an open and aboveboard way? Luo Qingtong hated those who played tricks on her. They didn't want to do anything but wanted to get benefits from her. Those people simply played others like fools. However, Luo Qingtong was not a fool. If those people offended her, she would torture them until they called her father. On the contrary, the family Nangong leader, who gave people and resources to her and openly used the opportunity to help her, was more in line with her temperament and taste. She looked at the family Nangong leader's uneasy face and said, "It's okay. I know this. I'll keep it in mind." As soon as her words came out, the family Nangong leader's face was overjoyed. Luo Qingtong's words showed that she didn't care about the fact that he used Ji Feiyu's name to get close to her and was ready to accept them. Oh my god, the head of the family Nangong was pleasantly surprised. He quickly patted his chest and promised that he would protect Ji Feiyu and the others. He would not let them come to any harm. Luo Qingtong nodded. She didn't say anything more to him. With a leap, she rushed into Ji Yuankuan's room. As the head of the family, Ji Yuankuan's room and main courtyard were the closest to the martial arts practice field. After all, the family Ji's conference hall was right next to the martial arts practice field. It was where important meetings and decisions were held. He lived nearby so that it would be convenient for him to come and go. However, Luo Qingtong was thinking that this might not be the end of it. It would also be beneficial for him to observe the cultivation of the family Ji disciples and see who was more outstanding. He could then seize the opportunity to steal their life force and strength for himself and the Yin Demon King. Luo Qingtong rushed into the room as she thought of this. There was no one in the huge room. Only the secret mechanism by the wall was activated. It was clear that Ji Yuankuan had forgotten to close the door in his panic. Of course, it was useless even if he closed it. After confirming that he had rushed into the room, even if it wasn't Luo Qingtong, any other expert of the same level would be able to easily tear down the room and discover the secret room. Luo Qingtong's figure didn't stop. She directly rushed into the secret room. She had a feeling that this secret room might have something to do with the Yin Demon King. Otherwise, Ji Yuankuan wouldn't be in such a hurry. It was as if he was grabbing onto his last life-saving straw. It just so happened that the Yin Demon King's background couldn't be compared to others. His identity as a demon also made Luo Qingtong apprehensive. She was originally prepared to carefully investigate after killing Ji Yuankuan. She wanted to see if the Yin Demon King was completely dead. Otherwise, if there was any oversight, the Yin Demon King would have a chance to escape. That would cause endless trouble. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she immediately rushed forward even faster. At this moment, in the secret room, in the huge underground cave, Ji Yuankuan's figure appeared in front of the huge statue in a panic. Usually, as long as they stepped into this cave, the huge statue would sense it. But this time, he had already rushed to the front of the huge statue, but it didn't react at all. Ji Yuankuan was shocked. And broke down. Obviously, what Luo Qingtong said before was all true. That lord, he was afraid that he had really. Ji Yuankuan didn't dare to continue thinking about it. With a panicked expression, he ran to the foot of the statue and circled around it continuously. There must be something. There must be something that can save me. As he muttered these words, he suddenly glanced to the side and caught a glimpse of a place not far from the statue. Instantly, his eyes narrowed. It was a small table with a brocade box on it. Ji Yuankuan remembered that in the past, the Yin Demon King had asked them to make a choice and asked if they were willing to be loyal to it and become its most loyal subordinates and soldiers. It could allow them to quickly obtain the power it gave them without any effort. But the prerequisite was that they had to become one of its kind. Ji Yuankuan and Ji Fighting both refused. They didn't want to give up their human identity. Not to mention, they didn't even know the identity of the Yin Demon King and how it became like this. What if they became like it and also faced an extremely bad situation like it? As the two thought of this, they immediately rejected this matter. Because of this, the Yin Demon King later asked them to choose people from their family Ji so that it could cast a blood curse and absorb the other party's soul power to recover its vitality. At the same time, it would give its power back to them. After such a long time, Ji Yuankuan had almost forgotten about this matter. But now that he saw this brocade box, he suddenly remembered. Because back then, the Yin Demon King had told them that if they changed their minds, they could eat the thing in the brocade box at any time. At that time, it would give them the same power as it. Now that he saw this brocade box, Ji Yuankuan remembered everything. He trembled as he took the brocade box. He tried a few times but couldn't open it. Once he opened this brocade box, he would no longer have any path of retreat. As Ji Yuankuan thought of this, his heart trembled. His hands trembled violently. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Seeing Luo Qingtong's figure appear, Ji Yuankuan's body trembled violently. After that, he no longer cared about anything else and opened the brocade box. Without even looking at it, he scooped up the item inside and put it into his mouth. Ah! The moment that thing entered his mouth, Ji Yuankuan's body suddenly trembled violently. Then, he let out an extremely miserable cry. His figure suddenly expanded and shrunk in an instant. It was like a human-shaped plasticine being kneaded by a pair of invisible hands, constantly changing into various shapes. It was really chilling to look at. In the next second, an extremely sharp voice came out of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Idiot, do you really think that anyone can easily obtain my power? As he spoke, Ji Yuankuan's figure instantly turned into the Yin Demon King's appearance. Kiki, it feels really good to be able to obtain a body. Little b****, it's all thanks to you this time. I'll treat you well later. I'll definitely make sure you die miserably. Kiki. The Yin Demon King's voice laughed sinisterly. It stood on the ground and stretched its limbs and bones. It felt really comfortable. Haha, that idiot Ji Yuankuan. He thought that I took out this thing to make them loyal to me. In reality, the Yin Demon King was already prepared to take over their bodies. Unfortunately, Ji Yuankuan and his son were both more cunning and more cautious than the other. The Yin Demon King couldn't find a way to do it. Naturally, it could only give up and settle for the next best thing, which was to let them prepare to restore its true body. As for the item that contained his divine consciousness avatar, it was set aside. However, it didn't expect that Ji Yuankuan would eat this thing after being chased by Luo Qingtong to the point where he had nowhere to go. Kiki, this time, his body belonged to it. As the Yin Demon King thought this, it suddenly raised its hand and pulled Ji Yuankuan's soul out of his body. It opened its mouth and swallowed it. Ji Yuankuan's figure kept struggling, but it was completely useless. The Yin Demon King, who had taken control of his body, wasn't something that he could deal with. Furthermore, his soul had already been completely imprisoned by the Yin Demon King. Ji Yuankuan's heart was filled with pain. He didn't expect that he would end up like this. If he hadn't coveted the power that the Yin Demon King gave him back then, would this scene have happened? However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Ji Yuankuan could only be eaten alive by the Yin Demon King with a belly full of regret and pain. His body screamed as he disappeared into the Yin Demon King's mouth. Only then did the latter have the opportunity to look at Luo Qingtong. She laughed sharply, "Little bitch, are you ready?" Its expression was cruel, and it looked at Luo Qingtong as if it was looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She didn't feel anything when she looked at it. In the eyes of others, the scene of Ji Yuankuan being eaten alive might be extremely impactful and cruel. But in Luo Qingtong's eyes, she didn't feel anything. As a paragon ocular sorcerer in her previous life, she had seen many sinister and cruel methods. The Yin Demon King was just child's play. However, she narrowed her eyes and looked at the Yin Demon King in front of her. The other party had indeed left a backup plan with Ji Yuankuan. Was this the incarnation of a split soul trying to seize another body and be reborn? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. Unfortunately, it had met her. Since the Yin Demon King had already died once before, then this time, she would make sure that it was completely dead. While Luo Qingtong's gaze was indifferent, the Yin Demon King finally became angry out of humiliation. It originally thought that Luo Qingtong would panic. From Ji Yuankuan's memories, it knew that Chu Tianyi didn't come with Luo Qingtong this time. Shouldn't she have shrieked the moment she saw me? Shouldn't she have run away at lightning speed? Or should she have knelt down and begged for mercy? Luo Qingtong's calmness made the Yin Demon King feel an indescribable humiliation. It looked at Luo Qingtong and shouted sternly, "Little slut, the people around you are not by your side. Right now, you are completely alone and helpless. If you kneel down and kowtow to me immediately and beg for mercy, perhaps I will spare your life." Its voice was sinister and cold, and it carried a sense of ridicule and humiliation as if it was waiting to watch a good show. It wanted to see how Luo Qingtong would kneel down and beg for mercy in front of it. It wanted to take revenge for the time when its soul was killed by her at the family Ji courtyard. When it said those words, Luo Qingtong's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Then, she looked at it and chuckled. "You must have said something wrong, right? I should have said that if you kneel down and beg for mercy, perhaps I will leave you with an intact corpse." As Luo Qingtong said this, she smiled sweetly and pointed at herself. It was obvious that she was saying this for the Yin Demon King to hear. The eye she was referring to was also referring to herself. When the Yin Demon King heard Luo Qingtong's words, it was instantly enraged. "Slut, you're courting death." As it said this, it immediately charged towards Luo Qingtong. She refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Did she still think that it was the same soul that was unable to retaliate after being struck by her earlier? The Yin Demon King's face was filled with rage. Almost instantly, it charged in front of Luo Qingtong. However, Luo Qingtong did not panic when she saw it charging over. She only slashed at it with her sword. Ha ha ha. Originally, when the Yin Demon King saw that Luo Qingtong was so calm, it thought that she had some way to deal with it. In the end, when it saw that she still slashed at it with her sword, it immediately laughed wildly. The cautious feeling in his heart was also swept away. "Haha, is this all you have? Your strength is not bad. You've actually reached the human martial arts realm. Your attack is also very powerful, far surpassing that of an ordinary human martial arts realm expert. However, if Ji Yuankuan was here, perhaps he would not be able to block your attack. But the person you're facing now is me." Ha ha ha. The Yin Demon King laughed wildly in its heart, without the slightest trace of worry. This Luo Xiaoqi probably thought that she could kill him in one fell swoop just because her strength had improved. Unfortunately, it was not as stupid as Ji Yuankuan. As Luo Qingtong's attack, Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong, Qingtong s. Luo tease, how? Haha. The Yin Demon King laughed maniacally and swung his claws at Luo Qingtong. In an instant, its strength actually broke through to the earth martial arts realm. This was done by force. Ji Yuankuan's body still had some remaining life force and power from the blood sacrifice. After being forcibly refined by it, it was raised to the level of the early stage of the earth martial arts realm. The Yin Demon King's heart was extremely treacherous. Although he was already very confident that he would win against Luo Qingtong, he was still very confident. However, it was still not at ease. This way, no matter what Luo Qingtong was doing, she would still die without a doubt. However, just as it was thinking this, it saw the corner of Luo Qingtong's lips curl up. Then, she looked at the Yin Demon King and chuckled. "I didn't expect us to think of the same thing." If that's the case, when Luo Qingtong said this, the smile on her lips deepened. "This time, you won't be able to escape, right?" As she said this, the Yin Demon King's expression froze. It looked at Luo Qingtong and its smile froze. What did this woman say? What did she mean by thinking of the same thing? Wait a minute, the Demon King's brain froze. It looked at Luo Qingtong's smile and its brain buzzed, as if it was about to explode. Luo Qingtong was talking about strength? This bitch was also hiding her strength? When it thought of this, the Demon King's eyes widened. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly rang out in its heart. Then, it saw Luo Qingtong retract the sword that was originally slashing towards it. Then, Luo Qingtong clenched her fists and punched towards it. Heaven and Earth Tyrant Fist. Luo Qingtong punched out. In an instant, the entire underground cave shook violently. If not for the fact that this cave was deep underground and was surrounded by soil, it would have been impossible to escape. Luo Qingtong's attack would have caused the ground to shake and the cave to collapse. Luo Qingtong's right hand gripped the hilt of her sword and almost instantly met the Demon King's attack. Boom! The Demon King's attack met Luo Qingtong's fist. The young girl's fist was small, white, and tender. She looked like she had been pampered. She had an air of nobility and gentleness that seemed to have never done any household chores. However, in the eyes of the Demon King, this fist was like a soul-reaping blow from the King of Hell. It looked at Luo Qingtong's punch in shock. It emitted a terrifying aura that caused the core of its soul to tremble violently. Its eyes were filled with shock. It had no time to dodge and was hit by Luo Qingtong's punch. Ah! The terrifying demon fiendish chi surrounding the Demon King instantly disappeared. Not only that, but the power and aura around its body also melted like snow in the winter. Boom! Ah! Its body trembled violently, and in the next second, Luo Qingtong's punch smashed it into pieces of flesh. The tyrannical fist of heaven and earth, dominating the world and destroying the 9 continents, when the Demon King's body disappeared, its eyes were still deeply imprinted with extreme fear. It wasn't because of the power of Luo Qingtong's punch, but because of the origin of her punch. It was actually the Heaven and Earth Tyrant Fist. That was the famous fist technique of the Supreme Being. The Demon King's heart was shaken to the extreme, and she was also filled with regret. If it had known that Luo Qingtong was related to the other party, it definitely wouldn't have allowed Ji Yuankuan and his son to provoke the other party. No, it should have directly wrung their necks and delivered them to Luo Qingtong. The Demon King disappeared unwillingly. This time, it didn't have any room to escape. From the brocade box on the table not far away, a series of popping sounds could be heard. The doppelganger that the Demon King had attached to the bracelet had all been destroyed. This was the power of the Heaven and Earth Tyrant Fist. Luo Qingtong's strength wasn't enough to inject power into the evil blood bracelet and activate it. But even without the evil blood bracelet, Luo Qingtong's current strength of the human martial arts realm was enough to annihilate people who were 1 realm higher than her. It was laughable that the Demon King had thought that he had succeeded. He had thought that he could rely on his temporary increase to the initial stage of the Earth martial arts realm to destroy Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. She looked at the place where the Demon King's body had completely disappeared and her brows furrowed. She didn't know why, but she felt that the Demon King had looked at her with a strange gaze at the last moment. That gaze of deep reverence and fear didn't seem like the Demon King was looking at her. Could it be because of the Heaven and Earth Tyrant Fist? It recognized the Heaven and Earth Tyrant Fist. As Luo Qingtong thought this, she was somewhat annoyed that she had acted too quickly and hadn't been able to keep the Demon King alive. Otherwise, she would have been able to obtain some information about her previous life from it. That would have been a great gain. But forget it. If it was killed, then it was killed. Luo Qingtong had concealed her strength and used the final killing blow so that the Demon King wouldn't have any chance to escape. She didn't want to leave any trouble behind. Although she hadn't managed to get anything out of it, there would be opportunities in the future to ask about it from other places. It was better than leaving any trouble behind. Moreover, Luo Qingtong felt that if other people knew about her previous life, it wouldn't be a good thing. Not to mention other things, just the scene of the bloody city on the abandoned continent was enough to arouse her vigilance. It was good that the Demon King had died. Before she was strong enough, Luo Qingtong didn't want to come into contact with any information about her previous life. She didn't want other people to have the opportunity to find out about her. As Luo Qingtong thought this, she didn't feel so conflicted. She walked to the place where the Yin Demon King's body had been destroyed. She saw a black pearl on the ground. Her brows instantly raised, she raised her hand and picked it up. Origin Soul Pearl, so that's what it is. The Yin Demon King's avatar was hiding in the Origin Soul Pearl, taking advantage of the opportunity when Ji Yuankuan swallowed it to devour and possess it. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she looked at the brocade box not far away. She saw a few black beads lying in the brocade box. So many Origin Soul beads. That Yin Devil King is really patient. Luo Qingtong of Luo Os no wonder it had stayed in the family Ji for so many years and swallowed so much soul power and strength from Ji Yuankuan and Ji fighting, but it was only at the 9th level of the human martial realm. It turned out that he wanted to be a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows, leaving himself a way out, and at the same time, leaving a chance for him to devour and seize the body. Luo Qingtong shook her head as she thought. If the Yin Demon King focused on increasing its strength, Luo Qingtong might not be able to defeat it. In the end, it dispersed its strength and was finally destroyed by Luo Qingtong. It really didn't know what to say. He had dug his own grave, and he had to finish kneeling? She lifted her hand and put away the soul beads. These soul beads were important food for the heavenly spirit wood. With them, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have to worry about finding more strength for the heavenly spirit wood in the near future. Coming to the family Ji this time was really the right choice. Once she returned to the True Spill continent, she could begin to prepare for the connection to the world lands. At that time, the True Spill continent would be Luo Qingtong's private territory. No one would be able to do anything to it, nor would they be able to do anything to the people of the True Spill continent. Luo Qingtong would be able to sense the situation of the True Spill continent through the little dumpling. When the time came, she would directly abuse them. As Luo Qingtong thought this, she suddenly smiled. Then, she scanned the surroundings of the cave. When she saw the huge statue, her eyes flashed slightly. The Yin Demon King was dead, and this statue looked exactly like him. Perhaps it could be of some use in the future. For example, it could be used to investigate the identity of the Yin Demon King. Or perhaps it could be used to find some clues related to her past life. As Luo Qingtong thought this, she immediately stepped closer to the statue. She wanted to use the mechanism of the statue to shrink it and place it in her storage ring. She wasn't worried that there weren't any mechanisms on the statue. After all, Ji Yuankuan wanted to quietly move this statue into his secret room. How could there not be any mechanisms? Luo Qingtong's eyesight was amazing. Whether or not this cave was newly built, or how long this statue had been here, she could roughly guess. Thus, she didn't hesitate to walk over. At the same time, she also released Little Pig and the gold-seeking hamster. She had them wander around and see if there were any other mechanisms or treasures. Since Luo Qingtong had come here, she naturally wouldn't leave the good things here to others after destroying the enemy. She wasn't that noble. Not to mention, the Yin Demon King was a member of the demon race. Luo Qingtong was very interested in his collection and treasures. As Luo Qingtong approached the statue, found its mechanism, and shrank it. On the other side, Little Pig and the gold-seeking hamster were also wandering around and found many good things. There were indeed many treasures of the Yin Demon King. Unfortunately, they were all items of the demon race. They had a dense Yin energy and were of high quality. Unfortunately, most of them were damaged. But even so, they still exuded an extremely dark aura. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She didn't mind and kept all these things. These things might be useful in the future. What's more, other people were afraid of the corrosion of the devil Qi and Yin Qi, but Luo Qingtong held the life and deathing sword and didn't care at all. Once he repaired these treasures and got rid of the devil Qi and Yin Qi in them, wouldn't they be the best of the best? Not only that, Luo Qingtong could also use these things to trick people. As long as she left a bit of Yin Yang Qi in the core and didn't remove it, whoever got it would be unlucky. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up as she thought of this. Next to the Yin Demon King's treasury, there were many treasures of Ji Yuankuan. They were all first-rate treasures in the 8-star region. Luo Qingtong didn't hesitate to put them away. She would take them back for her grandfather and the others. Oh my heavens! Devil subduing stone tablet. Little Pig stared at the stone tablet placed at the corner of the cave. His eyes widened in shock. Oh my heavens, why would the devil-subduing stone tablet of the near-devil abyss appear here? No wonder the Demon King was able to escape here. It was because the devil-subduing stone tablet was broken. However, he didn't know how much of the devil-subduing stone tablet was broken. If all of it was broken, haha. While Little Pig was staring at the demon-subduing stone tablet that was clearly a broken piece, Luo Qingtong's figure appeared in front of him. Devil-subduing stone tablet? She said as she looked at the millstone-sized fragment of the tablet. Is it because this thing is broken that the Demon King appeared in the Dongting region? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. Little Pig nodded and said, this thing is used to suppress the passage of the demon race. Strange, why would it break for no reason? However, those guys are going to be very busy now. As Little Pig said this, he immediately laughed in schadenfreude. Obviously, those guys did not refer to ordinary people. However, Luo Qingtong didn't ask any questions. She sensed the aura of this fragment of the devil-subduing stone tablet. She felt that the aura of this fragment was vast and ancient, as if it was formed by the heavens. It was actually a bit different from the aura of the evil blood bracelet. She was astonished. Could it be that this small fragment of the devil-subduing stone tablet was comparable to the evil blood bracelet? With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and grabbed the fragment of the devil-subduing stone tablet. At this time, Little Pig's movement was even faster than her. He happily rushed over and hugged the fragment of the devil-subduing stone tablet. Then, he stuffed it into Luo Qingtong's hand and said, Master, quickly, bring this fragment of the devil-subduing stone tablet back. This is a good thing. It is said that this is a divine stone that grows naturally. It contains all kinds of aura of the heavens and earth. It coexists with the heavens and earth, and is even closer to the origin than the origin. If I can fully comprehend the laws on this divine stone, I'll be able to unleash the strongest laws of the same level. Although Little Rice Ball's territory is awesome, compared to other territories of the sector beasts, it lacks the most important thing, which is the improvement of the laws. If you bring this stone tablet fragment into the world realm and plant it with the heavenly spirit wood, they will complement each other. When the sky spirit wood absorbs the power of the laws, the law leaves it can grow are the most powerful. That's not all. In the future, when the stone tablet fragments are repaired, the people inside will be able to comprehend the laws within. At that time, they'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The increase in their strength will simply be too great. As Little Pig said this, his heart skipped a beat. Ever since it followed Luo Qingtong, it had gotten used to collecting wool everywhere. As long as it was something good, he would never let it go. Luo Qingtong chuckled when she saw his money grubber look. You still want to complete it? Without it, who knows what will happen to the demon race's passageway. As Luo Qingtong said this, she raised her hand and lightly knocked on Little Pig's head. Little Pig, on the other hand, chuckled. So what? It's already broken. Can't we take advantage of it? But when those guys go crazy, it's really troublesome. As he said this, he twisted his two thin little eyebrows and said, It's okay. When Master's strength increases, they'll be willing to take it even if they don't want to. In any case, the broken demon-subduing stone tablet could no longer suppress them. On the contrary, Luo Qingtong's ability to restrain the demon race was the most precious. Luo Qingtong's strength was still not enough. Otherwise, Little Pig would have eagerly brought her back to show off. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded and didn't say anything else. After all, this was indeed a good thing for her. It was just that she didn't have the ability to achieve it for the time being, so she didn't think about it. After Luo Qingtong tidied up, she left the cave. A group of people surrounded the family Ji. Then, a group of people rushed in through the door of the family Ji. Yuan Qinggang. What are you doing? The head of the family Nangong was furious. He and a group of family Nangong members stood guard at the edge of the family Ji's martial arts practice field, waiting for Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing to wake up. At this moment, the blood sacrifice had been completed. A group of family Ji members collapsed in the family Ji's martial arts practice field like dead fish. They were only left with one breath. Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing did not take their lives in the end, but these people's strength was all gone. Not only that, but more than half of their vitality and energy had been lost. At this moment, everyone looked completely sick and dispirited. Most of their hair had also turned white. At this moment, the head of the family Nangong and the others saw a group of family members led by the Yuan family rushing in. These people had suffered a lot under Ji Fighting and Ji Yuankuan's hands. After Ji Fighting's matter was exposed, they had more or less been tricked by the other party. At this moment, they gathered and rushed into the family Ji. They saw a group of family Ji members lying limp on the ground, and Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing sitting cross-legged on the ground, looking like they were seriously injured and recuperating. At that moment, a secret, covetous, greedy, and happy expression appeared on their faces. These family Ji members were all crippled. Not only that, they would probably never be able to recover their strength in this lifetime. In this way, wouldn't the entire family Ji become a huge empty shell that they could do whatever they wanted? As everyone thought this, their eyes instantly turned red with excitement, and even their breathing became heavy. Haha. Yuan Qinggong's voice was clear and bright. He looked at the furious head of the family Nangong and said with a happy expression, "Head of the family Nangong, you don't have to be so nervous. We are here to seek justice from the family Ji. Don't you think so?" He gave the other family Nangong leaders a look. The latter understood and immediately smiled brightly. "That's right, family Nangong leader. You're not being kind. How could you not bring us along when you came looking for trouble with the family Ji?" "That's right. We also have a grudge against the family Ji. It's our duty to be their enemy. Family Nangong eating alone, isn't that too unsightly?" The Nangong family head frowned when he heard the voices of the crowd. He looked at these people and suddenly understood. These people thought that he had destroyed the family Ji and wanted to monopolize the family Ji, so they all rushed over to get a share of the loot. They wanted to carve up the family Ji. With this thought in mind, the family Nangong leader said coldly, "You're wrong. We're here with Ji Feiyu and the others to subdue the family Ji. We're only targeting Ji Yuankuan and the others. The family Ji has always belonged to Ji Feiyu and the others." "Huh." When he said this, Yuan Qinggang and the others immediately sneered with disdain. "Family Nangong leader, you family Nangong people are too good at talking nonsense. You're not targeting the family Ji? Then, what's up with all these people from the Ji family before you all? You've already crippled them, and you're still talking to us about this?" One of the family heads said with a fake smile, "If you family Nangong people want to use them as puppets so that you can monopolize the family Ji's property and resources, you should have said so earlier. However, you're not the only one who has a grudge against the family Ji. We won't just suffer in silence." "That's right. As the saying goes, those who see it have a share. We were also cheated by Ji Yuankuan and Ji Fighting before. We must be compensated." Everyone was talking at once. Their goal was to get the family Ji's property and resources. They did not believe the words of the family Nangong's master at all. Who was he trying to lie to when he said that he was not targeting the family Ji? Could it be that the family Ji people who were scattered all over the place had crippled their own strength? They would never have thought that it was Ji Yuankuan who activated the blood sacrifice array formation and sacrificed their group of people. In the end, it fell on Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing's heads and allowed the two of them to benefit. The family Nangong's master could not announce this matter at this time for the safety of the two of them. He immediately said coldly, "Impossible. I've said that the family Ji belongs to Ji Feiyu and Ji Yuanqing. None of you are allowed to touch it." He had received Luo Qingtong's orders to protect Ji Feiyu, Ji Yuanqing, and the others. This family Ji belonged to the two of them. Naturally, he had to protect it well. Otherwise, how could he face Luo Qingtong and explain it to her? When the crowd saw that he was stubbornly refusing to relent, their expressions immediately became gloomy and angry. "Family Nangong's master, are you mistaken?" Yuan Qinggang sneered. "The group of us came here to inform you of this matter, not to ask for your permission. We're really going to divide up this family Ji. If you have the ability, stop us. If you don't, get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you." That's right. Naturally, they were not afraid of the leader of the family Nangong. After all, everyone knew that the family Nangong was powerful. They might not be able to fight against them alone. However, now that they had gathered together, they were much stronger than the family Nangong. Not to mention, the family Nangong's people were obviously injured when they fought against the family Ji's people. The family Nangong master still had wounds and bloodstains on his body. Under such circumstances, why should they be afraid of the other party? If there was a conflict, they might even destroy the family Nangong. Everyone thought so and looked at each other. The emotions in their eyes were unusually vicious. They were determined to get a share of the profits from the family Ji. They could not allow the family Nangong to mess things up or even let them monopolize the profits. Otherwise, the scale of the family Nangong's development in the future would be even more unstoppable in the Dongting region. Among them, the people who wanted the family Nangong to be unlucky the most were the people from the Yuan family. This was because their strength was slightly weaker than the family Nangong's people. For all these years, they had never been able to win against the family Nangong's people. It was not easy for them to gather a group of people and suppress the family Nangong's people. They could not wait to destroy the family Nangong's people. Therefore, they became more and more arrogant in their actions. Leader of the family Nangong, don't blame us for speaking rudely. An elder of the Yuan family laughed coldly and said, you can only blame the family Nangong's people for going too far. Everyone is the family Ji's creditor, but you insisted on monopolizing the profits. Of course, we can't tolerate it. The group of people spoke in a dignified manner, but they forgot that when the family Nangong and Ji Feiyu attacked the family Ji, they all knew about it, but no one helped. End of chapter 30-31. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.